Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Zero watching him die again and again. Chapter 15, EP 13 Director's Cut, Shadow, and all 5 deleted Shadow Garden scenes. You're going to have to talk to me at some point. Otto sighed and leaned back in his seat again. Yeah, you're not going to get rest before you talk to him. Garfield shrugged from the other side as well. Between them, Julius was stuck holding his head in his hands. Leave me be. What I have done is not to be brushed off. The knight's tone was cold, emotionless, but no hint of a tremble. Otto sighed again, unable to stop the pity from filling his eyes. Why do you not get that he was allowed to save those villagers and knights in the inn because you helped him? And now he must redo it all. Julius looked away, increasingly more agitated. I had to see my sword make the swing. My ability to hold it. My power to make the arc that spilled Natsuki Subaru's blood. It was done by my hand. Otto and Garfield exchanged a serious glance at one another. Captain Livin, through something like that and still call you an amazing knight under his breath must mean that he trusts you. Garfield's words earned a look of surprise from Otto. The tiger smiled at the merchant. Let me have this, Otto bro. You're also beyond fucked up because of what you saw yourself do under the whale's influence. Otto looked grateful and surprised at the blonde, but Julius snorted. He threw him off a cart while I had to murder him. Julius glared at his knees, tears having been wiped away swiftly as soon as they were shed. You're not thinking straight, Garfield muttered. And you both are not thinking at all. Julius slammed a fist on his armrest, glaring at the ground without any hesitation. Otto and Garfield looked at the ground as well, both having expressions of tiredness and disappointment. I don't have anything to make this okay, Otto admitted in defeat. Truth be told, I don't even know how to get out of it myself. What you've seen. It's not easy to forgive yourself. Julius doesn't look at them, just listens with his head in his hands. I just want things to go back to the way they were. Before we saw these secrets burdened by Natsuki-san. Otto gripped his knees uselessly. Sorry. It's selfish. It's real. Garfield waved him off, also leaning back into his seat, looking at the wall in the other direction. Captain is one hell of a guy T, still smiling after all this. Seriously. Keep it in your pants. Julius managed to joke for a moment, earning a small snort from both of them as they looked at the walls of the theater. Wheezing through the damp air of the room was a sense of despair and agony portrayed by almost every faction present inside. The shocking end to yet another one of Subaru's loops completely shook the audience to the core. Many should have started moving to their rooms instantly to keep their privacy and mule over the viewing by themselves and take sanctuary in their rooms. That is not what had happened. With many on the brink of a breakdown and many trying to comfort those who found the showing of the last loop too heavy or brutal for them, the many factions present unconsciously dispersed to different corners and positions in the darkened theater room. Not too far away from one another yet far enough to keep things private between them. I'm sorry. A lone voice squeaked out, the speaker sounding like she was sobbing in pain for a long time due to how exhausted her voice seemed. The beautiful silver-haired lady with tear streaks running down her hollowed cheeks was shown, hugging an unconscious black-haired youth while she placed her head on his chest for comfort. The rhythm of his heartbeat was the only thing she focused on. The warmth of his breath tickled her hair as she propped his chin against her forehead, feeling his body against hers as she listens in on the privacy of his chest, finding the heartbeats flowing against her ear as if they were a hypnotizing melody. The distraught, guilty, horrified, beautiful lady could only tighten her grip on his sides and hold him as close as she could against her. How could she have ever realized such things happened to him? All of this horror and pain. All of his redoing and struggle. I'm sorry you fought so hard. Emilia whispered, her voice tired and showing signs of guilt as she squeaked out apologies into his chest, taking comfort in the boy's warmth pressing against her as she hugged him. The painful resolution to his struggles and pain was something Emilia could only shed tears when recalling. She remembered how the poor boy's sanity was overtaken and snuffed away by the dangerous madman, making Subaru nothing but a null puppet, fighting uselessly as the evil archbishop unfairly stole his body. The silver-haired girl sobbed in heartbreak, clutching the boy's shirt as hard as she could. It's not fair. Emilia growled while wiping her tears against her beloved shirt. The silver-haired girl couldn't help her anger from showing as she recalled how hard he worked. He defeated a 400-year-old calamity and went through Sloth's cult one by one until everyone was safe. He struggled, fought, and bled just to make sure no one else died. And she was standing right there, a few steps away from him. His happy ending could have been obtained had she not been too busy wallowing in her selfish desire to be accepted by the people of the village. And then Subaru's happy ending was so cruelly taken away in a matter of seconds. Emilia's anger reached an unforeseen level as she raged at how unfair Subaru's life truly was. He was broken. He was murdered by most of his friends. His sanity was on the brink of destruction. His self-worth is practically gone without a trace. All of this, he suffered just because Emilia was too busy wallowing in her self-pity. Every time I see more of what you go through, I can't help but see how selfish I am for wanting your love, Emilia whispered in pity. Either for the boy who went through unimaginable pain just to make her smile or for herself and her greedy desire to be this boy's pillar of support. She wanted to make him feel better about loving himself. She wanted to repay every teardrop that was shed from his scary yet pretty-looking eyes. His warmth was something so precious for her. The image of his neck getting sliced by one of hers and Subaru's dear friends while no one was looking, him accepting death so easily just to help everyone. Letting himself be tortured by a certain healer's magic and getting cut down by a knight's sword in a forest with no one to help or cry for him. She was just crying like a little girl because some people started accepting her, when the person who truly loved her was suffering the most brutal of deaths he had yet to experience. Emilia's anger truly showed as she held the boy's chest tighter while pinning her face into his suit, her eyes obscure behind her fallen silky hair. Her teeth showed to be gritted in a trembling fashion from her anger and frustration. "You went through too much, Subaru," Emilia whispered, her tone dark and cold as she let her anger for everything this young man had suffered overcome her. Why should she forgive what this boy had suffered? Why should she forgive the sheer incompetence of those who call themselves heroes yet are responsible for breaking and torturing the black-haired youth who had suffered and cried so much for their comfort and happiness? No, Emilia won't forgive them. She won't forgive herself. She was selfish and greedy. She understood just how fake most of her relationships truly were. Puck, Hughes, Roswell, the maids, the camps around her, they were all useless and greedy. She saw with her own eyes what her mentor and beloved friend had become, a monster that hollowed out corpses everywhere he went. She saw her beloved father torture and kill the innocent young man before destroying the entire world just because he had nothing to obsess over after she was dead. Puck's crimes against Subaru's sanity will never be forgiven. Emilia's gritted teeth could only show a small amount of the malice and hatred she felt for that father she had been so sad for. How ironic. The only person she thought would love her most was one of the greatest reasons for her suffering. Puck wasn't like this innocent sleeping young man. He wasn't like her Subaru. Subaru, the boy who suffered countless agonies and betrayals just to see her alive and well. He went through so many repeats and countless efforts to keep her breathing and happy. His sanity, his pride, his heart, his soul, everything he had was taken away from him, broken, bashed, stomped on as he died and repeated, failed, and succeeded time and time again. All of this happened to him, while she was smiling in content with glee that someone was there to replace the whole Puck's absence left within her heart. I will never forgive him. I'll never let this happen to you again. Emilia's oath repeated from her trembling lips as she held her head up and locked her eyes right over her knight's innocent sleeping one. Her tears never stopped, yet her eyes filled with determination to stand by this boy who gave her his everything without asking for much. Oh, how her heart was fluttering due to this position. How much she adored his sleeping face even though she couldn't see his nasty sharp eyes staring back at her with his usual love and passion. Her hand felt right when it was grabbing his, as if both of them were compatible with one another in more ways than one. I'll save you, Emilia promised as she set the fire of burning rage and determination within her heart, the last death she saw on the screen playing in her mind, making the half-elf lady glare heatedly in rage as she hovered over his face. The elven lady softly placed her lips on his forehead, pecking him. Stepping back, Emilia could only feel disappointment washing over her as she saw his closed-shut eyelids instead of the ones she adored, staring back at her with shock and a bit of happiness for what she just did. The pleasure of knowing that she got this closer to him filled her guilt-ridden, horrified heart with warmth and ease. His last death played once more in the depth of her mind. The grimace she carried on her expression was enough to show just how much fear and disbelief were settled in the silver-haired lady's mind for the boy's journey. And someone read that expression clearly and understood its contents with expert precision as they stepped closer to where Emilia hogged the boy in her superior elven grip. Looking at the dude with a scrunched-up look of disgust and upset as they stepped forward, their eyes were honed in on Emilia with a flash of anger burning inside of them. It appears as if the person stepping towards Emilia held a deep hatred for the elf girl. But it wasn't as simple as that. The person's eyes weren't glowering with hatred, but disappointment. As they stopped right before the linked duo, only Emilia responded as expected since she was the only one awake. Unlatching her arms from her knight and sitting upright with her tears having been wiped on the boy's chest. Emilia's confusion and surprise were hidden behind her forlorn expression as she looked at the shrewd smiling merchant candidate standing before her. A warm smile, yet one rigid enough to show how fake and polite it is. Emilia sooner understood the feeling growing in her stomach was a warning from this shrewd person. A person who had once abandoned her knight after fishing him out of advantage. A person with a cute facade, yet a very cunning intellect as they gazed at her with stupefying concentration. Anastasia? What are you doing here? Emilia asked in a calm, confused voice, her nerves completely nodding as she was placed under the merchant queen's gaze. The beautiful petite widened her smile, making sure to get a few rubs on her elegant foxy scarf as she plastered a warm, welcoming expression to the half-elf before her. Regally, yet with her heavy accented tongue, Anastasia spoke. We need to talk. The girl's tone was filled with nothing but venom, confirming Emilia's instinct and betraying Anastasia's fake expression and warmth. Emilia's hand gripped tightly around the sleeping one of her knights. Anastasia's eyes narrowed elegantly at the move. Useless to the very end. What's a girl like you doing, running for an election this important? Not phrased as a question, but directed as a jab towards the elven princess. Shocked by the sudden hostile words from the innocently smiling queen, Emilia was quick to sound her confusion at the jab. Why are you speaking this way, Anastasia-san? The merchant softly shook her head and glared at the silver-haired lady. You don't get a chance to berate someone for causing so much misery and leave it. Every chance is an opportunity for gold, as Hashin the Great said. Emilia blinked a few times as her confusion increased at the words. I never did anything to you, though. I don't understand why you're being so sour towards me. The purple-haired lady narrowed her eyes dully at the confused Emilia, pursing her lips for a moment as she flickered her eyes to the unconscious boy sitting beside the ever-confused elf. The merchant's eyes closed for a moment as soon as she saw his innocent face, the image of everybody he left behind and his loops playing in the darkness of her eyelids. You can't keep being this ignorant, Emilia-san. Anastasia opened her eyes and faced the bewildered Emilia with nothing but her determination clear in her eyes. Emilia grew silent as she too narrowed her eyes at the merchant, noticing that, for the first time, Anastasia had faced her with an expression that didn't spell hidden intentions. The shrewd merchant queen was compelled to speak with her face-to-face without an agenda. She could see it in the green irises of the fur-coated lady. Softly, Emilia let go of her knight's hand and patted an empty seat beside her as she met Anastasia with her own determination. Hiding her surprise for a moment, Anastasia gazed at the girl she was about to berate in suspicion. The half-elf simply nodded as her lips pursed into a thin line. Tell me what I'm missing, please. If it's to help Subaru, I'll need everything you can give me. Hearing the desperate, disgusting plea from this selfish girl that she didn't respect, Anastasia sighed and swiftly sat down beside her adversary for the throne. You really are troublesome. No need for hurtful words, Anastasia-san. I'm willing to hear you out. You don't seem to get how unreasonable you truly are. How could someone be so selfish? Ignoring the spite in the merchant's tone, Emilia glanced at her booted legs with a pursed lip. I want to know why you think I'm selfish. What is it that you have to say? Anastasia only glanced at the girl beside her with a raised brow, as if looking at a truly amusing sight. Remembering every painful moment of that last loop, the merchant girl trailed her eyes to the boy sitting beside the downtrodden Emilia. Ah. The merchant lady rolled her eyes in annoyance. If it's what you need to help him. Emilia settled her eyes upon the annoyed merchant, her heart beating heavily as she noticed a glimmering warmth in Anna's tone when he was speaking of the boy. An uncomfortable feeling of dread filled her for some reason she is yet to understand. And she wouldn't understand why she was feeling this way anytime soon since the merchant queen faced Emilia with the expression of a disappointed parent. Let's talk about how it was your fault, Although sounding amused and cheery, Anastasia's voice was parental and blaming. What is? Emilia asked with irritation filling her tone, not knowing why the candidate before her was this hostile with her. In a second, Anastasia showed the expression of the most extremely annoyed person in the world as she answered. It was your fault that Natsuki Subaru is dead. Emilia's eyes widened in shock at the merchant's cold words. Anastasia finally glared hatefully without a facade at the half-elf girl. Both of them focus on one another, one in hate and determination, and the other in confusion and bewilderment. They didn't notice, a hand closing into a fist softly, as if grabbing onto some phantom object. The hand of the boy they both sat aside on a chair as they talked. Let me explain this to you clearly, Anastasia declared as she picked up teacher-like prose, holding the same expression of strict invalidation she did when she used Subaru's desperation to get her information and taught him about his mistake in the dark loop. Emilia stayed silent and held her gaze against Anna's as the merchant queen started her explanation. You're a very bad leader. This ain't the time. A firm voice spoke from the side. Emilia and Anastasia moved their eyes towards the newcomer who had a great choice of a glare aiming at Anastasia. To think you of all people would say this. Anastasia snorted as Felt narrowed her eyes. What's this supposed to mean now? Felt glared at the lady in purple fur, not minding the equal glare thrown by the merchant herself. Ain't you the one who had Natsuki-kun in your grasp twice but Emilia-san intervened? Yeah, in one of those 2 times. I'm not removed from this bullshit either since I told Rain to leave Big Bro to his own space before Big Bro entered the fight against the witch cult in this loop. Felt's glare narrowed. Not like you exempt either. She's not the one who left him behind in the capital, Emilia interjected against Felt's heated front towards Anastasia with a firm look. Sorry, Felt-sama, but I don't want anyone to defend my Mizaki. This ain't about to be a pity party for you, big sis. Sorry to you, but I'm not letting this fox run her game. Felt cut Emilia off without a second of hesitation, which made Emilia frown, taken aback. Felt faced Anastasia head-on with a full glare now, not hiding her furiousness. She ain't street smart, besides being a pretty face. But I can see you intentions from a mile away. What is? Emilia was confused at the words coming from Felt's mouth. But Anastasia scoffed before she could continue her question. Bring yourself some rest, Felt-sama. This gal ain't a thief by all means. What I take is going to be repaid with an appropriate price from my estimates alone. Yeah, Felt chuckled coldly. What's the price for Big Bro? Emilia's eyes widened enough to show the reddish veins at the edges of her eyes. We all know it. Felt scoffed. Anastasia didn't speak in defense of herself. Bringing Big Bro to your side wins you the damn race. Ain't it what got you to invite him to the Watergate City in the first place? Playing that card? Anastasia could only giggle without any acknowledgement of the betrayed look on Emilia's face. That ain't what this conversation is about, Felt-chan. Though I do want to be clear that unlike some in this room, I ain't looking to make Natsuki-kun a tool for whatever chaotic plan where one can get back at the royals of the great city in Lagunica. That ain't what I'm about. Felt growled in outrage, earning more eyes on the trio of girls from throughout the theater. What is going on here? Crush immediately intercepted the two as Felt was closing on the lady with her hands balled into fists. Crush. Amelia breathed with relief and looked between the two girls with a heavy expression. They're talking about something, really. Crush could see that Amelia was overwhelmed by the conversation, so she turned her glare towards Anastasia, the calmer one out of the three. What is the meaning of this? That little genius is accusing me of being a thief, disregarding my hard work, and nature is uncanny from someone so dead set on destroying things rather than rebuilding, if you ask me. No one's a bitch like you how to run anything. Felt grit her teeth as she tried to step closer towards Anastasia, being stopped firmly by a hand from Crush. Let me go at, that will be enough, Felt Sama. Crush sternly warned. This is no way to behave after all we've seen. This place is yet to be friendly to us, and the person holding us hostage also has Subaru Natsuki in deep slumber. There's no time for this. Wish that would matter to this bitch over air. Felt pointed at Anastasia with a seething expression. But she's fine with wasting our precious time to whisper absolute garbage to Big Sis and make her feel worse. Crush glanced at Amelia curiously, but the half-elf wouldn't meet anyone's eyes. Please stop. Amelia whispered with a sigh. See? Felt points at Amelia and glances at Anastasia again. That's all you. Crush looked at Anastasia with a questioning expression. This ain't the time for anyone in this room to dilly-dally on someone's feelings. Especially not with how close we are to finishing the story Natsuki-kun went through. The merchant queen sighed to herself and rubbed her scarf, not meeting Crush's or Felt's eyes. She needs to get a grip on Air's elf before Natsuki-kun wakes up. The white whale's subjugation was a year ago, Anastasia-sama. I doubt much happened to him since then. Crush countered level-headedly. Anastasia's eyes narrowed at the Duchess with something hidden, as if she knew something the rest did not. But a certain voice stopped them from speaking anymore as she sobbed. Betty Subaru is going through a cruel joke. Beatrice, who held onto her sleeping contractor, began speaking to anyone who would hear what she had to say. Not only is he dying so unfairly, in fact, after doing so much work, he has to relive these moments all on his own. And now you all want to fight over him. The blonde's face couldn't be shown to them, but the rage in her voice as she hugged Subaru was not to be ignored so easily. Bring yourself some comfort, Beatrice SAAN. A voice resounded across the room, earning the eyes of the three candidates beside Amelia. It's not like anyone would be surprised that Subaru-kun's ability would bring this type of affection from our finest CAAA diedates, picked by the holy dragon himself. Roswell earned a glare from Felt with looks of patience from Crush and Anastasia. Shouldn't you be worried what's about to happen to Big Bro instead of looking so smug? Felt growled, but this didn't offset Roswell's nonchalant attitude. What AAA cast you think I'm not doing just that by observing you in our nefarious competition? Roswell smiled down at them, giving no threatening vibes. This guy's the Magi of Lagunica. Heinkel hummed to himself as Schultz looked confused at the conversation happening before them. The Magi. Isn't he the one sponsoring Priscilla-sama's competition? Schultz glared at the nobleman immediately once he recognized a threat to his lady's throne. Eh? Are you somehow interested in politics, Schultz-kun? I'll said from the side of their mistress while giving the boy a shocked glance. I'm sorry for eavesdropping, but I wanted to know more about what Priscilla-sama was facing during the selection to be able to help. Schultz bowed his head to Priscilla, who didn't even look at any of her camp members. 'Tis a great service that is expected of someone serving a divine. Carry on. Priscilla merely waved the boy's worry away with a disinterest, keeping her eyes on the candidates below her instead. Fighting over Subaru? Petra looked at them with a disappointed expression. Has no one learned anything about what's been happening to him so far? Her voice wasn't as loud as she wished it to be, as the painful tugging at her heart never left. What we've seen is... I know, Petra-chan. Frederica shushed the girl and hugged her firmly. Please do not blame anyone in the room, however, Frederica whispered over Petra's head. You're seeing them all try their best. I don't blame Julius-san. Even though I dislike him as a knight for his treatment of Subaru at the capital, I can never blame him for what he did at that moment. Petra surprised her mentor with the level-headed response as she rubbed her face into Frederica's waist. Petra-chan, that. Subaru's not backing down, and that means he needs to redo things so he can save us, everyone in the village. Petra did her best not to break her voice as she hiccups. He needed Julius-san by his side. I understand. I saw what he saw. Everyone that the fire of the explosion burned. Frederica couldn't help but frown at the darkness that Petra embraced with ease because of the morbid scene that had played before them hours ago. Don't leave me. Please. Petra hugged Frederica tighter when she felt the older woman trying to move her hand. I won't. Trust me. Frederica hung her arms around the little girl much more than she felt was appropriate, but there was no care in her thoughts for such limitations anymore. I won't ever let you go, Frederica said sternly with a warming support that was steeled on reaching Petra's heart. This isn't funny. I'll rub the back of his head, disliking the way Petra was sobbing over the bickering below him and Priscilla's row. If Pal wanted to entertain such a useless route like this, I had hoped it wouldn't be hurting me in any sort of way. His eyes lingered on the crying child in Frederica's grasp for a moment longer, before he was forced to sigh and look away. "'Tis the difference between you and the half-elf's dog, Aldebaran," Priscilla reminded him from the side with a bewitching smile. "I wish I knew why this fighting excited you, princess. Please don't call me that." El sighed and rubbed his helmet again. "I get it. Bro's gonna be the hero no matter what because he didn't give up where I have." El scoffed under his helmet, though hiding his true emotions. "At least he isn't yearning for the impossible." Al refuted, even though Priscilla hadn't replied with anything but her eyes lingering on him. Priscilla looked away with a silence that rang heavy with Al's shame and loss as she had made him break character without even trying to entertain him with words. "'Tis your service to see what might please mine divine self the most. Between you both," she said nonchalantly, without a care, while the knight beside her seemed to exude an air of danger that was very much unnatural for someone as cooled as him. "Princess, Pal's not gonna give up, but that also means that he won't allow you to interfere with it." Al looked at Priscilla with pain in his eyes. "I wanted you to change because of them. But you want to change him to suit your own needs." "Don't be a fool," she plucked him with her fan, making him turn his head according to the powerful tap. "Nothing could change this divine who sits before you, except for mine whims." She scoffed another time with her eyes focused on the screen above. "And that boy's mind isn't going to do him any favors should he continue to be the hero of his story." "You're saying he can't take it?" Al asked, disturbed. "If my jester couldn't take his trails, what says the half-elf's clown is any better?" Priscilla merely raised a brow at him, filling out with emotions that directly warmed his insides and filled him with dread at the same time. "I'm nothing like Pal, princess. That's why I'm not of interest to you." Another tab, this time sending him to the floor. "Alsama." Schult let go of Heikel's arm and dropped to help the one-armed knight from the floor. Heikel looked from the fallen knight towards the lady sitting above him. He had a small focused scowl on his face. "He gotcha vexed, Priscilla-sama? Trying to fish for affection using such pathetic tactics springs a boredom within me that you will be punished for at all times." Priscilla merely hummed above Schult and Al as she glared at the adult from them. Al rubbed his helmet once again, but didn't say anything. "Stop it. Please. Just stop." Emilia tried to interject once again from her place, standing above Subaru's sleeping form between all of the other candidates. Some looked at her with pity, while others were more inclined to glare at one another for intercepting each other's plans. "I just want to be there for Subaru when he needs it." Emilia's voice rose in a sudden burst of emotion. "As if I don't know what I'm missing or what other people in this room plan on doing to take advantage. I don't care about any of this. I just want to see him safe for once." Emilia's tears began showing within the corners of her eyes, striking everyone with a feeling of frustration that's overcome her own ability to handle it. Everyone stared at Emilia with looks of their own frustrations regarding this prison they were in. "I wish this would end," Emilia whispered, earning looks of surprise from the candidates and the maids. Some of the knights looked at her from their seats with faces of acceptance. Emilia swallowed once more. "I wish things can go back to what they were. When I was in his arms inside of that carriage. Nothing to come between us but Beatrice's cute antics and Otto's teasing." And a breaking noise overcame everyone's ears at that moment, interrupting her during her pause for comfort. "I'm sorry, Emilia. There's nothing you or I can do to bring things back. Not that it matters to go back." Emilia responded by lowering her head and bringing her eyes towards the sleeping knight in his seat. "Don't make us watch more," she whispered pleadingly. Above everyone, those looking at Emilia with pity, the ones looking on curiously, and the ones watching with intrigue all gave looks of surprise as the screen lit up once more, activating instantly without a second wasted for loading or discussion. "Why is he? Why did he sound so?" Petra looked at the ceiling with worry as the man behind the voice went silent before Emilia's plea. "Depleted." Felix spoke for the first time since Crush came to comfort him after the last viewing. His eyes were puffy, and his hands were shaken. His passion was gone to the point that he lost the warm, innocent glitter that he used for mischief on a constant basis. "Why yes. He's really tired," Petra said to put emphasis on that fact. Shadow Garden scenes that have been cut from the anime. WHDA Chapter 5, Episode 4. Shadow Garden Scene 1. Ram stared at the boy in shock. Subaru turned around and ran towards the ledge. "Wait," Beatrice called out in shock. Many eyes widened at the sudden scene which played before them. Why did it rewind to this moment? Ram had to finally speak, still keeping a hold of her sister after Ram had broken down at the end of the previous viewing. She was shocked to see the one scene that would implicate her as someone who had caused Subaru to hurt himself alongside many others in the room. Why is Barusa reliving my mistake once again? This is not a continuation. It's a retelling of the same scene we had watched a while ago. Julius looked at the screen with a confused face, not knowing whether to be relieved or spiteful that the screen changed things abruptly at time which he was most anxious to see the continuation of Subaru's story. The memory of them greeting him in his room. The memory of when Rim bandaged his cut finger. The memory of him and Ram studying together. The memory of Emilia doing warm-ups with him. The memory of him helping Beatrice with her books. Why are we seeing all of this? Rim didn't want to look any more than she had to do so. This is when he died to save me. After I had. Her tears tore through every attempt to stay composed, and she held her face to her open palms, even though they were shaking. Rim tried to shield herself from the eyes of everyone in the room, the scene above her putting a pressure that was most heavy on her heart over all those watching. Even Beatrice, who was also a participant of Subaru's loop during this death, had to give her a look of sympathy, remembering the harsh words she gave Rem when they first watched the scene, and it got revealed how much Subaru was sacrificing to stay at the L. Mather's estate. Betty's wish was to forgive you before Subaru had to die again, I suppose. But it's no matter now after he proclaimed his love without Betty say so. In fact, Subaru's mind played these, solidifying his conviction. He ran faster, barefoot, towards the ledge and jumped. This is something only I can do. As he fell through the air, the memories of the twins broken apart by death played. It was followed by a memory of Ram shouting, "I'm going to kill you." Ram. Garfield winced after seeing that scene, as did many in the crowd, finding it painful to watch after all that the pink-haired maid had went through with Subaru. He looked down at the girl, willing to help her with kindness if she needed it, but he reserved himself to watch her reaction instead. All that Ram could give him, or Rim, was a slightly guilty frown, one that was tired, beyond exhausted even, and a small quiver in her eyes that proved to the world how shaken the usually sarcastic maid was by this scene. "And I'm going to kill you 1,000 times next time you choose this path for you. Your disgust for yourself shall be forbidden by me before all, Barusu." Ram's voice was weak, but no hint of hesitation was heard from those who heard her vow. "Sister." Rem looked at her twin with a face of shock. "Prepare yourself, sister." Ram cut her off with a firm tone. "The next one is a death he's done on purpose." "I know," Rem nodded, looking down with a miserable face. "I know. It's his death to save me after I." "Then watch it again. To understand that both of you are suffering from the same mental illness." Ram glared at her sister sternly, allowing Rem to sink deeper in her seat and try to hide her face in her palms. With that last memory on his mind, Subaru plummeted towards the spikes and rocks at high speeds. "I'm going to save you." "Closer. Closer." The spikes came closer. Asterisk crunch asterisk. Natsuki Subaru died. He killed himself? Schultz's face was etched with horror as he stared at the now darkened screen. When did this happen? "Seems the kid's been using his power splendidly," Heikel muttered with a bitter sneer, glancing down at the others. "He never used that power to manipulate any of us." Al interrupted the newcomer's speculations, his tone firm. "This is an old memory. He had to save someone who died, and he was blamed for it. So in the end, he was being hunted by those people, and he still sacrificed what I've seen him sacrifice for him?" Heikel looked beyond outrage while Schultz gave Elle a look of pure astonishment. "He's amazing," the little boy proclaimed. "He's a moron and a glutton for punishment." Heikel shouted while slamming a fist on his armrest. "The hell do you mean? He fucking killed himself and put his neck up for slashing at the hands of someone that humiliated him in front of the whole Capitol Guard." Heikel-sama. Schultz quieted himself as the man before him oozed a hostile air due to his anger and frustration. "Why are we seeing any of this shit anyway?" Heikel refused to answer to the boy's disappointed look. "This ain't important for us to understand that the kid's been living a fucked life. He deserves every bit if this is what's been happening." Before Julius put the sword up his throat, Otto had to hold Julius as soon as the knight lunged to harm the deputy commander. Heikel met both of them with a glare that showed him not caring about anyone's feelings. "You know I am right, and before any of you can look down on me, remember how much that kid's put himself through just for nothing to happen but the same old end." Heikel pointed at the pink-haired maid in the front row with her sister. "I don't know what you both are crying about, but this shit's gonna get worse if you compare his death now to the last one we've seen. I watched him fucking get frozen to death for fuck's sake. And now I have to see him throw himself off a literal cliff. How fucking creative do these get? Am I gonna see a death via overeating or something? Please stop." Beatrice held a hand to her ears, not willing to hear more of the man's unsightly nature. "Just stop, I suppose." Everyone wanted to stare away from the drunkard, refusing to give him the time of day due to how uncomfortable he made everyone. "That's right," Heikel growled under his breath, having Al and Schultz shake their heads at him. But he didn't seem to care, merely glaring at everyone who ignored him. "Look away because I said the truth." All that was there was nothingness. "What is this?" Emilia asked, the first of many at the sudden narration that played. "Why is Subaru suddenly speaking?" She looked to her side, seeming hopeful for a moment, but dropping her face at the sight of his unmoving form. "I wonder what this is, I suppose." Beatrice looked at the screen beyond frightened. Absent-mindedly, he looked around the nothingness of his mind. Perhaps looked around was not the proper phrase. Eyes did not exist within his mind, nor did hands, nor feet, nor any pieces of his body. All that remained was his incorporeal, floating mind. "This is so scary." Schultz was the first to comment, unable to keep himself from doing so at the morbid explanation from the narrator. "Why is Subaru-kun speaking in the third person?" Rem let go of her sister as she too seemed more bewildered. "This is happening, right as he was killed?" Anastasia mused to herself, sitting down in her usual seat with the eyes filling up with her interest. "So this means that he's been going through something else within return by death's confines." She eyed Subaru strangely, giving him a second of sympathy, and looked back up with calculated coldness to what she was seeing. "How very interesting." "There's more to it," Roswell muttered under his breath, eyes widening at the revelation. "There's always more to him than meets the eyes." "Teacher." His lips trembled as the scene above continued. Knowing nothing, aware of nothing, he looked about. Darkness. A room with nothing. A room that was a world without a floor or a ceiling, covered in pitch blackness so great that it defied thought. Suddenly, in the world of everlasting darkness, there was meaning. A silhouette abruptly emerged in front of his mind. The contours of the silhouette were slender and as pitch black as the rest, the upper body more of a fog, rejecting his mind's recognition. With the emergence of the human shape, the mind gained its first strong desire. Strong desire? Amelia looked like she was focusing on what was being said to her, but the visual playing was haunting to a point of distraction. That is fucking freaky. Garfield spat, growling at the imagery of the shadow figure that appeared before them. I don't like the feeling of that shitty visual. Not at all. Something tells me it's more than just animal instinct making you so wise at the moment. Garf. Otto sighed and glared at the silhouette. What is this, and why are we being shown it now? He felt a breach in the cold as the shadow gently moved as if to convey something to his mind. He didn't understand. He was aware of nothing. But for some reason, his mind could not avert itself from the shadow. I cannot meet you. Not yet. With that faint whisper, the dark world abruptly vanished, and in so doing, the shadow, and his mind, went with it. Rah. I don't like that at all. Mimi hates it. Too scary and creepy. Mimi held her head and shivered downward due to the shadows whispering in his ear. Amelia and most of the cast seemed to be shocked like fishes in a sea market from how low each jaw hung. What the fuck was that? Felt asked the question on everyone's mind as she leaned forward with a focused expression. The hell was that woman whispering to Big Bro? But he was meant to be dead. Amelia spoke in a low voice, finding her hand wrapping Subaru's sleeping one as she looked at the pitch-black figure. If he's dead, who wants to meet him? And why not now? Amelia-sama. Crush spoke with a serious tone. There's a lot we don't know right now, but we have to realize that this could be a manipulation of events. Why would this window return the clock to a previous death this early on? Amelia didn't look at the Duchess as everyone seemed inclined to stay silent and think about the question themselves. What does it have to gain by manipulating such an event like this? Petra was the one who softly refuted Crush without much bite in her tone. It's been very accurate to show Subaru's side of things. Though her voice was hoarse, Petra's words didn't give Crush much negative emotion. Just a simple refusal to believe the illness of the window that the Duchess portrayed, which allowed Crush herself to fall into silence, as she didn't have any answer to say. He cannot meet her. Beatrice muttered under her breath, unwilling to break focus from such an unnatural state of being. Who is it? Roswell was the only one with his face contorted into a very deep frown. Teacher's Enemy. WHDA Chapter 7, Episode 6. Shadow Garden Scene 2. Roswell-sama. Ram shouted as she limped with her sister toward the Lord. I'm sorry to cause so much trouble for you. Ram bowed while holding her sister. Oh, not at all. In fact, you both did fine work in my absence. I will most certainly show my gratitude for what you've done for me. You have my word. Roswell smiled gratefully at the butler boy. What's this? Heikel found himself less agitated and more confused than anything else, so he spoke from the foreground. How come this changed again? Any dead and going through something? We already witnessed what he's done after that suicide. Tybee grimaced as he mentioned Subaru's death offhandedly within his explanation to the man. But this. It's a couple more days after he returns from death to save the village. Save the village? Schultz looked confused. He was interested in Subaru's journey, which allowed Heikel to hide his own interest as well. We will tell you later, kiddo. Al sighed, giving the screen a small tilt of his head. This is a very interesting string of events. I guess Bro always had to meet with her. No one heard what he had to say, not even Priscilla, who was sitting right beside him, owning the same calculating expression as her counterparts to the throne below her. 'Tis a very interesting viewing this time around, indeed. Priscilla hummed while leaning back and crossing her leg, allowing herself to be entertained. Subaru-kun. Subaru could do nothing but stay crushed underneath Rem's body as she dropped on him and hugged him tightly. Rem, that hurts. Stop. I'm kinda hurt all over again. I wish I could hug you like that 1,000 times tighter and never let go, Rem whispered to herself as she held on to the hem of her skirt without allowing herself to even lean closer to the boy's sleeping body. Why am I seeing this moment again? The moment I fell for my beloved without a single idea of what I had done to him. She sniffled and kept herself back by leaning away and glaring at the screen with tearful eyes. Another skip. Ricardo murmured from beside Tidy. Things ain't looking clear, but the guy didn't die in this one. Ain't he? No. Natsuki-san didn't die after he was saved by the Margrave from the Bosgarum. Otto noted sternly from the back. This isn't just related to return by death. I winked at Otto's words as they continued to watch. Rim was having none of it as she cried on his chest. You're alive. You stayed alive. Subaru-kun. 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 She whined and cried into his chest. This again. Subaru's tired eyes rolled into the back of his head once again. Darkness. Subaru's mind was invited to the land ruled by the Black Shadow once more. There was nothing. Only his consciousness seemed to hover in space. Subaru dimly realized that he existed. There was no one. There was nothing. Nothing began. Nothing ended. It was a world of no being at all. Subaru felt like he had been cast into the sea at night. He let his mind float with the fickle sensation. What an accursed nightmare this is. Wilhelm spat without a care for how it would be perceived. To not have a handle on where your limbs begin or end is a torture method used in the deepest of Wallachia's dungeon pits. That is a prison of the mind. This isn't just a prison, old man Will. Nyan, Felix muttered after the old man was finished. This is a seamless challenge to Natsuki-kyan. A reminder that he can be summoned into the dark at any moment, whether it be by return by death or by being knocked out apparently. Abruptly, a change came over the world of darkness. In front, directly ahead of Subaru's mind, someone stood. The shadow grew vertically. Before he knew it, a human silhouette stood before Subaru. He couldn't see its face. The shape was indistinct, but he vaguely thought that it had the shape of a woman. Who? Emilia, like most watching behind and around her, looked at the shadow with differing degrees of shock and intrigue, but hers was most fearful of expressions as she stared at the unclear shape of the woman. Who is she? She has power over Subaru-kun. Rim's voice was breathless from her shocking string of thoughts that began a chain of widening eyes across the room. Do you think she is? Tybee looked to his leader and camp's candidate, Anastasia, with his most desperate of expressions. The merchant queen had a ghostly look to her as she stared at the screen above them. The shadow wavered and slowly reached out a hand. For some reason, when her fingers gently grazed his mind, Subaru wanted to weep. The wave of strange emotion washing over him suggested that he had always been waiting for her to do so. No. Emilia whimpered under her breath without a second thought. This pain in my chest. Subaru. You mustn't do something so awful. Waiting for who to reach him? Subaru-kun doesn't even know this woman. Rim held her tone from breaking apart, the screen's pressure becoming unbearable for her and Emilia as they watched. Al snorted from the background, giving Subaru a small look from his visor and looking at the floor. She ain't gonna need that love, pal. You must have promised the same thing I did to her considering how hard you work. Al muttered to himself and leaned back in his seat. But then again, you've survived worse. He had an instinctive desire for the wriggling shadow to embrace him, to swallow him whole, and then it stopped. Something had stopped it. What could stop such a disgusting thing? Ram muttered with distaste, showing the screen's vision of the black figure no greater respect than a cockroach. Why does Subaru want to be embraced by it? It's not right. Petra said with a small frown, not understanding what was going on herself. Subaru's mind realized that there was another shadow, its white fingers embracing him from behind. Another one? Otto couldn't help but rub his hand through his gray hair in frustration. Natsuki-san. Who's doing this to you? He felt worthless watching this alone. This is not just one entity working to keep him stuck in his subconsciousness. Julius spoke firmly from beside Otto, surprising the merchant. This is something much more than just Subaru or the one keeping him tied to return by death as a form of magic or ability. Are we sure that he isn't the Archbishop of Pride? Heikel asked this from the knights who were technically still commanded to report OT him even if they were off duty to help with the selection. His face was curious, but his eyes bore nothing but dislike for the entire situation from the start. Her touch felt soft, and not just warm but hot. The instant Subaru felt that heat, the shadow before him rapidly faded away. He faced his front. His heart trembled. He shouted ferociously. But the world of nothingness had no sound. Why are you shouting as if you're in pain for being away from her? Who is this, Subaru? Emilia asked with a desperate look. I'm trying to understand, but... Emilia-sama. Please be patient. Crush found the ability to keep things calm a bit faded within her as things got more desperate the more they watched. He was left behind as the shadow became distant, fading away. Finally, the shadow serenely stretched her fingers out toward Subaru, who was nearly in tears. VU. Even the words he could not hear faded, and the world fell apart. What was that? Felt was the one to ask, raising a brow in confusion. The heck did she say? I didn't catch that either. Frederica nodded her head, frowning at everything being shown. This is frustrating. It's grating, Priscilla interjected with a bored tone, giving the screen a stink eye from the back. Wasting my time on such a squandered meeting with no substance or meaning shall earn the ire of myself. As if the window or the guy who's dying behind it care, Felt chuckled dryly without any humor in her voice as she faced Priscilla from the front. Ain't no way out, princess. It's Big Bro's show, and we are seeing some weird crap for his recovery to come faster. Does what you think due to commoner logic and insistence on keeping your place as a rival to mine throne? Priscilla scoffed her off and continued to watch over everyone who were busy looking at the screen in confusion. WHDA Chapter 10, Episode 8. Shadow Garden Scene 3. *****. Before the snowstorm could cover him, Subaru's frozen neck sluggishly moved forward to stare at the mansion's front gate. Another change. Reinhard found himself more than frustrated for the lack of explanation about what was going on, but his focus was pulled on the screen to read through its exposition. It seems like every time he goes unconscious, there seems to be a warp in events. Why were we not shown this before now? Tybee voiced his own frustration. This could have been influential far better when we first saw these deaths and faints he went through. Are you joking? So this is some new stuff we are watching with these guys? Heikel groaned into his palms, recognizing the pain on Subaru's face. The beast of whatever will kill him again, eh? Heikel inhaled with a large frown. I need a strong drink after this. A giant head had sprouted out of the ceiling of the great estate. The monster with cold, empty, yellow shining eyes turned its neck to tilt its head as some sort of parallel to Subaru's own turn. The beast's eyes fell on Subaru across the thick snowstorm and tundra that had spawned around the Roswell lands. Sleep. The same voice that had killed Subaru in the last loop spoke toward him. Sleep. Along with my daughter. Subaru couldn't say anything, as his entire form was frozen solid. And as the wind picked up, the boy's head rolled off of his body with no weight or pushback, and his kneeling corpse remained a frozen statue holding a dead girl's body. His face would remain discarded into the dirt, buried underneath the layers of falling snow. A frozen land. An ice-turned world. That's how Subaru Natsuki died. That's a damn joke, Garfield grunted and looked away, far more in touch with his emotions to be used to this sight. Ain't gonna let this fucker live in peace after that. I take back everything I said. Heikel sighed and looked away from the beast on the screen, his hands trembling pathetically. I need a really strong drink, now. Emilia and Beatrice looked away from the screen, not willing to give Puck the time of day, but not wanting to see him in that form anymore as both girls stared at different spots of the front row floors. I hate it. Emilia whispered as Beatrice nodded her heard her. Puck. I hate what he's done. Not like we can change what Bubby's done to Subaru now. Beatrice muttered with distaste filling her tone. Bubby will pay for it creatively, in fact. Yes. MHM. Emilia nodded her head with a big frown remaining on her face. He will learn. He will apologize. Puck's not a bad spirit by all accounts. Ram winced at the sight of her sister's corpse and moved to hold onto Rim tightly by the arm, which the blue-haired girl received with a complete hug of her own as she too wanted Ram closer than ever. I'm sorry, sissy. Subaru Natsuki melted. He melted, and then disappeared. He realized that his mind was in deep, deep darkness. Back to this narration. Felix whispered under his breath, looking creeped out by the screen's imitation of Subaru's voice. Rim flinched forward at the realization she had. Subaru's been stuck in this void every time because of me. That's a bit much to say. Reinhard tried to refute it, but shook his head instead. Focus on figuring out what this woman wants. We don't even know who she is, Felt whined, slamming a fist on her armrest out of irritations. Petra found herself scowling at the floor once Felt had said this. It's very clear who this is, she whispered to herself without allowing Felt or Reinhard to hear. Everyone should have known who this was from the very beginning. His consciousness, dead to the world within the expanding, eternal darkness, shifted its gaze in search of any change. It wondered just how long the pitch-black world of the end would continue. It felt as if it had been locked away, completely beyond the world's reach. What is this place? What am I doing here? It was odd for him to have such questions. To begin with, he didn't understand who he was to be thinking in such a manner. Imagine dying like that and suddenly being thrown air. Ricardo shuddered visibly, watching with a dreadful look on his face. This ain't one of his easiest deaths either. You fucking rated them? Heikel snorted in disbelief, almost tearing his hair in pure outrage at Subaru's stupidity. What kind of hell is this? I'd rather we focus on what's happening on the screen, please. Julius glared at them both, but kept a firm look strict. Subaru. Emilia whispered to herself, holding his hand far harder than before as she continued to watch. Please. Don't feel that intensity towards another one of those shadows. His mind was all that hung in emptiness, lacking any body to support it or receive its thoughts. He stood. His legs were on the ground, but what he thought was beneath. His feet blended with the darkness covering his vision, and so his footing was. Uncertain. Abruptly, there was a change in the vast world of nothing but darkness. A shadow warped and flattened out, and a crack emerged in the nothingness. Without a sound, the rip in space rent apart the world of eternal darkness, connecting the interior of that void to another void. Just after the momentary anomaly, a lone human silhouette emerged from the widening crack. I can't see who it is. Mimi whined while jumping up and down on Ricardo's armrest. I want to know who this is. Be calm, Mimi. Julius surprised Tivy by being the one to calm the girl down from the front row. Julius put himself forward in a seat, with his hands fingers tight like knots, showing seriousness. You understood something, Otto said like it was a fact, eyeing Julius. Garfield gave Julius a look of interest as well. You got something, Bright Knight? Bright. Julius glanced at Garfield for a moment before shaking his head. It's what I am assuming is merely a theory. Otto and Garfield looked to one another as Julius settled back in his seat with a hand on his chin as he continued to watch. I need to see more before saying anything. He thought that the figure was a woman. The instant he recognized it, emotions he could not put into words nearly took over his mind. Emotions filling him? Schultz was the one to speak as bewildered expressions rose on the theater occupants. That's not nice at all. It's just an insult to someone's heart. What are you talking about, kid? Heikel grunted, happy to take his eyes off of the freakish-looking shadow before them on the screen. Ain't no way that narration was saying that emotions were spawning inside his mind. But it said that something filled his head. Al sounded offishly calm to the others, to the point Wilhelm had to glare at the night for a moment before turning back to the window above. He felt fierce, explosive emotions well up. He wanted to run to the figure, embrace her slender body, put his lips to her nape, to drive home that he was himself. What? Crush was the only girl strong enough to comment with a deep frown on her face. Emilia and Rim remained within their seats, looking at the screen like fish out of the river. Subaru-kun. What is this? Rim tried not to sound betrayed as the voice of her beloved explained what was happening to them between him and the darkened shadow. Who is she? Why not speak about her? Emilia's eyes widened, with her face showing heartbreak of a new magnitude that she couldn't describe or take. And yet, he lacked the legs with which to rush to her, the arms with which to embrace her, the lips with which to kiss her and prove that he existed. Even though his chagrin made him want to cry, he didn't understand why these emotions manifested. This is insanity. Felix leaned back with a whitened face. I feel like something's running under my skin hearing this. Naya. I don't disagree, Reinhard said with a deep glare aimed for the darkness above. This is disturbing. And it appears that Subaru doesn't know why he feels this way if the narration is to be believed. It's dumping feelings into Capin's mind? Garfield growled while glaring upwards. This ain't no love or passion. He didn't know. He didn't understand. He comprehended nothing. Subaru. Beatrice whispered weakly as she held leaned back into his warm chest, feeling his heart beat against her head to make sure their connection can be felt in his sleep. You can understand and comprehend everything when you are with Betty. In fact, I won't leave your side until you wake up, I suppose. Emilia couldn't help but give Beatrice a look of sympathy. But the figure seemed to understand how he felt, slowly reaching out with her arms, somehow closing the unchanging distance on her own. Those two hands gently came close enough to firmly embrace him. Get away. Rem whispered and held a glare for the shadow woman. Get away from him. Emilia's breath was taken away as she watched the black shadow hug the perspective of the window. No shape or face visible, not even hair color or body background. Tybee muttered from behind them, making Emilia realize that he's been analyzing the scene to help them figure out information about the shadow even with the increasingly unsettling events. I can't figure this out. It's okay, fella. Ricardo sighed and patted Tybee's head. Emilia frowned, feeling disappointed that her distraction from what was happening above was silenced. As the fingertips touched him, great happiness flooded into him, as if joy was gushing from every cell in her body, filling every nook and cranny of his consciousness. Emilia wanted anything to distract her from what was happening above. She didn't understand why this was being shown now, why Subaru was somehow unaware of who this was and why he felt this way about them. She didn't even know if he was naturally feeling these emotions to this other person out of his own accord. The way he describes it. Subaru feels something akin to. Emilia's voice trailed off, hoarse and tired, but her eyes shone with realization. And then she said, I love you. It's obsession. Wilhelm grunted from the back, as shocked faces filled the room from the candidates, even Priscilla, to the mercenaries and knights beside them. The most special of shock had come to the maids and their lord within the room. What love does she speak of? Ram looked at the window with dislike clear in her eyes. Such a one-sided illusion like this must have damaged Barusu's perception of his feelings. He feels the same amount of intense feelings for this woman. Who? Rem looked beyond heartbroken. She was devastated as she remembered what the narration described. I wanted to hold him and whisper it in his ear when he woke up. Petra's face was ghostly white. The little girl pulled her legs toward her chest as she trembled in place. Frederica was too busy gazing with shock at the increasingly suffocating scene to the point she forgot about the child next to her. Petra's eyes held a strong light within them, however. She was the fastest one to grow out of her shocked state, with fear overcoming her body language except for the eyes. The ones that glared at the window with hostility a moment later. Your scent will leave him. I swear it. Petra whispered while everyone around her reacted. This is horseshit. A man whispered under his breath as well from the back, holding his armrest tightly, using a dangerous air around him after hearing those two words. Ain't no way that this fucking. There's no way she said that to him. I promised her. I promised I'd kill her. WHDA Chapter 14, Episode 12. Shadow Garden Scene 4. Ferris. Julius shouted furiously. No one else can do it, can they? Felix turned with tears falling as he glared at the night. This is what Subaru-kyun wants. But still. Do you think I did that because I wanted to? To use the power meant for Crush-sama, the power I swore to our leader for this. Shit. Back here. Felt removed the shocked expression from her face and looked at the window with concern. This ain't a funny joke. Why ain't this being explained? She looked toward Subaru's sleeping form with pursed lips. Big bro. Ain't it a bit much to have some weirdo fill your head with such intense struck-in? Julius. Reinhard turned from his lady toward his friend, giving his best look of sympathy and support to the knight sitting at the far end of the first row, parallel to him. Otto and Garfield also grimaced like Reinhard as they looked away from Julius a second time, so the knight could keep his dignity. Julius merely closed his trembling eyes and let his head fall down, giving up his neck for the scene to be replayed once again. Ferris. Crush didn't hold the same care for her knight's dignity as Anastasia, who reserved to simply pat Julia's shoulder. She moved her eyes towards Felix and brought a hand to pat the head he was lowering behind Emilia because that's where he was sitting. That power was used for a good cause because you wiled at it. Do not do this to yourself again. I'm trying, Crush-sama. I'm trying my best, but I can't see it happen like this. Felix shook his head and let some tears fall once more as the scene played as used against Subaru-kyun. Crush had to exhale tiredly, giving Subaru a sympathetic glance of her own too. Even if he couldn't see it, she hoped he would feel it. As the two shouted at one another, a third voice intervened. "Ah, it can't be. It can't be." Beatrice and Amelia winced, not at all prepared to hear their friend using Subaru's body once again. Both looked back in shock. Subaru's paralyzed, slumped body now began twitching and manically shaking as he spoke in a disturbing deep tone, his eyes wide and expression completely mad. "Just when I'd found such a perfect vessel, just when the completion of the ordeal was at hand. Fuck this ordeal, whatever it is." Heikel looked at the screen with a mix of fear and an angry glare. "Just up and die already." Schult was nodding his head to Heikel's words, giving his first mean expression to the entity occupying Subaru's mind. A blade was tipped at Petalgue's neck as Julius glared down at what used to be Subaru Natsuki. "It was my lack of virtue that forced this undesirable decision on you and Ferris." Julius spoke with a voice filled with pain and eyes that had no light in them. "I'm sure I'll be punished for it one day." Julius raised his blade in the sky as Petalgue struggled in Subaru's fried body. "I will never die," he uttered in pain as the greatest knight swung his sword backwards. "Whether it is Subaru or Sloth speaking to me in that moment, I do not know." Julius' voice was the only one heard in the room as the tragic scene played above him. All eyes turned to the knight in that moment as he relived a second reaction to the replay of his greatest sin. "But know that Sloth walks no more due to the strength of the man who I struck with that blade." Julius clenched his fist in the same manner his spirits would love to see had they been here to watch him. "No matter who said it, I recognize at least that I had someone stronger than 1,000 men bear the brunt of my blade." That forced most to look at the knight with astonished glances. "You lot are crazy. How can you use this to make him out to be a martyr instead of trying to see that fighting his fight was stupid?" Heikel asked from behind the entire room, looking overwhelmed by Julius' conviction to respect Subaru even during his time seeing the boy die by his hand. "It's the only way to go about this," Julius grunted, glaring at the floor with guilt and shame. "It's only going to bring this same scene over and over again on that stupid boy," Heikel replied without hesitation, earning glares from everyone. "Could have just run away without anyone needing to take responsibility like that. Stop blaming yourself when it's clearly the kid's fault that you had to be there in the first place." Julius didn't reply to him, simply looking on as the blade glimmered on the window. And then, Julius sent the sword slashing toward Subaru's neck. The screen showed Amelia suddenly looking back at the direction of the forest. Worried. Subaru Natsuki failed once again. He died, killed by Julius Jukulius' blade. Most of the Amelia camp had to look at the screen with heartbroken expressions at what Subaru had gone through. Geez. It's harder to watch the second time around. Felt rubbed a hand through her blonde hair, giving a small glance of pity to the two knights who were responsible for the killing of Petelgeuse and Subaru's body. "I'm kinda thankful. That big bro had this power in the end." Reinhard looked down with a hint of shame filling him. "If I had done what I could, there would be no need for such a power. I can't stop imagining what it would be like." Rem looked down at Subaru from her spot behind him. How would it be like if he had no return by death? What was it like for those other versions of us that were left behind with Subaru-kuin's corpses? "No time is more important than the present," Ram shook her head. "Leave that thinking to someone who can imagine it." Rem looked at her sister with curiosity. "Sister, I do not want to imagine what would have happened if I was left with Barusu's corpse at the end of that cliff. Or if he hadn't killed himself to save you on that cliff." Ram gripped her dress for the first time ever in this theater, holding on to her sister with the other hand. "Barusu's done too much for us to think about such endings." "Sister." Rem's chest was filled with warmth, the opposite of what she should feel after seeing yet another horrible unfair death happen to Subaru. She ended up hugging Ram closer. It was dark. An entire world of nothing but darkness. "No." Julius let his head fall into his palms as his face grimaced in pain. "Seems like this narration is playing a moment he lived right after this last death as well." Crush spoke the obvious to them. "We can see that, clearly." Felt dropped her head into her hands as well with annoyance and desperation filling her expressions. "Think there's something about this one that's going to be more special?" "Special?" Anastasia finally gave an inquiring look to Felt, rather than the annoyed, disgusted glances. "You say that because this one happened after the last win? Seems arbitrary." "Seems arbitrary." Felt didn't seem to let go of her earlier spite towards Anastasia. Anastasia looked at the blonde with murder in her eyes, but sighed and ended up looking back towards the window above. He was tossed into a hazy world, seemingly floating in water with no sense of left or right, up or down. His body was unable to move at all. He couldn't feel his hands or legs, and he doubted his eyes and ears were functioning. With his mind so dazed, any thoughts he tried to formulate simply slipped out of his brain. Where is this? Who am I? What happened to make it like this? What little consciousness he held on to resulted only in ramblings that made the darkness flicker ever so slightly. "I love you." In that pitch blackness, a voice penetrated deep into his heart. It hung in his unhearing ears. It reached what should have been his still, unbeating heart. It found a soul, which was still unsure of its own existence. "It's not clear enough for us to listen to probably," Otto commented, finally taking more focus onto evaluating the voice's origins as everyone else in the Amelia camp found it more interesting to glare or watch with concerned faces. How come this voice says it to him without awaiting an answer? Schultz asked this with a small innocent tilt of his head. Priscilla had to pat his head as he continued. This doesn't seem fair to Subaru-sama. Because this isn't love, Priscilla answered him, looking more angry than any of the people inside of the theater, which surprised most. 'Tis but an imitation of disgusting obsession. Wilhelm had to give a small nod to her words. I hope he's saved soon. Schultz looked down with sympathy filling his eyes. No one deserves to be sunk into the dark like this. Petra eyed the little boy with a small hint of gratitude and surprise. She didn't expect someone to bring themselves on a human level with Subaru's situation based purely on emotion after seeing so many unnatural things happen to him. Not in this room where everyone is a jaded character from a background of multiple personal tragedies. He wailed as the voice touched him directly, its wild, mad emotion pressing in on his heart. Stop. Emilia couldn't help her heart break from manifesting deeper into just this word. Please stop, she said, looking at the window with a frown. Into his heart? What the hell? Garfield seemed more aghast than angry this time around. The voice was so terribly fleeting. The whispers wrenched his heart, filling it with such longing that it threatened to shatter. Hearing words lovely enough to scorch his soul made him feel like he would go mad. Roswell's eyes widened. Increasingly, the interest never left his eyes as he leaned back and watched every scene run its course through the window. He kept to himself with many thoughts running through his mind. You feel drunk with maddening love from a witch that overcame reality itself. Yet you still persist. Roswell's voice was low and hinged on everyone looking at the screen with their shocked and astonished faces because of how creepy things had gotten within the void. No wonder the gospel failed to hold you down, Natsuki Subaru. It is the witch of envy that truly gives you the power to combat my teacher's words. As always. The magic lord closed his eyes, giving a slight smile under his gloved hands. One that was relieved, warmed by the ease of where his thoughts had taken him. Please stop. Rem whispered from behind Subaru, something Roswell could hear clearly because of how intense he felt at the moment. Don't give in to this entity, Subaru-kun. It's not an entity, Petra whispered from the side, also heard by Roswell, though he seemed to be the only one that took notice of the little girl's angry glare towards the window. So many of you, but none could see what Subaru's guardian is saying, he chuckled to himself, feeling more and more elated by what he was seeing. She loves him. Teacher managed to make the witch's beloved a part of her grand plans, all while using me to make it happen. Oh, how merciful she is. Roswell's smile was sick and twisted with acceptance and pleasure for his realization. If I had fingers, I would touch you. Minnie blanched at the way he spoke to the shadowed figure. No. Emilia whispered with pain tugging at her chest. Don't give us that. Don't talk with that passion about. Her voice broke along with her expression as she froze in place. If I had a mouth, I would call your name. Rem had to keep a handle on her sister's waist and keep her eyes wide open at the window above them. Why? Why is this happening now? If I had arms, I would embrace you. Crush's hand found its way closer to the sleeping one of Subaru's as she watched with a small steeled glare aimed for the shadowed humanoid above Subaru. If I had feet, I would run to your side. Fuck's this. Heiko looked away and held his head in his hands in order to stop the ringing inside of his brain from making him do something stupid again. 'Tis what your desperation will look like for that wife of yours, sooner or later. Priscilla hummed under her breath, observing the happening on the screen with a curious interest after removing any anger from her mood. Heiko couldn't help but glare at the ground as he listened more to Subaru's confession in the darkest of worlds above them. What do you know? Or anyone for that matter about how much I loved? He grits his teeth together. No response was given from Priscilla as she watched more. If I had a body, you would never be alone again. Who is it? Felt had a grave look on her face as she came to her conclusion already, but the continuous shock running through everyone didn't put any encouragement to say it herself. It's not. No. Reinhard was the one to whisper under everyone's gaze, his mind already rejecting the possibility with an astonished face. But none of these wishes could be granted. He had no fingers, mouth, arms, feet, or body to give. The feeling was the same. In fact, it was a passion even greater than what he'd felt before. The warmth he received magnified his yearning, his emotions many times over, until finally they became sins. Such an explanation. It's as if poetry was achieved. Tybee mused with a whitened face, appreciation for what he was hearing making things more bearable than creepy to his calculating mind. It's nonsense. Wilhelm was the one most glaring toward the window's words about Subaru's love for this shadow figure. Subaru Dano's heart mustn't ache for something so forceful as this. This feeling of oppression and overwhelming pressure. It's nothing but poison on his soul. Hearing your words, I assume you've accepted who this is that has Barusu's heart locked in such a dangerous place? Ram looked to the old man beside her sister and Felix with a knowing glare. Wilhelm nodded his head as Beatrice and Petra both glared at the floor. To break away someone's free will and force them to establish a connection that's made from nothing but their selfish desires. It's the same person who plucked Subaru Dano from his world into ours using such cruel disregard for his life. What's the old man saying, Otto bro? Garfield looked from Wilhelm to Otto and Julius, who both held looks of seriousness on their faces. It can't be. Otto trembled but kept his face glaring at the screen. It's impossible. Anastasia was the one to ask for Garfield's confusion. But when has it ever been normal with Natsuki-kun? She hummed with her voice drifting off into a dead silence. Emilia and Rim looked at the ground from the shock, as both realized what the others were starting to as well. Sloth, because I cannot wipe away your tears. Lust, because I want us to melt together and become one. Gluttony, because I want to consume you, to take all of you for myself. Greed, because I want to have everything that I love. Wrath, because I cannot forgive the absurdity of it all. Pride, because I scorn everything that is not you. Envy, because that is all I feel for the world that embraces you. With this realization, the world shrouded in black was filled with an overwhelming sensation of love. That instant, the supposedly empty space warped, then shattered as irreversible time began to flow backward. It was simple. He understood that he was starting over. Where he had ended in darkness, light was born, and if he walked toward it, the world would greet him once more. I love you. He turned his back on the voice and walked forward. He wanted to turn toward it, but he held fast. However, surely, one day he would take her hand. I love you. The lovely voice called out until the very end when Subaru Natsuki began anew. The Witch of Envy. Petra's voice was the only one heard from the silence in the dark room. She. It's been her this whole time? Frederica's stutter was lost amongst the others who stared at the black square with horrified gazes. This is. What are you talking about, I suppose? Beatrice couldn't but shake in her place on Subaru's lap. Even if you're going to be hunted down by that monster, Betty won't ever leave your side, in fact. She turned to hug Subaru as tightly as she could. Above her, the half-elf watching the scene couldn't but give a deep trembling frown. I just don't understand. After everything he's been through. Now I see this. Emilia's eyes couldn't but show tears building up in the corners even more than before. He's always shown such unnatural devotion to me. He's done so much for all of us, How could you love someone who's destroyed so many lives? Emilia-sama. The witch is corrupting Subaru-kun's mind. Rim firmly rejected Emilia's words from behind. Do not let her make you believe that Subaru-kun would fall for such a monster. Can't you see that it's more complicated than that? Anastasia spoke with a look of pity for the maid and Emilia. I'm sorry, but we just can't know what Natuski-kun actually warrants as people he loves. Not when these meetings with the Titch are happening within his subconscious. Emilia and Rim looked at Subaru with expressions of doubt. I don't even know how to look at him knowing this information. Emilia said, letting go of his hand, surprising Rim and Anastasia. This isn't wise, Emilia-sama. Crush was the one to break Emilia's downward eyesight as she demanded attention from the half-elf. Even should this twisted form of love the witch and Subaru are sharing was real, Subaru had shown you more loyalty and passion than anyone in this room. You heard what he was saying, Crush-sama. Felix interrupted with a guilty expression. His hands were trembling at the very idea. The witch of jealousy. She loves him. And Subaru-kyun loves her too. Oi, what you saying about my captain? Garfield weakly protested what Felix was meant to say. He's not at fault that. He's in love with the damn witch of envy. Garf. Otto cut the tiger off even though Garfield had drifted into silence and a weak look towards the ground. Otto continued while holding his head in his hands. He's stuck being the toy of the most powerful demon of our history. How are we going to help him from such a thing? You still think you can help the guy? Heikel asked Otto with a look that covered his cowardice. Just leave him be and move on to a better life away from such a curse. That will not happen. Petra looked at the man with a glare as she stood in her seat. That which will not make Subaru alone. We will stay by his side. No one supported her wording as all were looking at each other with looks of apprehension. We will help as much as we can but. Reinhard rubbed the back of his head. No. I want to believe in Subaru's goodwill winning against her but. His words. The feelings he has for her. We all heard it. Tybee looked at the floor with an aghast face. We've almost seen her. The witch of envy herself. Geez. Mimi rubbed her head and hugged Ricardo's leg as she hid under the chair he was sitting on. The theater was thick with tension, every emotion sharpened as the truth of Subaru's conflicted heart unraveled on screen. Emilia sat close to Subaru, but a hollow ache grew in her chest with every word that repeated in her mind. Her fingers slipped away from his hand, and she leaned away from his seat, the bitter thought gnawing at her. Was it ever really me, Subaru? Or was I? Just a reflection. Emilia's whisper was barely audible as she stared at his sleeping face with a look of terror and disbelief. Crush, observing from a row behind, couldn't stay silent as she saw Emilia's shoulders droop with self-doubt. Her voice was steady but laced with an edge of empathy as she leaned forward. Emilia-sama, don't let this doubt turn into poison. This is your self-loathing speaking, and it's exactly what they say, this belief that you're only the witch's kin. Subaru chose you, not the witch. Emilia didn't respond, her gaze fixed on Subaru's face as she struggled to hold back tears, uncertain if Crush's words rang true. A loud crack echoed across the room from the back rows. Al gripped the armrest of his seat with his one good arm, his knuckles white with tension. It felt as though the weight of a lifetime of longing crashed down on him. Without realizing it, he crushed the armrest in his hand, and it echoed across the room. He spoke, barely controlling his voice. All this time, and it was him. I was never even a thought in her mind, was I? She looked at him. Not me. Never me. His helmet visor was aimed directly towards the screen where the darkened humanoid figure of the witch was shown. Priscilla, sitting next to Al, barely glanced at him, her chin resting delicately in her palm as if the entire spectacle bored her. But to her other side, Heikel stood abruptly, his eyes fixed on Subaru with an intense glare. His voice sounded throughout the room as he stood tall for the first time since his entrance to the room. Jachilius, bring that sleep-in fool to the other rooms and cuff him with something. He's gonna be arrested for his conspiracy with the Witch of Envy, the destroyer of our world. A murmur rippled through the theater, but two figures rose to stand protectively by Subaru's side. You will not lay a single finger on him, I suppose. Subaru isn't some criminal. If anyone here seeks his harm, they'll answer to me first. In fact, Beatrice said with a loyal glare aimed at Heikel from her standing position on Subaru's lap. Subaru-kun has stood by all of us time and again. I won't allow him to be harmed by accusations that hold no truth. There was no such conspiracy even if you refused to open your eyes to him dying to save us. Rem said with an unyielding tone. Ram and Felt remained where they were, each staring at the ground, torn between doubt and reluctant rejection of Heikel's order. But it was Roswell, with a twisted smile that sent a chill through the room, who spoke next. Ah, Heikel-sama, my good man, let's not be so HAAA sty, Subaru's affections are none of your concern. If you seek to harm him, you'll find I am quite unaccommodating. Heikel's expression hardened, and he didn't back down, even as Wilhelm and Reinhard stepped forward to defend Subaru, their words calm but firm. Subaru has never acted in malice. He fights for us, with us. Whatever his feelings may be, they have never tainted his resolve to protect the people around him, even those who've tortured and left him to die alone. Reinhard's words made Rem, Emilia, Julius, and even Otto flinch the hardest out of everyone. Even Anastasia had to look down for a second of guilt. Indeed, Subaru Dano's heart may be conflicted, but he's proven his loyalty beyond doubt. He does not deserve punishment for his struggles. Wilhelm looked at his son firmly without a second of hesitation. A voice rang out, cutting through the building tension. Schult, with wide, innocent eyes, spoke to Heikel, his tone guileless and soft. Heikel-sama, I'm not afraid of the witch. That's good for you, kid. Heikel didn't look at the boy as he glared at the theater below them. I gotta take care of something, yeah? Tell me later. Schult continued to speak regardless as Heikel faced down a relentless group of glares from Ricardo and Garfield to an assured Petra and Felt. I think you want to protect Mr. Subaru too, don't you? From dying again? Schult dared to hold onto Heikel's glove as he demanded the man's attention. The entire theater seemed to hold its breath, every eye turning to Heikel, astonishment etched on their faces as Schult's simple words hung in the air. Heikel's glare softened momentarily, his eyes flicking toward the screen, then back to Subaru. His face twitched, wrestling with the truth he'd kept hidden behind his harsh words. The kid's just gonna die again and again if no one does something. What's the fucking point if the witch is the one who's done this to him? Heikel looked at Priscilla with a pleading look. If you want to win this race, at least realize just how much danger we are gonna be in if that kid's curse is near us. I can't have that happen to my... You're what, Heikel-sama? Schult asked while Priscilla leaned back with a half-lidded expression of knowledge that told Heikel that he had lost something of a reading battle with her in just half a second. My. He realized what it was she had seen from him in just this 1 second of weakness. My wife. Your family. Priscilla finished for him with a correction as her eyes moved from the pathetic man beside her to the two men staring at him with shocked faces. Your family are the ones in danger most after the half-witch's ancestor comes for her beloved father. Reinhard couldn't help but allow himself to speak emotionally, staring at Heikel with a look of pure admiration and shock. Wilhelm couldn't but look at Heikel with a hung jaw and an emotional dance breaking through behind his wise eyes. You don't know anything. Heikel growled weakly, unable to look Priscilla in the eye as she stared at the crowds once again with boredom, already done with him and his problems. Finally, it was Julius who spoke, his tone calm and earnest, urging the room to pause. Please, everyone, let's watch the rest. Subaru, he'll show us who he truly is. Let him prove his loyalty once more, just as he always has. The greatest of knights not only proved his detractors like Beatrice and Petra wrong by showing them a humble side of himself, pleading for all of them to hear his wish for a solution, but he also showed his friends the absolute faith he had in Subaru. Silence filled the room as the next scene began, and all eyes returned to the screen, waiting to see if Julius's faith would be justified. You one good friend, Julius. I'm glad you're mine. Anastasia smiled earnestly at Julius, fully able to replace the shock of the witch's love for Subaru with her knight's warming belief in the boy. And no one else's, Anastasia-sama. The knight bowed his head to her with loyalty. Season 1, Episode 13, Director's Cut. Begin. The vast empty darkness of the screen showed nothing for a moment. No light, sound, or image could be seen or heard as the focus was placed upon the darkness of a void. Before a certain time, the darkness changed as lights flashed across the interment dark. This is new. Felix muttered, trying to forget what he had just watched, shuffling a little further away from Subaru for a moment. Wasn't it going to show us another death before? The last one was the latest. Meaning this could be the continuation into yet another failed loop or... Tivy paused his theorizing in a little bit of hope. It could be the one loop where things went fine for Subaru-sama in the end. Frederica continued for the boy with a warm, hopeful smile. Emilia's attention perked as she looked up at the screen with her hopeful glance. Blurry images, muffled noises. That's returned by death. Rim gasped, holding onto Ram tighter, unable to hide her excitement from breaking through. He's not meeting anyone. Subaru-kun's free. Many shared the same relief with Rim, if not only to see what Subaru would do to defeat Patelgeese. The image of a tall, familiar-looking man holding something red and circular-shaped was shown, blurred by purple flashes all around. Back here. Otto put a hand on his mouth in absolute horror at the very thought. Crush, and the many others who have been living through their best moments because of their knowledge that the white whale's subjugation went exactly how they had lived it was looking at each other with confusion. That isn't right. His checkpoint would make him go back to even before he had that talk with Rimsan. Crush muttered while looking at the maid. I don't want to see this Appa guy one more time. Mimi whined while gripping her ears in frustration. Yeah, this guy's gotten on my nerves every time I see him because of this checkpoint shit, Felt grumbled under her breath, not willing to let her spite go from what had happened to Subaru because of the three stooges she was employing currently. Purple flashes, muffled voices. Boy, a muffled voice could be heard from the beyond of the darkness. Subaru's voice spoke suddenly with confusion and heartbreak filling his tone. This can't be. The flashing images of his loops and past suddenly dissipated into nothing as the screen went dark once again. Can't imagine being stuck with the thought of having to redo everything all over like this. Ricardo was the one to voice what they were all thinking when hearing Subaru's despaired voice. It's so sucky, man. It's cruel. Anastasia had to agree, rubbing her scarf with a small grin. But Natsuki-kun's up for the job, I suppose, no? He's been through enough now to save everyone. Including all those men from my company who got slaughtered last loop round. She glanced at Julius and Felix with two turns of her head towards the two. Do not forget to let us know if this one is a failed loop or the final one. Please. Julius bowed his head deeply and gave a nod, while Felix just simply nodded his head with a serious face. The darkness didn't stay for longer than a second before the boy decided to open his eyes and look around. Boy, a dogman half-beast was standing before the dazed Subaru with a bewildered expression that held concern. Huh. Subaru's mouth uttered as he looked around him. He was on a field. A green land with many soldiers and robed warriors sitting around him in a circle. Felix and Ricardo stood beside him on each side. Everyone was giving him looks of worry and bafflement. Subaru stared off into space, his mind still thinking back about the lost effort and progress from the last loop. His painful death still lingers over him. Subaru Natsuki. Returned by death once more. Thank goodness. Emilia sighed with relief, holding a hand to her chest. At least you didn't lose everything you've done with Rem and Crush. You're an expert at lying to yourself more than you realize, Emilia-sama. Crush gave a small grin to the downtrodden half-elf that refused to look back at her. So it did change. That moment he always returns to. Schultz clapped his hand with excitement, enjoying the head pats Priscilla was giving him as she had begun showing off that she was in a good mood above everyone in the theater. 'Tis but a convenient service. She hums while stroking Schultz's pink hair. Yes. Petra held her hands in the air showing how happy she was for Subaru to have not started from the very beginning again like the previous long and torturing death she had to watch. Subaru-kun. Rem had to pant from how long she had been holding on to her breath. I thought I'd lose those memories even though I could remember them pretty well. She smiled warmly, wiping away a tear that fell involuntarily. The last one to celebrate was Julius, who seemed to look at the window with a grateful yet pained expression. Hey, wait a minute. Ricardo widened his eyes in the realization of something as he held the head of Tivy in his giant palm out of excitement. Oh, hey. Tivy protested while Ricardo shuffled to the edge of the seat. And this time, his save point updated to just before the sloth expedition had started. Every soldier and knight were still sitting around him with their full attention given to the lost-looking boy. Subaru continued to look around with a wide-eyed, unfocused look. The soldiers all looked puzzled at this. Ahu. Subaru held his ear, which had just been pecked, and recoiled back from an amused, grinning Felix. You were spaced out, so I had to pick on you. Now that was a satisfying reaction. Subaru dropped his hand and blinked back as reality hit him. Felix. The boy asked softly, almost in confusion. Who else do I look like? Did you inhale too much of the white whale's fog? The cowboy replied sternly as everyone gazed at them both. Subaru looked down with a hand on his chin. Oh, no. I'm fine. That told me what I wanted to know. So this means... Subaru grew silent as he stared off once more while the camera panned away from him to show the army that was seated around him in the grass fields. My save point was updated? Came his indulgent whisper. And then the scene changed abruptly to show the opening. Opening theme 2, Paradisus Paradoxum. I'm right. Ricardo laughed as he lit the room with his beastish grin. I remember that weird flirting anywhere. He's the one, boss. Felix had to flush red at the pointing Ricardo was doing toward him, but the healer had to change his expression to one of confidence and nod his head for Crush. I remember this as well. It's the one. Wilhelm spoke from his seat and turned his head to look at Heinkel, who remained standing above them all, hands gripped into fists. Don't give me that. Heinkel glared towards his father heatedly and sat down in his seat once again. There's no one here who can say that the kid's safe after we've seen the sealed which try to reach him. The only reason why any of you are calm or celebrating this shit is because you think she can't break out to get him. It ain't like we need a reminder every second. Felt scoffed and looked down at the ground. The witch has always been there to keep Big Bro in line. The curse whenever he talks about his ability. We already know she can reach him specifically. Reinhard sighed, looking a bit more relieved that Subaru's finally managed to reach something akin to a final loop. This news about the witch has lifted any happiness I had for this moment. Many in the room looked uncomfortable, unable to show open celebrations above what Petra and Frederica had done. Even the ones who had hopeful looks became less bright, putting their hands in their laps and looking between each other and then at Subaru. I want to support Subaru-kun, Rem whispered tiredly, frowning with sadness. The witch's smell never left Subaru-kun since the day we met. She picked him from another world. Otto was the one most cold with his voice as he glared at the ground. As she, the monster sealed away by the three heroes. Natsuki-san was brought here and given this ability so they can meet. As Subaru would never willingly go. Petra shouted over to Otto. Don't be naive. He admonished sternly, making the little maid pause at the harshness in his glare. It's very clear what she was trying to do to Natsuki-san. Otto-kun. Emilia looked at the merchant with a confused look, unable to bring herself to hope. But the boy was already glaring at the rest of the room. Even though we had it narrated to us word for word, I couldn't see it before I thought about Natsuki-san's words to me. Otto held his head in his hand for a second, rubbing his forehead. Tell us what you're figuring out, I suppose. Beatrice urged him with a curious glance, keeping herself close to Subaru. Natsuki-san might be manipulated by the witch herself. To break her seal. Otto spoke, which made everyone widen their eye. Hey now. That's... Garfield stopped himself and turned to look at his captain with a look of realization on his face. You see it too, don't you, Garf? Otto was sure that everyone's eyes were on him, and the blonde tiger as he pointed at the window above them. It's why we've been seeing things we had no right to see for the past few days. Since the start, we've been seeing the witch's plan at work. She wants someone to free her. Garfield held onto his armrest and lowered himself slowly, staring at the ground with a white face of shock. Those words spread the feeling of breathlessness across the room. Heichel's hands trembled even as Schultz held on to him from the side, his glare intensified towards Subaru specifically out of everyone. A power to change time itself. That's why he was given something so. Roswell had to chuckle to himself to stop his own secrets from spilling. Teacher's plan managed to take advantage of her machinations and use the power meant for Envy's freedom to help me instead. Oh, how amazing this day is. It would make sense with how the witch's cult was at a disadvantage when it came to Barusu's stands against them during his loops. Even without the ability to traverse time, he was always weirdly allowed to live. Ram's voice showed her shaking for the first time in a long time. The anger she had in her veins would be visible through her tremors, leading to the death of Rem and the villagers. The witch decided to only protect her precious tool instead of stopping the cult as a whole. But this would mean... Reinhardt's hopeful tone forced many to look at him as he seemed to light up suddenly. This would mean that Subaru wasn't just battling the witch cult. He was using the witch's need for him to put himself directly in the path of her followers. He forced the Witch of Envy to make a choice. Julius had to blink more than once as he stared from Reinhardt to Subaru. The Sword Saint also did the same, both looking at the sleeping youth with astonished faces. Either her lackeys or the one guy she's put investment in. Felt had to laugh loudly in her seat. That's such a fucking shitty choice. I love it. But that would mean that Subaru-kyan has the ability to fight her influence on him. Felix brought a hand to Rem's shoulder, urging her to bear with him. Why would he admit that he loves her? She was trying to make him fall for her. Anastasia was the one to respond, earning looks of hope from Rem and, unsurprisingly, Emilia. Those moments in the dark. Right when he's exhausted and returning from death. Natsuki-kun has no mental strength to fight against such an oppressive and overwhelming feeling of need. This witch is getting more disgusting by the second even though we've lived all our lives hearing about how awful she is. Otto had to glare at Subaru himself along with Anastasia as both agreed on the same idea. This manipulation was just meant for Natsuki-san to stay the course. Stay the course. As in, free the witch. Emilia's eyes roamed Subaru with a distant expression. He's been brought here and given such extraordinary power for such a terrible reason. And it seems as if his own choices have gotten frustrating to the terrible jealous beast. Frederica had a proud smile on her face, giving Emilia the push she needed to let herself calm the beating within her chest. Emilia's heart couldn't but flutter with warmth as she looked at Subaru's innocent face. More and more I become grateful for how crazy you are, Subaru. I can't believe how amazing you are. Crush, who also had a look of amazement on her face from what they were realizing about Subaru's relationship with the calamity of their world, had to give Emilia a small encouraging nod. I had my worries about this, but now we know that Natsuki Subaru wasn't brought here by mistake, and we know his purpose. Crush's hand trailed Subaru's as she gave him a small firm look, and we know how she's manipulating him even beyond her seal. She sinks him in darkness, makes him feel alone. Emilia's face started to show a glare of pure worry and anger. Slow as she was, she had been the first to replay that image in her mind, of him sitting in a dark void with nothing but the shadow of his kidnapper, the one who turned his life upside down for her selfish wish. He won't ever be alone with Betty, in fact. Beatrice reiterated what she had declared from the first moment the witch revealed her shadow for him. Bet he won't ever let him go. This encouraged Amelia to at least try and put her hand on his, giving Subaru a look of curiosity and sadness. And if I am just the afterthought of her forced operation, the thing you're using to replace her, then I'll do my part for you and help you stop being such a dunderhead who does things on his own. Her voice was warm, but filled with conviction as she moved to kiss his forehead softly, a small blush on her cheeks. Above them all, as the girls started gaining their ability to look at Subaru again, while the warmth began returning in such a small amount that it was enough to offset the dread everyone was feeling when Otto first began explaining his conclusion. Al was looking through his helmet and keeping a strong grip on the broken wood he had all but crushed. No doubt. But no one here knows how she is. Al sighed and let the wood fall from his hand, suddenly relaxing his muscles and leaning back in his seat beside Priscilla. Not like Pal will ever be able to get to her anyway. He's going to change his ways just like me. In this I at least feel some security, but damn. I looked at his only palm again, seeing it heal due to the room's effects. This has become so frustrating to watch with every time you repeat, Pal. Just stop and disappear if you can't handle being a loser. Please. Your animosity is pathetic. Priscilla snorted at her knight's moping. 'Tis not mine interest to understand your mumbles as you sit beside me, but have some respect to what you represent as a knight serving this divine. Sorry, princess. I'll let his hand fall and lean back in his seat. A guy's gotta look a little bit nuts when he gets rejected this badly, you know? Not of mine interest, Aldebaran. Bring yourself joy in that I care not for your history with the witches I've told you before this. Priscilla tapped his helmet with her fan as she smirked from the side. But also, do not forget yourself when you show such appreciation to a person who is not your master. I don't know why you're being so patient about any of this. Al had to speak his mind as the lady in red became too much to ignore. What's the plan here? Why aren't you saying anything about these things people are revealing? Priscilla scoffed. 'Tis but the world's service. Let the commoner drabble make mistake after another as I sit and wait for reality itself to answer my questions. She pointed her small pretty nose toward the screen for a split second. Myself needs not to learn from anyone in this room. Not when I've decided that the witch's plan shan't be seen within the light of mine world. That's it. You just declared war on the witch herself, and all we get is to follow along in silence. Heikel, who had been listening to this whole time, decided to glare at his lady like she was nuts. Priscilla hummed to herself and ignored the attention both Min and Schult were giving her as she watched the screen above without any link with their troubles or worries. 'Tis the world that revolves for mine will and mine alone. The wretched witch is but another element that serves to present me amusement after all. Shit. Heikel held his head in his hands and looked desperately at the floor. I need this fucking drink. The screen changed scenes to show Subaru sitting back down on his spot amongst the battle-ready group of knights and mercs. There are a few new things I've realized about the witch's cult. Sounds of confusion and bafflement filled the air as everyone stared at the speaker who was looking around him with uninterested, more determination. Hearing him say it like that, we should have noticed something was off about him. Julius had a small look of disappointment but shook his head and shrugged it off. Subaru-kyun had a lot of weirdness around him though. Naya. Felix also gave the knight a small shrug of his own. I just assumed that he was being his own self. That's true for me as well. Wilhelm nodded his head gracefully. I just wanted to kick someone's behind after I got caught lacking with the whale. Ricardo chuckled and patted his thigh carefreely. Otto had to sigh in disappointment as he realized that his situation right now in the theater mirrored that of Ricardo on the screen. Hey, Ricardo noticed the merchant boy's expression and gave Otto a strong push on the soldier from behind. You did well for all us, air. Beating the whale from your own mind's not something I've heard a lot of people say they could have done. This put a small smile on Otto's face, though it was empty of meaning. Does anyone know of, like, a power you can use to overwrite someone's consciousness, so you psychologically possess them? The black-haired youth asked as his sharp gaze looked around him. Julius found it appropriate to cut in with a look of intrigue capturing his face. In other words, you think the Sin Archbishops may have such an ability? Yeah, I call it possession. It's how he stays alive. It would explain how he keeps popping up everywhere, right? As the soldiers grew quiet after Subaru's explanation, the seriousness of the situation sat in as they couldn't doubt the boy's words for they made too much sense. Seeing why he spoke those words back then is so surreal. Tivy had a look of admiration on his face. I had thought he was a tactical genius or a well-connected guy. It's why Boss had her eyes on him after all of this had settled down, but now I can't help but slam my face on my hand because I can understand exactly why he was laying it all out. It's true. Julius sighed, looking down after realizing that his killing of Subaru was needed for any of this to happen. Hey. Anastasia nudged his head from the back since he was sitting between Otto and Garfield. Keep that frown away from my handsome knight's face, okay? Julius couldn't but look at her with a surprised face as she turned towards the screen once again with a happy smile on her face. This is the end of all of it. And you helped Natsuki-kun make it work. Anastasia gave him a wink that showcased pride and gratitude toward him. Julius thought over it for a moment until his face turned serious as he reported his thoughts. I once saw a research account of a similar subject in an old book. It's a type of magic that has been lost, but the technique only works under certain conditions. Conditions? Subaru perked up and faced the purple-haired knight with hope. Only members of the witch's cult, and only a limited number of those, are thought to be capable of it. And those would be fingers? Felix asked from his place at Wilhelm's side. Most likely, they are the user's spare bodies. It's quite a tasteless arrangement. I suppose one might say it's worthy of a Sin Archbishop. Julius held a tone of disgust as he delivered to the men around him, making Subaru hurry with a question of his own. It's not just the cult, I suppose. Beatrice had a disgruntled expression on her face, making Rim nod. Subaru-kun can be affected as well. You're right, Beatrice-sama. I wonder how he will it. That's not what I'm talking about, in fact. Rim was cut off by an annoyed Beatrice who kept her eyes on the window above. That technique was mastered by someone long gone from this world. The witch's cult is simply using a pathetic iteration of it. You have such knowledge, Beatrice-sama? Felix looked more interested in this than anyone else. I have a particular feeling about this study, but I don't know why, Naya. It should be, for this was an attempt at achieving immortality back when the creator of this research was still alive. Beatrice had earned a shocked look from Felix and many others in the room as she explained plainly. Sadly, the creator was gone before they could perfect it, and the cult got their hands on some of the details even before then. Copycats of this research exist in many a failed form across the world, no doubt. In fact, you can't just lay that out and not give us exact details. Anastasia wanted the vague information the spirit was sharing with them, but Beatrice ignored her as she looked back at Roswell for a brief moment. She turned her head away from the smiling man in the background and continued to watch the window while leaning more into Subaru's abdomen. Disgusting versions exist closer than Betty's comfortable with, I suppose. So if the Sin Archbishop's confidants, the fingers, were wiped out, if that happened, his soul would have nowhere to go, and that would be the end of him. Julius amended with a nod. Subaru's eyes widened in shock for a moment, but Julius carried on speaking without noticing. We should eliminate the fingers in the forest first, and then face Sloth directly. This is my conclusion. As the night fell silent, the many members of the army all held excited smiles and battle-adorned faces as they finally saw a chance for victory over an impossible enemy. You just believed everything the kid said like that? Heinkel found it interesting to him how easily Julius accepted Subaru's explanation. Wasn't this guy the one you kicked to the basements of the Grand Arena? In front of the whole kingdom? Why trust him so suddenly? Julius could sense no hostility in the unpleasant man's tone. He looked at Heinkel with enough respect to dignify the man's curiosity. I respected his efforts during the fight with the white whale. Heinkel's lips thinned, and then he frowned. So him being forced to fight and managing to win made you trust everything he said? No. Julius earned a taken-aback expression from Heinkel as the theater listened in on the conversation from a man in the front row and another in the back. Huh. Heinkel expressed suddenly. Interested again. Even though this is our first time having a sincere conversation, Deputy Commander. I still detest you as a person. Julius simply received a small mutter from Heinkel, who insulted his mother no doubt, but he continued. However, I had long been believing Subaru's words before his achieved with the white whale. Why's that? Felix asked in Heinkel's stead. You got us all interested, Julius Kyun. Julius turned from them all, recognizing Otto and Garfield looking at him with interest, as well as Amelia and Petra. During the royal selection. Before the duel. No sane man would proclaim his loyalty in the same manner Subaru did. It was evidence that he was too stupid to not be trusted when he needed help. That's such an underwhelming reason. Otto slammed a hand on his armrest in outrage, while Garfield fell to laughter beside him. Amelia had to shuffle her feet a little bit as she breathed due to the memory, a small blush reaching her pointy ears. Heinkel shook his head and leaned back from the conversation again. What the hell? This place is filled with idiots. Now you know how it feels when people sit in a room alone with your graceful presence. Priscilla sighed from the side, making Schultz giggle and forcing Al to cough loudly from the other side. Heinkel's face matched Amelia's in redness. But a young black-haired youth with sharp, guilty eyes held his hand up with an apologetic smile filled with unease. Guys, there's one more thing I need to say. Sorry, but I don't think it's only the fingers. I think he may be able to possess me, too. What do you think I should do? As the fields around the group fell silent once more, nothing could be said or heard except for the shocked, huh, coming from Felix and Ricardo. And how did we ever come to have found a fix for this problem? It's very significant. Tybee looked at Julius specifically. You've been with him for most of the fighting that happened against Sloth. I remember only being saved with Ricardo-san and driving Natsuki-san towards the other carriages under the whale's corpse after escaping from a big animal I couldn't see. Otto muttered under his breath as he looked at Julius. That means you guys beat Sloth before he reached me in the village as I was rescued by the Iron Fang. How'd you do it? Garfield looked at the knight with excessive impatience. Julius didn't answer as he too was stuck holding his chin in his hand. I don't have a clue what Subaru did. But he was confidently leading Sloth toward me before we battled, and I killed him. He didn't hide the satisfaction of wording it this way. The screen cut to black. Darkness. A voice could be heard. Filthy woman, an old man said in disgruntlement. What? Woman? Ricardo raised a brow, as did many in the theater. Amelia frowned instantly, not liking how familiar this sounded to her. Then, will you also apologize for being born? You silver-haired half-elf. A rosy voice spoke out sadistically. Oh. Frederica looked from the screen toward Amelia with heartbreak visible on her face. Others like Crush and even Anastasia looked away from Amelia's general direction as the screen showed the abuse she was receiving even though she was helping people. This is a joke. Margrave Mathers endorses a half-devil? Utter foolishness. A loud, obnoxious man yelled out. Roswell didn't show any emotion at this line, merely shrugging it off as if he had no care for the abuse Amelia was being subjected to because of his support for a half-elf. Even her own people? Schultz gave the half-elf in the front row his pity and sympathy, making his mistress and Red scoff. From the darkness, Amelia's voice could be heard filled with disappointment. You know I had hope for you. I thought maybe you, only you, wouldn't give me special treatment. It's impossible. Subaru's voice echoed over the flashing images of his greatest shame, a moment where his impulse embarrassed and filled her with disgrace. I'm not connected to the witch at all. Amelia's voice echoed for a moment, before she let the darkness swallow her. What were you thinking, I suppose? Beatrice held Amelia in a glare of admonishment. Putting yourself through such loneliness because of what? What? Amelia-sama. Otto looked at the half-elf from the sidelines, giving her a small, understanding glance. You're too kind to be that alone. While Garfield nodded along with Otto's words, he couldn't but give the half-elf a small grin of pride as he realized how far she's come from that single moment. Amelia looked away from Beatrice's eyes, feeling the ones of Julius and Reinhard on her, as both knights gave her sympathetic and respectful glances. Don't worry about them, Big Sis, felt smirked at the half-elf from the side, earning Amelia's attention. You saved my behind just because you wanted to punish the thief who brought you air. I'm grateful that this heart of yours remained the way it was before and after we met. We didn't spend that much time together after the loot house, though. Amelia sounded grateful but confused at the same time. Felt chuckled at her and shook her head. A day in this place is like a lifetime. I don't need to be with you for days to know that you're the same person. It's also mostly the fact that I can still count the same weaknesses in your body language that let me steal anything off you. So, work on that. Amelia had to give Felt a disappointed frown as Minnie chuckled at them both. But inside, the half-elf felt more than enlightened by Felt's profession of her gratitude toward the day they met. I'm not linked to the witch, Amelia whispered as her eyes settled on Subaru's face one more time. Her hand managed to find his own once more as she had removed it from before. Maybe that's true if I can make it more and more into your heart. I don't want all of it. Jay just a little bit more than her. Subaru didn't reply, didn't move, didn't even respond to her touch. Amelia sighed and leaned closer to his shoulder, feeling his warmth to disperse the sadness that she felt at his silence. Leah, beautiful. Amethyst eyes opened to find a floating small cat smiling at her. At least Bubby's there with her, I suppose. Beatrice sighed and looked a bit reluctant to give Puck this one good attribute. Yeah, by design. Felt scoffed, remembering Puck's words to Amelia after her fight with Subaru. That's one nasty spirit. I remember what he told Amelia-sama during her date with Subaru after the snow festival too. Petra frowned as she reminded people of Puck's manipulations during the preparation for Subaru's date. Your forehead is all wrinkled. Good morning, Puck. You're early today. Morning, Leah. The cat replied sweetly as he hovered down towards the girl's lap. I thought I'd try going to sleep and waking up earlier. The sweet cat shrugged and smiled down at her. That's a lie. The truth is I was worried about you. You've had it rough lately. Especially yesterday. Images of Amelia being kicked out and rejected by Arlem Village played before the screen cut back to the silver-haired lady sitting in her own melancholy within her room with none to comfort her except for the dotting cat. It was nothing I didn't know already, Amelia said with a disappointed tone. Seeing her falling into a depressed state, Puck held his arms at his sides and calmed his anger by breathing heavily. Even if you know you'll fall, you still hurt and bleed when it happens. The girl flinched on herself as Puck reprimanded her with a stern tone. What do you think I should do, Puck? Amelia asked in desperation. No, not just me. She shook her head in defiance. How can I be better to everyone, and have them be better to me? At the girl's pathetic despair, the floating cat could only chuckle in amusement and give her a warm smile. I think you should do what you want. I'll be on your side, no matter what you do. Amelia's eyes widened in surprise suddenly at her father's gracious words. Her heart calmed as her lips quirked up in comfort. Seeing his words' effects on the girl, Puck took advantage to continue cheering her up. And no matter what you do, you can't abandon that village, right? The cat turned to the door with a thoughtful look. Ram headed out there again early this morning. Maybe we should wait to hear from her. Amelia nodded her head with a more confident smile on her face. More comfortable and cheerful, the noble princess shuffled out of her warm bed as her spirit floated away. I'm going to check in on Betty. Oh, okay. Tell her hello for me. Amelia replied in startlement. That's one suffocating existence. Heinkel looked a little bit guilty for the half-elf situation. Can't believe I said those things about her. You'll stop doing that, right? Schultz looked hopeful at the older man, which Heinkel had to roll his eyes at. Maybe. Heinkel sighed and rubbed a hand through his short red hair. I missed you, Puck. Amelia couldn't but give a small frown at her father's small appearance. Why would you act as if any of them matter when they don't to you? She held a hand to her jewel, giving a small moment for her heart to calm down. conflicted between hate and love for someone who's kept a lot more from her than she realized. This bastard killed Captain. He ain't gonna care for any village or anyone near Princess. Garfield spat as he glared at Puck without any intention of hiding his thoughts. Anastasia gave Amelia a small pat on the shoulder, which broke the half-elf from her thoughts. That was good leadership, putting them before your own and making sure the forests were closed off by increasing the magic on the barrier stones. It's a nice touch from someone who can do so little to please a world that hates or like ya. Amelia was slack-jawed, staring into Anastasia's nonchalant smile of support. Thank you. Anastasia-sama. Amelia stuttered, not being able to handle the sudden praise from someone very much against Amelia's way of doing things at the start of this. Rem, Crush, and even Felt had to smile at the small interaction, which brought warmth back into the center and lower rows of the theater. Screen cut. The screen moves to show a now robe-dressed Amelia walking down the steps to the mansion's entrance hall. The silver-haired beauty was startled once more when she noticed a robed, pink-haired girl standing in front of the gates with a familiar butler standing beside her. Ram. Amelia-sama, you have a visitor. The sharp-looking man bowed his head to the lady as Ram gestured to him. You're from Crush-sama's household, aren't you? Amelia stepped down the stairs as her boots echoed across the hall, looking at the man with confusion yet sternness as she recalled what she had left behind in that household. The butler fell to one knee and placed his hand over his head. I am Wilhelm Trias. I've come here on behalf of my master. On Crush-sama's behalf. I received a blank letter from her yesterday. Amelia spoke in a concerned manner as she recalled the shocking letter she had received. I see. The old man's gaze fell for a moment. So it was true. Amelia's face showed surprise at this. But the man explained himself swiftly. While it shames me to say so, the letter contradicted the message my master wished to send. Amelia's smile was one of relief as she heard this statement. Oh, it was a mistake then? Yes. Amelia-sama and Ramdano. We would like to evacuate those remaining in the mansion, along with the villagers. That is Crush-sama's will. Only shock could be seen on Amelia's face. Look at her face. She doesn't know what's going on and is going on. Mimi laughed at Amelia's shock as Wilhelm worded things with suspense that toyed with Amelia up and down. How did you ever come to fix the issue with the blank letter? Crush looked at her knight and Wilhelm, who both gave her their versions of embarrassed smiles. Expected from a boy like Felix, very unexpected from a diligent man of wisdom and age like Wilhelm. Screen cut. The screen showed the conception of the evacuation as Julius arrived with the merchant carriages and started filling the people of alarm into the carts. Those carts have big explosions in them now. Schultz shouts over the screen, looking worried. Most of the others also seemed to look on worriedly, but the people who were there assured everyone that things would go in a better light than what they were thinking. Amelia's voice played over this scene as panic filled her tone. There's a ring of criminals near that forest. Yes, the punitive force this messenger brought is already preparing to fight the enemy. But why would Crush-sama do so much to help this domain? Amelia asked in suspicion and a shocked voice. My master received a proposal from the Margrave to form an alliance with respect to the royal selection. The condition is a share of the mining rights in Elier Forest. Do you understand? Amelia seemed to calm down, her expression falling into one of deep disappointment for a moment since she clearly didn't have a say in any of these sudden events. So that's what this is about. However, it will be difficult to evacuate all the villagers to the capital. Half of them will go to the capital. Wilhelm said his part and let Ram take over, which the maid did diligently. I will lead the other half to safety in the sanctuary. Roswell-sama is heading there now. The sanctuary. Anastasia muses interestedly, feeling the sudden flinches from everyone in the Amelia camp. It was visible that they were all hiding something. So visible that Felt and Crush ended up looking at them one by one to inspect what was making them stare at the screen in abject dread. Let's not think about it. Please. Otto warned Garfield, not looking at anyone around him. Even Julius, who was inspecting them with interest. Why yeah? Sure, Otto bro. Only for you. Garfield sighed with relief, not willing to think about anything except for one. At least I could meet Captain because of those villagers that went to my home. Yeah, I guess that's one good thing. Otto smiled a little, being hit in the shoulder by an excited Garfield. Frederica smiled at them both from afar, holding both hands together in a small prayer. Meanwhile, Petra was looking downward at her chocolate bar, given to her by the warden before a few viewings ago. I don't want to think about what he might have endured after all of this. The sanctuary and everything in it. Elsa. Petra opened the bar and began swiftly munching on the candy. Oh, I see. So discussion on the matter is already over. Amelia fell silent for a moment, letting the disappointment fall over her. But isn't there something strange about this? It all seems too well timed. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Pardon me. Before Amelia could continue her statement, the gate to the mansion was opened by a man wearing a very signature hoodie. The group hiding in the forest has been observed moving strangely. We haven't a moment to waste. Once they make their move, the entire region will be a sea of blood. What will it be, Captain? No, Sword Demon Wilhelm Dono. The hood-wearing boy reported in urgency and flair, compelling the true pace this situation needed to be taken. I didn't know. He was this close to me this whole time. Amelia had to sigh with a tired face overcoming her expression. I should be surprised, but I am not. That cloak removes a person's attributes and makes them disguised as other people, correct? Julius asked the Amelia camp with a look of interest. Yes, indeed. Created by Roswell Sama himself. Ram proudly showed off her master's knowledge, who held his hands together and waved them with pride in the back. Julius looked at everyone in the room who were confused as to why Amelia couldn't recognize Subaru in just that hoodie. It's magic. That's so cool, Priscilla-sama. Schultz had stars in his eyes and jumped in his seat while pointing at the screen. Priscilla patted his head and forced him to be regal via a small touch to his knee with her fan. Oops. Sorry, The old butler swiftly stood up from his kneeling position and faced the lady. Amelia-sama? Holding her hands together and ignoring her concerns, Amelia swiftly nodded her head. I understand. I gratefully accept your kindness. Has this been explained to the villagers? They have been informed in a timely fashion, Amelia-sama, Ram answered diligently. I see. Betty says she'll stay here. Amelia turned to find the speaker floating beside her ear with a smile plastered on his muzzle. Puck. The screen flashes a scene with a white filter indicating it was a flashback. The small, elegant spirit blonde was shown sitting on her stool and reading through a book placed decently over her lap. Betty can't go. I'll wait for your return, I suppose. You don't have to worry. Beatrice smiled softly at Puck before the screen flashed back to the present. Well, in Betty's case, the Forbidden Library is a much safer place to be. Besides, she can't leave the mansion due to her contract. You know that, right, Leah? Amelia's face turned stern and pouting as her father gave her a smug smile. No fair using that as a reason. Beatrice. Amelia looked at the blonde spirit with a small frown on her face. Beatrice, who was on Subaru's lap, couldn't but tremble in place, unable to show her face to anyone. She gave the floor under Subaru's sneakers a hard stare as her frown overtook her cute expression. Betty's guilty of many things, in fact. In the end, Subaru managed to make it right. We don't know what happened. Amelia patted the girl's shoulder. How many times do you think he had to do it, in fact? Amelia's hand was rigid as Beatrice asked this. Both girls looked down at the floor, no answer between them to what they both recognized as Subaru's many future loops for what he would call Beatrice's contract. As many as it took to get you out. Amelia's weak smile didn't offer comfort to the spirit, though it was appreciated by Beatrice to the point the blonde actually gave in and hugged Amelia while sitting on Subaru. So, since my cute little sister will be staying here, we shouldn't do anything to the mansion. Betty is sweet and kind, but she'll show no mercy. The old man bowed his head in respect. Understood, great spirit. Giving a nod of his head, the cat swiftly flew inside his daughter's hair, almost disappearing if not for his little head coming out of Amelia's silky hair beside her ear. You should do what you want to do. I'm on your side, and yours alone. He whispered and integrated himself into Amelia's hair. The three servants before Amelia fell silent and ready for her word as she calmed her nerves and used the confidence her adoptive father placed in her to take command. We will evacuate. I don't want to put the villagers in danger. Behind his hood-covered face, the screen showed the young man's smile. Thank you. Amelia sighed and patted Beatrice's head, noticing Subaru's smile and blushing at the thought of him dotting her even from so close and at a hidden distance. He noticed something he liked. Felix teased from behind them, forcing the blush to reach the pointy ears of the half-elf once again. What's there not to like? It's a perfectly heroic choice. Crush blinked at her knight's attempt at teasing the woman beside her and Subaru. This led to more redness covering Amelia's white skin from her neck to pointy ends. Screen cut. The window showed Amelia standing at the outskirts of the village, seeing off the last of the merchant carts that were filled up with villagers and started taking off towards the other moving wagons towards the capital. We're ready, lady. A sweet high-pitched voice spoke cheerfully towards Amelia, making her turn around and face the group of village kids holding backpacks and nervous smiles towards her. Petra took the lead and smiled cheerfully at the confused Amelia. I think there's been some kind of mistake. No. Ram suddenly took to standing beside the group and explained to Amelia. No. Given the number of people and carriages, we must ask you to ride with these children. It's a necessary measure. Can't we put them in a different carriage? That would be better for the children. Amelia's words were cut off as the hooded young man from before came back with his voice filled with amusement and confidence. You think no one would want to ride with you? Amelia turned to the boy as he spoke. Have you asked the kids how they feel about that? Perhaps you just assume that they hate you and wouldn't want to be around you. Here he comes again. Ricardo laughed loudly at the very notion that they expected Amelia to have no support with Subaru around. He's so sweet. Frederica had to gush on her own, giving Subaru a proud smile once more. Amelia was the only one giving the screen something akin to a flustered pout in a sea of chuckles and small cheers. That's not. I don't need to ask them. I know it's best for all of us. Amelia spoke with a tone of finality, but the hooded youth wouldn't budge as he ignored her. 6 children and 1 dragon-drawn carriage. If we stumble here, how will your wish ever come true? Are you? Amelia's words went dead as the hooded boy knelt before Petra and the kids. What do you think, Petra? Do you refuse to ride in the same carriage as her? The young boy turned with a smile to Amelia as he gestured for the kids to speak. Fearing what the answer might be, the silver-haired lady closed her eyes and held a hand to her green crystal for bravery as she waited for the verdict. Of course not, Petra answered cheerfully. Huh? Amelia breathed in bewilderment. You're the lady with the potato stamps, right? The one who always came with Subaru to watch us do our radio calisthenics. Petra asked with a wide smile. Well, Amelia stuttered at the questions. We couldn't see your face, but we saw you having a good time talking with Subaru. Petra delivered a bright smile as the rest of the kids nodded energetically. Amelia could only raise her brows slightly as a small hand was offered to her by the cheerful village girl. Come and ride with us. Amelia's amethyst eyes teared up a bit. Me too. Another kid outstretched his hand with a wide smile. I want to ride with you. Another came from Petra's side and offered his hand as well. Come on, let's go. Come with us. And it's going to be pulled by a dragon. That's cool. Amelia could only smile in relief at the innocent laughter the kids were emitting as they huddled around her. The hooded young man smiled gently at the sight and noticed how Petra was shooting him a bright one of her own as her friends surrounded Amelia. You were in on it, Petra-chan? Amelia looked at the little maid with betrayal covering her face. Even Ram had to glance at the village girl with a surprised expression. Like we told you in the carriage. Petra didn't look at Amelia, setting her chocolate beside her and neatly wiping away any remnants. She gave the screen a stern expression, enjoying the looks she shared with Subaru, but disliking how they all ended up in this room and what they had watched. Subaru made us promise not to leave your side. Made you, huh? Amelia's gaze lowered. After we begged him to come with us. Petra added with a small grin on her adorable face. Amelia's blush had to have unlocked a few different tears in this one session alone as her ears became blood red. Amelia turned to the pink-haired maid. Ram, take care of things at the sanctuary. Be sure to protect the villagers. You take care as well, Amelia-sama. Turning around as the kids tussled around her, Amelia smiled at the unknown stranger wearing the hood. I need to thank you too, huh? Where did he go? Ram sighed as Amelia looked around for the kind hooded boy. He was gone. He was working hard to make it all turn out perfect. Ram nodded her head with respect. I always thought he just wanted to flair like an attention-starved clown, but Barusu was also trying to be thorough, much like his senpai at Mansion Shores. As Ram crossed her arms with a proud look, Al had to speak from behind everyone, not sounding as upset as he once was after a long while of moping. I didn't think he called blue-haired San senpai. She's the one doing all the housework after all, right? Al chuckled as Ram grew a vein on her forehead while the rest shuffled away from her. Screen cut. The scene changes to a hill overlooking the center of Arlem. Situated on top of the apex was a normal-looking man and 2 witch cultists standing at his side as the 3 looked down at the evacuating village. The normal man swiftly opened up a small golden machination that somehow showed his mana. Now I get it. A young speaker startled all 3 cultists with a smug tone. We couldn't figure out how you guys stayed in touch. Those Mattia sure are handy, huh? The normal-looking cultist spy could only hear 2 thuds on the ground behind him. He looked back to find a white-robed boy standing right before him while both of the other cultists were bleeding on the ground, courtesy of Wilhelm and Julius. There's a heavy price to pay for the crime of interrupting my touching reunion with Amelia. The hooded youth finally lifted the hood away, revealing Subaru's nasty-looking eyes and smug smirk, scaring the spy and making him step back while deploying the cultist's blade in his hand. Here? Before he could speak, 2 more cultists rose from the ground beside him, but they both got sliced in half in a single second. The spy found himself with a blade pressed to his neck. Too slow. Wilhelm mocked as he held the spy at sword's point. In short, we knew you were a spy. How we found out is a trade secret. So we set a trap for you, the contact for the witch's cult. Subaru explained whimsically as he took possession of the spy's Mattia while Julius cuffed him. The witch cultist spy could only stare at Subaru in bewilderment and a bit of fear. The black-haired youth stood up and glared at the scum below him with hatred. 2 hours. You gave your buddies a schedule that was 2 hours behind. We'll use that time to get Amelia and the others out of here, crush the fingers that know our location, and make preparations to crush your sin, Archbishop. As Subaru explained in a vengeful tone, the spy's eyes widened more and more to the point of dilation from fear. Having your enemy always a step ahead, ready to destroy you. You're about to learn just how terrifying that is. Subaru was cursed with hate. That, Otto swallowed as Garfield cheered beside him. That is terrifying, but it's fantastic work. Anastasia had it within her to grin at Subaru's sudden backbone against the witch cult. That's majestic to watch after such a losing streak. It's only because the witch's cult isn't fair or moral. Reinhard defended Subaru's words and actions even though there was no need for it. Calm yourself. The kid doesn't need your kiss-assy protection in this situation. Heinkel sighed and put his face against his palm as he leaned back. These bastards blasted children to bits. I didn't recognize that they could be within the merchant collection I was with during the Life is Fog situation. This is scary to think about how many cultists I've met throughout my career. Otto shook his head and let Garfield slam a fist on his head in casual admonishment. Be brave, Otto bro. Captain won't have to face as much trouble because of his quick wit. I have to say that things are going far too smoothly this run around. Reinhard held a look of hope as he smiled at the others. I'm hoping the hard part's going to be taken care of soon. Julius and Tivy smirked as Mimi giggled from the side. That sloth will go *blehhhh***. She imitated the sound of someone losing air before jumping high in Ricardo's lap. He will be crushed like a bug. Yayaway. I do not feel comfortable, Tivy said with a stone face as people looked from his creepy sister toward him specifically. Scene change. Emilia, now in the carriage with the kids and looking at the rest of the army as they made preparations for battle, held her arms in a praying manner and gazed at them all with a hardened look. May the blessing of the spirits be with you. I wish I could have done the same to your carriages as well. Crush Sama. Remington. Emilia felt like she was speaking to foreigners all of a sudden, but her bow was as respectful as possible. Crush and Rem gave each other a small smile before nodding at the half-elf. No need, Emilia-sama. Your night was more than sufficient as a blessing, Crush said with a small glint in her eyes. Subaru Kuin's great, Emilia-sama. Rem nodded with a grin. Both of them could see Emilia's respectful expression slowly morph into one of a pout that showed jealousy and heartbreak. They both giggled at her small scoff away from them. As the final carriage started moving along, the knights were given roles to protect the evacuated carts. Subaru was surprised to see Wilhelm gazing toward him as he walked along the carriages on his dragon. Good luck. The old man whispered farewell and carried on his road and duty to protect the villagers, leaving everything else in the hands of the youth. Heinkel and Reinhard looked at the scene with varying degrees of understanding and frustration as both recognized what many had. Your respect for him shows through such mannerisms. Wilhelm Donno. Crush smirked at the sword demon who was unabashedly smirking at his younger self on the screen. So this is what enabled you to trick Emilia-sama and chase her off, huh? Felix teased while holding the white-robed Subaru was hiding behind all this time. The sharp-eyed boy flinched back with a blasphemous expression. Don't put it that way. Even if it's accurate, it makes me sound bad. That robe has been woven with quite an odd spell. Julius inquired from the side as he gazed at the robe with interest. It was handmade by Roswell. Subaru spoke with a disgruntled expression, not liking the subject of the explanation at all. Apparently, there's a spell woven into it that prevents recognition. It was originally Emilia's. The vision of Emilia's fight with the boy as she threw her robe against his pathetic face and left him playing. Some flinched at the memory of the fight. Heinkel and Schultz seemed more interested than most in it since they hadn't watched such a scene before. You threw something that good at him? Heinkel whistled at the stupid move by Emilia. I'm holding my tongue pretty hard right now. Emilia had to blush in embarrassment at her oversight, fiddling with her fingers and shuffling her feet again. Roswell, who made the robe, didn't seem all that bothered by Emilia's mistake. He merely chuckled at her forgetfulness being used by Subaru. His mind is truly a WOO-ender, who remembers such mundane details. It was left by his master. The pig probably sniffed it for a day or so. Priscilla hummed from the same row as Roswell, equally as uncaring about the happenings on the screen as he was. Ew. Schultz looked disgusted by the prospect, which earned his innocence a small head pat from the beautiful woman. Subaru softly looked at the two knights beside him. Then he noticed their looks of disappointment. I didn't steal it, okay? Subaru yelled defensively. Felix mused with a suspicious face. Well, the plan to correct the mistake with the blank letter worked out. The screen showed Ram standing in the forest with her clairvoyance activated, making the maid take hold of every insect or creature's vision in the forest. The vision showed Subaru and Mimi running along the roads to alarm while holding giant signs with writing on them, clearly placed for the maid's clairvoyance vision. The letter was a mistake, it was my fault. Ram read the signs in amusement. That is just Barusa being creative, Ram approves. As many looked at her with amused glances of disbelief, she nodded her head telling them that it was all real. We kinda helped his brains to run, but this was mainly all him and Mimi-chan. Felix smiled at the little girl who cheered at being praised, earning a head from Anastasia. The scene changes back to Felix, carrying on with his explanation. And you worked so hard to convince the villagers, Subaru-kyan. Felix teased mercilessly as Subaru blushed in shame. The scene changes to a pleading Subaru bowing with his head to the ground in front of everyone in the village. Please, Emilius. She's a girl who can be friends with all of you, and I want you to give her the chance to make you see that. The villagers all looked at one another as they thought over the bowing boy's pleas. Ram and the other knights looked at Subaru with expressions of surprise and some respect. No. Emilia looked at Subaru with a bit of emotion overwhelming her eyes. Don't do that. Raise your head, Subaru. She whispered with her hand squeezing his and her eyes watering with positive emotion. What a way to turn them around. Wilhelm snorted with a small smile of his own, giving Subaru sincerity and respect. It was unbelievable to watch in person, Ram explained to the ones looking at her and Felix in the second row. The boy lowered his head once more until his forehead was smudged with dirt. I'm sure you all have a lot you'd like to say, but please let us protect you long enough to create that chance. Subaru pleaded urgently. The young man's leader looked reluctant for a moment, but sighed and smiled tiredly at the boy. Sheesh, you really are hopeless, Subaru-sama. The young man chuckled and walked towards the bowed boy with a hand outstretched. Subaru took the hand offered and stood up as the man pulled him up. If you insist on protecting us so much, what choice do we have? An old lady seemed to be tearing up at Subaru's efforts. Getting old is just awful. I think my tear glands have weakened. Subaru looked around and saw the grateful, smiling faces of all the villagers around him. Thank you all, the boy said in relief and gratitude. We should be thanking you, Subaru-sama, the old leader of the village said in a more grateful tone. The scene changes back to Felix holding his hands together while smiling innocently. You actually moved me. Don't bring it back up. It's embarrassing. Subaru pleaded to make the catboy giggle. Crush had to grin at seeing the two interact. He's done very well. No one would have cared about those people as much as he. The Duchess had to look at Subaru and smile at him directly. Job well done. That just leaves. Felix mused as he looked back towards the oncoming faction of their army. Ricardo came running back towards the trio on his rider with his giant blade resting on his back and blood covering it. Welcome back. How'd it go? Felix greeted as the dogman jumped off the creature. We pulled off a surprise attack on the ones our location was leaked to. If I messed up, I'll retire as a mercenary. That map did a nice job showing us the way. Subaru looked at the parchment held in the dogman's pocket and smiled wide. So the mark on the map really was their base. I don't know if you'd call him fastidious or high-strung, but it worked against him. The dogman threw the golden mirror-like Mattia towards Subaru, which was caught easily by the boy. And we got what we were after. This should shut down their communications network. Ricardo and Subaru were interrupted as another group of mercenaries came from within the woods with the twins leading them. Hooray! We killed them all. Mimi shouted with glee, to which her cousin shouted from behind. Don't say that. It makes us sound awful. Tyvee turned to the group and announced. We took a prisoner too. A prisoner. Emilia looked around to figure out who that would be from people's expressions since they were there. She blinked when she found Ricardo and Mimi chuckling while looking toward Otto in particular. The merchant boy himself, when Emilia looked to him for answers, had a large look of surprise on his face once he witnessed Ricardo appear at the window. I almost forgot how my first meeting was with Natsuki-san. At Otto's words, Emilia and Garfile gave small raises to their eyebrows. Subaru was surprised by this. A prisoner. Just then, two riders came in holding a pillar of wood with an unfortunate-looking young man tied by his arms and legs on the pillar. Subaru started laughing suddenly. He's not in the witch's cult. I wondered why you hadn't shown up. You got caught. Subaru continued to laugh as Otto was placed down by the riders. I don't know who you are, but thanks for saving me. Actually, I'm really in no mood to say that and mean it. Damn it. The unfortunate merchant yelled in despair as he was still tied to the pillar. Subaru just laughed more. Emilia ended up bursting into giggles, as did many around the room who were having their fill with how well things had turned out. Even Priscilla gave a small amused snort at Otto's sudden appearance. The head minister was the only one not chuckling or laughing. He was merely smiling warmly at the scene, even if he disliked Anastasia and Roswell specifically laughing at him so fully from the background. My meeting with Natsuki-san. I'm finally at the point where I can remember what happened next. How does it feel, Otto-kun? Rem didn't talk much to Otto before, but she had the urge to smile at the boy and share with him a bit of support. Finally feeling the hopeful feel of it being the final loop, like we did. Of course, Rem-sama. Otto had to stop himself from talking and put a hand on his face. Otto-kun. Rem's worried tilt of the head made many look at Otto as he wiped away some tears that began falling on their own. Otto sniffled hard as his tears wouldn't stop running down his cheek. By the end, Garfield had put an arm on Otto's shoulder and silently nodded to everyone who was looking at them to keep watching. These damn onion plates everywhere in this fucking place. Watch your language, Garf. Frederica criticized the tiger boy with crossed arms. I'm trying to be a good friend over air, sis. Scene change. Everything is ready. Subaru, we can leave at any time. Julius reported as he stood by Subaru's side before the now fully emptied village of Arlem and the few soldiers left over to fight with them. Let's do this, everyone, Subaru ordered his comrades. We'll begin as planned. Now, this time we'll finish it. Let's show Sloth and Fate what we can do. Scene change. A silent, withered green corpse with no eyelids and dried lips stood underneath the opening to a cave. An emotionless, sharp-eyed boy stood before the opening from the depths of the forest. Beyond them both, a cleared area between the mountain hill and the trees of the forest. Betelgeuse and Natsuki Subaru meet again. This suddenly, Schult couldn't but gasp at the little to no build-up of this meeting. Here we are. This, Subaru had to do on his own, and it fixed the issue with Sloth's possession. Julius called out to the theater, giving a thumbs up for Felix to continue in his stead. What we know is that Subaru-kyun could kick Sloth out from his explanation about it to us. But we didn't know how Nyan. Felix rubbed the back of his head in confusion. We are about to see it, I guess. Al snorted from above them, unable to be more charitable to Subaru after what he had witnessed from the witch. I bet Pal's gonna make use of her again. No one heard him as he groaned under his helmet. I'm very interested. Crush earned Beatrice and Amelia's nods, both girls showing remorse for Patelgis once again as his decrepit state of being was on full display once more before them. What a monster you have to fight on your own, Subaru, Amelia whispered to herself with a frown. Save Geese the pain of existence, please. I've been waiting for you, believer in love. I am a Sin Archbishop of the Witches cult, representing Sloth. Petalgius Romani Conti. Subaru moved forward as the green, disgusting figure of Sloth stepped before him and bowed elegantly after introducing himself. Pleasure to meet you, great Sin Archbishop. If you could find it within you to add my body and soul to the ranks of your fingers carrying out the ordeal, there would be no greater honor. Subaru declared as he bowed down with a hand on his heart. What the hell? Ricardo widened his sharp eyes and looked around as everyone let go of their happiness for once in shock. Ain't he giving up easy? Felt shouted, holding onto her armrests and glaring at Subaru in shock. What is he doing, I wonder? Beatrice narrowed her eyes, jaw slackened. Petalgius looked struck by this for a moment and slowly stepped back in shock with tears in his eyes. How wondrous, how vivacious your faith is. To think there was such a devout believer. Please forgive my sloth for failing to find him. The green man quickly yelled out and screamed as he ran into the cave's wall and smashed his face into the rocks over and over until he bled. Forgive me, 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 forgive me. Startled by this, Subaru held his arms up as he tried to calm him down. Please stop, Archbishop. Why not? Let him do some damage before you slice him. Heinkel glared hatefully at Petalgius. I don't trust what Subaru is doing. Petra seemed more worried than ever by Subaru's acting. The madman stopped his torture and held both arms to his head. But, I have no way to atone for my sloth and foolishness but by punishment. That's not true. Subaru contradicted and held a hand to his chest. The witch wouldn't want to see her beloved believer in pain. She would be happier to see you carry out the ordeal. Petalgius' eyes widened in surprise as his mood lightened up. You are exactly right. Yes, the ordeal. What she needs from me now is the ordeal. We never truly understood what this ordeal was about. Otto sighed and looked at Heinkel and Schult with a small frown, seeing the interest in their eyes. We just know that it centers around Amelia Sama. Ram nodded her head, earning a small frown from Amelia. Of course, Heinkel had to sigh, though biting back his tongue from saying anything too mean. The others still didn't appreciate his comment and glared at him. The Archbishop jumped out of the cave and fell in front of Subaru. Your words have opened my eyes. Thank you. Thank you. With this ordeal, we must test her. The corpse-like madman hugged Subaru tightly and whispered into his ear with a nasty smirk. To find out if this half-devil is a worthy vessel, if she is worthy to put the witch into. Subaru looked dumbstruck at the madman's words. Put the witch into? Vessel. Amelia looked spooked by this very idea, finding herself slack-jawed like a fish in the open air. I mean, that's enough to be a cultist plan, I guess. A little uncreative. Felt sighed with annoyance, not bringing this idea much alarm like the rest of them were doing. What if such a thing was possible? Julius bit his inner cheek at the very thought, glaring at Petalgius. Amelia Sama would always be a primary target. Then Subaru would force the witch to make a choice time and again. Reinhard gave Julius a warning look, asking him to be mindful of Amelia's feelings. It's him or the followers of the witch. And what if Pal's being used to prepare the half-elf lady for his own ordeal? AL's words stiffened many backs in the room, but he chuckled as Petra glared at him. I'm joking. Amelia kept frowning deeper, even though she held Subaru's hand tight. Petalgius shook with excitement as he held the boy. If she is, the witch will possess her. If not, she will reject her. If she proves an unworthy vessel for the witch, then the witch will be reborn into this world on the coming fated day. Subaru's nasty eyes could only glare in anger at the madman. You're saying Amelia is secondary, with no value to you at all? The boy growled as his fist closed. You monster. His eyes lit up with fury. At this, Amelia seemed to have found her ability to breathe again. Seeing Subaru glare and denounce the ordeal just because he thought more of her was a light she never thought she would need during this moment. Thank you for thinking about me as something more than everyone else saw. She whispered while nuzzling the boy's hand to her cheek, having his warmth spread through her even if it was the slightest touch. That's a lot more different than what he saw in you when he was at the castle. Crush held a proud grin, feeling just as outraged by the way the Archbishop spoke about Amelia as Subaru. He managed to learn that you're not whatever he wants you to be. I wish I could have just taught him this lesson without him needing to learn it the hard way. Emilia sniffled, keeping her face close to his palm. What a price he paid for such a stupid lesson. She hugged his hand tighter. Wilhelm and Heinkel both looked away from the half-elf with guilt-ridden faces that were hidden behind walls of their treatment of their wives, and how far they went to learn that same lesson with them. Walls that were different, but in the end served to hide the same shame they had. Just kick his ass already, Garfield growled, glaring at Patelgeese without any filter for his hatred of the green corpse. That bastard's done too much for him to survive any o' this. And it, Captain. The madman, seemingly unable to hear the boy's growls, jumped away from Subaru and held his beloved black book before him. The words inscribed in the gospel tell of her love. All of it guides my path. Show me your gospel. Betelgeuse calmly asked as he manically held his disgusting pose. Seeing the black book, Beatrice had an immediate look of sympathy for the madman, seeing him hold on to such a fleeting and corrupted hope for salvation. It will never come to you, I suppose, Beatrice whispered. Behind everyone, Roswell had the eyeless of glares towards the book to showcase his annoyance and deep grievance with its existence. Subaru remained silent for a moment, holding his arm out with a small golden object in his palm outstretched to Betelgeuse. What is that? The Sin Archbishop asked as Subaru opened up the contact mirror before the madman. Just what it looks like. A Mattia, Archbishop. Subaru smirked as the mirror glowed brightly for a moment and showed Felix smirking at Betelgeuse from his end. Oh, I see him. I see him. His face looks just as scary as I'd heard. Betelgeuse slowly turned his pupils up towards Subaru. Just who are you? No. What are you? The madman shouted before stepping back from the boy. Felix held a salute and ordered confidently. Now then. Tora, Tora, Tora. Asterisk click. Asterisk. Subaru clicked his fingers together, wearing a smug smirk. Asterisk Kairawaa. Asterisk. A black-scaled dragon dashed at full speed from the side and knocked the archbishop a few feet away from her master with a nicely implanted smash of her head into the madman's side. That dragoness is more fierce than I remember. As everyone around her began to cheer with sudden excitement at Betelgeuse's harm, Crush looked at Patrash with something akin to admiration. Even that ground dragon is crazy. Heinkel looked baffled at Patrash with his hands continuing to tremble. Why would it be so loyal to some kid like that? Meanwhile, Garfield was the only one expressing a hint of a wince at the attack Betelgeuse had endured, subconsciously rubbing his own side in remembrance. You got a lot o' guts to do this shit against mine amazing selves after doing an archbishop into the mud like this. Garfield had grown a small smirk for Patrash that was mischievous and proud at the same time. Otto looked at the black dragon with a small hint of worry. I wonder what she's doing in the outside world right now. I missed listening to her gossip with the other dragons. She's a tough one. Don't worry about Otto bro. We'll be out of here in no time. Garfield patted Otto's back and went back to watching the window with excitement. But Otto kept his look of concern, not wanting to ignore Patrash's loneliness at this moment in time, especially since they were plucked from her side on the way to Pristella. Our surprise attack is a success. What? Surprise attack. Surprise attack. Betelgeuse got up with a betrayed look on his bleeding face. Softly wiping his hand on his nose, the bishop's eyes snarled in rage as he summoned dozens of unseen hands towards the boy. Then what do you think of this? The madman shouted as he sent his hands towards the boy. Subaru quickly hopped on Patrash's back and sped away from the oncoming authority. How? How can you see my authority? Who knows? Asked the witch that left her scent all over me. Oh, that's right. Unlike me, you haven't received the pass that lets you meet the witch anytime. Subaru gloated with a smirk as he looked down at Betelgeuse from atop his dragoness. It mustn't get lost on us that this has more to it than just the taboo moments, Wilhelm said as many nodded with nervous looks beside him. Using this to taunt an archbishop to follow him? How obvious, but still reckless. Anastasia hummed with deep satisfaction. Guess he has to play the bait for the grand finale. Whatever he planned with you, Julius. Not that I disparage him for using such underhanded methods. If only he didn't have to remind me of his connection to the witch. Julius shook his head, rubbing a hand through his hair. As if I can judge when she had saved him from my sword and sloth's spirit possession. What was that, Julius? Emilia asked him, just as disheartened by hearing Subaru mention the witch and wanting any sort of distraction while everyone around her was hesitant to cheer for him after his words. The knight shook his head in return for the candidate's question. I wish not to bring any undue worry, Emilia-sama. What do you mean? How dare you speak as though you are intimate with the witch? Betelgeuse shouted in outrage at the smirking boy. We're so close, she's grabbed my heart. Literally. Subaru winked at the madman, knowing exactly what he was doing. Inconceivable. Betelgeuse screams in rage and bites his fingers until he bleeds. That cannot be. Both of them could only stare at one another with Subaru sleeping in between. Emilia gave the slightest of sad frowns, while Julius seemed defeated at a prospect only he knows very well. Intimate doesn't begin to describe the feeling she's instilled within him, Emilia whispered while looking away from Julius. Saving him was merely an effort done to mock my uselessness when he needed it most. Julius glared to the side, fully appreciating the candidate not looking at him anymore. You're doing too much. Otto glared but was ignored by Julius. Still tasteless to hear him say that after so much being hidden away from us. Rem frowned from the background, earning a nod from Ram and Frederica. It's just what he needs to do. Petra hugged her legs and looked at Subaru with deep concern. To beat the monster who's killed so many of my friends. Subaru's doing his best to win. I understand and see what you're forced to do. Please take care of yourself. Let's go, Patrash. Subaru ordered as he strode his dragon away from the giant black hands coming towards him. As the boy and dragon rocked through the woods, Betelgeuse managed to fly in the air as he sat on top of a black hand. Don't you think you can escape? Here he comes. Here he comes. Here he comes. Subaru screamed as multiple archbishops rose from the ground behind him. He's coming. He's coming. He's coming. Keep it up, Patrash. The black reptile glared in determination as she picked up the pace and bulleted through the woods. Futile. Impossible. Vanish in the face of my diligence. Betelgeuse shouted as his unseen hands crushed and tore through the fauna of the woods, breaking trees and chunks of land as Subaru dodged and jumped away from the oncoming strikes coming from the balled-up, flying man. Sorry to rely on you all the time. You're the best, Patrash. But, this is the end, the end. Subaru looked worried as he noticed the witch's cult members catching up to him and beginning to throw knives and Goa spells at him. The suspense was through the roof as people began noticing just how well Subaru was doing on his own. This is more than just his usual tactics. Subaru's not even showing fear anymore, Reinhard said with a small hanging of his jaw from the admiration. After being done in by these bastards more than once. Heinkel's snort was cathartic to hear from those who felt pressure within them due to Betelgeuse's presence on the screen. That kind of puts more on your mind than just fear. Boy's pissed off. Father. Reinhard looked at Heinkel for a small second before looking away to stare at Subaru. He is strong. Wilhelm spoke between the silence that hung over the two men and his family. He's a fool. Heinkel kept his stubborn stance and glared at the window, disliking the entire interaction. Reinhard gave a small frown of disappointment and sighed. But before any of these could reach him, a scream sounded out. Asterisk waha. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk bomb. Asterisk. You guys, you almost caught me up in that. Thanks though. I thought I was a goner. You're welcome. Yay. Mimi replied to Subaru as she rode on her Ryger beside Tivy and more mercenaries beside her. The twins and their army continued to blast their wind magics against the cultists chasing Subaru and Patrash. Is that man in the sky the Sin Archbishop? Tivy asked as he looked at the balled-up, green-skinned man. There's a man all balled up and flying. Wow, I've never seen anything look so creepy in flight. Subaru chuckled as he looked up at the man sitting on a giant black hand. That's how it looks to you guys? Either way, leave him to me. Watch the rear, like we planned. Emilia let out a small sigh of relief. You didn't panic as much as I thought you would. Crush had a grin as Emilia blinked at her. I figured Subaru wouldn't just try to do this on his own. She put her hands in her lap and toyed with her robe nervously. Subaru's got a lot of strong people helping him, so having backup won't be a problem for him. I'm happy he is smart enough to use it. Rem smiled at Emilia's trust and nodded her head from behind. And I can't be more grateful for everyone who's allowed him to win. They are trying their best. The mercenaries around Anastasia and Crush's two knights couldn't help but look around uncomfortably, feeling flustered because of the praise from the two girls. Garfield held a hand to his front and closed his fist. This is annoying. I know I couldn't have been there, but mine Amazon selves wanted to punch him. You mean Sloth, Garf? Otto looked at the tiger with an unimpressed face. I don't think we needed to see what a possessed Garf would look like. This led the blonde to turn his glare from an annoyed one into a serious one. He wouldn't get the chance to fuck with Captain, much less mine amazing selves. Got it. You heard him, sis. Aye aye. Hey bro. Mimi shouted to Subaru and gave him a thumbs up. You'll look awesome if you beat him now. Yeah, I got this. Subaru shot back to the girl and looked ahead with a serious face. Bring it on, Archbishop. Tivy patted his sister's head as she giggled, feeling warm that she had encouraged Subaru in her way. This is just like in the stories. The stories were a bit more flowery about it, but it's happening just as described. Schult found himself clutching Priscilla's hand and jumping in his seat. The boy had stars in his eyes with the most excited look out of everyone in the room. The heroes who shall slay the Archbishop of Sloth. What? Betelgeuse shouted, gargling. Just what? What are you? The Archbishop stood on top of the black floating palm as he watched his faction and forces get surrounded all across the forest by the hidden mercenary army. That cannot be. None of this is in the gospel, in the guide to my destiny. What are you? Subaru's face was shown as darkness hid his expression, riding silently with no emotion except for the determination filling his tone. You've asked that 4 times. If we're talking nightmares, I've had far more than you. The boy laid his words to the madman as they both flew and rode against the wind. Then, you truly are prides. Betelgeuse gave an excited glee, but Subaru finally showed his face with a confident smirk present. My name is not Suki Subaru, the silver-haired half-elf Amelia's knight. Amelia's eyes were wide, her heart fluttering as she witnessed the declaration with a hung jaw and a blush growing on her cheeks. You're saying to his face? Subaru. Rem gave Amelia a small smile from the back, happy to have this moment shown to her, and not hidden only to Subaru. He's having fun, Crush grinned at the declaration. His excitement is always enjoyable to watch. I don't get the theatrics. Felix sighed, keeping his worry present on his face. His gait can't hurt, and all. This is just him putting himself at unnecessary risk. True, Felt had to chuckle and move to the edge of her seat. Big Bro's giving it his all to get this guy somewhere, and he's owning him while doing it. The madman screeched in horror as he held his bloody fingers to his face at the boy's declaration. I don't know anything about this pride stuff, but that's the only title I want. I don't need any others. Subaru and Betelgeuse finally exited the woods and entered a clearing overlooked by a giant mountain and spiked rocks placed at the bottom of the clearing. This place is... The floating archbishop muttered while looking at the grounds below him in confusion. It's a place where my time once ended. And it's going to be where your time ends, too. Subaru said as he hopped off of Patrash's back before the spiky rocks where he once killed himself. The irony. Ram clicked her tongue, looking at the rocks with displeasure and disgust. Barusu's poetic senses never ceased to burn in ash. It's tasteless, in fact. Beatrice found herself sighing tiredly, not wanting to look at that pile any longer than she had to do so. Where Betty failed to protect you the very first time, and where she had allowed you to meet with the witch at your weakest point. Even if we had picked a better location, the plan hinged on multiple factors that required us to be extremely lucky. Julius shook his head, not caring about what may happen next. It's fortunate that Subaru had trusted me to make it there on time. Amelia looked surprised as she had her eyes lingering on the spike Subaru was standing in front of. You mean? This is going to be you and Subaru fighting together, Julius? The knight seemed surprised by the hopeful and warm look Amelia was giving him. Moreover, Julius seemed to have gained a cult following in an instant as many in the room around him were shooting him surprised, even excited glances. He was at a loss for words, not for the first time, but still uncomfortable at the growing attention he's gained. That's what this place is. If your goal was to lead me out here, what have you prepared for me? Betelgeuse asked in suspicion and hatred as he hopped off of his floating hand and faced the smirking Subaru. What else? Your natural enemy. One you and I have in common. Subaru said with a smirk and looked up towards the apex of the mountain above them. A purple-haired young man smiled down at the two from the top. Natural enemy? Now, that's a fine thing to call me. Julius Euclius readied his blade and activated his spirit arts, creating a brilliant show of sparkling colors around himself as he elegantly jumped down and landed before the ever-confused archbishop. I am Julius Euclius, of the Lagunica Imperial Knights. I am the kingdom's sword that will slay you. You're going to fight together with him? Otto asked with a large grin that seemed to make Julius more annoyed than nervous. This will be fun to see, Anastasia hummed with delight. I can't believe that this guy's fighting with Captain before mine amazing selves. Garfield whined in his seat. A spirit arts user, are you? How truly, how truly. Is this also part of your plot? I have never known such humiliation. Betelgeuse pointed at Subaru with his expression clearly showing his wit's end. Really? Well, make the most of it. That's your bill for all you've done. Subaru smiled easily and patted Patrash's scales before turning to the blade-ready knight beside him. Let's do it, Julius. Are you sure? Subaru nodded and stepped forward before the archbishop. I won't back down, I won't bend, I can't lose. I don't want to lose anyone else. Heinkel looked on with disgust as Subaru's earned the aghast faces of Schult and the rest of the theater camps below his row. Not to mention the look of respect from Wilhelm that served to bring his frustrations to a multiplier. Bastard, he muttered without anyone needing to hear him. I can never get such a mindset. Just run away like you did when the whale was over you. Even if that power of yours makes you more dangerous than that monster, Reinhardt. I am the man who brutally beat you. I still believe my behavior was backed by meaning and reason, but that is no more than self-justification, which has nothing to do with you. Julius and Subaru kept their gazes on the sloth bishop as the knight's sword glowed brilliantly. Can you trust me? Julius asked as his spirits powered his sword. I hate you. Yes, I know. Having someone break your arms and legs like that is traumatic, you know. Don't you know the meaning of restraint? Julius gave a small teasing smile. Just so you know, I did hold back quite a bit. Subaru chuckled a bit with an uneasy smile of his own. Seriously? That was you holding back? You really are the biggest jerk ever. I really hate you, greatest of knights. Julius held his now spirit-infused sword to his side and faced Subaru as the glowing sparkles of his spirit mana filled the air around them. So, I'll trust you. My shame attests to my knowledge that you're an incredible knight. Subaru's eyes reflected Julius' image as he placed his trust. Then, with all my soul, I will live up to that. Julius hailed his blade up and delivered a flash of brilliant radiance. This is brilliant. Otto had a large smile on his face, watching this as many behind and around him were, with great enjoyment. Seeing you reconcile with Natuski-san brought such a catharsis to us all. Otto looked to the knight with a small grin. Can't blame yourself much after seeing how much he trusts you, eh? Emilia found herself nodding along with Otto's words, giving the knight her most genuine smile. Julius, I'm so glad to see you and Subaru making up and putting that duel behind you. I'm proud of Subaru too. He's done so much to be able to say that to you. I appreciate you not hindering that progress. Julius found himself back on the opposite end of almost the entire theater, giving him excited faces, minus the back row as the people there didn't care about him. Julius didn't look back at Otto or Emilia. He merely looked down at the ground and shook his head. I wish I had been more vigilant. Betelgeuse squinted his eyes and pointed towards the two fools before him as Julius' light danced in the air. Is this farce over yet? What do you expect to do by adding a single spirit arts user to your ranks? Hundreds of unseen hands filled the sky as Betelgeuse's back sprouted more and more of the black accursed hands over the two knights. I will defeat you all, tear apart those who remain, resume the ordeal, and that is all. My diligence knows neither slothful resignation nor demise. Sloth, sloth, sloth. Alclarista, Betelgeuse's unseen hands covered the glowing knight and his sword, and looked as if it crushed him completely, which made the green man smirk in triumph. But then, *//, a loud tearing sound filled the air as Julius tore through all of the unseen hands that had covered him. You should not be able to see it. It should be invisible to you. My unseen hand can't be seen. You can't see it. And by two people other than me. Betty Subaru probably planned something. In fact, Beatrice murmured while settling deeper into Subaru's chest, disallowing anyone from coming closer to him as she watched him battle her old friend for what was meant to be the final time. Spirit art user. You better not fail, Subaru, or else Betty will never forgive your crime for what you did to him in the castle. In fact, that's enough, Beatrice. Emilia was firm with the spirit as she frowned at her. Subaru trusts Julius. We all saw them prepare together. Beatrice huffed and looked back at the window above. Betty will stop since apologies were said, in fact. But why can Julius see it now? Anastasia looked at the window with intrigue, finding it a lot more exciting that she had witnessed the lead up to this moment, seeing exactly how the villain of Sloth was defeated rather than read about in reports from her mercenary teams and Julius himself. The Archbishop screamed in shock as his bloodied fingers were bitten in rage. I'm the only one who can see it, Betelgeuse. The madman screamed in distortion. Julius can only see what I'm seeing. It's a much creepier feeling than I thought I'd be, though. Subaru explained from his place behind the purple-haired knight. I can use Neck to consciously share some of your senses, as well as to maintain them for a while. When you first proposed this, I questioned your sanity. It worked, didn't it? A man's all about guts. You've got to be willing to try anything. Julius smirked at the black-haired youth behind him. Curse you, 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 curse you. Betelgeuse shouted in rage as his unseen hands sprouted like an upside-down black waterfall that created craters and impacts all across the forest and mountains around him. Julius and Subaru were knocked back into a free fall through the air. Sharing senses. Schult was the first to comment as he looked on with wonder. That's a powerful ability. I read about it from the storybooks. The Knight of Dawn was the one who used it the most. Bringing forward such an ability was easy with my buds. Julius had to snort at the kid's admiration, thinking nothing of it, but finding it pleasant that his spirits were complimented. How'd it feel to share big bro senses? I don't know how this even works, but it's because of this cheaty tactic that you were able to see the unseen hand, yeah? Felt looked supremely interested more than ever. Did you smell like him too? He will not dignify this with a response, my lady. Reinhard chuckled from beside her. I'm happy for you, Julius. Though you may be missing your spirits now, I don't think you've been robbed of this moment with Subaru, even if you remember it from the victorious loop. You're a true friend to him when he needed a strong blade. Be proud of that. Julius didn't say anything in response to the Sword Saint's sincerity. He merely nodded and moved his head to the window above them to watch some more. His lips were thin and his hands trembled on his knees as he kept himself from further disparaging his image within the room. Sharing a collective body with you is pretty disgusting. Let's get this over with. Subaru sighed as he fell beside the knight, apparently gaining confidence because of the shared senses and not fearing for his life as he fell. Julius smiled elegantly and answered, yes, let's. Keeping his eyes closed, trusting Subaru to oversee their enemy for him, Julius cut through oncoming hands as if they were nothing but air. Using your eyes, I shall slay him. Julius sliced through a rocketing giant black hand with ease as his spirits provided power to the steel of his blade. My friend, Natsuki Subaru, Julius declared as he started to battle with Sloth. Title card. The self-proclaimed knight and the greatest of knights. With that, Julius had a moment to lower his head and breathe a long, needed breath. How far have I longed to hear that? Emilia was the one to bring her voice to light after the silence that followed the scene. The excitement ran through the air, still, not diminishing even when the screen had darkened to indicate a change of scenes. How bothersome those two are, I suppose. Beatrice sighed, finally feeling relief within her chest as she saw Subaru handle himself, while even in the air, due to Julia's power-ups. Enhancing each other with similar qualities, even though they are bitter enemies. What a way to do things, Subaru. In fact, I wouldn't say bitter enemies, Naya. Felix teased from the side, making Julius lower himself further down. What's the matter with ya? Anastasia poked her knight on the back of the shoulder with a mocking grin. Ain't it wonderful how we're all seeing ya with your second half, Julius? Otto and Garfield widened their eyes in understanding once the meaning of Anastasia's words clocked in their mind. It was a lot more heartfelt inside my mind during the moment, Julius said in an uncharacteristically low voice that made even Emilia want to shuffle closer to hear him. What was that? Emilia asked in a curious, hopeful voice, still happy about the amazing moment Subaru and Julius were sharing to free Patelgeese from himself, but her actions only caused Julius to sink even lower into his palms. By this point, Tivy and Mimi had fallen into chuckles on Ricardo's lap. The Beastman himself gave Julius a proud, knowing grin. By this point, Petra and Rem had caught on to what the knight was dealing with, and they both giggled to the point of showcasing pleasure on their faces because of what they used to think about the knight. How lame, Rem said in a teasing tone from the side. It's so corny. Petra took great pleasure when the knight had to lower himself even further just because of her wording from the back row. Bringing himself to move up from all the embarrassment, Julius couldn't allow Otto and Garfield to start laughing at him for long before he glared at them, his camp members, Emilia and Reinhard, who were looking at him with innocent glances, and everyone else who took pleasure in his self-made cringe. It was a tender moment between me and Subaru. None of you reserve a right to judge what comes out in words by the heat of battle. Shut up, Heikel snorted from the background, deeply enjoying Julius' predicament. Ain't you got a boyfriend T-kiss or something? Stop talking about poetry in the middle of a fight and shit. That led to another round of giggles as the Knight of Knights had to sit and glare at everyone who took their right of free expression to enjoy his fall from grace. Only Emilia and Reinhard remained silent through all of this, looking at one another with confused expressions. But I thought it was very sweet. Emilia frowned in confusion. I felt struck by how warm it was as well, Emilia-sama. Reinhard brought a hand to the back of his head, showing his bafflement by everyone's torture of his friend. This only served to harm Julius more as Al and Felt joined the laughing circle. Scene change. The screen showed the cart formation that was supposed to hold many of the villagers from Alarm and take them to the capital stopping. The villagers were all stretching their legs and taking a break from the road. Wilhelm was standing before Emilia as the kids were drawing on the dirt beside them. I have a slight concern. I would like to take a small number from our forces to eliminate it, Wilhelm said with his head bowed. Emilia gazed at the kids and then at the old man with a worried expression. You won't have any need of me? The old butler only smiled softly and assured. Emilia-sama, head to safety in the carriage. Don't let go of the children's hands. Emilia looked a little bewildered by the stern man's sudden humorous smile. You truly are master and servant. Your eyes look just like his. The old man told softly, making the silver-haired girl look down in sadness. Flashes of Subaru's smiling face appeared in her mind. Wilhelm-san, her words died as soon as she noticed the old man had rode on his red dragon and sped through the woods alongside fighters from the army he brought with him. Emilia looked at his treating back with confusion. You shouldn't look so down when being compared with your knight, Emilia-sama. Wilhelm gave Emilia a small smile that brought some warmth into the half-elf. I was worried for him more than anything else. Emilia looked down at her lap, blushing at the idea Wilhelm had of her. I don't agree that I'm anything like him, though. He's too amazing for that comparison to make sense. Beatrice snorted from beside her at the last comment, sighing with annoyance. You figured out it was Natsuki-kun and Liaden things even though he wasn't there to meet you? Anastasia looked impressed with Emilia for a moment before the half-elf scoffed softly. Who else would it be? Emilia looked at her side where Subaru lay motionless with a frown. No one would do something this chaotic so suddenly from Crush's household. You just had the feeling that it was him because you knew he would never give up. Even with what the Great Spirit was telling you. Crush shook her head and removed the excuses Emilia was using with striking confidence that forced the half-elf to drop her expression into an even more noticeable frown. A guilty one. I was hoping he would come back for me. Emilia sighed, leaning closer to Subaru. I was hoping Puck was being mean and is just wrong about him. People looked at Emilia with sympathy, seeing her downward mood. I never expected him to be this wrong about Subaru's conviction. She held a small glare towards her boots for a second before sighing and putting a hand on Subaru's again. And I know that Subaru should not be left alone to that conviction again. Never. After him dying that many times? You better hope he isn't alone or else the shit's worthless. Heikel snorted from the back as people gave smiles of encouragement at Emilia's rightful anger towards Subaru's way of doing things and Puck's misconception about him. Scene change. Asterisk slash, asterisk. Asterisk clank, asterisk. Swoosh. Clashing noises filled the air as the battle between Subaru, Julius, and Betelgeuse carried on. The greatest knight kept his eyes closed while his friend kept his own open from a safe distance behind him, forwarding and retreating to give Julius the best possible view of everything happening. The madman before them sent his unseen hands towards them, only for these powerful hands to be cut and hacked out of existence by Julius' expert sword dance, using Subaru's vision to his advantage to stop the attacks, moving and running away from overwhelming attacks from the green madman, letting Subaru look and hook his vision where it was most needed and using what he saw as a means to either attack or defend, as he was practically blind to his own perspective but could see the hands surrounding him through Subaru's eyes, and so he jumped and dodged out of their way and cut and slashed when he couldn't. This cannot be. You cannot use such means, such tricks, to make light of me and my devotion. Betelgeuse shouted and held his head in his bloodied hands as many more hands sprouted from his back and rocketed toward Julius. The knight kept his eyes firmly closed and swiped his sword through the onslaught of hands, getting his leg, torso, and shoulder struck and wounded as the hands crushed the places where he wasn't fast enough to dodge them until he was bleeding from them. Behind him, Subaru held his shoulder and torso as he felt an equal amount of pain from Julius' body, since they were both under the influence of Nect, where their senses were fused into one. This is some crappy game where as soon as you're caught, it's over. We must be crazy to entrust our lives to that. You and me both. My body is slowly getting used to this. Shall we speed up? Yeah, don't worry, I'll keep up. Subaru assured as he dodged many hands coming towards him and kept his eyesight on Betelgeuse so that Julius could see the attacks coming towards him. What commendable use of such an ability. Reinhard couldn't but show his utmost sincere admiration for Julius and Subaru through his expressions and words. I wouldn't be surprised that you had done this idea justice, Julius. You and Subaru are truly formidable together. Julius had to give a certain degree of blush under the praise from Reinhard of all people. Though his heart was immensely satisfied in the end, the wrathful look of both jealousy and respect on Garfield's face made him chuckle. Don't lose a nerve or two there, Garf. Otto smirked from the side as the blonde tiger held a shaking fist of anger in front of him. Captain looks so cool, but I wanted to punch this guy. The reply to Garfield's distraught words came from behind. Stop trying to take the spotlight from Natsuki-kun's lovely partner. A gal can only allow her knight so much disrespect before it's enough. Anastasia laughed at the small glare shot to her immediately by said knight. Many more began laughing around Julius and Garfield while he seethed with annoyance. Meanwhile, Schultz and the rest of the Amelia camp were watching the show with a large amount of wonder and marvel. Subaru's holding his own beside Julius. Amelia commented, not wanting to sound like she wasn't supportive of her knight, but still giving her words in silent amazement. Subaru-kun's deserved recognition. Rim had to clap from excitement now that others finally saw him for what he was to her all along. My hero will always win no matter what. I don't like the obnoxious guy very much, Felt pointed at Julius on the screen with an unimpressed look. But I'm loving that Big Bro's able to fuck with the sloth idiot without losing much this time round. Blessings be that this asshat is dead once and for all. That's the wish, Felt Sama. Petra sighs from the background, jaded and tired from all the times Betelgeuse had appeared in her village throughout Subaru's looping ability. I want Subaru to be okay by the end of this. He is sharing the same wounds as the Knight Sama. He will be fine, Petra-chan. Frederica gave a much warmer smile this time around. He's done it and saved everyone he could like promised. That's what we heard about him from everyone who returned to the sanctuary, remember? Why yes. Petra shook her head and ended up giving a small smile to her mentor, accepting Frederica's help. The knight didn't hesitate and dashed towards the archbishop with incredible speed. Julius jumped in the air and sliced his sword once, making almost every hand sprouting from Betelgeuse vanish into tethers. Wow, Subaru shouted in awe. Even Subaru's given you credit, Julius. Anastasia had a warm smile, not at all the teasing one that she'd been giving her knight since the moment this fight had been initiated with Subaru and Julius together. Can't you see his admiration for you? Even though you still blame yourself for all that you did. My slights at the capital were one thing, my lady. But I had killed him by my hand. Julius sighed, unable to look her in the eye, so he assumed staring at Subaru's amazed face instead. It wasn't my intention to bring down your mood. I'm sorry. Anastasia brought a hand up to flick his forehead. She smiled warmly to her knight with a look of understanding. You ain't gonna be able to run from him when he wakes up anyways. He's not gonna let any of us change the way we look at him after what we've seen. But the changes have already happened, Anastasia-sama. We've seen too much. Otto replied for Julius as he too looked at the floor beside the knight. The merchant queen snorted, can't believe you were my rival in this room for a while. Lil Pipsqueak like you should be more formidable at sabotaging such a delicate moment for a competitor's camp like mine. Not like I can do much if the knight of your camp is in bed with the one in ours. Otto's words were spoken in spite and underlining humor, which made Anastasia guffaw and Julius glare hatefully from the side. Haha. Yeah. Anastasia breathed deeply after holding her midsection. I ain't gonna make a lie, and say that Natsuki-kun won't have his work cut out for him if he expects us to leave things be as they are. But I ain't saying he has to work that hard if we have his best interest at heart. I know, Anastasia-sama. Julius sighed, nodding his head and letting Otto wonder on his own what his lady was up to. He understood that Otto and Anastasia were constantly locked on a different wavelength. Impossible, 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 impossible. Betelgeuse shouted in rage and summoned more hands toward the blind knight. Why? How can it be? I thought I was loved. I am loved. By the witch, the witch, the witch, the witch, the witch. Julius picked up his blade and ready to stance once more. It's time I killed you for real. Thrusting his legs, the knight bounced in the air to avoid the untangled hands, rocketing off of a spiky pillar to avoid them as they followed him even through the air. Alclazeria. Julius cast his spirit arts, making his sword glow in brilliance and shoot a powerful multicolored ray of hope and mana toward the madman. Art Arkahart? Betelgeuse screeched in panic as his body was blown away and dragged through the ground until he hit the very edge of the mountain wall that was behind him from the momentum of the blow. Julius immediately dashed towards the bishop with his blade ready to end him as soon as he touched the ground from his descent. I will not let you do that. Aldona. Betelgeuse called upon the highest form of ground magic, making a dome of rocks appear from the ground and cover him completely. Undeterred, Julius continued to speed towards the rock dome while Subaru smirked from behind him. Subaru. Petra had a look of begrudging respect for Julius as he had helped Subaru as much as he could, but she was now standing at full attention, watching with pure curiosity in her eyes to see what Subaru might do to help in such a ferocious battle. What is he going to do? Please don't get close. Like her, the rest in the front and second rows seemed anxious and excited, Mimi and Garfield mostly, at the scene. Burn, fighting spirit. Hell, magic ball. When I get serious, I can pitch over 120 kilometers per hour. Subaru shouted as he imitated a baseball player with a red glowing crystal in his hand, throwing it over his head and sending it glazing over towards the rock dome. What is this? Betelgeuse asked in confusion as he watched from inside the dome through a crack. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Subaru's red crystal exploded as soon as it impacted the Dona Dome, making it disappear into dust. Julius quickly entered the cloud of dust and stabbed his pointy blade straight in, making the cloud dissipate away and revealing that he had stabbed the archbishop straight through the middle of his chest with his sword. As Betelgeuse withered and bled through his teeth, Julius kept his eyes closed and inserted his sword into the madman's innards more. You lost because you belittled him as powerless. My blade of all 6 elements bound together will slice your very soul apart. Scatter to the end of the rainbow. Garfield was the first to stand up and throw his arms in the air in pure joy at the defeat. Captain did something. He's deserved this win. Isn't that kind of insulting to the Nightsand for his hard work? Those injuries ain't easy to deal with. Al moved his hand to fix up the broken armrest, but he seemed to have had his eyes on the screen the whole time. Though that wasn't a bad throw at all. No, it wasn't. Ricardo laughed along with Mimi and patted Tyvy's head, who was giving some coin to his sister with a disappointed face. I didn't think he would have explosives. Tyvy sighed. Those were not even magic. I can use some to help Priscilla-sama. Schultz whispered to himself while looking between his lady and the amazing scene that showed him a different feeling to what these viewings can be like. The bleeding madman smirked viciously as he gasped in pain. I won't let it end. I have been nothing but diligent. The witch's love bathes my entire body. The archbishop instantly glared at Subaru behind Julius as his bloody mouth gritted. Subaru flinched back as he felt something overcoming him suddenly. Emilia and Beatrice, who had been squinting while everyone watched happily with the win Subaru and Julius had accumulated against the bishop, were the first to hold on to him upon the immediate start of the eeriness that filled him on the screen. Please. Emilia whispered, making Felt and Crush look at her as she glared with desperation toward the screen. Please be safe. Julius, undo necked. Subaru shouted suddenly. The knight instantly opened his eyes and voiced out in worry. Very well. In an instant. Neck was undone. Betelgeuse's body was suddenly limp, impaled on Julius' sword like a dead puppet. Subaru's body also went limp from behind Julius, but then he started moving in an uncomfortable and yet very mechanic manner. Ah. My brain trembles. Subaru growled out as his eyes grew mad and his tongue stuck out of his mouth unforgivingly. This quickly. Otto revealed that he had been anticipating this himself, and his glare was ever hateful for the archbishop taking Subaru's body. Disgusting indeed, Roswell muttered under his breath, having a bored face throughout most of what he was seeing. Wonder if Jachilius was ever going to end up as the pawn for the sloth bishop had the kid not saved his ass. Eichel sighed, not liking what would happen next. Anyway, how's this going to be fixed if the kid had beaten him before we met? If you all would give enough respect for this to continue, Julius glared at Petra and the girls around Felix, urging them to be quiet as they looked more worried than ever. I would like to know what Subaru had done as well. You know nothing about what he did, bro? Al asked with a curiosity that was bleeding with anger under his breath. Julius shook his head to the surprise of many. What did Subaru do to stop geese? Emilia looked at her sleeping knight instead of the screen with a frown. For just a moment, his hand shook and slapped his head, making his eyes return to their normal formation and letting him gain control back over his head. Yeah, just tremble while you wait, Subaru spoke begrudgingly as his body shook and struggled for control. I'll let you meet her, just this once. Fuff, that is truly remarkable. Myself approves of this game he plays. Priscilla was the first to show support for what she and many others realized beyond the screen. No. Don't do this. Emilia whispered in shock, hand trembling on his but not squeezing or tightening her grip. Please don't do this. He's gonna meet the fucking witch? How? Heikel had to swallow as to not show his cowardice while satisfying his curious thinking. Ah. Julius had to close his eyes and put a palm over his face. You damn fool. He cursed at Subaru as the scene continued above him with everyone else looking at the screen in shock. What? Meet whom? What you talking about? Betelgeuse gained control and spoke through Subaru's crazed expressions. The witch that you've been waiting for. Subaru took back driving power and breathed deeply before shouting at the top of his lungs, I can return by death to dash. And the world suddenly turned dark. A mist-covered world. A dark world. A time-stopped world. This trick again. So it really was the damn witch. Heikel recognized this ability to stop the world immediately, looking like a trembling leaf more than anything as he watched the darkening of the world. This kid ain't right in the head. He's nuts. It's his disrespectful way of doing things. Grinds my gears. Al found himself speaking even though he had wanted to keep quiet during this part after he understood what Subaru was meant to use. Using her like this. He's got no respect left for what is sacred. Invoking the taboo to bring them face to face? Crush found herself glaring at Subaru's face more than anything. What did he think this would accomplish? The choice, Crush-sama, 9. Felix was the most quiet amongst the crowd. He had no hands on any seat or armrest as he rested them on his lap, with a deep frown on his face. I may not share the joy of being useful to Subaru-kyun or making amends for what I did to him, but I understand his decision. What would that be? Rem asked with a breathless, whitened expression as she stared between Felix and the screen above. He's making her choose. Reinhard was the one to respond to her, letting Felix look away from everyone to show the ground his shocked face as it settled in. Subaru is making the Witch of Envy choose between him or the Archbishop. Petra had her hands up to her mouth from the disbelief she had filled with. Betelgeuse, in his robes and green skin, stood before the moving mist of miasma and looked at it in confusion. He looked inside the deep mist for a moment until he heard a whining sound from his side. Turning, slowly, he could see a brightly glowing avatar. The grin plastered across his face almost makes his eyes bleed if it wasn't for the tear streaks already flowing down his cheeks. At last, Betelgeuse squeaked out as the avatar of the Shadow Lady moved towards him. I've waited so long. The man sobbed as the avatar was shown more clearly. A long-legged lady with a black dress of shadows and eyes blank white stood in the middle of the dark cathedral of mist and miasma. She was sending two of her own long, limp, black hands towards the madman. No. She chooses him. Julius growled with his hand clenching his night ropes. Damn it, Subaru. He's not going to die. Otto looked beyond furious at what was happening on the screen. So this gamble of his must have worked out somehow. What do you remember, Julius-san? There was nothing. He came back and was never even possessed to me in the first place. Julius looked beyond confused as his fury died down. Subaru had won before I could hear any words from Sloth. Then, this witch. The one we don't see right now. She's not going to pick geese. Emilia looked fearful for Subaru, now on the edge of her seat as the screen continued to show the witch standing over Betelgeuse. Exit out of Subaru. Both of you. Beatrice couldn't stop her tears from flowing down her cheek, not at all expecting this cruel showdown to happen within Subaru's subconscious. I've waited for so long. For your love, your merciful love, your affectionate love. As the lady's black arms softly hovered over his, Betelgeuse couldn't contain his excitement as he moved his hand to touch those of his goddess. The Shadow Mistress swiftly touched her hands with his, and then... The tearful Beetlejuice sobbed in despair and horror as he saw that the witch's avatar had completely ignored his existence and moved her hand straight through him, as if he was nothing to the powerful entity. No. Betelgeuse gasped as the lady spoke, her wide eyes never blinking as she muttered in disgust. You're not the one. She gave a rage-filled whisper as she gazed at the disgusting worshipper before her. Before Betelgeuse could say a word, the black arm of the avatar struck him so hard he was kicked out of the Shadow Garden and out of Subaru's body and mind. I'm back, Subaru shouted as he gasped in pain. What? Reinhard decided it was appropriate he voice his own shock at the rejection that took place. She chose that swiftly? Subaru. Bring yourself comfort, for that commoner seemed to have been less disgusting than the worshipper of the witch. Priscilla grew increasingly satisfied by the humiliation of Betelgeuse as he withered on the ground, bleeding and broken in spirit and body. 'Tis a fitting end. I never thought Captain would be that important to someone like the witch. Garfield had a most serious face as he looked at Betelgeuse. She really wants him to get her out of the seal. Captain. She took Subaru over that madman. Petra voiced what Emilia and Rim had been thinking out loud, with pauses of complete shock and disbelief as she held a hand to her chest, lowering from her open mouth. She chose him. She. Why? Emilia asked, desperately looking between her Subaru and the other in the window. Why him? Just leave him alone. Ain't it a good thing? Big sis. Felt was firm with Emilia, looking at the half-elf with a small frown. I know, but... Emilia bit her lip and glared at the floor. I don't like that he's near her, or she's always attached to him. No. Rem patted Emilia's shoulder and glared at the world behind Subaru's face on the screen. I cannot believe this shit. I'll just let his armrest fall to the ground, not being able to fix it after gripping it strongly again. She lied. She said she'd wait. What the hell is going on? The world around him seemingly resumed as the witch took mercy upon both him and the intruder she kicked out of his body. The intruder's been reduced to a bleeding green-skinned corpse on the dirt below Subaru's feet. This cannot be. Subaru looked down at the bleeding madman with surprise. I was prepared to keep trying that until you left me, but you gave up after one go? How cowardly can you be? Julius interrupted by pointing his blade down to the fallen cultist. This time, I'll end you. He stabbed his sword down and inserted it straight into the man's chest. She didn't even love you and you still trying to fight? Garfield scoffed at the unmanly behavior of the murderer on the screen. Give up, you monster. How did you end up knowing he won against him mentally? Otto asked with his eyes glued on the screen, knowing Julius would understand it was meant for him. The knight in question seemed more unsure than relieved as he too watched with focus gripping him. I didn't. I trust that Subaru was speaking to me at the same time the Archbishop was. Otto widened his eyes. It was all luck then. Or there was something else to this underwhelming end to the one who's kept Barusu for 3 different loops. Ram seemed to be the most emotionless amongst the first and second row watchers, giving the screen analyzing looks of contempt. That witch must have done something. This is not at all making sense. What happened after this apart from you finishing it, Julius-san? The knight seemed to be just as confused and afraid to answer as Otto was to ask this question. Julius. Anastasia urged from behind as well. I can't say much. Except the end will be soon and swift. Julius rubbed the back of his head and allowed them all to see for themselves. Real soon. Sloth dies. Just like the stories. Schult breathes with relief, not believing he would witness this moment alongside the white whale's defeat. Today's amazing. So amazing. Betelgeuse watched as blood trickled and flowed through his robes from the stab wound, his expression only showing confusion and betrayal. Why? Why? After everything I've done for you. Witch. The man known as Betelgeuse screamed in heartbreak and betrayal, not caring for the knight that was standing over him with a sword stabbing his chest. Betelgeuse sent an unseen hand that sprouted from his bleeding back towards the mountain wall and crashed through the rocky structure as he shouted his pain and agony over his rejection from the goddess he longed to please. Julius and Subaru jumped away from the massive rocks coming down towards them from Betelgeuse's emotional mishap. Give me your love. The Archbishop whispered in a pleading tone before the falling rocks crushed his head and body below them. Asterisk scrunch. Asterisk. Betelgeuse Romani Conti. You were sloth all right, Subaru whispered while staring at the final resting place the madman had created for himself with a disgusted and disturbed expression. What a foul being. Good riddance. Frederica said with hostility gracing her tone. I cannot believe it took so long to kill someone this pathetic. Wilhelm had to give a nod to her words along with many others around them. He was truly obsessed with a one-sided love that cursed his being to be a most disgusting facade of worship and devotion. The old man had nothing but a look of pity on his face for the man under those rocks. Goodbye. Geese. Beatrice looked away with her hands holding onto Subaru's arm from Crush's side. The Duchess let the spirit have the arm out of respect and understanding that she needed it more. Goodbye forever. Emilia and Roswell were having their own reactions to this ending, both closing their eyes to hide varying expressions of pain at such an ugly ending. Not the one you deserve. Not at all. Roswell sighed and continued to watch his failures accumulate on the screen. Why couldn't you just listen to what teacher had to say? Damn, fool. Emilia looked away, wanting to give some form of respect to what the man once was in her mind. It's not fair to you. I'm sorry. Picking up a dark black book that had fallen beside the rubble of bloodied rocks, Subaru started turning its pages without care, only leaving it in his pocket once Julius called out to him. Subaru, let's hurry back to the village. Huh. Julius was holding a matilla in his hand as he reported to the black-wearing youth. Felix just contacted me. It seems there's a problem. After all of that? Heikel looked beyond tired. Ain't gonna be excited more than 10 times today. You there? Blue. He pointed at Felix who glared at him with defiance. Tell me what the hell's the problem next? Huh. If you must noise so badly, then you can watch and see for yourself. Nyan. He stuck his tongue out to the deputy commander and looked back at the screen with a humph that rivaled Beatrice's own. Heikel looked at him and deadpanned. It's like I'm talking to my wife all over again. Except my wife was an actual woman and way taller and prettier. That's mean. He can be a girl if he wants to, Heikel-sama. Schult admonished from the side with a look of sympathy for Felix's struggle. I'm not a girl, Felix said with a red face and a look of disgust. Please never compare me to someone who would marry a man like you ever again. Why not? I'm charming as hell. Heikel smirked down at the healer with what he assumed was his best smile, which only served to make Felix want to puke as many laughed around him, including a somber Rim who had been looking at Betelgeuse's defeat with satisfaction. Scene change. Back in the empty alarm village, Subaru was sitting inside a shack with Julius, Felix, and Otto sitting around him. They are back. I miss my village so much. Petra sighed at the side of the ghost town, remembering how long it's been since she returned to the Mathers estate due to her moving with the rest of Emilia's camp into Anaros Mansion. Look, it's that prisoner we captured. Ricardo pointed at Otto on the screen. Ain't this your first meeting with him for ya? Otto had a small smile on his face, but it was empty of emotion. I wish it was. But I know he has more to remember than someone like me who betrayed him. Otto-kun. Emilia looked at him sympathetically, but she was waved off by the fake smile he gave her. I doubt what I'm going to do matters after this. Otto sighed and balanced his hat on his head. I just managed to help Natsuki-san get there on time. Get where? Garfield asked while looking at him, and then around the room confused. What's the problem? I would like to know as well. Rem looked for answers from the people who were present around Subaru. It was mainly Felix, Julius, Otto, and Emilia, and when Rem looked at Petra and Frederica, she realized that Frederica was just as confused as her. I have no idea what happened to Barusu either since I was leading the villagers to the sanctuary. Ram crossed her arms. Then, Rem looked at anyone to answer her, which made Heikel narrow his eyes. Ain't you got brains? Sit down and let me watch what happens next. This got me curious. The drunkard spoke, his voice unpleasant and plentiful with disdain for the maid and her friends. Rem glared at him and went silent to allow the screen to continue. Priscilla hummed approvingly at her camp member. The magic stones of fire that were in the merchant's inventory are gone, Felix reported as Otto nodded from his side. We unloaded all of our cargo so we could take the villagers on board, but the magic stones of fire are missing. Subaru looked at Otto with a confused look. What does that mean? Someone left the stones on board when they loaded the villagers, Felix said immediately to answer him. It was Ketty-san's carriage. Subaru turned to Otto with a worried face. There are enough magic stones to easily blow away a small village. At Otto's words, Subaru could only choke on his own spit as he remembered his previous loop, the moment when alarm was turned to rubble because of his and Felix's oversight of the spy. I never took in his expression before now. 9. Felix earned their attention as he frowned at Subaru. Fairy-chan didn't notice how panicked he was. Who would be able to tell that he's lived through the explosion and already knows what will happen? It isn't fair for him to be the one doing this alone, but this is the condition the witch has forced on him should he fight her wishes. Wilhelm sighed, giving Felix a sense of camaraderie. How did you guys miss that anyways? Heikel glared at the others. Ain't this a slap to the face? Of all the carriages, it was the half-elf's one where the explosives were stashed. Emilia and some others like Julius and Reinhard looked back at the man with a pleasant surprise. Father. Reinhard called out with hope in his eyes. Are you worried about the children and Emilia-sama, Priscilla-sama's competition? Heikel-sama? Schultz gave the man a look of admiration and respect. Imagine if I was in one of those carriages. This is some sloppy work. Heikel immediately lost the respect in everyone's eyes, while Priscilla and Roswell ended up being the only ones who chuckled at the pathetic man. I don't think any carriages should suffer an explosion just because you're riding in it, sir, Felix muttered from below the third row. Heikel looked surprised, but he nodded pleased. Thank you, Blue. I don't think a carriage deserves to have you in it in the first place. Felix earned laughs from the mercenaries and even the two Estrias by his side. Heikel looked at Schultz for a moment, turned the boy's head away, being aided by a disinterested Priscilla as she covered his eyes with her soft, delicate hand, and then the holy bird was flipped towards the healer with gracefulness. Felix continued to deliver the bad reports. Kitty's carriage is taking Emilia-sama and the children to the capital. The scene changes to Emilia, sitting on the cart chair and looking at the roads with a thoughtful face. Images of Subaru's declaration in the castle and her fight with him played before her. Emilia-sama. It's time. The young villager called out to her, kicking her out of her thoughts and making her look back into the carriage that held the village's children. What's wrong? Are you all right? Emilia flashed a smile to the kids. I'm sorry. It's nothing. Come on, let's hurry. The silver-haired girl turned to enter the carriage with the kids. And the screen showed the giant sack of glowing red crystals placed right below them in the same cart. How did the Great Spirit not sense the presence of such unstable magical stones right beneath you? Crush found herself wondering with an aghast expression. I told Puck to keep watch on the outside of the carriages to stop anything attacking from reaching us, Emilia whispered in shame, not wanting to look anyone in the eye. I wish you didn't see me dwelling on my guilt instead, but I should have taken care of the kids. You did well enough, Emilia-sama. Petra had to look away so that Emilia doesn't see her tears. We weren't there to be taken care of in the first place. I'm sure Subaru would have been the most distraught if something had happened to all of us collectively. That's right. Emilia had to smile and chuckle at the thought. He was the one who put you all there. He would have gone to hell and back to stop anything wrong from happening. He did. Petra's stern voice stopped Emilia's smile from growing, her hands clenching instantly as Petra turned away and watched the continuation of the scene with a bit of a stone-faced expression. Emilia sighed and watched with a tired guilt that made her want to rub her hand softly on Subaru's head, but this wouldn't be appropriate at the moment. I wonder how he made it there on time, in fact. Beatrice didn't look around her for an answer, but she would have seen Julius and Felix shooting Otto a smirk due to her question. The merchant boy himself seemed increasingly humbled with a blush as he realized what would be shown next. The scene changes to Subaru coming out of the shack with a panicking expression. Damn it. My poor man's tendency to use anything at hand backfired. He shouted as he stood in the middle of the road. Julius and Felix came out right behind him. We have verified that no spell was used to set a trap, but if something were physically rigged in the carriage. Ferris, could a ground dragon catch up to them? Subaru asked in frantic despair, but the cat healer only shook his head. If they're already out of the Mather's domain and on the Lifaz highway, it'll be hard to catch them. Subaru looked down at the cat's sincere explanation, eyes filled with disbelief and despair. That still wasn't enough? Even after all that, I still can't. As the boy's face closed up in fear and regret, a calm intervention came from a polite merchant boy. May I say something? Everyone looked at the embarrassed Otto as he spoke with a raised hand. I'm actually in a desperate position right now. If you would accept a trade, I promise to catch up to the carriage that left Dash. If there's anything I can do, I'll do it. Subaru shouted without a second thought while pointing to the merchant. Otto blinked for a moment and smiled brightly. I like a man who can make quick decisions, Natsuki-san. Most of the theater had turned towards Otto with different reactions to this. That's my bro. Always scamming people. Garfield held his arms in cheer, happy that his captain had a solution that involved someone he liked other than Julius. Autobro about to knock this out of the park and save the day. You took advantage of Subaru-kun's desperation as soon as you saw his situation's darkness? Rim seethed while glaring at the merchant in the same row as her beloved. Otto-kun. That's really bad. Emilia said with a disappointed expression filled with hurt that honestly crushed Otto's insides. How could you not help Subaru for free? That's not really in the ethics of being a merchant, Emilia-sama. Otto stuttered with a guilty expression, feeling more horrible about his selfishness than he realized once he remembered what Subaru had gone through to get here. Otto's hands lowered, his eyes losing a lot of their light as he realized. I should have known I'd still look as selfish and disgusting as the last time. That loop ain't gonna matter anymore. Anastasia sighed from above him, looking at the rival of hers with sympathy. You were in a desperate situation with that out-of-season oil, yeah? It wasn't the main thing for me. I really wanted to help Natsuki-san. Otto's voice was trembling as Minnie gave him looks of understanding. I had come out of that cave with fear that I would die. Either by the cult or by the scary-looking beast men that captured me. Sorry, fella. Ricardo rubbed the back of his head with a little sheepishness showing on his tough face. I could have just said that I wanted to help him. Otto's hands gripped at his sides. Stupid habits of mine. You don't gotta go that hard on yourself. Felt scoffed at Otto's depression. You got to help him make it in time. That's all that matters. Otto shook his head and continued to watch, now feeling more down than he first was when this started. Do you not tire from the crushing weight you put on yourself? Julius asked with an understanding expression. Knowing what he's felt after I pushed him to his death? Otto looked from Julius to Subaru with a distant expression. I think the weight has disappeared from above my shoulders due to disgust. Julius shakes his head but allows Otto his privacy, one which Garfield glared at heatedly as this continued between the three boys. The scene changes to Otto riding a cart with his blue dragon and Patrash connected to it. Subaru was seen off by Felix and Julius as the knight held his injured arm and kept himself standing before Subaru. I'll send I with you. I wish I could accompany you myself, but you can't, Julius. With all those injuries, how could you help them? And your man is nigh yet restored yet, either. Felix reprimanded as he did his duty and took care of his patient. Subaru held the small red spirit in his palm and smiled at the two gratefully. You just get some rest. Once this is over, we'll celebrate. I'll make sure to invite you, so don't die. Subaru smirked at them and hurried off to the cart. Don't you die, either. Good luck. Julius and Felix smiled in trust of their friend and saw him off. All he has to do now is reach us. Petra smiled to herself, knowing exactly how things would go from here. You're almost there to make it, Subaru. Your happy ending. It's going to be great, Petra-chan. Frederica smiled at her student with warmth filling her, finally seeing the expression she'd been waiting for on Petra's face since the last 5 viewings. It's beautiful how different this ending is. Crush's words put Emilia's attention on her as she smirked at the screen. Last two to see him in his last death were the same two who saw him off towards his ultimate win. Emilia's jaw hung at the poetic feeling that Crush's confident words spawned within her. That's so pretty. It's embarrassing since we couldn't help much. Julius sighed with his head resting on his knuckle, finally allowing himself to calm down from all the excitement. Sloth is finished, and Subaru has to take care of these explosives on his own. Nyan. Felix affirmed with a small unsatisfied glance toward the floor. Fairy-chan wished he'd have had to make amends for his torture. That comes later. All of it does. Wilhelm patted the healer's shoulder as Felix shuddered from the guilt he was feeling. It's finally going to end soon. Mimi cheered, earning looks of surprise from Heikel and Schult as they couldn't hear everyone speak about how close things were coming to a close. Scene change. Rather than take this road, it's faster to go through the glade to the left. It's the shortest way. Otto explained to Subaru as they both rode their dragons and pulled the cart with them out of the road and into the forest. Man, your soul of language divine protection is amazing. I had a hard time learning to control it. I can hear the voices of all creatures. From ground dragons to bugs, after all. But if we choose our path based on what they say, this shortcut will work, and catching up to Emilia and the kids will be easy. What are you talking about? It won't be easy at all. Otto shouted as the dragons started going down a steep mountainside. You need to have more faith in yourself. Frederica's honest whisper made Otto flinch a little bit. I know. I try. Otto rubbed his neck uncomfortably, wishing that he couldn't feel Frederica's honest smile from behind him. I was too focused on Natsuki-san's mission to hear what I was saying. No wonder Subaru managed to reach me in Petrichan in time. Emilia gave the boy a small smile of her own. He had a reliable person like you by his side to the very end, Otto-kun. The merchant boy hid his face to not show his blush at the praise from the ladies. Thank you for helping him after disgustingly scamming him and preying on his desperation, Otto-sama. Rim bowed her head with a sincere face that almost made Otto misunderstand how mean her words were. Hey. Subaru screamed like a not man as they fell to the ground. I know what I wrote. Straight face. He screamed once more as the dragons ran through a weakly placed bridge that broke apart as soon as they crossed it. We're gonna die. We're seriously gonna die at this rate. It's the end this time. Beside him, Otto was holding a much more excited expression as he sped up the dragons. What is this? I feel a wind hitting me. Honestly, even I had no idea I was capable of this. Huh? Otto suddenly stopped his excited rambling and looked behind him with a surprised expression. What is it? What's wrong? The trees are so loud. The birds and bugs started making a lot of noise and then just vanished. Something is coming. Otto and Subaru looked around them to see what was scaring the forest creatures so much. Subaru noticed something coming right up behind them. Oh, it's this. Otto found himself the most curious about what had been happening on the screen, as the chuckles and giggles stopped from the audience around him. Huh? You don't know what's happening either. Felt raised an eyebrow as many looked confused by what Otto was admitting. Julius turned to him with a questioning expression. How could you not know what was right behind you? You were there with Subaru. Otto rubbed the back of his head. It's okay. There was a creature in the woods that managed to scare us for a couple of minutes. I think it was a beast or something, but it couldn't possibly have reached my cart at the speed I was braking with my ground dragon. I think Natsuki-san's smell attracted it or something. Are you certain that there wasn't anything more to it, Otto-kun? A speed like that isn't that easily done by a beast. Plus, I remember damage to your carriage when I looked at it. Emilia wondered as she remembered what Otto's cart looked like. I agree, Julius nodded his head, recalling the assessment as well. When we reached back to you and Subaru, we had to let Subaru ride with Emilia-sama due to the condition of the cart he left with. Did you never ask about what caused such damage? Anastasia looked at Otto with a bit of disappointment, but the merchant waved his hand around. My thought process was akin to you went crazy with your trip in an unfriendly terrain, so there was bound to be damage done to your backside, kind of thinking. Sorry for not being thorough, but this is still accurate to how things went so. I don't think you will be hurt much apart from a little scare. Otto's face was serious by the end of his explanation, which won many people over as they thought about it. That makes sense. Sorry to accuse. Rim sighed and stopped glaring, which Otto had noticed was happening a lot to him lately. Let us see what type of a beast this was. Julius had a curious face as he looked back at the window. Wonder if it has any special abilities. Are you wondering if the Colts send out another monster like the white whale? Reinhard asked from the other side of the room, to which many faces hardened, including Otto's, who was now hiding a little bit of fear behind a glare. I'm hoping it's that and not what I'm actually thinking, Julius muttered under his breath, eyes sharp on the window above. A dark, shadow outline was seen, ramming through the trees and knocking them down one by one as it sped towards the cart. Faster, Otto. Don't get caught, no matter what. Subaru shouted as he jumped inside the cart and ran through the back end of it to meet the oncoming creature. Natsuki-san. The shadow creature finally raced until it reached the tail of the cart where Subaru stood with a completely pissed-off look. Just how persistent are you, damn it? As the boy shouted his outrage, the screen panned towards the crawling creature, revealing a most hideous sight. Betelgeuse with a crushed head and a malformed body managed to make his unseen hands wrap around him in a way to make himself embroiled in a loaf of darkness with long arms and legs crawling and making him move towards the cart as fast as he could. The only thing seen of him was his completely malformed green-skinned face, but with dark pitching holes instead of eyes. My body. My flesh body. Betelgeuse screamed in a distorted voice as he gasped in pain and followed the cart. Roswell was the first. He slammed a fist on his armrest, gripping his hand into a fist with strength that would have damaged him had it not been for the theater's protection on his body since a few viewings ago. How far lower can she push you to be in this form, you beast? Roswell's expression oozed hatred as he glared at Betelgeuse's form. Stop fighting back for something that will never come. That's my burden to bear. Only I should be this persistent out of those of us who believed in teacher. His voice broke into a sudden sob as he watched the beast move with the memories flooding back to him of who this man used to be. Stop it, you bastard. This can't be. Right behind me. Otto held no power over his jaw as it fell, staring in shock. I didn't even look. How did you beat him, Natsuki-san? You're telling me that he didn't die? Julius was looking at the screen with a white-faced expression as he saw his own failure with both his eyes. I made sure to hit him with direct hits. He should be dead. He doesn't even look alive anymore. Bright guy. Garfield winced and stared at Betelgeuse with disgust. This ain't a fucking guy anymore. He's just a wild animal. Petra held on to Frederica as she sobbed at the sight of the monster. When will he ever leave us alone? Just let Subaru be already. She screamed from her seat with distress covering her entire body language, but Frederica held the little girl strongly. Please. Emilia trembled and shuffled closer to Subaru. I know you survived this, Subaru. I know you have. I remember your words to me when you did. She had a most calm expression even though her hands shook and her entire body looked tense. I know you have one against geese. Please make his end appropriate. Please this time. Wishing this from him while trying to reach you is insane, I suppose. Beatrice locked eyes with the half-elf, both girls looking at one another with looks of understanding. Betty doesn't oppose a fitting in for geese, in fact. Just this once, Subaru can stop caring for himself. You. New geese, Beatrice? Amelia asked, her voice hoarse and her heart numb as both girls remembered the man again and again. Did he ever speak about the forest? Beatrice looked at the floor. Betty remembers. And Betty despises what's become of that wonderful spirit. That glowing, kind soul that would always be there to show the world a deeper light beyond the dark. Amelia's heart shattered at the tears that fell from Beatrice. Sooner, the same streaks would run down her cheeks without mercy. Goose. She forced him to become insane, just like she was trying to do with Subaru. Beatrice's words hung heavy, as even Crush and Rim tensed around the two once they heard this. What are you talking about? Crush asked with a firm glare, demanding an explanation. This is relating to the witch's need for Subaru? That man, Patelgeese, was merely a pawn who's gotten corrupted with insanity. And the only thing that made him insane was what he kept screaming about. The same thing being forced on Subaru as we saw at the start of this, Duchess of House Karsten. Beatrice looked at her and Amelia with the tears never stopping. Subaru Kuin. Rim's eyes glued on the screen above, sitting alone behind the boy she loved as the monster that he'd been forced to confront time and again was there at his final stretch. The scene changes to Amelia holding all of the kids tightly as explosions racket everywhere around them. The witch's cult had caught up to the evacuating carts and were trying to destroy them, but the knights weren't giving them a chance as they also attacked the cult with ferocity. It's okay. Hand on tight. There's nothing to be afraid of. Amelia assured the scared kids as they clung to her like a lifeline. She looked out of the carriage to check on the soldiers fighting outside as the cultists waged war. That old man just ran into someone behind us. They're fighting. Puck spoke telepathically through their link. Hearing his father's mention, Heikel sighed to himself, leaning back in his chair as the events rapidly escalated. Why couldn't I see him? Hinkle-sama. Why cover my eyes? Schultz asked with a bit of a disappointed glance at the man beside him. Heikel just sighed and sat his head back. I don't know, kid. It was a reflex. I just didn't want y'all to be like. His eyes darted toward Reinhard, who was looking more focused than he had ever seen the boy. Didn't want to fail another one while I could have done something to stop such a sight from hitting you. Schultz seemed to look at the man with understanding and a little bit of pity. I've seen worse, you know. Much worse, in this very same room. Just forget about it, kid. The man rubbed a hand through his red hair. Just fuck off for a minute, will ya? Schultz nodded his head and sat with his hands on his lap, leaning towards Priscilla as if he had felt out of place without her by his side. Priscilla, who was silent the whole time, found nothing but fury to give within her heart. Through her eyes, she glared a fire that should have burned God's sky itself had she been sitting within a normal dimension. And it was all directed towards Subaru specifically as he faced the monster who refused to die. Crush this bug. And do not disappoint me once more, Halfwit's Knight. Priscilla's command was issued via whisper and gritted teeth as she looked on at something displeasing to her view of the world. A world where the only things that mattered were things with beauty in them. A world where Patelgeese shan't exist any longer, for she deemed him unworthy of any beauty that may have related to this world, or any other. Do you know how many there are? Amelia asked with a serious look. A lot. But the old man's power is no joke. Looks like you, and I won't be needed this time. Taking my physical form without reason drains mana, and I don't want to end up being a plaything for the kids. Amelia looked at the cared children and smiled. If your cuteness could help everyone forget their fears, I think it might be worth it. You say some scary things, my daughter. Amelia smiled in. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Add. The cart started to tumble as its wheels struck some rocks on the road, making the kids all scream and cling hard against Amelia's grip. Amelia looked back to give Petra a small smile. Even though the maid didn't expect or need such a gesture, Petra was surprised to find herself smiling back towards Amelia, for no reason. Both girls understood how special this moment was because it showed Subaru's greatest wish for a bunch of kids he tried so hard to save. And Petra appreciated the fact that Amelia seemed to give her a small thanks with her gaze, even after Petra had been cold towards the half-elf for the better part of a few viewings. Don't worry. Whatever happens, I'll protect you. Amelia assured the scared kids around her, but she was surprised with what came out from one of them. We're fine. You don't have to worry about us. The cart tumbled again and made the kids cower in fear. We made a promise, so this is nothing. A promise. Amelia repeated in confusion. That we wouldn't let go of you. One of the kids answered as he clung to her arm. Because you'll do something crazy if we're not with you. And he'll worry if someone isn't watching you. Worry about me? Who told you this? Amelia asked as her confusion rose more and more over the kids' frantic sayings. Don't. We can't tell Dash. Petra tried to stop her friends from saying anything, but the boys were too scared to care. Subaru. Subaru said it. He said that you get lonely easily, and so he was worried. Subaru said. Wait, we weren't supposed to tell her. Oh, boy. Petra facepalmed at her friend's idiotic nature. Amelia's face was white with fear and confusion as she looked outward from the carriage. Thinking that far ahead? Big bro? Felt gave a small nod of respect and looked at him tiredly. Must suck. Dying and having to think about all this shit and how to you win while savon everyone. I respect the hell out of you, man. We all do, felt Sama. Reinhard looked at the kids with a wonder in his eyes. What brave little ones. They would be fine adults in the future, that's for sure. Subaru-kun told them to stick to Amelia-sama so that she can protect them. So they don't end up in that shed with Sissy like the very first time he arrived at the mansion. Rim's words made people freeze over, with Heikel holding a hand to his face to hide his terror at the thought since he was the only one who wasn't there to see such a sight. Even with an imagination as limited as mine. It's too much for me to see. Schultz shuddered and held on to Priscilla's hand once again, which was allowed by his mistress. Ram hugged her sister silently, giving Subaru a look of concern before looking up at the window again. Capiness even thought of this, huh? Kiki. Garfield looked more smug yet tired after he heard what the children had to say. Having the little one stay with the princess for her to protect him. That's so good. I enjoy it as well, even though it's unknightly to make your master do the work for you. This is a circumstance I would not want to look down upon, for he earned my respect for it. Julius, though worried about his friend, found himself giving a small nod to the children and what they had revealed to Amelia. The half-elf herself wasn't able to form the words of how she felt as she saw this moment again through a different lens. I thought he was trying to push me away. But I had his trust to do something useful for once. He always trusts, I suppose. And not just you, in fact. Beatrice grits her teeth in an adorable expression that shows frustration and sorrow. Not a single time was that a question. But Subaru's alone. So increasingly on his own, it's unfair to expect him to remember us when he needs to fight desperately, in fact. Rim and Crush looked away from the spirit, a light dim in their eyes once they had remembered how they could have been a part of the help Subaru needed to fight off Sloth, but they had been caught by the other monsters who formed from the same pit as Petelgeuse. The scene changes to a forest being ransacked as Petelgeuse breaks everything in his path to reach Subaru on the moving cart. Natsuki-san, is something coming up behind us? Otto asked as he kept his eyes on the wooded road before him. Just some big, black animal. It has a wild voice and a scary face, so you're better off not looking. Those things make me all the more curious. Forget it. Just drive. If I get bitten, it'll munch on you next. Yikes. Otto shouted and kept his eyes on the road. I wish I had looked back for even a second. I stopped using my protection to speak with the others around me so I could focus on the road. Otto held his hands to his face, finding himself increasingly angry toward his past self. This isn't fair. I don't suppose you know what you could have done to change things for you or Barusu. You don't even know how Barusu managed to beat this monster, so stop talking like you didn't do your best by getting him to Amelia-sama on time. Ram huffed with her arms crossing. Honestly, how can our head minister be so whiny? Otto couldn't help but chuckle helplessly as his face was covered by his hands. Subaru turned to face the deranged Petelgeuse. How many times do I have to play the last level? What about you as slothful now, you uselessly hard worker? Subaru asked in exasperation at the malformed monster crawling for him. Which? Satella. Give me. Love. Love. She doesn't love you or me. What kind of rom-com has someone trying to squash their love's heart? Subaru shouted, but the madman was already falling into a trance as his black eye holes bled tears of blood while his broken, unhinged jaw moved up and down. What a damn freak. Heikel whispered before anyone could, his eyes glaring at the beast without any cowardice behind them this time. I hate him. A feeling shared, but for a different reason. Isn't that correct? Astria's mistake? Priscilla looked knowingly at him, which made the man clench his jaw tightly. Do not dub me that. He whispered to her, almost pleadingly as his gloved hand trembled. Priscilla let him be as he closed his eyes shut. She turned to the crowd below and decided to bestow her voice upon them after much time had passed before she addressed them as the rabble they were. Bring yourselves to be attentive, commoners. That half-wit's dog had declared something important to us who watch him unwittingly. Huh? What the fuck's she on about? Felt glared at Priscilla with annoyance and looked between her and the window. What did Big Bro say? He was talking about the witch's love. Reinhard answered, looking just as confused. Emilia and Rem locked eyes for a second, trying to figure it out as well. She doesn't love you or me. Crush looked at Priscilla with realization covering her expression. He just declared that he is aware of her true feelings for him. The witch doesn't have complete control over him. We already knew that. Tivy sighed with relief even though it had been obvious from the start. The witch of envy. Connected to one of us. That's such a crazy. I think it's more fact than theory now. Bullshit, she does. I'll sighed under his helmet, glaring at his lady for a split second behind his visor. I wish she would just up and disappear from the world already. Anything but have him and her be. Fuck, I can't even think about it, pal. Emilia had to look at the window with a small hint of happiness in her chest, replaying what she had heard him say to Petelgeuse again and again. Rim held her arms around Subaru's neck, softly whispering to him her good wishes, knowing that she could have been there to help him at any moment, but being proud of him as he faced down his opponent. Subaru could only glance at the madman's corpse with a look of pity. I am your opponent. I won't let you get past me. And I absolutely won't let you get to the kid in front of me. Natsuki-san, you care about me that much? Will you be quiet? I'm trying to make myself look good. Subaru shouted to the emotional Otto and glared back at the moving corpse. Otto had to chuckle at himself, nodding his head as Garfield and Julius gave him small grins and the twins chuckled in the back. I am grateful to you for having my back, Natsuki-san. Wait. Wouldn't I be in danger technically just because Natsuki-san was there with me? Just like the white whale. It's your fault I'm in that mess anyway, so don't expect me to thank you. Otto shouted with a sudden look of embarrassment as more people chuckled at him from behind. Black hands came out of the monster's back and latched onto different parts of the carriage. Subaru started kicking and punching the latching arms away. Take this. Natsuki-san, we're leaving the forest. The two dragons, the carriage, and the hollowed corpse all managed to come out of the dense forest of Mather's domain and into the flat plains of Lifos Highway. Love. Love me. Love alone is everything. I can't take you with me to where Amelia is. Subaru shouted as he threw some of Otto's oil vassals on the monster, making the liquid cover the crawling figure of the monster. The oil vassals. Worthless to the very end, Otto seethed in anger under his breath before being punched by Garfield on the shoulder. Remember the amount of damage those did to that beast you killed with Captain. Don't sell them too short. He grinned at Otto but removed it once he looked at the window with focus again. Come on, Captain. Think oh something. Multiple black hands came out of the monster's back and rocketed towards Subaru and the cart. The boy glared with determination and held his hand in an outstretched manner with his finger extended. I'm gonna need your strength, Julius Euclius. Julius immediately looked shocked at being proclaimed in such an open manner by Subaru himself. I do not know what pose he strikes as he uses your power, but please help him as much as you can. At the very tip of his gun-shaped hand, the red-dotted spirit stood at the ready as Subaru commanded in a yell. Rental Goa. The spirit was sent flying towards the oil-covered monster. A small explosion that weaved through the oil and covered the monster with licking spirit art flames that wouldn't flicker out but seemingly increased in ferocity and glow all over the corpse monster in front of Subaru. He used the spirit. Yes. Petra cheered, her face astonished and her body moving on its own to clap her hands in a praying motion as Subaru made a stand clear against Patelgeese. Yes. Please. Amelia, Crush, and Rem held onto Subaru's body from their different angles, each of them displaying an expression of concern and pure trust at what Subaru was using to stop the cult leader. Shouldn't it be hurtful, I suppose? Beatrice muttered under her breath, watching with a bated breath. Shouldn't this fire that rages on your skin hurt more than the one you've been feeling for centuries in your heart, Geese? Beatrice closed her eyes with her tears trailing increasingly. Just give it up, I suppose. Subaru will win. Otto's expression turned from amaze to one of pure satisfaction as he failed to pump his fist with Garfield. Seems like you spirit did her fair share of helping too, Julius. Anastasia patted her knight, which made Julius smile with great pride. She never told me about this little small venture that Subaru had used her for. I might need to speak with her next time we meet. Julius sighed, remembering how alone he felt without his buds around him. In a last-ditch effort, Betelgeuse held onto the cart's tail with his hands and started taking it apart piece by piece. Damn, that hurts. Subaru yelled as he fell on top of the box. He looked up and found the monstrous image of a malformed melting corpse covered in spirit flames looking into the cart with black outstretched hands reaching for Subaru. Give it to me. Relinquish it. The distorted voice said as the monster moved its open melting mouth. I told you. If you try to get into my body, you're just gonna get hurt. Subaru yelled out with gritted teeth as the monster continued to hold onto the half-broken cart. The witch. Satella. Satella. I haven't forgotten a single moment of the things you did for me. Even if you've forgotten, with all of my diligence, I'll part with my slothful self to repay your love. If you had stayed a monster, you might have beaten me. Subaru smirked and threw the black book he had picked up after Julia's fight right over the burning corpse's head. Satella. The monster's melting face held a smile as it looked at the flying book. What disgusting love that she had placed into him. Ram spat with her eyes resembling the same fire as Priscilla behind her now that the monster's nature was exposed for all to see. Such one-sided love for someone who doesn't care. Doing all these crimes for so long just to be this desperate when reality hits. May I never see the day when I meet someone like this once again. Wilhelm turned to stare away from the monster in disgust. Felix looked at the floor with his hands trembling slightly on his lap, unable to say anything as he heard the others speak exactly what he thought about Patelgeese and about himself. You see that, commoner? The striking voice above him forced a chill of dread to fill Felix's spine and run through him. But when he looked back at the lady who'd been visiting his nightmares because of her humiliation of him and his love a few viewings ago, Felix couldn't understand what he was seeing. Priscilla always told him he was wrong to hold Crush in the same manner as Subaru held Amelia. He thought she would take this chance to rub his face in it once again. He's just as beastly and unsightly as Patelgeese for having such a worthless amount of love for someone who might not reciprocate. But instead, he witnessed someone else cry tears of anguish and realization instead of himself. Priscilla looked over them as if she was a divine who had delivered a merciful punishment and allowed them to live with the consequences afterward. Just let me be. Hey, all right? You've got everything you fucking need in life. Good for ya. Heiko looked away from her, unable to see the monster named Patelgeese on the window again after what he had realized. What I feel for her. It's not like this guy or the kid fighting so hard against him. Does not mean you convince with such blabbering. Priscilla took pleasure in humming as she watched the fire covering Patelgeese fill the reflection within her eyes. Satisfying it is to see unbeautiful love burn so destructively. Mine isn't like that. Heikel growled, making Schult and Felix widen their eyes as they overheard his desperation. I won't give up, he vowed, with a glare aimed at the floor. I won't fail her. There's nothing left for me here except for her. Felix glared and turned around, not wanting to hear more of the pathetic man's words. The moment you forget Reinhardt. You failed to be anything better than me or Patelgeese, Deputy Commander. Felix sighed and continued watching with a disappointed frown. Swiftly, the monster held the book with a black unseen hand. The wind protection zone was far away from his shape, however, so when he picked the book from the air, his hand was held in the momentum of the moving cart since it was outside of the divine protection, making the monster get pulled away from the carriage. Before the burning corpse could do anything, Subaru suddenly ran up and delivered a powerful right hook right into the monster's face, knocking it away from the carriage and falling on its back, but still getting dragged along since it had many hands latched onto the tail of the now half-torn cart. At his feet, Subaru looked as the black book he had just thrown away came back and rested on the carriage beside his leg. Garfield's eyes burned with admiration, the sharp edge of his grin glinting as Subaru's fist connected with the monster's face. That's it. Hit him hard, Captain, he muttered under his breath, fist clenched tight. It was a thrill he could barely contain, seeing Subaru take on the monster so boldly. But the thrill was tempered by something darker, a nagging unease as he watched Subaru throw himself at the creature with no thought of self-preservation. It was exhilarating. Amelia's heart twisted as she watched. The punch was impressive, raw, but then he was in harm's way again, his body straining to keep balance as he struck. She couldn't pull her gaze from him, her hand inching forward as if she could reach him, hold him back from the danger he seemed so willing to embrace. Subaru. She breathed. The desperation in his eyes, the way he threw himself into the fray without a second thought, broke her heart even as it inspired it. For Rim, the scene felt like an echo of something too close to home, Subaru charging forward, fierce and unyielding, as if he alone could carry everyone's fate. Her heart swelled with pride, but each step he took seemed more labored, his knuckles white as he braced himself for another blow. Please, be careful, Subaru-kun, she whispered, pressing her hands together as if her silent plea could protect him. The loyalty she felt was matched only by the fear that gripped her as he risked everything for their sake. Julius watched, his gaze steady, focused not only on the strength of Subaru's punch but on the toll it took on him. He could see the cost of each blow, the mounting exhaustion in every movement. Subaru's bravery had a weight Julius understood too well. The cost of fighting beyond one's limit, Subaru. You fool. Otto's breath hitched as Subaru's fist landed, the impact jarring even from a distance. But Otto's excitement quickly ebbed into worry as Subaru seemed to push himself beyond reason. What are you doing? He muttered, the helplessness tightening his fists. Crush's eyes remained sharp and steady, her gaze fixed on Subaru, taking in each movement, every ounce of force behind his punch. She recognized the resolve it took to fight like this, but in his reckless abandon, she also saw a dangerous pattern. You fight like one who holds nothing back, she thought, respect coloring her tone, but at what cost? Her admiration for Subaru deepened with that swing. Roswell watched with his painted smile, a curious glint flickering in his eyes. The punch was impressive, almost poetic in its intensity, the embodiment of everything tragic about Subaru. Ah, Subaru-kun, he mused to himself, one brow lifting. What a hero you are, willing to sacrifice everything. The admiration was there, yes, but so was the pleasure of witnessing Subaru's inner torment, a spectacle that played out precisely as Roswell anticipated and even desired once, but he had to bring himself to glare one final time. Now end it for all of us, Subaru-kun. He growled at Patelgeese, so I can see where my teacher failed to get you to kneel for her. And let my friend finally rest out of that accursed form. Beatrice's hands flew to her mouth, her heart lurching. Her eyes tracked his move, desperate and aching as she watched his relentless determination, his fist striking without a hint of self-preservation. Foolish contractor, in fact, she whispered. Petra's small hands clenched as she watched Subaru's right hook strike the monster. For a moment, her heart swelled with pride, but the thrill gave way to alarm, her eyes widening as he stood exposed. Don't push too hard. Don't be like him. He won't be, Petra-chan, Frederica shushed the maid with a hand patting her head. Felt's mouth hung open as she watched, half in awe, half in exasperation at Subaru's audacity. Dang, big bro, she muttered, impressed and frustrated in equal measure. I will not. I won't. Let it end. This hasn't ended. I haven't. Petalgue's muffled voice repeated as he cried in pain from his hopeless wounds. Subaru silently picked up the book and held his bleeding finger over the very last page of the gospel. Drawing something on the book using his blood, Subaru confidently and loudly refuted the monster. No, it's over. As of now, you. Subaru held the book and showed the Archbishop his last page with the bloody writing on it. Are finished. For a moment, the burning, melting, crushed, and abused face of the monster glared with the ultimate amount of hate Beetlejuice could bring through the flames rising from his flesh. Subaru met the burning black holes with his determination-filled gaze. As the two love-drunk fools faced one another, the difference between them could no longer be seen as the similarity played over the scene. This was Subaru. And that was Betelgeuse, the one who best copied him. In love with someone who doesn't even understand them. In love with someone they wanted to control and treat them like a sweet doll that should only be worshipped and doted over instead of giving her the free will she needed. Betelgeuse and Subaru were disgusting fanatics that made love an excuse for their failures and evil deeds. Subaru made his love for Amelia drive his worst traits to show as he hurt her and everyone around them to make her happy even though no one asked him to do so. Betelgeuse let his love for the witch be used as an excuse for all of the horror he had committed across his years as an archbishop. Subaru and Betelgeuse stared at one another, with the boy finally understanding the true effect his lovesick behavior had over everyone around him, himself more so. Betelgeuse's hand was stuck on the moving cartwheel, making the corpse's shelled body get dragged through it, getting crushed and shredded as his body was pulled more and more into the moving wheel. Natsuki Subaru. Betelgeuse's throttled throat screamed demonically and distortedly as the monster was shredded through the wheel for one last time. All that was left of the archbishop was one outstretched hand moving towards Subaru's skull. The black-haired boy simply met the black palm and demonic screams with nothing but an unfazed stare, as if nothing affected him even if the black hand coming to crush his skull was inches away from his face. But as Betelgeuse's body was turned into nothing but a stain on the road, the hand dissipated before the calm Subaru without a trace. This time, stay asleep forever, Betelgeuse, Subaru said while looking at the remains of the archbishop with pity. Amelia's hand covers her mouth as she stares wide-eyed at the screen, a mixture of shock and sorrow swirling in her gaze. She watches Subaru confront the broken Betelgeuse with steely resolve, his face hardened beyond anything she's seen before. Her heart aches at the lines drawn between them, realizing the heavyweight Subaru must feel as he stares down the archbishop. Subaru. She whispers, almost pleading, as though willing him back from the edge, fearful of what he's realized in the monster's dark mirror. A chill runs down Rim's spine as she watches Subaru hold the book with focus, his blood marking the final condemnation. She's filled with both pride and unease, her hands clasped tightly together. Subaru-kun. She whispers, pain lacing her voice. The intensity in his eyes, his stoic resolve, both awe her and leave her unnerved. For the first time, she sees in him a glimpse of something darker, a love capable of consuming him whole. She swallows, fighting against the sinking realization that Subaru's devotion to Amelia has led him to this grim understanding. Beatrice's gaze is locked on Subaru, her small hands gripping the arms of her seat as she trembles. Foolish Subaru. She murmurs, her voice thick with sorrow. His pitying farewell to Betelgeuse haunts her, the lines between hero and monster blurring in ways she wishes he'd never seen. The darkness in his stare shakes her deeply, yet she sees in his expression a painful wisdom she knows he can never unlearn. Her heart breaks at the sight, at the knowledge of what he's seen in himself. Betty wishes you wouldn't look at yourself that way. Do not let that heavy burden consume you, Crush murmured with a steeled look on her face. She crossed her legs and gave Subaru a small nod of admiration after he realized the darkest parts of himself manifested in Betelgeuse. Garfield's grin fades, replaced with a rare look of contemplative silence. Damn, Captain. He mutters, barely able to take his eyes off Subaru as he holds the gospel, blood smearing its pages. There's pride in Garfield, but it's tempered by something else, a grudging respect that shifts uncomfortably as he sees Betelgeuse's desperate, twisted love reflected in Subaru's own desires. The fight in Subaru has never looked so raw, nor so hauntingly similar to the monster before him. And I let that happen all behind me. Otto's gulp could be heard around the room, fearing what Subaru may have realized about himself with such a cold finality to his expression on the screen. Natsuki-san. This is the true ending of sloth, I suppose. Julius sighed, tiredly closing his eyes and giving Subaru the respect he deserved through his customary bow. That was a deserved hunt, Subaru Natsuki. You did us all a great service. Sloth counted amongst us most of all. What wretched existence. Anastasia sighed, feeling a bit pitiful that the bishop didn't offer much in terms of information, but she had eyed the gospel in Subaru's hand for the whole time it's been displayed between the two. Wonderful work, Natsuki-kun. Did he at least please you this time, princess? Al sighed, feeling a shiver run down his spine after the bishop was finally defeated. This worked out as you hoped? 'Tis your wishes that kept me watching, Aldebaran, do not forget that. Priscilla sighed and, like Crush, leaned back with a look of increasing satisfaction in her eyes. The commoner's work is done, with myself greatly pleased, and once again, interested. You too, huh? Al sighed a second time, unable to look anywhere near Subaru as he leaned his helmet onto the chair in front of him. Natsuki-san, look. Otto shouted from the front. Subaru quickly ran up to the front of the carriage and looked onto the now smoky plain fields filled with various ongoing explosions as the battle between the knights, mercenaries, magic users, and cultists continued across the fields. Wilhelm-san. Subaru shouted as he noticed the old man cutting through the cultists with awe-inspiring speed. Subaru-dano. The old man yelled back to the oncoming carriage carrying the boy. Where's Amelia? Wilhelm quickly noticed a cultist about to attack Subaru's carriage with fire, so he moved swiftly to cut him in half. Just ahead. Go straight, toward the great tree. Wilhelm yelled as he pointed further down the battle zone. The cult quickly took to running alongside Subaru's rushing cart, But they were intercepted by the speedy old butler as he jumped over one cultist and cut two others as he landed. This is the perfect chance to repay my debt. Who can stand in the way of a man going to see a woman? Wilhelm shouted in outrage as he readied his weapon, making some old knights beside him smile at their comrade's never-changing nature when it comes to love. Thank you, Emilia whispered, breathlessly looking towards the old man with endless gratitude. Wilhelm nodded his head, bowing slightly with respectfulness. Subaru and Otto were surprised to see the now fallen great tree of the Wanderer, Flugel, before them with many carts moving towards it ahead of them. Natsuki-san, that's the carriage with the refugees. Subaru looked afraid for a moment as images of his very first life when he met Emilia played. His first life. When he held that misguided belief that she was his heroine. When he first died. When I promised back then. No matter what it takes. I'm going to save you, Subaru declared with fire of unstoppable determination filling his nasty eyes. Subaru, you've carried this since the very beginning, she whispered, brushing a hand gently over his hair. Rem's heart trembled as she watched Subaru make that promise, the fire in his eyes as fierce as ever. The memory of her own love for him, her vow to stand by his side, flooded back with painful clarity. He's still fighting. For her, she murmured, almost to herself, as her fingers brushed the edge of her skirt, willing her heart to stay steady. I long to see this moment since his fight at the Capitol. The scene changes to Emilia as she sits with her arms around the huddled group of kids. Are you thinking about Subaru? Yeah, but I still can't believe it. If Subaru's really leading the army, a lot of things would make sense. Like why Ram didn't argue, and why the villagers agreed to evacuate. Emilia looked down in sadness and confusion. But why? After all the pain and suffering he went through, after I made him look so sad. Why would he? And what do you think now, after everything you've seen him go through? Crush asked her, not wasting the chance to give Emilia her gaze, finally having the half-elf's true feelings on display as she saw the droplets of tears beginning to form in Emilia's eyes. The half-elf couldn't display anything but sorrow and gratefulness in her expression, shaking her head while biting her lower lip. Emilia-sama. Rem looked at the half-elf with a look of understanding, smiling softly. Please let us enjoy this moment you will have with him. It's finally their reunion after the fight they had before all of this had started, sister. Ram snorted in amusement. Perusa will screw it up somehow, and that's probably why Emilia-sama is on the verge of tears right now. Have faith, sister. Rem admonished sternly with a pout on her face. Emilia's lips quivered upwards, looking from Rem to Beatrice, to Petra, to Felt, and Otto's group. She held them all with such love in her eyes as the tears began falling. I'm just happy I can say to him how much I'm grateful. For being his beloved. For having this love for him. Crush and Rem nodded with smiles of their own to the half-elf. The carts suddenly began stopping to a halt, making the kids all scream in fear. Yeah, something's coming up behind us. The speeding group of carriages carrying the refugees of alarm suddenly all stopped to a halt with many dragons going off the road to not slam into their brethren carts. Emilia and the kids held each other as they braced for impact. The silver-haired lady had her arms around them all to protect them as her cart stopped. In the silence, Emilia could only notice the flickering of a shadow coming into the cart as her dazed vision regained focus. A hand planted on the tail of her carriage, pulling its owner up as they jumped straight into the carriage and landed on their feet. Standing before her, with their sharp eyes trembling in regret and shame, the person that had suddenly appeared made Emilia's own eyes tremble with emotion. Garfield smirked at the cool pose, giving his fist up in the air with his two companions chuckling at the theatrics. Subaru shook his head and moved his gaze away from the lady and towards the many boxes inside the carriage. His gaze suddenly fell to a misplaced plank on the carriage floor. He quickly ran towards it and broke the wooden plank with his hand. His eyes widened in shock as he found the sack of glowing red rocks. Found them. Puck suddenly came out of Emilia's hair with a look of understanding. I thought this reunion seemed sudden. So that's why you're here. Subaru didn't respond as he quickly took the bag of explosive rocks out of the hidden compartment and ran out of the carriage. Where's he gonna go with those? Heikel asked, looking at Subaru with alarm. Ain't they set to explode at a moment's notice or something? That's the idea. Wilhelm found it appropriate to answer his son for the first time. Subaru Dano wants to take them away from the refugee caravan. But what about him? Heikel felt stupid at his own question that just left his mouth unconsciously, earning a snort from Priscilla. Fuck. Petra nodded her head at the man's final word, not being allowed to say it herself but wishing she could. Thanks for saving me once again. And my friends. And even before that. Thank you for beating that monster and not giving up. Her tears were shed once again as she saw him turn his back and jump on his dragon. Wait, why? Emilia yelled her question desperately for the boy, but he had already jumped out of the carriage and onto his dragon's back. The half-elf closed her eyes, feeling her chest getting heavier with a pressure she couldn't explain to anyone in the room as her wishes finally came true. It's here. Emilia's sob caught everyone off guard as she collapsed on herself, her tears finally falling freely. It's been so long. Subaru, please wake up and see this with me. Her face was flushed from the heaviness she was experiencing in her heart and soul, but her eyes focused only on the sleeping knight at her side. Wake up and tell it to me yourself, one more time. She begged as the screen played the next scene with increased volume for all those watching her with confusion. Emilia quickly ran towards the tail and looked at Subaru with an emotional gaze. Why? She asked in confusion and desperate need to understand. The nasty-eyed boy turned towards her with a smile. I love you, Emilia. Her jaw hinged open as bewilderment covered her expression. And as Subaru strode over Petrash's back with the bag of dangerous rocks under his arm, Emilia looked at his treating back as he strode away from her. And then Stay Alive played. Holy shit. Felt laughed as soon as the song played over everything, watching him run on his dragon. He just told her like that? Watch him run away. Mimi laughed with Felt, understanding exactly why Subaru was speeding away but choosing to ignore it for her more fun reason. Bro's scared of her rejecting him. Seriously, Subaru-kun is cruel. Rem sighed and knocked the back of his head with a small smile, tinged with pain after hearing him say it to Emilia in such a way. I wish to hear you say it. Wake up. Crush looked at the maid and then glanced at Emilia with understanding in her heart for the yearning girls. Emilia herself let the song engulf her as she sobbed and held his hand to her cheek, covering it in his touch and begging between tears and cries to wake up and tell her he loved her already. Swiftly running through the field, towards the beheaded corpse of the once mighty white whale without a head and crushed underneath the fallen great tree, holding a big bag with smoke coming out of it. He really just left the princess like that? Garfield's laugh was overcoming the song itself, and his jumping in excitement and cheer was always a welcome sight to change everyone's mood from the somber seriousness of Sloth's death to something more hopeful. Otto and Julius chuckled as well, with Reinhard and Felix giving their own grins of amusement. El meanwhile sighed to himself. Come on, pal. You already have her. Latching his hand against the satchel, Subaru rode Petrash with gritted teeth as he remembered every single time Emilia showed him kindness and smiled at him just because she was alone and he gave her something she needed. A friend. Through every loop, every death, every fight, every life. Damn it. Get there in time. She's been his saving grace. Come on, Petrash. Subaru shouted as the memories of his loops played over. The black dragoness finally reached the hollowed corpse of the giant whale. Not wasting a moment, Subaru immediately threw the bag inside of the cave-like body of the whale and blasted Petrash away from the cave-like structure as he noticed the crystals glowing brightly through the bag. Playing over his struggle as Petrash ran away from the soon-coming fire, images of Emilia played. Thank you, Subaru, for saving me. When she smiled at him in a vacant loot house after he was suddenly pulled away from everything he knew and everybody he loved. There was nothing but Emilia since the start. And as the music picked up, a flash burned behind Subaru and Petrash. Asterisk boo. Asterisk. An explosion rocketed through the entire fields, sending a shockwave that knocked Subaru off of his dragon with nothing to protect him from the unleashed waves of flames that could turn him to ash. Petrash quickly covered her reptilian body around Subaru's as the fire of the explosion covered them both. From far away, the knights, refugees, kids, and Emilia all watched the giant explosion with nothing but shock and fear itching on their faces. Asterisk whoosh Asterisk. The massive shockwave rocketed against everyone and almost knocked the carts back from how strong the explosion truly was. Emilia swiftly let her long legs carry her against the onslaught of wind and smoke as she could only think of the boy who had been at the center when the explosion happened. As the fire roared and Subaru's desperate struggle unfolded on stage, murmurs, gasps, and words of all kinds rippled through the theater. Please come back and say them to me again. Emilia whispered while holding on to him, letting the song play in her mind as she watched his point of view of that same explosion she had been shocked by once before. I'm reluctant to respect such a stupid way to get rid of those things. He could have gotten Wilhelm Samati, throw them far away, and not waste the whale's corpse. But a gal's gotta love such a manly scene. Anastasia giggled with a satisfied look. Priscilla let out a soft, derisive laugh. Oh, the foolishness of the desperate. Only someone as mad as he would dare such a thing. She fanned herself lazily, but her eyes glinted with intrigue. The world does love its reckless heroes. Desperate ain't got a thing on him. Felt grinned. She punched her fist into her palm, practically vibrating with excitement. Big bro's beaten so many odds, it's crazy the stories we heard weren't even more epic. Beatrice's small voice trembled, her usual indifference melting away. Don't be reckless, I suppose. Just survive, in fact. Her fingers gripped the armrest tightly, her eyes never leaving the window, silently rooting for him. I'll remember this moment for a long time. Reinhard brought himself to smile even through his admiration for Subaru's resilience. Such courage even when the odds are overwhelming. Mimi fidgeted in her seat, her small voice almost a whimper. Come on, Mr. Subaru. You gotta be okay. I'll cheer for you. I will. Her innocent cheerfulness mingled with genuine fear, her words filled with childlike belief. Damn it. Heikel nodded slightly, his voice a gruff mutter. There's strength in him, no doubt about that. Foolish, maybe, but... He trailed off, suppressing the hint of pride in his voice, as if reluctantly admiring Subaru's resolve. That fucker's made it through everything. Ram snorted softly, though her voice held a touch of pride. If that fool doesn't come back, I'll bring him back just to berate him. She shook her head, a soft smirk on her lips. Where am I? Subaru asked as his vision was obstructed by a white light. Right here. Rim's firm response came immediately with a hint of love always seeping through. "You're right here with me, Subaru-kun. This white light is not familiar at all," Otto muttered under his breath, not willing to ruin the moment, but his worry was winning against his best interest. "Let's just see," Julia said in response, eyes filled with pride for their friend. "I can't see a thing. I can't hear a thing. Is that witch lady coming to grab my heart again? I don't feel too bad, though. Subaru. Subaru. Oh, hey. I can hear, after all." Deleted Shadow Garden for this episode. Shadow Garden Scene 5. The sigh of relief was the last thing Subaru did before his mind fell into a deep, deep sleep. When Subaru came to, his mind had entered a world of darkness once more. Having lost his body, Subaru Natsuki continued to hover in the vast, empty space as nothing but consciousness. As usual, the world had neither ground nor a discernible sky. Nothing but darkness spread out before him in an ephemeral dream, one he would forget when he awakened. "I love you." The room filled with gasps from Frederica and Petra. "She's back." Beatrice held onto Subaru's waist, turning her body as she hugged him tight. "She's back to try and take him like geese, in fact." Emilia looked from Beatrice to the dark space shown to them on the window, feeling sick as she heard that sentence over and over again. "It's not how he said it to me. It's not at all the same." Emilia dared to growl at the witch's poisoning of his heart. But in that blank, hollow world of nothingness, there was a charming someone he couldn't meet anywhere else. Always it gave Subaru a soft, numbing throb, as if he was filled with joy at a painful embrace. "I love you." This narration shit's way too out of place for me to care about him, and the witch being lover and slave in some sort of mind prison. "Just try to calm down as the kid figures it out," Heikel muttered, seeing how outraged most of the Emilia camp were as they watched this scene. The darkness unwound, the shadow formed, and the captivating someone appeared, approaching Subaru as she whispered her love. He could not see the expression on her face. "She's there. The witch." Tivy found himself enthralled like the first time he tried to figure out the exact look of the figure in the darkness since the start. "She's going to be shown fully. I would rather see two maybe ass lay together than see this monster's face." Rem spat with hatred, not at all in control of herself as she watched the darkness swallowing Subaru's soul. "Please." Emilia gripped his hand tightly. "I beg you not to treat me because of her manipulation of you." However, that someone was likely spinning words of love with a face drenched with anguish. He wanted to be touched. He wanted to be longed for. Reflexively, Subaru's heart was drawn in. He wanted to respond to her love, to repay her for it. He would never be able to repay love granted to him with anything less than love of his own, and yet... "Subaru." He heard it. A lovely voice from other than someone was calling his name. Yes. Otto found himself at the edge of his seat as he and the other two youths sitting next to him looked at Emilia with excited looks. Emilia herself was looking upwards with great hope growing within her. His thoughts alone understood. A lovely voice apart from the someone filling the dream with black shadow was calling him to the world of white light. As he understood this, a white light, something that should not exist in the land of darkness, was born. "I love you." Subaru. Holy shit, Al found himself breathing heavily as he watched like everyone else. "There's no way, pal." The witch and Emilia-sama are battling for his consciousness. Ram was looking at Subaru in amazement. Barusu's going to have to make the choice now. Emilia gasped, unable to let her words out as easily as she used to do, seeing how close she was to facing the witch herself just because of Subaru's closeness to her. Almost everyone was on the edge of their seats. Even Priscilla and Roswell looked on with rapid interest growing in their eyes because the witch was being directly challenged by Subaru and Emilia in such a unique situation. Simultaneously, the voices were tossed his way. He wanted to respond to the shadow's love. He had to respond to the love of the light. He realized that his mind was being drawn away from the voice of that someone toward her whose voice reached him from the land of light. The voice of someone held grief at the state of Subaru's heart, for she was being left behind. Two arms woven from the shadow stretched out, but they did not reach his incomplete body. As Subaru grew distant, he heard the voice tremble, sadly calling out as it sought him over and over. "I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Subaru, please." The whispers of love repeated over and over, whereas the call of his name contained a simple plea. Remember who you are. Remember what you have to do. Remember the words you must exchange, in the world where you belong. He couldn't stay there. So, next time, I'll probably come to meet you. With non-existent lips surely unable to convey his feelings, he spoke his farewell to the someone fading in the distance. They were words of departure, an oath that they would meet again. That someone let out a small gasp. Then Subaru's mind was enveloped by a light that blotted out the world of darkness as he slowly melted away. "I'll be waiting." As the words fell from Subaru's lips, promising the Witch of Envy that he would come to see her soon, an icy silence gripped the theater. The audience, already shaken by the intensity of the previous scenes, now felt a fresh wave of shock and terror ripple through them, each one confronting the gravity of Subaru's promise. Emilia gasped, her face pale. "Subaru, what are you saying? Do you even understand who you're talking to?" Her voice shook, disbelief mingling with fear as she clutched her chest. She looked around frantically as if hoping someone could explain why he'd say such a thing. Either he's the bravest fool alive or he's lost his mind. Making promises to her. Anastasia shivered slightly, but curiosity gleamed in her eyes. Crush's face grew somber, and she shook her head in disapproval. Rem followed soon after but gave Subaru a worried glance. Charming the creature born to stay in the darkness forever, Priscilla found herself amused more than anything at the scene. Delightful 'tis to see, a dark creature trying to stake a claim on that which belongs under the sun. Nice poetry, Heinkel sighed, giving himself a rub on the temple. God, I've been so patient with this shit and no drinks have manifested for me like the rest of these assholes. Beside them, Al gave the window a small silent glare behind his helmet, not being able to do anything about the feelings that burned through him as a man at that moment. Soon, pal, you'll see how she truly is. And she won't ever look at you again, just like me. She has to leave you. Or else I swear. He didn't finish. He couldn't. Not with all of Subaru's friends around him. Felix's ears flattened, his face a mask of fear. Subaru, Naya, you can't be serious. He swallowed, his voice barely a whisper. The Witch of Envy isn't some lost soul you can save. Please don't go anywhere near her. A promise to the Witch of Envy. I can't support this, Subaru. Even you should know there are forces beyond what one man can withstand. Reinhard's normally calm face took on a grave expression, his voice low and solemn. You should stop him next time then. Felt growled and glared at her knight with fire in her eyes. I give you full permission, idiot. Reinhard nodded his head, not wasting a second to accept her order. I will not allow it. Petra was the only one who stayed silently watching the scene above with her mouth set in a thin line. She helped him more than all of us. She whispered slowly, not caring if anyone heard her. A fool's errand, Subaru-kun. Roswell sighed and looked away from the screen, disinterested in it. Nothing to do with my teacher or her plans anymore. Just a pawn promising one of the players a meeting. But my teacher will save you from her grasp. She already did many times over. His smirk was as self-satisfied as it was relieved for the first time within the theater. The screen showed a worried Amelia walking through the cloud of dust and smoke with a hand on her mouth as she scanned through the misty air. A loud screech from a dragon was heard by the beautiful half-elf, making her gasp and instantly run towards the screech that was coming from within the smoke. Running through the dust cloud, Amelia finally reached the figure of a bleeding black dragon, looking over the unconscious form of her rider. Folding her legs under her and sitting over him, Amelia waited for any sign of life from the boy, which came in the form of a slight pained groan from his frowned lips. Subaru. Amelia engulfed the boy in a hug as she rested her head against his chest. Scene change. Where am I? Subaru stuttered as he opened his eyes. Subaru, you're awake? Thank goodness, I'm so glad. Subaru's half-lidded eyes suddenly widened as he noticed how Amelia's beautiful smile was closer to his depth of vision than normal as she was sitting over him. Bet you he's loving this, Ricardo chuckled, as did many who grinned at the two. Should we be watching this? Reinhard looked around and asked for permission from the Amelia camp, but no one knew if they could even prevent him from watching as no one controlled the theater. Just watch quietly. Well, ya? I need to know if Big Bro did it. Felt shushed with a serious expression. Did what? Petra asked with curiosity and childish innocence from behind the two. Kiss, Petra-chan. Frederica smiled warmly at the two in the window, having her student blush and squeak next to her. I'm lying down and Amelia Tan is kneeling. And considering our distance and the heavenly sensation under my head. You don't have to go through all that. Your head is on my lap. It's not uncomfortable, is it? I know of no finer, move divine pillow, Subaru replied elegantly as he looked up at the beautiful lady. Amelia's hand found itself on his head again, pressing on it and running through the strands protectively. Just wake up. Please. She whispered to him, and she almost imagined him moving his head to nod along with her wishes and demands, but the scene continued regardless of what she thought. The sunlight weaved through the grass lanes as the breeze picked up around them. The atmosphere created through the elements was one of calm and warmth. Amelia gave the boy sitting on her lap a small smile. Can I ask how things turned out? Subaru asked with an uneasy smile. Captain must feel so good now that he's won everything. I can't believe what we've seen half of the time in air. Garfield smiled brightly with no hidden darker emotion like the rest of the others. To him, everything he had seen only strengthened his love and respect for Subaru. Seeing this final win with the princess. I knew rooting for you would be the right call, Captain. Amelia gave a tired one of her own as she gazed at the boy with warmth-filled eyes. Honestly, I'm the one who wants to ask what's going on. Is Patrash okay? I want to become the wind with that critter again. Wish I can say the same right now, but she's been alone for the whole time we've been in this prison. Otto sighed but gave Subaru a guilty smile. I'm just happy he's finally made it. Otto's hand ran through his hair and he shook in place. He's made it. Otto's tears ran down his cheek for a split second before he wiped them away. How'd you like that? White whale-san. He whispered to himself, ensuring he wasn't heard by anyone else. She was pretty burned, but she'll be fine. Felix is looking at her. Oh, Felix joined us, too? Have I been out for a pretty long time? Felix sighed, tired but satisfied with what he was seeing. You deserve all the rest, Subaru-kun. That gate of yours will only get its dues with good rest, Nyan. Felix's frown returned as he remembered all that he had said and done in the theater for the past few days. Maybe one day, I can still look you in the eye as I apologize myself for everything I said. And thank you for letting me know who I truly am. About an hour or two. So everyone's together now then. Julius, too, Amelia said as she gazed at him with an astounded expression. I was really surprised. I never expected to see you two together. Julius found himself smiling with pride at his friend's capacity to trust and win while doing so. Thank you for not holding it against me, Subaru. I'll try not to let it hinder our friendship if that is what you truly wish from me. I couldn't be luckier for it. The boy smiled whimsically as Amelia smiled down at him. It was for reasons bluer than the mountains and taller than the seas, Amelia Tan. Subaru turned his head away to the side as he continued to lay on her lap. The white whale's corpse has completely turned to ash as the only thing left of the explosion was a giant crater where he had thrown it. Well done. After everything I had to witness today, I regret nothing from what I had said, Subaru Dano. You truly are a man worth 1,000. And I apologize for not stopping you when I should have. Wilhelm didn't hide his smile as he looked at the corpse of the whale with satisfaction. Into sight to behold every day, take it in, kid. Heikel sighed and shoved Schultz a bit to make the boy pay attention. Reinhard looked at the smothered husk with a small frown that disappeared when he gave Subaru his brightest of smiles, one that almost shone like sunlight from how happy he felt. Had I ignored Felt-sama, you'd have had to sacrifice such a moment like this. With many darker ones alongside it. I hope next time, you will call on me like you did when we met. Knights and villagers were confronting each other, Wilhelm, Felix, Julius, and the twins all were interacting with bright, happy smiles. That's us. Mimi jumped and pointed with excitement. Yes, Mimi. No one's denying that we are the center of the story. Tybee rolled his eyes as Ricardo shoved his hand on top of both their small heads to ruffle them. I finally made it back. I feel like I was having a really long dream. A terrible dream. No, it wasn't. Subaru chuckled as Amelia twirled his hair. A good dream, then? Amelia spoke while smiling at the boy as he slept on her lap. A good reality, Subaru responded. Beatrice hugged Subaru as tightly as she could, fully giving him her full Betty-hugging experience that he would always tease her for. She didn't say anything, just enjoyed his warmth while listening to the happiest moment for her contractor since he'd come to their world unwillingly. Betty will make it up to you, in fact. She opened her eyes and looked at him with determination. Everything you've lost from your homeworld. It will be returned to you, in fact. The great spirit of Een Magic swore to him. Amelia's expression conveyed confusion at his words. Back then, you asked me why. Why I saved you, why I try so hard at everything. You asked me why. How reliable you are. How amazing. Frederica had to speak, feeling too giddy and too happy as she saw him finally receive his break that's been evading him since the beginning of everything they had witnessed. The more I think about it, the more I realize how similar we are. I was from a place where the world had no idea it existed too. I wanted to make something out of nothing as well. You've gone beyond what I can do, Subaru-sama. Yeah, and you said it was because I saved you. But I haven't done anything like that. I've never been able to. You're the one who's always saving me. I could never do anything for you. And yet, you got yourself hurt and said it was for my sake. Amelia looked physically hurt as she recalled everything that had been said between the both of them during their fight. No, I was messed up back then. Subaru shook his head on her lap and smiled tiredly as he admitted his shame. I was only thinking of myself. I said it was all for you when I was really just drunk on the idea of doing it all for you. I had it in my head that if I told you that, you'd accept it. That's what I like to see. Crush tilted her head and smiled warmly, deeply satisfied by what she was seeing. Your words hold nothing but what I admire about you most. Your weakness to be good, even when you know you were in the wrong. Her hand brushed his, and she found herself moving her head closer to his shoulder and Rim's arm. The boy moved his head on her lap to look straight up at her. Subaru. I'm sorry. I used you for my own self-satisfaction. Everything you said back then was true. I was wrong. But there's one thing I wasn't wrong about. I want to save you. I want to help you. I honestly mean that. It's no lie. Wish you can keep saying that to me too. Petra found herself whispering with her frown disappearing, unable to hold anything negative at this moment when her hero finally saved everyone that she cared about. Thank you so much, Subaru. For saving my village. My family. And the mansion's residents too. The Knights. You're amazing. Amelia gave a small nod to indicate that she believed him and gave him a small tired smile. Yeah, I know. Why do you always save me? She asked him as she glued her eyes to his while holding his head softly. Subaru's eyes reflected only Amelia's face as he smiled at her with adoration. Because I love you, and I want to be your strength. He answered smoothly and truthfully, making the girl above him close her eyes in disbelief as if the very idea hurt her. I'm a half-elf. Amelia choked out loudly as she tried to keep her tears in. I know that, Subaru simply answered her. It never mattered to him. Rem whispered to the girl beyond her row as she held on to the neck of her beloved, feeling more than robbed that she wasn't there beside him as this moment happened. She felt so proud of her hero. I'm so happy. I saw everything, Subaru-kun. Subaru. I saw it all and I'm so happy you are the one who was there for us all. To save me. I'm so happy. I love you. I'm a silver-haired half-elf, and many people hate me because I look like the witch. They despise me. They absolutely detest me. Emilia repeated while trembling in place. Subaru only smiled and replied calmly once more. I saw. I know. Those guys are all blind. At least he's got that spine in him after everything. Felt sighed and let her anger pass, enjoying Subaru's win. Now don't screw this up, big bro. She's gonna need more. She smirked mischievously. I don't have much experience with people, so I don't have friends. I'm naive and not very worldly, so I say strange things sometimes. And the reason I want to be the kingdom's ruler is really, really selfish. Emilia repeated over and over as the boy below her only shook his head and smiled at her with passion and warmth. No matter what anyone says about you, no matter what you think of yourself, I love you. I really love you. Like crazy. I want to be with you all the time. I want to hold your hand all the time. If you name 10 things you hate about yourself, I'll say 2,000 things I love about you. Emilia was full on shaking right now, barely able to pull herself together. Subaru slowly sat up from her lap and crossed his legs to face her. That's the kind of special treatment I want to give you. Priscilla found herself smiling at the scene, hiding it behind her fan of course, as it continued to play. She recalled the moment she made him a certain proposal in a certain failed loop, where she saw how disgusting his love was. But what she saw at this moment, it was of great beauty. Mine interest to this feeling he shares with that halfwit is at its apex. And 'tis no surprise that the world revolved in a way to keep me watching for such a striking beauty to grace mine eyes. As the sunlight fell on them both, the breeze picked up around them again, making the grass and fauna around them pop out and setting just how romantic the scene truly was. Emilia's tears trailed down her cheeks as she faced the boy with a sad, barely contained smile. That's the first time I've received special treatment that made me happy. That's the way of the stars, I guess. Al sighed and found his voice again after seething for so long in his seat. Can't help but wonder about you, pal. How are you going to screw this up for me in the end? Right after I thought we could help each other. After so long, I thought I was a crazy person in an asylum somewhere until I found someone like me. He shook his head and let his hand fall to his side in defeat. Subaru's hand softly moved to wipe away her tears. Emilia instantly held his hand in both of hers and smiled against it. Why 2,000? She asked as she let his warmth fill her. Because 100-fold isn't enough to express how I feel about you, Subaru answered softly and with a shining smile. Emilia rested her cheek against his open palm while holding his hand in both of hers. I'm happy. I'm so happy. I never even imagined I'd see the day when someone told me they loved me. What should I do? You've told me so many of your feelings, but I don't know what to do. You can just say you love him back. At least you can now, Rem huffed with her arms crossed. Finally, Barusu. You can finally smile without hiding so much nastiness behind your gaze. Ram's chuckle as her sister glared at her was filled with delight. You don't have to stress over it. I'm not demanding an answer right away. As far as I'm concerned, it's written in stone that I'll get your answer one day, and it'll be a positive one, at that. Subaru answered with a determined smile holding his hand in a thumbs up. Is it really all right? For me. For someone like me to be given such happiness all the time? To be so overjoyed, I actually feel like it's indulgent. The lady asked while crying tears of happiness. Sure, it is. Go on and be indulgent. You can never have too much happiness. If you have so much that it overflows, you can always share it. You can take your time, Emilia. You can take your time and slowly, steadily fall in love with me. I'll do my best so I can walk by your side and so you'll fall head over heels for me. With the sun shining over his face, Subaru grinned charmingly at the girl, making her sob for a moment and shake her head to calm her nerves from the overflowing emotions his words settled in her heart. As the scene of Subaru's promise plays, Roswell's gaze narrows, his mismatched eyes focused intently on the screen. Watching Subaru's devotion, the way he so easily offers to wait forever, Roswell's lips curl into a small, calculating smile, tinged with a bitterness that betrays his inner conflict. Ah, how perfect it should have been. His love, unyielding and absolute, tethered him to her. This was to be the bond that bound him to my purpose, to our shared mission, just as my teacher planned. His eyes darken slightly, a shadow passing over his face as he recalls the unwavering ambition he inherited from his teacher, Echidna. Yes, this love was meant to be my instrument, the very chain that would drive him forward on my path, so that he would align with my vision. And yet, his voice falters, an unfamiliar frustration seeping into his words. He broke free, didn't he? I didn't foresee that he'd remain steadfast not to my design, but to her, and in his own way. Roswell's voice turns almost wistful as he continues, barely louder than a whisper. Why? Why would he choose to fight his way out of that web, that flawless snare of destiny I laid out, of a life dedicated to his love for her? He sighs, his fingers tapping lightly on his lips. It's his love that should have been my greatest weapon, but it has become a barrier I can no longer breach. Thank you, Subaru, for saving me. Emilia gave an honest, grateful smile. Subaru's eyes reflected her image. He stared at her smile like it was the most amazing thing in the world. He remembered the very start of his journey, when she would treat him with nothing but distrust and hostility, and seeing her smile now as she cried streams of relieved happy tears while holding his hand on the breezy plain field. Her hand moves to cover her mouth, and her eyes glisten with tears. Subaru, All those things, all the things I never knew. Her voice trembles, a sense of regret mingling with her admiration for his strength. Emilia's mind races as she thinks back on every moment he spent by her side, tirelessly supporting her, believing in her when she struggled to believe in herself. She remembers each instance he came back to her after facing horrors she could hardly imagine, deaths, betrayals, battles, and countless wounds that must have shattered him over and over again. And all for her, despite her own inability to reciprocate his love in the way he truly deserves. He's always given everything for me, even when I had nothing to give back. The realization makes her heart ache. All those times she hesitated, unsure of her own feelings or scared to admit what was growing inside her. She feels a pang of regret, understanding now that by holding back, she may have unwittingly added to the suffering he endured alone. Tears spill down her cheeks as she whispers, "I don't deserve this. I don't deserve someone who would suffer so much, someone who would choose me again and again." She looks down, her hands clutching the fabric of her dress tightly. But he's waiting for me, isn't he? Even now, he's willing to wait, to give me all the time I need. At that moment, Emilia's heart fills with a quiet determination. If he can be this strong for me, then I must be strong for him. She brushes her tears away and looks up, feeling a spark of courage bloom within her chest. She knows that she's not ready to say the words just yet, but she also knows she can't keep hiding behind her fears forever. "Please wake up so I can tell you the answer you've been waiting for, Subaru." Emilia looked at him one final time, hoping to find his eyelids fluttering or even moving just a small bit. But alas, she had to look upwards at the final frame of the last scene for this viewing. "I'll wait by your side until you wake up." Subaru smiled and opened his mouth to say something. But then the screen cut. Title card. That's all this story is about. Ending theme, Styx Helix. Episode 13 Director's Cut. End. Third arc end. Return to the Royal Capital. Fourth arc coming soon. Season 2 teaser and interlude. Next. Author note. So here we are. For years since WHDA was first uploaded on November 11th, 2020. I wrote it to train for my English writing for an IELTS examination. I was pretty into React Fix at the time, and one of the best ones was too slow for me. So I wanted to see if I could do it faster with a few extra things added just to add my spice. I didn't expect it to grow to this. The millions of views, the cult standing, the spin-offs, and the community that popped up made this possibly the greatest way to start building my life. I had made it to medical school, and this FIC still helps me when I need it most. All the fights with so many communities, the personal character traits that I learned I needed to change in myself, and the number of connections I've made throughout the ethos due to this fanfic have had an impossible to remove mark on my soul. I'll keep it brief as this is a continuation of my message to you, for years ago, in chapter 14 before the rewrite. I am thankful for writing WHDA, because it showed me a light in a really dark tunnel I didn't know I was heading into. I am thankful for the friends who stuck by my side through the community even when I was at my worst. Draco, Pidgey, AWZ, Noxwat, and all my best members that have gone offline or I just stopped talking with because I got busy with med school. I love you guys. For my readers, who never let a moment stop to let me know where I was doing the story an injustice, while also respecting me, and of course, sending me all the fan reviews and mail about waiting for me to update. I'm sorry it took so long. I have read every single one. Not a time went by when I missed your messages to me. Yes, that means I ignored half of you because I couldn't be asked. Most of all, after God, I want to thank Archer and Devon for sticking by my side and allowing me to be family. I wouldn't be able to survive the way I am today if it wasn't for their support. It's not a note with a tone of finality, just a small celebration. I'm excited about what I am going to write next. And even if my accounts get removed tomorrow, if Reactionist is wiped clean off the internet, I think WHDA has had enough of an impact on me and an entire community of people to last a lifetime of memories and feelings that cannot be removed by any means on this earth. And I'm thankful for that most. No view count, base of support, or even feeling of self-confidence can match that aspect of timelessness. I left a footprint on someone's life by posting fanfiction for the first time, bro. That's amazing. I'll try to make it a good presence for all of us. And I will continue doing my best, both in writing and in my personal life. I love you for reading this. I love you for telling me what you think is wrong about it. I love you for giving me the time of day to care about my words, both fanfiction and notes. This story will continue. I'll try to make it good all the way through. And at the end of it all, I want to wish you a good day. Chapter 16, Season 2 teaser/greetings from OD Laguna. Describing the humiliation wasn't worth it for her. The woman would watch as the people passed her by without a hint of acknowledgement. Some would give her looks of pity for her attire alone. Miss Naoko. Finally, a voice to speak with her after hours of being ignored. "Oh, Mr. Kiri-san. How are you this fine morning?" Naoko moved her lips in what she remembered was a smile, but the man standing above her wasn't affected, so she gave up on keeping it. "It's the afternoon, Naoko-san. Please. You need to go home," the man murmured with a solemn expression. On any day, like many others before this one, Naoko would fiercely decline the man's words. She would fight to be pushed out of this spot on the street, before his shop. But today, she was more tired than usual. "How long have we been at this song and dance, Naoko-san?" He asked with a tired gaze that made the woman look away. I only have that footage of him exiting the store after buying from my employee. Nothing else was left. I know. Kiri-san, you've been most helpful for helping fund the search effort. Naoko's voice trembled as she began standing up from the floor. It's been a year. You should tell your husband to it. I'm not calling the search party off, Kiri-san. Naoko's tired, weary voice grew in strength for that second. I can't. The old store owner looked down at the frail woman with nothing but understanding and sympathy in his eyes. Putting your fate in the hands of that corrupt guy will only lead to... You've told me all this before, Kiri-san. Naoko brought her eyes to meet with his, bringing an end to their repeated discussion that had been closed and reopened 1,000 times before. Both of you are killing yourselves. Kiri had actual tears growing in the corners of his eyes, meeting the empty, dead ones of Naoko's. Please. For the sake of your son. My son. Naoko chuckled for the first time in a long time. My son's been missing for a year and a few months now. And you think reminding me of him will change my mind about this? Her voice didn't break, didn't wane, and simply stated what she wanted with a smoothness that felt unnatural for her to possess. It's your only hope for a life out of this pit. Kiri didn't meet her eyes anymore. He refused to watch the tragedy continue like it did every day since that night. I wish we could have been more help than just this. Naoko looked down as he handed her a bag, a simple plastic bag that felt different in form. You changed the look of the plastic bags. She muttered, earning a sigh from the man. This is some food to last you the week. Please come if it runs out for you and Kenichi-san. I promise to do my best to help, even if it's not store policy. The old man looked at her with firm determination, but Naoko never saw it as she still kept her eyes stuck to the plastic bag. Why did you change the look of it? Naoko had a small hint of hidden emotion as she questioned, rudely. Kiri sighed, bringing a look of shame on his face as he looked away from the woman. I don't know what to tell you. My son's last moments in that footage, Naoko's voice finally showed her natural, tired, and despondent state as it broke while she held onto the plastic bag filled with various foods and drinks. That's Subaru's last moments outside of your store. He had that bag with him. With some instant noodles and chips. Kiri muttered under his breath, clenching his eyes shut. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep looking at the bags in my store anymore. They reminded you of him. Naoko asked bluntly with a frozen expression that the man couldn't see because he was closing his eyes tightly. Kiri-san, I know you've only been coming here to see anything that reminds you of your son. Especially after those sharks took the house with everything in it. The old man's voice took an edge at the memory. They let us keep a manga he loved to read. Naoko had to give a broken chuckle that only tore the man's heart open. It's the only thing I have of him left. The old man decided to turn his head away, opening his eyes to look at the street where that final sighting had occurred. Run away from this city, he told her. Let that idiot Kenichi know that I'll help with anything you two need, but after all the debt you two have taken, there's no longer a place for you here. Neither will there be for your son. Kiri-san. He finally turned to look at the hurting woman, eyes filled with shame as he took in the sight of his failures to help her and her family after their son disappeared right beside his store. His shock came, not from the hug, but from the happy tingle within the woman's voice as she spoke softly with desperate relief. Thank you for still being hurt this much by memories of my son. It's this moment when the old store owner couldn't but let his tears fall down his cheek. He realized that the woman was begging for anyone else to still remember or care that her son was missing. He wrapped an arm around her, letting his tears fall as she sobbed. A few hours later, in a small apartment with little furniture, the door opens and a man walks through. Honey, I'm home. The man had a cheerful smile on his face as he walked in, carrying a bag in his hands. I got us some leftover foods from the restaurant that employed me last week. Didn't I tell you that it wouldn't be useless to branch out my expertise? Honey. The man looked at her as he settled the food on the table. Oh, you went there again, didn't you? His voice lowered as he stared at the plastic bag on the floor, filled with supplies. Geez, that Kiri-san. He's such a bleeding heart. He changed the look of them, the plastic bags. Naoko muttered without much emotion, keeping her eyes on the book that lay on her lap. He remembered him, Kenichi. The man's glasses shone in the dark room with the reflection of the little light that entered through the windows, hiding the hurt behind his eyes at the despaired tone filling the woman's voice. Dear, we're doing our best. He began the same routine once more. For months, he'd said these same words to her every single day. I can work harder and faster to pay off the debt so the search party can continue. We can find him. They stole our house. Our son's clothes and games. His pictures even. Naoko's voice showed no hatred, no animosity, simply crushed his heart at how defeated she sounded. All we have left is this book he used to read. I wish I could have been able to do more. His hands trembled for a second before he moved to sit closer to her. Honey, we did what we had to do, and the attorneys warned us about taking this step. It's not the loan sharks' fault the politicians of the city were corrupt and didn't want to fund any search parties for us. He tried to sound reasonable even though the words he was saying filled him with a magnitude of negativity. We just had bad luck. And they were respectful to our situation even. They've been waiting and are still waiting for me to pay it all a few years from now. They took the house. His room. Naoko trembled as he held her hand. She looked up at her husband, eyes watering. Kenichi found his will to smile as the reflective light left his sunglasses to reveal his exhausted eyes, ones that were filled with self-discipline, yet still haunted by intense darkness that was offset by a small smile. And we will get them all back, he said without a hint of hesitation. All of it. The house, the room, the games, his worryingly adult figurines and posters. She had to chuckle weakly at the memory of how those would be welcomed into their household with constant ridicule and mocking by her husband. And most of all, him. Kenichi held the hand of his wife firmly, pulling her into him as he wrapped his other arm around her shoulders. I will do whatever it takes to get him back. I promise. Her body trembled against him, but she gave into the warmth that he offered. Did you have another job to work on today? Kenichi felt disappointed that she wasn't that comforted by his hug, so he pulled back and settled his glasses back properly. I didn't get a reply back if the other four need me on site yet. Naoko gave a small nod, looking around at the food and settling the small book she was hugging so tight to the table's surface. Let's eat something in. Walk outside for a while. Kenichi had the tiniest urge to smile at the determined tone of his wife. Whatever you say is my command, love. Naoko's lips moved on their own to show her first smile in months. They'd be okay. Oh. The theater lights are low as the cast slowly trickles back in, stretching and chatting, each group settling into their seats. It's been a long time since they last gathered here, and there's a palpable excitement mixed with a hint of nostalgia in the air. Can't believe we're dragged back. Thought we'd all said our goodbyes already. Felt leans against the back of a chair, crossing her arms with a smirk. I had fun playing with you guys though. Trickling to his seat in the same row as her, Garfield's grin was wide as he punched the air. I'm ready for another round, especially if it's got more fight scenes. He glances over at Wilhelm, who chuckles, giving a nod of respect. Frederica, standing nearby, watches with a soft smile. Some things never change, do they, Garf? She said while looking at her brother fondly. You need to be softer when you play with ladies next time. Ain't my fault Captain taught me kickball too well. Garfield looked more proud than ashamed. Mimi bounces over, practically glowing with energy. Hey, Tiger-san, are we watching another lovey-dovey scene? 'Cause I'm totally ready for some romance. That last one with Boss and Amelia-sama was so cute. Otto groans, scratching his head as he enters. Can we ease into it this time? Not everyone here thrives on high drama, he says, casting a glance at Al, who's leaning back in his chair after making his way to it. Al grins lazily behind his helmet. Drama's all part of the fun, Merchant-kun. Plus, you know we're all suckers for the big romantic confession scenes. He wiggles the fingers of his one good arm teasingly at Amelia, who blushes. Anastasia clears her throat with a small smile. I think we're all curious to see how things unfolded from the point where we stopped a day ago. Besides, it's been a while since I've seen such a dedicated crowd. She glances at Rim, who is adjusting her seat quietly, her gaze occasionally drifting over to Subaru. Still asleep. Rim sighed with sadness in her eyes as she sat down, her need to be close to the sleeping boy forcing her to move over and hover above his head from the back. Thank you for not taking him like last time, I suppose, Beatrice says to the maid, nuzzling Subaru's neck from her spot on top of his lap. Betty's had a fantastic sleep, in fact. Amelia nods, smiling brightly. I think everyone's been through so much. It feels nice to be together again, just for a while, right? She had her eyes squarely on Subaru, feeling happy with how things had ended for the both of them after so long of continued repetitions that had him suffer over and over again. Priscilla yawns dramatically from her seat, waving a hand as if she's already bored. It's only because of this spectacle's charm that mine divine self entertained watching the half-wit's worthless answer to a heartfelt confession. Don't expect myself to shed any tears. Roswell, seated nearby, gives a theatrical smirk, tilting his head with that familiar gleam in his eye. Oh, Priscilla-sama, do you truly believe you're all the passion and drama here? He chuckles. Even the mighty can be swayed by a heartfelt CONFE science, yes? Julia steps in, his expression calm but amused as he returns to his seat beside his lady in the second row. If we're recounting heartfelt moments, then we'll likely be here a while. He glances at Subaru with a fond smirk. But some of those moments are rather worth it, don't you think? Ram, rolling her eyes, crosses her arms. You're all far too sentimental. She moves to sit back beside Roswell in the third row. Beatrice huffs and moves herself to fix her ornate dress. Sentimental, maybe, but even you were watching, in fact. She smirks as Ram rolls her eyes but doesn't deny it. Petra, seated next to Frederica, beams at the group. It's nice to see everyone smiling. Even if I had a lot of things to dislike about people in this room. But Subaru managed to win in the end. I remember everything he went through and will help him as much as I can. Frederica put a hand on the girl's head, giving a proud smile. Ain't that the truth? It's good to see everyone in high spirits, though I gotta say, it feels a bit strange without all the fight and dot. Ricardo gives a hearty laugh, his voice echoing through the theater. Perhaps there was good in my idea after all. Crush steeled as ever, entered with a wide grin on her face as she made way for the spot she had obtained from Rim back in the first viewings. Only a night went by from what we had calculated. Still sleeping. Crush stood over Subaru's form, preparing to sit at his side opposite Amelia as she asked Beatrice. The spirit nodded her head silently, giving Subaru a loving smile with a hint of concern showing in her eyes. Just then, Heikel grumbles from a few rows behind. Let's hope it's not another drawn-out love fest. We could do with a bit more action and a bit less tear-jerking. Schult, beside him, pulls at his sleeve. Heikel-sama, please, let's just enjoy it. Everyone seems happy. He gives a timid smile to the others, who wave back, mainly Petra and Tivy. We are indeed, Schult-kun. Reinhard gave the boy a pleasant smile that would put a light into the room had anyone focused on it. I had fun playing with you and Felt-sama. Oi, what's with this guy forgetting mine amazing selves? Garfield grits his teeth at Reinhard's purposeful teasing. I apologize, messing with you is fun, just like Felt-sama taught me. Reinhard rubbed the back of his head and sat down beside his lady who was eyeing him proudly. But the Sword Saint Sama is correct though. Tivy earned attention by showcasing his curiosity once more. His notes were by his side as he looked upwards at the ceiling that was once burned by Roswell's magic during a past viewing. Shouldn't the warden speak to us? He's been silent, even during the last few sessions we've had with this window. Most looked at the tactician with nodding heads. Yeah, he's been more quiet than usual. Otto put a hand on his chin. Crush scowled at the thought of the warden as she looked at Subaru. He's either forgotten about us or is waiting for something to happen. I don't think he would do any of that. Amelia seemed unsure as she interjected from Crush's side. Isn't it more appropriate to think that he's stuck somewhere? He seemed to be dealing with a lot. Worthless dog. Priscilla clicked her tongue, remembering her last interaction with the man before he had teleported away from her kick. Petra, remembering when he had allowed her the choice between leaving the room to go back to her world or staying to watch what would happen to Subaru, looked at the darkened window with a frown. What happened to you? She whispered under her breath, not allowing anyone else to hear. Can't you reply to anyone? Oh. You've been at this for months. You won't get me. Warden sprinted through the battered, crumbling streets of Priestella, his movement swift and tense. He glances around, fury etched into his expression as he takes in the destruction of the once thriving Watergate city. The buildings lie in ruin, canals clogged with debris, and the air thick with dust and ash. With each breath, his frustration grows. The city didn't deserve any of this, damn it. It's been weeks since this siege began. He was dodging a blazing strike from above. There's no way that you'd be involved with Flugel too. You hateful witch. His gaze flickers upward, where Echidna, riding a colossal great spirit from Gustico, launches beams of raw magical energy in his direction, each one shattering cobblestone as it lands. He grits his teeth, dodging another attack. First the dragon, then Flugel, just had to ruin their plans to make sure this city didn't fall under them. And now this. He rolls to the side as another beam crashes where he'd stood. I'm so tired, he wheezed, lungs nearly collapsing from how far he pushed them. They will get me sooner or later. I can't keep the fight contained to just Priestella any longer. I need space. You won't get any until you give me back my family. From his left, a sudden rush of wind forces him to leap back. He spots Hataro in the distance, the boy riding atop Patrash, pushing the dragon into a steep dive in a clear attempt to intercept him. As they plunge through the chaos, Patrash's powerful muscles strain to close the distance between them and Warden. Hataro's face is set with fierce concentration, holding onto his wand and shooting toward the hooded man who took away his family. Trying to rescue your brother and sister, are you? Warden mutters, his voice edged with a twisted sympathy as he sidesteps yet another magical blast. The barrage of attacks grows more intense around him. Just as Hataro finally nears, Warden is forced to halt as a wall of writhing maybe-ass surges between them, blocking their path. Snarling and snapping, the creatures form an impassable barrier. What the hells? No way. No. Hataro's face pales, and he pulls Patrash to a halt, looking up to see none other than Melee perched above the chaos, her face a mixture of defiance and smug satisfaction. She calls down to Warden with a cold smile. Hand over the orb, Hoodie-sama. Mama wants it. And if I bring her what she wants, Elsa One-say I'll be back. Her voice softens briefly, a flicker of pain crossing her face. She promised. Warden stares up at her, his jaw clenching. A promise, is it? He growls. He knows Melee's desperation for her mama and her promise to Elsa's memory, yet he can see the trap as it closes around him. The maybe-ass tighten their formation, hemming him in as Flugel and Volcanica once again summon the earth to rise, forming barriers that encase him further. Stone and rubble rumble upward, blocking every escape, and the walls begin to close in, sealing off the only paths out. Shit. Oh, now you can't escape my little friends, Hoodie-sama. Melee giggled as she waved her hand from above him and Taro. You really missed up with the enemies you've made. Dragon-sama hates you badly, you know? I don't know who you are, but this isn't looking good for us. He's escaped from this trick before. Hataro points at Warden while shouting to Melee from his place on the Patrash. It's all right. This time I'm here to finish the job right. Melee flashes a grin and commands her beast forward on the hooded man. But suddenly, the entire sky darkens, the air growing thick with an unsettling, frigid energy. Warden looks up, and his heart drops as he sees a mass of writhing shadows flooding the heavens. This is overkill. Sadella, the Witch of Envy herself, floats above them, her expression devoid of warmth, her eyes locked onto Warden. Her hands stretch outward, and a million shadowy arms snake down toward him, reaching, grabbing, unrelenting. Meili and Hitaro, trapped with him, stare upward, terror painted on their faces as they realize the unstoppable force descending upon them. Meili's smug confidence dissolves, her voice trembling. Wait. Wait. Mama said that the Witch-sama is helping me. This wasn't supposed to happen. The witch doesn't come to this sector due to the remains below the city. The guild owner told me so. Hitaro's voice shakes, eyes darting for an escape. There's nowhere to go. I'm gonna die here. Patrash nudges the boy's face as he closes his eyes and sheds a few tears. I'm sorry, Hitaro apologized to the dragoness as he gave up the fight. I'm not smart like Taivi-san. Warden takes a sharp breath, glancing at the two of them with a mixture of pity and resignation. Without hesitation, he draws his weapon, pointing it first at Meili, and then at Hitaro. Sorry, kids, he mutters. This fight's mine alone. The shots ring out in quick succession, and within a blink, Meili and Hitaro vanish, leaving behind the faintest echoes of their surprise as they're ejected from the scene and into the safety of the theater. After the light passes, Warden stands alone. I'm so fucking tired, he whispered, his body sluggish but awaiting the coming black sky of shadow hands, a new attack that would probably swallow the world whole just to get to him. Give him back. 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 How much I hate you, Envy. He prepares himself to be swallowed, but something unexpected happens. The cobblestone road beneath Warden's boots shatters unexpectedly. It split like fragile glass rather than solid stone. His eyes widen behind his goggles as he stumbles, arms reaching for balance, but it's too late. The ground crumbles entirely beneath him, and he feels himself slipping. He falls, tumbling into a void that opens up like a hidden chasm within the heart of the city. The light shifts around him as he plunges downward, and instead of the shadows and earth he expects to see, he finds himself surrounded by a strange, serene expanse. It was a blue sky stretched infinitely around him, soft clouds drifting lazily, seeming to beckon him as he fell deeper. He's falling through the open air, but he doesn't feel the expected rush of wind or panic. The entire experience feels eerily calm and dreamlike, until the shadows followed through the crack. No. Oh. In a quiet park at dusk, a nostalgic haze settles over the area as Naoko and Kenichi sit side by side on a worn wooden bench. They were comfortable, and watched the park's playground with expressions of nostalgia. A memory that was special to both of them was remembered by the couple, one that took place in this exact playground. In the memory, a little Subaru was crouched before them. He was looking at a small bug that was on the grass with a determined expression. His tiny fingers reached out with care as he tried to push the bug forward on a leaf. Afterward, he would carry it to them, thinking his parents were expert doctors for bugs. Kenichi chuckles softly, a mixture of pride and sorrow in his voice. He was so stubborn, even then. Always fighting for the underdogs, the kid was a menace. Naoko's gaze softens, her hand reaching out to cover her husband's. No matter what happens, I'll always love him, she says quietly, her voice trembling with emotion. And I'll always love you. We did everything we could for him. Always. And we will keep doing so. He leaned over to kiss her forehead, each enjoying the warmth of the other. I promise we will. Nothing's going to stop me from getting him in a headlock. Naoko's sob was the only answer he received as she helped herself to press closer to him. Kenichi sighed and looked up at the sea of orange above them. Is the sky looking a bit weird? My eyes must be too blurry because of that casino job with all of its lights. Naoko moved her head to look upward, blinking rapidly to move the tears away. I see it too. But just then, the sky above them ripples, darkening in an unnatural shift, and they both look up in shock. The sky breaks, splitting open with a jagged crack. The couple could only stare in shock as dark tentacles revealed themselves from the crack, as if it were raining shadows. What the hell? Kenichi stands up, pulling her with him as both stare at the sky. Alarms sound, earthquake and tsunami preparation systems ringing out together for the population of the city and possibly the entire nation itself. As they stood there for a couple of minutes, observing what was happening to their skies above, Naoko would point towards houses in the distance where the first black shadow had finally reached ground zero. Oh God. Kenichi. Stay close. Her husband held her body tightly as they both watched the buildings of the central city melt away like salt touching ice. This is... Oh my God. Those people. There was a woman I knew from high school working in that building. Naoko cried out, holding a hand to her mouth as they watched the dust settle in place of what was a large business building. Kenichi could only fix his jaw into place and stare upwards with a horrified expression. More drops of shadow oozed towards Japan through the crack. We have to run. We have to go. Fighter jets roar overhead, the deafening sound snapping them out of their trance as missiles and weaponry are deployed, streaking through the sky toward the rift. The pilots meet with hundreds of blackened shadow hands that fill the air with an oppressive, all-encompassing darkness. It was a battle for the ages as metal birds evaded and shot towards the tentacles in black. Run. Kenichi shouts, pulling Naoko to her feet. They take off, dodging debris as the shadows loom closer, missiles exploding in the skies above, the ground trembling beneath their feet. The world they know shatters into chaos, their hearts pounding with a horror they can barely comprehend. Building after building, envy's shadows would destroy and consume whatever was in sight. As they flee, the scene shifts to Warden, suspended between worlds, floating in the vast blue of the sky as he watches the unfolding battle while free-falling. He was stuck with his limbs in the air, as the hands of the witch descended from Priya Stella's heart. Sooner, he noticed the fierce blast of Japan's defense systems and the roaring military fighting back against the hands that reached for him. Japan is fighting back? A swirling battlefield of light and darkness stretching on all sides in the sky. He feels oddly detached, like he were a mere observer as purple hands are being blasted away by missiles and air munitions. Then, without warning, his orb, the strange, ever-present relic he's carried so long, tugs free of his grasp, pulling away as if it has a will of its own. Warden's eyes widen as he watches it, powerless to stop it, wondering just what it's about to do. The orb glows brighter and brighter, surging through the air toward the ground below. What? No. Wait. What the F? On the ground, Naoko and Kenichi stumble, breaths coming fast as their minds reel from the nightmare unraveling around them. With each step, it feels as if the world is collapsing. Shadows begin to overtake the city as many hands pass by Japan's military systems. When they reach their road, they see the apartment complex where they have their things stored. Subaru's mangaka. Only for a dark cloud to swallow the entire block of the city, making everyone who was inside scream in agony. Finally, Naoko stops, her shoulders heaving with sobs as she clutches her husband. Kenichi, there's nothing left. This can't be real. I don't know what's happening. Kenichi pulls her close, his voice cracking. I don't know either. But his own voice wavers as the darkness grows thicker, edging toward them. Naoko closes her eyes, a single wish forming in her heart, clear and simple, cutting through the confusion and terror. I just wish I could see him. Our Subaru. Just once more before it all ends. At that moment, the orb, glowing with an intense white light, collides with them. Naoko and Kenichi feel the warmth spreading through them, the chaos around them fading as their world is bathed in pure, blinding light. In the last moment before the light overtakes them, they reach out, grasping each other's hands. In their final thoughts, they focused on their son, the light filling their vision, erasing everything else around. Oh. Before anyone could react, the theater flared with 3 dazzling lights, blinding everyone in the room. The orbs exploded into brilliant, sparking storms, forcing hands to shield eyes. Gradually, the light faded, transforming into shimmering fireflies that danced briefly before disappearing, leaving behind a strange calm. In the aftermath of the 3 lights, there was a sight that all in the theater began realizing would be a new addition to their lives and the prison they'd been in for so long. One of the newcomers groaned, pushing herself up from where she'd landed atop a young man. My head is really killing me, she mumbled, rubbing her temples. Meili-chan. Petra's voice was the first to break the silence, a mix of shock and perhaps horror as she recognized the assassin now stuck with them. Huh? Petra-chan. Meili, the blue-haired girl who now had all eyes on her, gave a look of genuine surprise. I didn't think you'd be back so soon. Wasn't there a council meeting with that clown Sama? While Meili had expected a more cheerful greeting from her only friend in the basement of the Malode mansion, the glare Petra shot at her was icy. Did I do something wrong, Petra-chan? Meili asked, tilting her head in mock innocence. I didn't spill any tea this time. Meili-chan. Petra's voice was laced with a growling hostility, though her surprise seemed aimed at more than just Meili. Meili blinked, feigning childish confusion as she looked around. Why am I in this room now? Some kind of magic from Clown Sama, perhaps? She gestured toward a curious Roswell, who watched her with interest. I like this room far more than the basement, Meili sang while turning on her heel to inspect the other faces in the room. So gloomy. Everyone had been glaring at her, even the people she didn't know, which was quite the list within this room. Shut your fucking mouth, you little twerp, felt growled at the little girl with her teeth bared. "You that beast user? Cha?" Meili was a little surprised by the name. "Oh, that's just not fair. Why would you tell people about a lady's specialties? It makes me feel vulnerable." "Stop it." Rem glared at the little girl with even more hatred than felt, making Meili take a good look at her. A glint of recognition sparked in Meili's eyes. "Oh, you're the one Mama didn't count when Elsa took the contract. It's so nice to finally. You better stay away from my sister and not bring your filthy eyes upon her again, beast user." Ram brought a glare upon Meili, forcing the little girl to look hurt for just a few seconds. Scary Nasan is angry at me too. Meili looked around, this time a lot more observant. She locked eyes with Amelia specifically out of everyone, her smile widening as she noticed the look of apprehension on the half-elf's face. "Wani-san." Meili tilted her head once again, giving Amelia a small and teasing smile. "Am I hated by you also for some reason? Why did you do it?" Amelia's soft voice was heard throughout the quietened theater as if a needle in the silence. "Why did you kill him?" Listening to Amelia's tone, Meili's eyes grew into a colder emotion than anyone could attach to a childish face like hers. "Kill who? Wani-san?" she responded, a hint of amusement tinging her voice. "Seeing you now makes me feel special. You're feeling special." Amelia's voice darkened while staring at her with nothing but ice in her eyes. "Because of my anger towards you, Meili-chan?" "MHM. Exactly." Meili twirled in place, reveling in the anger etched on Garfield and Rim's faces. Julius's voice rang out, cutting through her performance. "You show no remorse, no empathy for what you've done. Have you no shame for the lives you've taken?" "I didn't count any of them, so I'm afraid this talk won't mean much, Knight-sama. Meili grinned, her gaze sliding to Beatrice, who glared from Subaru's lap. "Oh? Did Oni-san finally meet his end, despite all his promises in the basement?" she mocked. "Elsa Wani-san would be disappointed if he went down so quietly. But he knows not of any promises he made to you, in fact. But after what you've done, there will be no mercy for you in this prison or any other where you will end up, I suppose." Beatrice glared with fire in her eyes, but Meili only enjoyed the attention more than realized the danger she was putting herself in. "I still don't understand why you all are mad at me, though. It's not like I've kept an ugly secret about my talent." With that, she stepped onto the head of a dragon lying nearby, using Patrash as a makeshift stepping stone to reach a chair in the back, balancing on one leg with her arms spread wide. Just then, Patrash woke up, screeching within the theater as she stood on her hind legs. Screech. The Diana seemed more agitated than ever, feeling the new environment and the people around her closing in as if she was in a cage. The only thing that seemed to stop the dragoness from exploding on the nearest person beside her was her eyes falling on the spiky hair at the front of the theater. Screech. She jumped across the room and landed right in front of Amelia and Beatrice, right in front of Subaru. Patrash cooed with her mouth inching closer to Subaru's hand, craving his warmth and being near her rider. "She's missed him," Otto whispered to the others, eyes softening at the sight of the dragon's connection with her beloved. "A lot. That's clear to anyone watching, Otto-san." Reinhard had a small smile at the side as well, his heart warming. Subaru's a lucky man for her. Rem had to glare a little bit towards the reunion but shook her head in understanding. "Ah. My head." Everyone looked to the third newest attention within the room, not realizing who it was since he's been buried underneath the hulking mass of the dragonness and overshadowed by the presence of Meili. "Kiki, you look so stupid on the floor," Meili giggled with delight, seeing the boy's painful rubbing of his head as comedy. The moment of humor ended abruptly as those who recognized him rushed forward, enveloping him in a fierce hug from both sides. "Hitaro. Oni-chan." Hitaro's cat ears shot up in surprise as his siblings clung tightly to him. The embrace was so forceful that he might have shot up to the ceiling like a popped cork if he were any lighter. "Whoa. What's going on, Tivy, Mimi? Why are you guys being so clingy all of a sudden?" Hitaro, the third of the triplets, looked at his siblings with concern, their hold so tight he could barely move. "Hitaro. You're here. You're back. I knew you'd make it back to us. Tivy almost gave up on you." Mimi stammered through tears, hugging him even closer. From the other side, Tivy, uncharacteristically emotional, sniffled into Hitaro's shoulder. "As she's lying. I knew you could handle yourself. I never doubted you for a second. Guys." Hitaro's voice faltered, overwhelmed when a pair of large, furry arms lifted the triplets off the ground. With a soft thud, they found themselves wrapped in Ricardo's embrace. "Happy to have you back, kiddo," Ricardo murmured, his gruff voice softened by emotion. He gently patted each of their heads, nuzzling them with his muzzle. "You didn't scare us for a second, you tough little twerp." Hitaro blinked, feeling tears well up. Once Ricardo set him down, his siblings reluctantly released him, giving him space to look at them all more clearly. Why am I crying? It's only been a few seconds since I last saw you guys." There was a flash of light, and then his voice broke as the tears spilled over. "I feel like my heart's been crushed 1,000 times over. I don't understand." Julius stepped forward, his expression one of deep sympathy and something harder to read. "You remember nothing, then," he said quietly. "You're strong, Hitaro. Don't doubt that." Hitaro's face twisted with confusion. What is this place, Julius-san?" His desperate gaze pleaded for answers. "Why do I feel like I've missed everyone for ages?" Then he felt a pair of arms envelop him from behind, a familiar warmth that soothed his shivering. He looked up, and his breath hitched as he recognized the gloved hands and coat. "My lady." His voice cracked as he looked up into Anastasia's gentle smile. "I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I'm so happy." "You, Mimi, Tivy?" Anastasia nodded, her arms tightening around him, a tear slipping onto his head. "I'm glad you're back with us," she whispered, nuzzling his hair. "Welcome home, Hitaro." "I still don't understand," Hitaro stammered, glancing around the room with growing urgency. "What happened? We were just together a moment ago, and then—" "Suddenly you were here," came a voice from nearby. Schult, the pink-haired boy standing by Priscilla's side, watched Hitaro with understanding. "You remember only being with your friends, and then there was a bright light?" "Yes, that's it. And now everyone is saying things I don't understand." Hitaro rubbed the back of his head, letting Anastasia keep him close as he struggled to piece things together. "But somehow, I feel like they're telling the truth. They must have been brought here from the outside world." "But why?" Julius murmured, his gaze shifting thoughtfully from Hitaro and the dragoness to Meili, who was humming to herself with a faraway look. "Why has she been brought in here?" Rem asked the question once again, glaring directly toward the assassin, obviously getting agitated by the attitude of carelessness Meili was displaying. Meili smiled brightly at being the center of attention once again. "I think we need to take things calmly, Remington." Crush tried to reason with the maid, though the Duchess had an eye on Meili herself. "I can't do that, Crush-sama." Rem's voice was a little louder, but not too much as she responded with firmness. "I don't trust a murderer who worked as a contracted killer to harm the people of the village. She killed Subaru. She killed my sister." Ram whispered hatefully, remembering the loop where her sister was dead on a bed. She was toying with him, knowing all the time that the beast bite would lead to the death of her target. "I had to put the blame on Barusa, which led to him jumping off of a cliff." "Hey." Meili continued to sway in her seat while looking down at everyone with her grin. "I don't get what angry Nay-san and her sister are talking about. It's a little annoying. This little shit." Garfield grumbled, glaring at the little girl spitefully but having a much more neutered behavior than the others. "Anyway," Meili smiled and stood in her seat while pointing at Subaru and Remington. "You don't have to be mad at me. These two are alive and well as you can see. Though I still don't know why Oni-san is asleep. That's not." Emilia was about to respond to the little girl's mistaken assumption that she hadn't succeeded in killing Rem and Subaru, but the half-elf was shocked by what happened next. A searing light filled the theater, more intense than anything before. It exploded with a force that sent waves of blinding radiance throughout the room. Shadows shrieked and fled, overwhelmed by the blazing brilliance. Everyone had to close their eyes and look away. The darkness would return like a curtain on the theater. It was Beatrice who adjusted first. Blinking her eyes rapidly, her heart raced, and she moved instinctively, reaching out to her side for Subaru, for his familiar presence. But she grasped only empty air. She looked down and realized, with a growing panic, that she was sitting alone. Where Subaru had been, there was only an empty seat beneath her. The warmth of him was gone, the comforting weight of his presence vanished as if he'd never been there at all. "Subaru." Beatrice's voice was barely a whisper, her small hands clutching the edge of the chair. Where?" Emilia's voice trembled, barely a whisper that showed her crushing fear. Her expression shattered as she looked around, searching, her eyes wild with disbelief. "Where's Subaru?" Her voice grew louder, fraying with desperation until it twisted into a raw, agonized scream. "Why did you take him away?" Subaru was gone. And in that instant, the fragile peace in the room imploded. Emilia's anguish sent a shockwave through everyone. How could they not? Her beautiful face now darkened with a rage so fierce that it left those around her stunned. None had ever seen her like this. None have seen this unrestrained fury. "Where is he?" she demanded, her voice lower, shaking with a raw intensity that echoed in the hearts of everyone present. Screech. Patrash's loud shriek was the only one to rival Emilia's mood shift for panic over her rider's whereabouts. The ground dragon aimed her snout directly toward the screen above the first row. Oh. We move on to a small and unfamiliar room. Kenichi and Naoko stood side by side in the middle of it, glancing around in bewilderment. There was no door, no window, just four walls enclosing them with a couch and a king-size bed. They exchanged an anxious look, each instinctively checking that the other was safe, as if reassured by simply being together. "Are you okay?" her husband asked with a worried face, checking her body over with his eyes. "You're seeing this too, right?" After seeing that, our world. It was being attacked. Naoko looked around slowly, her lips trembling weakly. "I don't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't know where we are. I don't know what's going on anymore. Naoko put a hand on her mouth, feeling the earth give away from beneath her feet. "Naoko." Kenichi whispered in a low voice. "Please. Keep it together. I just want to see him again." Naoko's voice grew louder as she tapped her husband's chest weakly. A soft light glowed in one corner, earning their immediate attention. The light gradually dimmed, revealing a person on the couch of the room. That person made them both stop in their tracks. There he lay. Subaru was asleep, his face calm and undisturbed. There was a faint rise and fall of his chest as the only sign of life. For a long moment, Kenichi and Naoko could do nothing but stare. Both emotionless, both frozen. The realization settled in at a slow pace. Water began to fill Naoko's eyes. Her hand rose to her mouth as she tried to suppress a sob. She reached out, touching Kenichi's arm, as if afraid that he might vanish too at any moment. But her husband was still there, his own eyes glistening, his breath hitching as he looked down at his son like he was an alien. Subaru. Naoko's voice was barely a whisper, tears spilling down her cheeks like a waterfall. The tears of an entire year of struggle and the inner killing of her emotions. A year of nothing but false hopes and pitfalls where she lost her soul at every turn. Her soul, the one that began reviving its light within her now that she's seeing the one thing she's wanted to be next to for this whole year. Kenichi reached for her hand, squeezing it tightly, his own voice choked with emotion. He's really here. He knelt down in front of the sleeping boy. His eyes fixed on Subaru's face, inspecting all the details he could. The intensity born of months spent aching for this exact moment. Subaru's peaceful expression, the faint crease at his brow, the way his hair fell messily over his forehead, each were small details, but the feeling of relief that flooded his heart by seeing them was immense. The tears fell before Kenichi could stop them, not that he cared to do so. My boy. Subaru. Son. Kenichi's hand trembled as it shook the boy's body. Please. As if Subaru was fragile enough to break like glass or disappear like a cloud of smoke. Please tell me this isn't a dream, Naoko. Why isn't he waking up? He begged his wife without taking his eyes off Subaru for a single moment. Naoko knelt beside him, a soft, broken smile tugging at her lips. She gently brushed Subaru's hair away from his forehead, her fingers light, as if afraid to disturb him. She let out a shuddering breath that was instilled with her relief and happiness. Our boy. She whispered, our Subaru, he's safe. They both wept openly. Finally, after months of worry and grief, they had done it. They held one another while overlooking the son they had thought was lost to them. Please wake up. Subaru. Kenichi begged, still feeling afraid that this was all a dream within his mind. And yet no answer came for the father's desperate plea. Not when the large black square that had sat by the end of the room began activating different flashes of various images for the two parents. What is that? Naoko, still trembling and on her knees before Subaru, looked at the small-scale TV screen that she had ignored. Why is it turning on by itself? Those images. That's Subaru. Kenichi muttered as he moved to the side, still on the floor beside his sleeping son. What? He asked the only question that he could. And in another room, completely different in scale and attributes, another person asked that same exact question after her large-scale window was activated. No. Not without Subaru. What is it showing us? Emilia looked on with outrage, with everybody in the room following in her footsteps and looking upwards toward the activated theater screen. Season 2 teaser. Find it on YouTube. Begin. The scene opens on a cloudy sky with tranquility as its main focus. A swift breeze passes the screen with leaves being swept in the current of wind to showcase its strength. As the airwaves echo in the room, the scene pans down to show Subaru standing alone in the middle of a grassy plain field. His face was darkened as if a shadow stood over him. It pans down to his body, removing his face from view. With jaws dropped and eyes wide, Subaru's parents stared at the screen with their minds struggling to process what they were seeing. Naoko's gaze flickered between the screen and the couch, where her son lay asleep perfectly still. She whispered to herself in confusion and dread. What? She breathed, eyes darting between the two images of Subaru, one before her and the other on the screen. Why? Naoko. Honey. Kenichi muttered, the words more for himself than for Naoko. He reached out to touch her arm, grounding himself in the reality of her presence. Yet as he looked around the sealed room, he found no explanation. I don't know, Kenichi. Naoko's voice wavered, barely above a whisper. Her gaze remained locked on the screen, her heart pounding with a blend of fear and awe. I don't know what's happening. Or if this is my dream and I can't wake up. With nothing else to do and no one to trust, not even each other to confirm if any of this was real, they continued to watch. The occupants of the theater watched the broadcast around the same time as the parents in another faraway room. Rem was the first to break the silence. Her voice trembled, her blue eyes fixed on the screen as she whispered, He's walking on another plane? This is like the first time we were in this prison, in fact. Beatrice looked more frightened than ever as she watched without any warmth to hold on to. What is this? Hitaro asked, noticing how intently Taivi and Julius watched the screen. Why is it showing Subaru-sama of all people? Oni-chan must have made some VOE powerful enemies, Meili chimed in from above, her tone disturbingly casual, as if the mystery of Subaru's presence entertained her. Wonder if Mama's behind all this. This isn't right, Emilia muttered, frustration and fear darkening her expression as she bit her lip. Her voice cracked with barely suppressed emotion. This isn't where Subaru and I were. This doesn't make any sense. Just, please, give him back. Ricardo sighed, placing a large hand on Hitaro's shoulder in an attempt to ease the boy's tension. We'll explain it to you later, kiddo. For now, let's just keep watching. He begins to walk deeper into the field, the sound of his steps being the loudest thing in the eerie quiet of the biome. The camera pans out and circles Subaru's form as he starts walking deeper and deeper. The vast open plains are shown to stretch out for miles and miles all around him. Mountains and hills are stretched abnormally to the point they mix with the textureless plains. His face remains darkened out of view. Why is his face hidden? Kenichi asked, looking back over at his son's sleeping form with pity. What is being hidden here? Were there people filming you, Subaru? Naoko held a small frown of worry, watching the environment her son was in. Is this where you've been for so long? Why don't you wake up and tell us? Naoko. Kenichi winced at the pleading look his wife was giving the unresponsive Subaru. I already tried. He's not waking up. But why? Naoko's question was louder than she had realized. We have him. If that thing attacking our home was the reason we got stuck in this room. Was he attacked too? Naoko started shaking Subaru a bit more physically rather than calling for him this time. Did anyone hurt you? Subaru? Subaru. Kenichi could only look on with a small frown on his face. The scene comes closer to show his upper torso with half his face being shown. His mouth was emotionless, zipped into a thin-lipped frown. He kept walking. Expression hidden. This means he's dealing with something of utmost importance. Crush muttered while glaring at the screen, earning nods from the most analytical in the room like Otto, Anastasia, and Julius. Where is he? Hitaro questioned with an unsure look. We dunno. Garfield grumbled begrudgingly, leaning back in his seat. That ain't where we saw Captain last time. Last time? You were watching him before? On this weird window of visions. Hitaro's voice was filled with wonder at the screen above. It's all about him, Oniai-chan. Taibi broke through Hitaro's concern with a firm tone, still stuck on the screen above them. Subaru Natsuki is the reason why we are all here. Hitaro's eyes widened as did a certain blue Annette's eyes in the back row. Oniai-chan. Meili found herself looking at the place where Subaru used to sit for a moment. Her frown was deep, but her focus pulled on the window above her, a bit more serious this time. Screech. The scene moved to be beside his feet as he walked on the grass. You can see the open fields on his right from this view, and his sneakers crushing the blades of grass below, creating the suffocating sound that fills the air around him. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Every step had the same sound of grass being crushed. In the background of Subaru's shoes, a blade was shown, impeded into the grassy hill, blood covering it and pooling underneath it to mix with the brilliant emerald of the land. Naoko's eyes widened and a hand came to cover her mouth instantly at the side of the blade. With various thoughts expelling into his consciousness, Kenichi focuses more on what is happening on the screen while standing up to his family's side. Which cult blade? Reinhard earned some nods from Petra and Otto, both more accustomed to the side of that blade than many others. It's the same blade left on my carriage in the loop where I betrayed Natsuki-san, Otto sighed, yet giving the screen a glare of distaste. This isn't a normal occurrence. It ain't a secret that we aren't seeing Natsuki-kun's full adventures, Anastasia muttered in continuation to Otto's thought process, both merchants immediately catching on to what the screen was showing. Are you talking about the shadow scenes we watched last time? Taibi looked to his lady as she nodded in response. Hitaro looked as confused as ever, not knowing what any of this meant, but the boy waited patiently with eyes full of curiosity towards Subaru on the screen above. How come it changed now? Roswell mused to himself with a small grin of curiosity. Would it be? No, this is too early for him to meet her. He shook his head in rejection of that idea, keeping his classic grin as he watched with interest. Mine amazing self's got a bad feeling about all this, Garfield grumbled, glaring at the screen as he saw the blood on the blade. Subaru's foot continued walking, until it started stepping on a larger pool of blood that had mixed with the grass to the point it became reddish-brown. The sound changed from a distinct crunch into a skin-curling squelch that served to make the stickiness of the blood apparent to all who heard. Many in both rooms winced at the sound. EW. I don't like the sounds. Meili kept swaying from side to side even with the annoyed look she gave the screen at the uncomfortable sounds coming from Subaru's steps. The little girl showed no reaction to the gore in the scene, unlike everyone in the room who started looking with more focused faces. I hope he's going to be all right. Hitaro sounded a lot more worried than the others, most of them remaining silent and watching with hardened expressions for some reason, which he noticed. It's going to be okay, I think. Schultz, realizing what the other boy was thinking, wanted to be able to support Hitaro by at least reassuring him. This guy's been through far worse, right Al-sama? Heinkel-sama. I don't care what's happening on that screen right now, Heinkel grumbled from his seat, already having a headache from the sight of the blood. I can't believe he's going to go through something new just after all he did. That's some unfair karma. Al was the only one who was silent, uncharacteristically so, which made Schultz look at him for a moment longer. The one-armed knight was sitting in a rigged, obviously alarmed, way that made his body use an uncomfortable vibe for Schultz. Al-sama. Schultz repeated his call out with a gaze of concern. But Al didn't hear him from beyond the helmet on his head. Petra's body could be shown, blood covering it as it lay face first into the grass. Just like the first time we were here. Emilia said with a sad frown, looking back to see how Petra was handling the image of her corpse on the screen. Petra-chan. Meili's usually giddy tone disappeared completely at the sight, her eyes growing colder and her body visibly tensed. I wonder who was responsible for this. She didn't try to hide the animosity in her voice. I'm so sorry you're seeing this. I don't know why this glass window would show such a horrible image. Hitaro looked at Petra with condolences and sympathy, thinking the little maid was going to burst into surprised tears at the sight of herself on the screen. Yet, everyone didn't give the same worry or reaction. Instead, the focus was on the screen, where even Petra seemed to care less about the sight of her own corpse. Like she's seen this before. What the hell happened to them? Hitaro gulped as even his sister seemed a lot less cheerful and closer to him than he realized. Please hold me close, bro. Mimi squeaked a little bit more shy than he thought was possible for the little girl. He expected abuse from her like usual, but instead, this was pure support she was asking for. Mimi. Hitaro looked down at his sister with a dim expression, understanding that he was out of his depth. Subaru's foot passed her as it stepped on more blood-covered grass. He ignored it? Schultz seemed to be offended by the disrespect of the dead girl. Yet Petra simply denied any objections to Subaru's slight towards her body. She merely observed with a hardened glare. Gotta know what happened, Petra whispered, her trust in Subaru clear. Learn what you can before she can get to you. Don't worry about me. Her hand shook while saying this to herself, and though she wanted to appear strong, her eyes threatened to spill tears of anguish at the feeling of uselessness that overwhelmed her. It's okay, Petra-chan. Frederica held onto Petra's body tightly, giving the little maid a small sympathetic kiss on the head. Otto's body comes into view, his mouth bloodied and his entire form unmoving from the pool of red that tainted the grass. Hitaro looked immediately to see the reaction that the merchant would have at the sight of his own corpse. Otto merely glared at the screen with a focus that scared Hitaro from asking any questions. It's the first time I've seen my body in one of his loops. Hitaro heard Otto say under his breath, making the little boy notice the nods Julius and Garfield gave in support. The screen pans from the point of view above Subaru's darkened face as he walks through a lane of green grass with pools of blood tainting the brilliant color from both sides of the field. Come on. Seriously. Ricardo's teeth grit with animosity at the tragic sight, as did many in the room with him. They all watched in silence, which was noticed by Hitaro and Schultz specifically. The third person who noticed was most unconcerned by the screen's visions. They're all waiting for something? Meili tilted her head adorably while scanning the room's expressions. Her interest didn't at all seem to be captured by the amount of blood around Subaru. Priscilla's head perked toward Meili for a moment, her face removing a glare that she had adopted and instead placed a thoughtful expression. Petrash's eyes widened in surprise at the sight next to her master, though she sat back in front of Subaru's seat, on the floor, to keep watching from the comfort of where he was. It was clear that the dragoness herself was interested in the viewing and wanted to keep watching her rider. Ram and Crush's bodies are on his left. The candidate to the throne. Hitaro gasped, not quite believing what he was seeing. He looked to his lady, Anastasia, as if to see whether she would react more openly about one of her rivals dying in such a way. Is this a vision of the future? We don't know at the moment, Hitaro. Anastasia had a focused gaze that told him nothing and everything at the same time. His lady didn't believe what was being shown was of real consequence. She merely focused on understanding a hidden message beyond what they saw. He knew his lady was a calculating and cunning woman, but there were limits to one's humanity that Hitaro cherished more than his brother. And when Hitaro looked towards Crush herself, he only saw a look of anger reach her resolved face. Having my body on the field once more isn't considered a loop, but it does bring spite within me, Crush said smoothly, moving on from the sight of her corpse which Hitaro respected even in his confusion. Sister. Ram glanced at the pink-haired maid in the back with a look of sadness, but Ram waved her off with a small smile. Barusu's not going to allow anything to happen to me. Ram crossed her arms. No one would be there to satisfy his perverted need to be insulted if Ram Naisama wasn't there. Is she joking? About her death? Hitaro asked Schultz with a weird look aimed at Ram. She's always been scary. Schultz, equally out of his depth, but knowing a bit more than Hitaro, found himself calmly shrugging his shoulders and offering a kind smile. Frederica and Roswell's bodies face first to his right, and the blood ran deep beneath. Petra's hand reached for Frederica's through their hug, and she squeezed it tight, giving the older maid a warmth that wasn't expected. Petra-chan. Frederica whispered softly at the feeling, but Petra looked at her mentor with a confident glare. He's not going to let this happen. Subaru's too cool to let any of this be the ending for us. Trust him. Frederica could do nothing but be taken by her student's firm hope and smiled. I know, Petra-chan. I watched him. I will help him. Frederica looked toward Anastasia for a moment, rethinking about what she had done to offer Anastasia the advantage, but kept watching in silence soon after. Hitaro found himself eyeing the eccentrically dressed lord in the back row. He's not reacting with any malice or sadness by his own death either, but he is. Hitaro looked beyond uncomfortable while whispering to himself as he inspected Roswell's reaction to his corpse. Would you look at that, Subaru? I wonder which one you're meeting this time around. Envy, or the one I've waited for so long. Roswell mused under his fingers, giving the best of smiles at the sight of the bodies around Subaru. Hitaro noticed that the magic lord didn't seem to be worried at all. The level of disinterest towards the tragedies around Subaru seemed to be on a level of its own when compared to the rest of the room. The body of a pink-haired elf was shown. This leads to the first emotional reaction from one of the occupants in the room. Bastard. Garfield growls with a fierce gurgle coming out of his throat as he glares with a bestial, inhuman glare towards the body of the elf. Granny, I want to know how the hell you got there before I go crazy. Give me your strength to hold on. Hitaro couldn't believe that the merchant and Julius didn't back away from the beast sitting between them. His eyes roamed Garfield's tense back, and he swore he could feel the earth from within the theater provide a life force for the blonde warrior to charge himself. The screen changed to show corpses with blades stabbing into them as Subaru walked across the piles of unmoving bodies. My God! Oh my God! Naoko gasped, her stomach turning at the sight as her face whitened from the horror. Why is Subaru in the middle of all of that? Kenichi, face equally as horrified but growing more anxious, looked between his sleeping son and the screen. There were no reports about a mass casualty event like this, much less having. The father had to hold his hand on his mouth to keep his breaking voice intact, at least with physical action to make him feel his limbs after what he was seeing. Please don't tell me Subaru went through this, Naoko begged, her heart breaking as she looked at the boy's hidden face. Oh, how I wish you didn't have to see a drop of this blood. Subaru. But who are these people? Kenichi brought his hand down from his face and blinked in realization. I have never seen such a weird collective of people with so many different hair colors and weird dresses. Maybe this is. Naoko's heart seemed to steadily calm down as she widened her eyes with some hope. Honey, maybe this is just a play. What are you? No. Kenichi looked at the screen with scrutiny. I don't think these people are real myself. But we heard nothing on the news. I cannot imagine Subaru walking beside so many dead people without breaking down. He's a strong boy, but his heart is still fragile. Kenichi. The husband didn't respond as he looked on with a fiercely anxious expression. Beatrice's twin blades could be seen amongst the pile. He continued walking, face darkened from view. Subaru. Beatrice couldn't help but hold her hand to the spot where his heart would have been, a broken expression on her face. Betty will get you back. No matter what, I suppose. More dead. Hitaro found himself frowning, noticing the expression on the blonde's face. I wonder if she's too young to see this like the maid. Beatrice-chan too. Meili seemed to be in a bit of a surprise. Why would Mama want her gone? The screen passed to show Rem and Emilia, blood covering their hair as they both lay without a sign of life at Subaru's feet as he walked above them. His lady. Hitaro had a heartbroken expression, giving Subaru his sympathies, even if the knight didn't show it on the screen. He sacrificed so much just to save her from Sloth's side of the cult. When he looked at the half-elf to see her reaction to this vision, he found that Emilia gave no care at all to her own corpse and remained staring directly toward her knight with a look of concern aimed just for him. Please show me his face. Just let me see what his eyes are burning with. Emilia whispered while unconsciously gripping her hand so much it turned into a fist in her lap. The blue-haired maid put her head on the headrest of the chair Subaru used to be on before he was taken away. Bring him back. Please. Rem pleaded with a shaken voice. Now I know whoever's done this won't survive. Ram muttered under her breath, giving a glare of hate on the screen. No one touches my sister. Barusu won't let this be his reality. The screen panned behind Subaru, showing the brilliant strip of green he walked upon as each side of him was filled with the bodies of bleeding villagers. Dead children, women, and men. Oh my God! Kenichi dropped to his knees in front of the screen, his wife and son behind him as he held his mouth once again. He kept his back hunched forward with his eyes closing to shut his vision from watching anymore. It's real. This is. Naoko brought a hand to Subaru's face and pushed her son toward her so she could hug him as tightly as possible. She refused to watch anymore without putting herself as close to Subaru as possible, feeling her heart break for every second she missed without him. Please just tell me you were never harmed. She begged in a whisper that only he could hear from beyond his sleep. Numbered by the thousands or more, Subaru walked on his green lane without hesitation. Slow, methodical steps that ignored all those at his feet. What is this? Hitaro repeated the question, his face aghast at the horrific sight. I see so many. Are those the villagers Taivi and Mimi helped save? They are. Taivi analyzed every face with a cold expression, noticing familiar looks and hairstyles. I thought this was a continuation of the very first viewing we had when we all arrived. It wasn't Hitaro that asked the next question, but a disgruntled Heinkel. You lot watched this shit before? Wasn't this supposed to be a happy ending for a damn fool who doesn't know when to give it up? The anger on the Estria's face showed no mercy for Subaru's situation, but rather annoyance at the change of pace. He went through all that shit, just to have them all end up dead. What the fuck? I understand your outrage, father, Reinhard interjected with a firm look. But what Taivi mentions isn't related to what we are seeing. The people we saw included us. What? Included you amongst the dead? Heinkel had to snort as he pointed at the piles of dead around Subaru. You saying that you of all people were laying on the ground with blood covering you? I'd like to imagine that you see enough humanity in me to believe that I can bleed, father. Reinhard had a disappointed expression, his shoulders slumping while Heinkel forced a chuckle. Can ya? Can you bleed like the kid's been bleeding to get out of a bullshit situation like this? Heinkel spat, but his reply came not from Reinhard or Felt, who was glaring at him. How can you be so heartless? Hitaro questioned, his voice filling with justice and rebuke as he stared Heinkel down. Huh. Heinkel looked at the boy with a glare, but Hitaro met him head-on. So many dead people, yet the things that interest you are insignificant. The triplet looked at the drunkard with a glare of admonishment. You should rethink your priorities, mister. Heinkel found himself at a loss because of the boy's fierce fire, merely keeping himself silent as Hitaro turned around to glare upwards at the window. Let me understand. Hitaro whispered pleadingly. I want to know what my lady and siblings are dealing with. And the screen moved upward to show what lay at the end of his road. A figure sitting underneath an umbrella. Who is that? Naoko asked, making her husband open his eyes and try to overcome his sickness from the sight of the corpses. Why is she at the end of it all? Kenichi looked on with his hand still clasping his mouth. Back in the theater. Who is that? Crush questioned, her eyes hungry for any details on the figure at the end of the mountain of corpses. Hitaro noticed a new wave of differing expressions that shocked him since it's been so long. The vision played for a few minutes only so far, but it felt like a decade had passed him by due to how confusing and heavy it all felt. But he noticed the new wave of reactions coming from only a select few people within the room. And it started with Emilia herself, who responded with a look of surprise. Echidna, Emilia whispered to herself, not gaining much attention, but looking with a renewed sense of understanding. This could be him meeting with her. For the trails. The screen moved to show the woman in a brilliant black dress enjoying a cup of tea. Ah, such a copycat. Roswell sighed under his breath, earning a look of interest from the pink-haired maid next to him. Isn't that her? Your precious woman, Roswell-sama. The maid asked briskly from her lord. But Roswell merely chuckled in response. Don't be so jealous and be calm, Ram, Roswell said, at ease with everything he was seeing. She's no threat to you or Subaru-kun for that matter. This is the lesser version of my teacher. Ram's eyes widened in surprise, and Roswell began relaxing in his seat, watching with interest as always. She sipped from it slowly, without a care in the world, to the mountain of corpses beyond her hill. Who's this? Garfield looked curiously toward the woman, tilting his head. Ain't ever seen her before. We will understand the more we watch, Otto said pointedly with a focused glare, quieting Garfield. Mother, Beatrice whispered under her breath, her eyes wide and quickly filling with tears that she could not control. What? No, Subaru and mother. Finally, Subaru's face could be seen with clear intensity as the camera zoomed in on him. His eyes glared with a focus that spoke a million words about his rage at this moment, bringing no thought to the people behind or around him as they lay in their blood. Naoko put a hand to cover her mouth, which had hung immediately once the face of her son was uncovered on the screen. Subaru. Why does he? Kenichi's entire face crumbled due to the amount of things being told to the both of them through just a small expression from their son. I've never seen his eyes shine with such conviction. Kenichi's head lowered, earning a sob from his wife, which hadn't taken her own eyes off of the screen for a second. No, please. Naoko kept a hand on her mouth as she sobbed, feeling her emotion winning over everything else. I don't want him to look this way. There's no kindness in those beautiful eyes of his. Naoko's hands trembled as they moved over to Subaru's face. She had her tears spilling onto her son's sweatsuit, the same one he wore the last time they ever saw one another for a year. As a matter of fact, Naoko couldn't help but start to notice all the differences she can, now that she looks at the face Subaru was pulling on the screen. As if he's seen hell itself. My son. Kenichi looked as if he was in disbelief and denial. That ain't the manliness I taught you, idiot. And there it is. Priscilla found herself taking delight in the expression shown to everyone in the room. Finally, thine eyes feel worthy of mine amusement. She plucked herself forward to be at the edge of her seat, expecting more to see from Subaru's expression. That fire in his eyes made everyone around the room flinch back, unlike Priscilla. He's different from that time after the cave. Emilia showed remorse for Subaru as she saw him meet with Echidna for the first time ever. She's so cruel, doing this to him right from the start. Doing what, Emilia-sama? Rem asked, overhearing the half-elf's whisper since she was trying to sink further into Subaru's headrest, which was right beside Emilia. Use everyone's death against him from the start, and him withstanding the test in such a way. Emilia mumbled under her breath. Who is this? Rem whispered to Emilia with curiosity. It's clear you know who this is, and you know what she's doing to Subaru-kun. She could be tied to the demon from the first viewing since the entrances are similar. Emilia went thin-lipped, noticing Crush's eyes on Beatrice, as well as Hitaro, who was watching everyone from up above. I'll speak with you after this, Remington. But don't be afraid. It's a harmless friend. Rem could only frown in slight disbelief, but she reluctantly trusted what Emilia was saying. Beatrice heard what was being said and couldn't help but crumble her dress at the face of the woman above Subaru on the hill. Mother, who's she? Julius asked, gaining more nods from Otto, Garfield, Felix, and Reinhard. You don't know who she is? Hitaro asked the people below in surprise. This looks to be something of the cause of all the bloodshed. You there? Wilhelm pointed toward Meili with a determined expression. Please state who this woman is if you know anything about her. Meili smiled at the old man with a look of innocence that unsettled him. I don't know why you think I'd know who's the cause of all of this. Slowly, Subaru was able to reach the lady as the screen showed her brilliant smile once she opened her deep black eyes. There was a sudden cut to a black background with words engraved in white. I see. So that is the root of your desire. Season 2 teaser, end. Fuck off. A voice said with an impossible degree of hatred that couldn't be hidden no matter how many times the speaker tried to do so. You lousy-ass teacher. Priscilla looked to her side with an amused smirk that burned with absolute enjoyment and excitement. The only one in the theater aside from the mysterious, amused one of Roswell's. Aldebaran, even with your helmet covering your sorry face, thy pathetic rage is clear. The one-armed man sitting by her side didn't even honor his lady with a response more than a grunt underneath his helmet. This is going to be a tiring adventure, pal. Especially since now she's involved. Al mused cryptically, looking down at the floor and sighing to himself. Priscilla kept her amused eyes on him, but a pleading voice from the front earned her attention for a moment. Her eyes narrowed as Amelia spoke. Why? Why are you showing this now after taking him away? Amelia asked what was on the mind of everyone in the theater, more or less. Why change things like this? Priscilla's amused smile widened when the screen refused to honor Amelia with a response. Instead, everyone watched the window above them flash through images once more. A new one. Julius grunted in surprise, glaring at the window's disrespect for Amelia's wishes. Tell us what you've done with Subaru. This must be the continuation. Otto looked at Anastasia as both came to the same conclusion. Natsuki-san will be used as bait for us to continue watching something specific. Why doesn't he tell us that then? Rem spat with a look of pain on her face, glaring at the chair where Subaru used to be, but now only held a dejected Beatrice. That is a very good question. Crush, who had settled her expression on one of steeled resolve, glared upward and thought back about the entity she hated most amongst the theater's occupants. Where's Warden? Petra also looked up, wondering the same thing. To no one's surprise, Meili was raising her hand with an unsettlingly, unbothered smile. Sorry to interrupt the important conversation, but who's Warden-sama? Is he a sama, or do we hate him? She only received looks of contempt and tiredness from the rest of the cast. In another room, Kenichi and Naoko stared at the screen, bewilderment thick in the air as they looked around, desperately trying to grasp what was happening. What's going on here? Kenichi asked aloud, his voice hoarse with confusion and a threat of fear, glancing from the screen to his wife, who looked equally lost. Why did it show us all of that? Naoko sobbed into her palm before she turned to her son's sleeping form. Please wake up, Subaru. I missed you so much. Both parents looked at their child with a sense of desperation, trying to remove the confusion they both were riddled with. The screen in the room would start flashing new images that both parents couldn't comprehend. Please, Naoko begged as she ignored the loading images and hugged her son tighter. Please just let your mother look at those eyes again, Subaru. But neither Subaru nor her husband, who let his head fall into his hands behind her, could reply to the mother's plea. As the screen loaded its final image and began playing the next scene. Oh. Somewhere deep within the ruined city, the warden sprinted down a series of dimly lit corridors with urgency, filling his trail. The chaos around him had not calmed even after the landing he managed to perform away from the falling shadows. The screams of the people around him never stopped for a second, even as he fled from district to district. Finally, he reached a halt, shouting into the empty space around him, his voice a mix of anger and desperation. Why? Why did you take control, Odi Laguna? A dark silence followed, settling like a shroud until a low, ethereal voice cut through, dripping with eerie calm and unsettling certainty. Odi Laguna, don't you understand it yet? You're nothing but a watcher, like all of them. You want to make a change out of this, but you can't. The warden's eyes narrowed, his fists clenching, but he remained silent as Odi Laguna continued. Odi Laguna, the only change you will take from my freedom is that you cannot affect your destiny to be trapped, and neither can you help anyone, especially Natsuki Subaru. A chill washed over the warden as Odi's final words hung in the air, echoing in his mind like a taunt that he couldn't shake. Odi Laguna, welcome home, Jack. Forget about Natsuki Subaru and let my theater become the center of Fligel's world. Exhaustion finally caught up with him. Jack dropped to his knees, his hands sinking into the dirt as his vision blurred. Above, the fires in the sky reached terrifying heights, casting an unnatural glow as Volcanica tore through the atmosphere, descending over Japan like a vengeful god. Jack's voice cracked as he whispered, more to himself than to the darkness around him. I trusted you. I trusted you to help me save him. His words trailed into a quiet, broken sob, his shoulders slumping. Odi Laguna. Save him. Trap him. In the end, My revenge on Flugel makes Subaru Natsuki worthless. He doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Warden's gloved hand slammed the dirt before it came up to remove his hood mask and goggles. I'll make it matter, he shouted defiantly, fierce, and unbroken most of all. Do you hear me? O.D. Laguna, you shall fall, again and again. With a sinister finality, the sky over Japan broke apart into the shape of a final taunt that allowed millions of maybe-asts and more enemies to fall upon the country, directly over Jack as he watched the final message left behind by the OD. Smiley face. Season 2, Episode 1. Arc 4's intro. Soon. Oh. Author note. I welcome you all to Season 2, smiley face. I've had that scene with Warden falling in between a battle with Japan's missiles and Envy's shadow hand since the moment I did rewrite 1 in 2021. I'm so happy to have been able to make it for you guys. I know people dislike the OC side of WHDAA, but this scene is just too special to my imagination. Hope you liked it. I really didn't want to jump into the meaty stuff with these characters just for the Season 2 teaser. That is why you find most of the reactions being minimized, especially the parents. I've also been writing these in my classes, so I'm exhausted beyond belief. Please keep my Ko-Fi in your thoughts when you have enough to comfortably donate. It supports my writing immensely. It's under the name Reactionist. Hope you enjoy what I have in store. Zero watching him die again and again. Chapter 17, Season 2, Episode 1. Confusion clouded her mind, denying her any rest until she found her most cherished one. He may not have been physically strong, and some might call him weak, but her love for him, her rider, let her look past such trivial matters as strength. His gifts lay in his sharp wit and mental resilience, and she was content with that. She could balance him. She was the strength where he was not. A part of her strength was her fierce drive to protect, and she had always done her best to serve in that role. Dragons of her kind bowed to no one. But with him, her pride meant nothing. Her honor meant nothing. Her bloodline meant nothing. She, the proudest of all dragons, Empress of the Grass Seas, the most honored among her kind, was never meant to be a mere companion to a human. She'd never let herself be seen as such. Yet she hadn't anticipated the sight of his eyes that night. When she saw him, her gaze widened. His eyes were so intense, so uniquely his own. And then, at some point, the pain in those eyes became her only focus, overshadowing her bloodline, her rank, and even her mistrust of humans. Nothing else mattered. For in those eyes, she saw death itself, and she was captivated. She, the ground dragon Patrash, named by him after she chose to become his one and only dragon. That name meant everything to her because it came from him, from the one whose eyes bore strength through the pain and shadows of death. Before long, she found herself in the theater, moments before that flash of light stopped the ground carriage as they journeyed to Watergate City. She couldn't recall what happened next, but every beat of her heart distorted the sense of reality. She'd been away from him far longer than those mere moments. She felt it in her bones. No, it had been days, not seconds, since that light had interrupted their journey since she'd been torn from his side. Kia. Patrash's snout nudged the empty seat where he should have been, filling her with a deep, aching emptiness. She remembered finding him, unhurt and sleeping, and a surge of joy and love warmed her heart. Her first priority had been to wake him, see his playful smirk, and remind him to be less reckless. And then, he was gone. Once more, without reason, but this time, every beat of her dragon heart throbbed with urgency, pushing her into a relentless search. With a slow, deliberate movement, she rose from the floor. Patrash's reptilian eyes narrowed with purpose, revealing nothing but the regal demeanor of one honored among all ground dragons. Her gaze scanned the room. Humans, demi-humans, spirits taking on human forms, other riders, fox-shaped spirits hiding in the shadows. She saw them all, watching the loading window above with anxious faces as if anything there mattered. But she would not leave her rider's fate to chance. And so, with renewed determination, Patrash's tail flicked as she summoned senses sharper than ever before. The strain was immense, and she would have screeched from the pain if she believed anyone worthy of hearing it. She had to bring her rider back, to save herself by reaching him. With one last look at the room's watchers, she turned, tail whipping the air, and dashed forward, swift enough to stir the air into a gust. She heard their shouts to wait, but they meant nothing to her. She'd caught his scent, faint but unmistakable, somewhere near. And by the honor of every dragon who'd ever commanded respect, she would not let this chance slip without a fight to reclaim her rider. Where are you going? A surprised gasp was all her ears could resonate to her as she fled the theater. That same room that had her body losing its scales from how cold it was. Wait. She could hear the voice of someone following right behind her as she ran through the hallway of doors and rooms. Please just stop running and think about where we are for a moment. A flash of silver was noticed by the dragoness as she sped through the hallway of rooms without a limit to her speed. Running, she locked into a feeling that surpassed all of her pain. Sweeping the hall like the wind, she caused her pursuers no rest in their task of catching her. Her pull towards her rider was even stronger now. The more she ran forward, the more she could feel him closer. Kaya! She screeches as she runs faster and faster, feeling the pull getting stronger. Stop, Patrash! The sweet voice that had been following her with worry was all but shouting at the top of their lungs, failing to keep up with her speed. She didn't care. Patrash the ever-loyal completely disregarded the world itself for a rider, and that included the theater walls that were standing before her at the end of the hallway of doors. Ignoring every room for the cast, the dragon took the tip of her hard and scaly head and dashed madly towards the end as if she were a rhino, bursting the stone wall into dust and debris. A mighty screech that was as legendary as a roar filled the ears of everyone who was following. She broke the wall? One person asked from behind her. How did she do that? 9. Is Subaru Quinn's dragon stronger than Reinhardt himself? Another shouted their shock to the heavens, also from behind. Yet Patrash didn't give them the time of day. Any other time, she would hold her head proudly, basking in their shock and awe as one of her status deserves to be worshipped. Not this day. Not this hour. Not this second. She moved forward through the dust, kicking the rocks off the broken wall and swiping her tail through the air to clear the room. There were people inside. The dragon at least had the foresight not to attack on sight despite how agitated she was at the world around her. No. Please don't come any closer. One of them spoke, a woman with a shrill voice, huddled on a couch of some kind as Patrash's nose flared a dust cloud towards her now compulsory targets. That's a dinosaur. How is this possible? The second person in the room shouted, being a lot more mobile on his feet despite his fear being the same as his partner on the couch. She could see his tremble by the fidgeting of his feet as he tried to stand between her and his partner. That man Patrash was facing. He was with an all too familiar spiked hair. Her anger and rush immediately became null in her heart as she smelled the familiar scent that she had been following throughout the theater beyond this wall. Her narrowed slits turned to wide and round irises that showed an innocent look on her face, making herself more non-threatening to the couple within the room. Slowly, the dragon purred softly, bringing herself closer to the man within the room, making him stumble backward in sheer mortification, yelping as he fell on his behind before Patrash smite. She stepped over the man, his sweat increasing as she stared him down with inches between them. Please. Please. The voice of the woman broke Patrash's intense staring, moving her gaze upward towards the woman who seemed to have even more familiar sharp eyes that made Patrash stare in a paused state upon immediate notice. Please leave him alone. My husband and my child did nothing to deserve such a fate. Stand up, Naoko. The man screamed at the top of his lungs, suddenly jumping in a surprising show of force to tackle Patrash's long neck and push his legs with all his might, pushing the dragoness backward impressively even though she was 10 times his weight. Patrash let out a surprised groan, looking at the man below her with astonishment as he held her in place. Run. Take him and get out of here. He screamed with all his might, clearly putting his all in his effort to keep Patrash in place with his bare hands. Kenichi. The wife sobbed, holding on to someone important to them both as tightly as she could. The woman wouldn't get far. Patrash could tell from the way her hands trembled around the figure on the couch. Please just go. The husband begged, tears already in his eyes as he pushed his legs into the carpeted ground beneath him to beat her. It was when the two's priorities were shown to her that Patrash started paying attention to the third person inside the room she had broken into. The boy lay in the arms of his mother while his father tried to save both of them from her. A boy with the same spiky hair as his father and the exact same sharp eyes as the mother, who held him with such desperation that it was heartbroken to even the ground dragon herself. Forcibly, Patrash's tail swung swiftly towards his feet, making the man tumble down from his effort, putting him in between her hind legs. She moved quickly, faster than either of the two adults could breathe. Her lizard-like neck quickly thrust forward so her face could be as close to the unconscious boy as she could make it. It was him. It was her rider. It was her one and only. Krywaya. Kry Kyra Kyra. Her dragon screeching filled the room she was in the hallway outside of it. No. Naoko, the woman that Patrash now knew as her rider's own mother, screamed at the top of her lungs as she held onto her son, coming between him and what she thought was a fierce beast that wanted to harm him. Stay away from my Subaru. Bringing her muzzle close, Patrash screeching halted to not cause any more alarm within the humans surrounding her sleeping rider. She tilted her head with curiosity, looking at those sharp eyes that glared at her. Naoko. The man from behind screamed, scrambling on his feet and bringing whatever he could grab onto, throwing it at Patrash's head. The rock blunted her and scaled back, but the dragoness was unhurt even with all of the man's might. Patrash focused more on Naoko rather than the one attacking her from behind. She looked into those sharp eyes of the mother, holding the son who was born with the same shape and intensity. Naoko, I'll tackle this beast and open the way for you again, the husband said from behind Patrash, but Naoko cut him off as she kept up her staring contest. Don't. Naoko's voice was firm, undoubtedly hiding her fear behind a sudden boost of bravery that wasn't well hidden when one could see the tremble of her hands on Subaru's shoulders. It can understand. Understand, Kenichi was about to ignore his wife's words and scream at her to move. He was stopped in his tracks as Patrash gave him a warning glare so intense that it forced him to reconsider his next move. Are you stopping because I told you? Naoko asked, her heart beating fast and her nerves a wreck, but her intuition ran wild as she read the beast's eyes once it turned to her. Do you understand me? Naoko asked, having Subaru's body clenched as tight as possible but her heart not easing. Panic was slowly disappearing as the woman noticed how this beast stopped coming closer to her. Krya. Patrash sounded innocent, keeping her eyes locked with Naoko's as the two stared one another down. I'm sorry, but I do not understand you. I'm afraid. Naoko looked at the dragon with fascination and worry, showing sincere remorse as if understanding the disappointment in those beastly eyes of Patrash. I'm happy to tell you if you'd like to know. A new voice shocked the panic back into Naoko's heart as it intervened in the bizarre moment with a casual indifference to the tension she was feeling. Who are you? Kenichi asked the person who entered the room through the large hole that was blown up by the giant reptile beast. What's with the giant dinosaur? Yours. The young man who entered the small room brought them a strange sense of calm as he smiled at them with passive indulgence. This all must be confusing for you both. I'm sorry about this girl's attitude. She's a bit excitable when it comes to my friend there. The young man pointed at Patrash and the boy in Naoko's arms as he walked closer to Kenichi. Your friend? Wait. Kenichi looked towards Naoko, finding her staring down at their son with a shocked face. No way. Is something the matter? The young man asked, giving a concerned expression at the two sudden white faces. I hope I didn't say something concerning about your son. I'd assume you were his parents, yes? I guess you could tell from the resemblance, huh? Kenichi muttered, his eyes still widened towards his sleeping son. The young man smiled at him, pointing towards Patrash who had her eyes glued towards Subaru. I heard her speak it to you. You can understand this one's loud noise? Kenichi looked back at the gray-haired boy with confusion painting his face. She is someone I very much can talk with, seeing as that I'm the owner of the divine protection allowing me such a wonderful ability. The boy tapped his hat with a proud smile that faltered at the extra confusion aimed at him by Naoko. Ahem. I guess you two wouldn't know about that since you aren't from where I am. Clearly. Kenichi's chuckle was dry, still beholding more confusion and need for answers, but respecting the time they were getting without an angry beast stomping its way toward his wife and son. Can you please? Tell it to me. Patrash huffed as to warn him. Tell her to move away from them? Please. Kenichi asked nicely, though he looked about ready to do the impossible to make Otto do what he said. I feel like there's a threatening aura around that politeness, but I'm not going to ignore the context, Mr. Natsuki. The boy nodded his head and gestured for Patrash to kindly move away from Naoko and Subaru. The dragon reluctantly moved and glared at Kenichi with annoyance, still, respecting his wishes to calm things down for him. Natsuki. Naoko looked from the moving beast that almost caused her a heart attack and aimed a look of uncertain emotion towards the gray-haired boy. Ah yes. You must be wondering why I know his name, correct? The boy smiled at them both, earning a glance of attention from Kenichi as he too realized what his wife had done before him. Like I said, I'm his friend. That word seemed to give both parents a new air in their lungs that was very visible on their shoulders. It feels like I knock some wind into you every time I say that. The boy looked at them with a concerned, almost hesitant expression, like he feared what they were judging about him. Could there be a problem with me being friends with Natsuki-san? I know you don't know who I am, but He made friends. As if she wanted to help by stopping his unjustified panic and self-doubt, Naoko gave a small sentence filled with much emotion that couldn't be understood by anyone hearing it. Is that an issue of some kind? The boy looked at both of them apprehensively. Natsuki-san's the type to make friends with people that can only cause him trouble, isn't he? At this, for the first time, Kenichi had to bellow laughter so sudden from how strong it was that the boy stepped back, visibly startled. I'm sorry. Kenichi held his stomach and wiped an invisible tear as he laughed from his heart. It's just. I can't. Can't what, sir? The boy asked softly, seeing the father slowly quiet his laughter until he was silent. What's the problem with being Natsuki-san's friend? As if a cloud appeared over the heads of the parents before him, he narrowed his eyes towards Kenichi. I begged that I would see the day he would finally have someone call him a friend like that soon, Kenichi said with such sadness and emotion that it tore through the heart of the gray-haired boy. I don't know. The man rubbed the back of his spiky hair, sighing to himself. It's everything I've asked for him to have other than those weirdos on the internet he likes to act tough for. So Natsuki-san didn't have many friends, huh? The boy looked at the two with unreadable eyes, yet his fists were clenched, hidden away from them to keep himself in check. Naoko shook her head with a sad smile, still holding on to her son like he would disappear from her at a moment's notice. We're sorry we couldn't offer you more welcoming circumstances than this. I always thought to meet my son's friends in a more familiar setting, with fewer questions to be asked and even less worry about what's happening. The boy chuckled with them as they both nodded their heads gratefully to his understanding. I understand, of course. He shook his head, keeping a smile to himself as he eyed Subaru for a moment, which both of the parents noticed. The boy clapped his hands, renewing his energy as he faced them with a charming grin, his blue eyes shining with emotion. My name is Otto Suwon. I'm the Internal Affairs Minister for the Amelia camp, in which your son is the serving knight. Eloquent delivery, young man. Kenichi praised him with an even more confused look on his face. Is this some kind of roleplay? What a weird way to give out a name to someone you've just met. It is nice to meet you, Otto-kun. Naoko brought herself to smile at the boy, fully accepting the boy with a kindness that very much affected him. I hope you forgive us for needing to know more what you're saying. About our son. I know this might seem as a stretch to the both of you, but could I please ask you to trust me on everything I'm about to explain before we leave this room? Otto tried to ignore the affection he was hit with by Naoko's sudden brightness toward him, though he couldn't help but stutter in front of her. Will there be more like her? Kenichi looked over toward Petrash, feeling her eyes gazing at him with a visible pressing aura of annoyance. Otto bit his lip, seeing the small clenching of Naoko's fingers around Subaru's shoulder blades, hearing the slight breaking in Kenichi's voice. He knew the parents were doing their best to hold themselves together. All I can say is that you'll be meeting more people who care about Natsuki-san very deeply. Her included, Otto affirmed, trying to earn more of their trust. Can we know her name? Naoko asked, looking at Petrash more without the pretext of fear filling her thoughts. Petrash, Otto said the name and observed the hitches in their breathing with a slight fascination. I guess you'd know the name. It's Natsuki-san who gave it to her, after all. It's a name from his favorite show as a kid. Kenichi found himself chuckling and rubbing his head. How much of a fool do you have to be to name a dinosaur after a dog? What a wasted opportunity to be cool, son. You have no idea. Otto muttered under his breath, which Kenichi smirked at him for. Krya. Petrash groaned from her side of the room, bringing a threatening edge to the conversation. It's only a joke, calm down. Otto waved his hand easily, surprising Kenichi as he observed the dragon a bit more. Sorry, she's attached to her name, he says to Kenichi, making the man smile. Is that important to her? He asked Otto, eyeing Petrash with a hint of pleasant surprise. Of course, her type is royalty where she comes from. Otto speaks with a bit of pride about Petrash, who served her head tall and regal. She doesn't trust just anyone. Kenichi and Naoko started looking at the dragon more closely, now that they weren't panicking about it trying to eat them. She's beautiful. Naoko whispered unwittingly, blushing when the dragoness eyed her. Eep. That's gonna get some getting used to. I can't say our house will fit you, but if our son works hard on his chores, we might give you the living room, Petrash-chan. Kenichi chuckled as he walked forward toward the reptile without caring about their hostile interactions from before. This surprised her, as the man inched his open palm closer toward her snout. Krya. Petrash allowed Kenichi to touch it, closing her slits and showing humbleness to the father of her rider. Good girl. Kenichi cooed as he delicately treated the royal dragon to his famous tummy rubs that the neighborhood would envy. What did she say to us? When you were coming in? Naoko asked Otto from the side of this interaction, watching her husband with a small smile. I'd like to know. Otto gave the woman a nod and shuffled with his hat placed on his chest. She said something akin to, I'm thankful your eyes are like his. Sharp like a blade. Kind, like a mother. But without his darkness and tragedy. Naoko held a hand to her chest, frowning at the hidden meanings of the dragon's words. Has he gotten hurt for her to say that? The head minister couldn't offer her anything but a shake of his head. I cannot get into everything that Natsuki-san has been through. I'm still trying to figure them out as we go along in it. It gets so much worse the more we find out. Kenichi looked at the boy from beside Petrash, locking eyes with his wife for a second as they heard what was essentially another person who was suffering the same curse. You blame yourself? Naoko found herself bringing attention to Otto's true feelings, giving him a motherly frown, filled with concern. Please. Let me bring you up to speed so we can get back to the others. They are waiting for me to calm things down and come back soon. Otto ignored the woman's warmth sharply as if believing he was disrespecting her if he accepted her help. As if he deserved the torment of self-blame that she wanted to learn more about and help him through. I guess we have no choice, Otto-kun, Naoko said with disappointment and lowered frown, giving the boy an aching glance. You're just as cruel as he is, you know. It's not my best attribute, but as a merchant, I have to use it when needed. Otto grinned tiredly at her but moved on swiftly as he turned to both. He fiddled with his hat and explained key details that both parents could not believe. 0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000being the one who was the nearest to Petrash were returned to the big room underneath the flashing screen. Emilia, being the one who was the nearest to Petrash along with Reinhardt, took to answering. She was really fast. She managed to break a wall all alone, and when she entered through it, we weren't allowed to reach her because of an invisible barrier within the crack. This gained the eyes of those who stayed behind instead of rushing after the dragoness. The dragon of Subaru-sama managed to break one of the prison's walls? Frederica asked with widened emerald eyes. How come? Reinhardt-sama himself couldn't do such a feat. Unless she managed to find the only weak spot in this prison. That wouldn't explain why these guys were stopped from venturing further through the hole though. Felt sighed and glanced at her knight who was standing with his gaze aimed at his feet from the disappointment. But why has Otto-kun been allowed entry past the broken walls? Frederica asked with a face full of worry for the merchant, hand on her heart. How come none of you stayed behind to check on him? Calm down, sis. Garfield entered the room behind Emilia and waved a relaxed arm. Autobros got the dragon lass with him. He's the one who told us T, come, air, and wait for, and both T, come back. Seeing her brother's relaxed stance, Frederica noticed that he too was hiding his worry behind a brave face and posture, yet never faltering in his faith that Otto was capable of returning through the broken wall alone. What did you even see through the hole? Eichel asked in a gruff voice, leaning in his chair and watching with a frown. If you had a hole, there was a sight behind to see. No? We can only see a black fog. Felix answered his commander with a serious look. You're joking. Tivy spoke from beside his siblings with a look of outrage. Did you try to shine a light or something toward the fog? There are so many other possibilities you could have engaged instead of just leaving things be. I implore your calm in these moments. Reinhard's voice filled the room before any more outrage could be said towards his group. I have made sure to try everything I could think of to follow Otosama within the fog myself. I even tried to test the quality of the walls surrounding where Petrash-chan managed to crack. The knight seemed to grimace as he continued with a more preserved tone and a downward gaze being kept from everyone looking toward him for answers. Unfortunately, I think it was a one-time occurrence that will not be repeated by me or anyone else in this prison. It's only Otosama who's been allowed past the walls because he promised to return with Petrash-sama, I'd assume. Please calm down, brother, Hitaro said from the side, calming down the thinking strategist of his beloved camp. I have yet to understand what is happening or where we are. But I know we need your mind for whatever happens next. Tivy found himself more inclined to retract his posture and sit down, sighing at his brother's words. I'm trying so hard. This place has got me beyond my wits. There, from the side, a small hand belonging to their sister patted the monocle-eyed boy on the head. Yuri forgetting that we don't have to work so hard when the boss lady is heir. Thanks, Mimi. Can you stop patting my head? Hey. Tivy groaned as his sister playfully rubbed his head harder with his palm. A giggle sounded from behind him that made him pause his fake outrage towards his sister. You sure are a loser, Meili giggled mockingly at him, which served to make him blush under the stare of the mischievous girl. And none knows how to lose than a girl with no future like you. Tivy's reply made Mimi look at him with a widened eyebrow for a moment before her smirk came back in full force. Oh, I wonder how you'd feel about my future when I put a guilty Lochan in front of you. I'm sure your screams will be delightful to hear the end. Meili twirled in her place and hopped from one foot to the next, unable to connect with the tension in the room at all. Please just keep quiet for a moment. A boy with pink hair implored the blueonette with a nervous expression. Can't you see the glares you've been getting? This is an upsetting moment for all of us here, so please respect our feelings. Meili hummed to herself, ignoring the boy beside her completely, but keeping to herself, ignoring the glare from the maids down below her row, and felt. Our feelings? Shulkuin? Al muttered under his helmet as he watched from the side, keeping his thoughts to himself since the last viewing had him impacted negatively. Seems like your butler's getting too comfortable with following this story like you, princess. The one he aimed his words at simply didn't reply with anything other than a snort. Does his desire to see the continuation of an unpleasant state of affairs? It suits him better to be an echo of mine desires. Priscilla brought her fan closer to point at Al, piercing his soul with a look of warning. But amongst everyone within this wretched place, you remain the one most disrespectful to myself, Aldebaran. How so, princess? Al's voice was offishly calm even though he faced a rising anger that would scare anyone within the room from Priscilla's eyes. You think me a fool, clown? Priscilla leaned back with a narrowing of her eyes that screamed for anyone who faced them to run away. Bring some rest to that adventurous spirit, for I am not interested in forcing the answers out of you by mine hand alone. I have nothing to hide from you, princess, Jish. Al faced the beautiful woman's accusations with a small sigh. That woman we saw was just someone I've run into in my past. A past you've chosen to keep separate from my self-amusement. Priscilla's eyes remained narrow as he stayed silent, unwilling to push her arrogance any further than she was. Just wait and see, Aldebaran. Remain disloyal or not, the world shall begin to unravel you for mine comfort. Priscilla chuckled supremely at him, leaning back in her chair and enjoying herself beyond the tension that was filling everyone else waiting for Otto to return. I find this lady more disturbing than amazing sometimes, Heikel muttered to himself, looking at Al with a small glare that offered a minute amount of pity. After a moment, he looked down at the rest of the camps, finding Amelia sitting back with an awaiting Rim and Beatrice. So what now? Heikel asked what had been plaguing the group. What happens next? Are we just waiting, or are we going to talk about what we have seen? Slow and steady, Anastasia muttered from her place, observing everyone. There's much we must deal with before actually putting any importance over what's happening to Natsuki-kun. I think it's best to wait for those missing among us to return. Wilhelm sounded his agreement with the merchant queen wisely. We don't know what might happen next without someone like Otto here with us. One of my most potent questions, Crush's voice sounded from her seat as Felix sat behind her. Where has the warden gone? Why isn't he answering? The bastard's up, in took Captain away like some toy, Garfield growled from the sidelines, glaring at the floor. Beside Crush's right, the empty chair where Subaru used to be forever since this theater was initiated. Around the seat were the girls most worried about him. That man dares to take away Subaru-kun and then refuse to elaborate a reason why. Rim's growl was even more fierce as she gripped her skirt tightly, the wrath building up steadily the more she stayed away from Subaru. Beside her, the blonde spirit girl looked towards Amelia with a little bit of a hopeful expression. Subaru's dragon wouldn't go to such lengths for nothing, in fact. You must have seen something to help, I suppose. Amelia shook her head with guilt, looking at Subaru's seat with a grief-stricken face. I didn't see anything. She bit her lip, feeling the judgment in Beatrice's eyes. It was super dark. All I could see was Petrash's tail swiping at something. That doesn't make any sense, Amelia-sama. Rem whispered to the half-elf with politeness. Why would a dragon swipe aimlessly? Unless she's being attacked, I suppose. Beatrice cut Rem off with a small glare of panic and danger, slowly looking back to the nervous half-elf. You let Otto enter a domain where even the dragon isn't holding her own? He insisted. Emilia replied abashedly. He wanted us to trust him. That's naive, Emilia-sama. Rem shook her head, giving the half-elf a disapproving look. Emilia looked from Rem to Beatrice with increasing panic, feeling like she'd done something wrong. Before Otto had entered the room with Patrash right behind him, carrying Subaru's unconscious form. Captain. Subaru-kun. Rem ran faster than either Beatrice or even Emilia, immediately materializing beside Otto and taking Subaru's body from Patrash. Let me check to see if he's all right. I think you need to slow down, Rem-sama. Otto said with a small guilty smile. You'll have to represent yourself better to the parents. The maid paused what she was doing and glanced at Otto with a look of confusion. Excuse me? What are you saying? Otto smiled cryptically without showing his cards to anyone, simply standing there, fiddling with Patrash's saddle as everyone looked on with more curiosity building. Everyone, please if you can give me a little bit of attention at this moment. The minister's head politely demanded more of their interest as he patted Patrash's neck. As you can see, Patrash-sama here managed to find Natsuki-san and he's safe and sound. But she's also found something else. Good job, Patrash-chan. Emilia whispered encouragingly to the dragon as she stepped beside Rem, trying to get closer to Subaru, but the maid was hogging him all to herself. Her ears were still with Otto, and she found herself looking toward him for more information. What else did she find? I can't help but be worried. Emilia asked with a heavy heart, trying to steal glances at Subaru's face to make sure he was fine, truly. Otto smiled a knowing smile that was filled with warmth. Please, he gestured towards the hallway as two people entered the room behind him. Give a warm welcome to Natsuki-san's parents. Eyes were wide immediately as Naoko and Kenichi entered the massive theater room. The two figures were hunched onto each other, holding one another's hands as they looked around the theater's layout. Heads turned immediately to survey the so-called parents. Eyebrows raised in recognition at Kenichi's spiky hair, with more features that kept pushing the idea that these were indeed Subaru's parents a little closer to being believed by all those eyeing them. Subaru's. Emilia's mouth was agape as she stared at the couple. Parents, I suppose? Beatrice found herself just as shell-shocked between Emilia and Rem, having been trying to sneak her way towards Subaru, but Patrash was much too tall for her. Not that it matters to her now. For the parents themselves, they looked uncomfortable because of everyone's eyes. So many colored hairs. Kenichi muttered under his breath, trying to chuckle his way through the nervousness. Though his cheerfulness had long been subdued by the year-long absence of his son, Naoko could tell that her husband's best traits were still trying to push through for just her sake. Moving into another world isn't what I expected our son to be doing, Naoko whispered to her husband, clutching his arm tightly as they inspected all the different faces around them. It's like a fantasy story. After everything we've seen, I actually like the faces we are about to meet, dear, Kenichi said in a warm tone, giving his wife a squeeze on the hand. It's going to be okay. Our son's in good company. Naoko frowned, but before she could say anything, a voice crashed through the silent tension. If I am to be excused, I assume you both have been told about the happenings in Natsuki Subaru's life since he was abducted from your world? It was a lady with a commanding voice that surprised them both. She stepped before them with her hands straight to her sides. Yes. Otto-sama here filled us in on how my son was taken. Naoko nodded her head and looked at Otto, who observed the situation with interest. The woman talking to them nodded her head and stepped closer to give the parents a bow of the head. Well, this is a greeting. Kenichi blinked as he looked at the woman with confusion painting his face. I am thankful to you both. For raising your son as such you did. The woman said to them with her head bowed deep, making the parents feel numb in place. He is not only a good man, but a hero that has given far too much to the people of our nation and world. That is Crush Karsten-sama, Otto said from the side to the awestruck parents. She is one of the royal candidates set to rule the throne of Lagunica. My son really scored such respect from a girl that high up in government. Kenichi was firmly slapped on the arm by his better half, who was taking the bow of the green-haired royal with a lot more grace and less smugness and pride. Please, rise Crush-sama. I wouldn't want a friend of my son's to treat us like this. Naoko said kindly, meeting the woman's royal voice with her soft and warm one. I wish for us to be friends if my son trusted someone as righteous as you. Crush moved her head up and gave the two a nod of her head. I haven't been there much for your son when he first came to our world. This had many people in the theater wincing and grimacing in strange ways, which was noticed by the two parents. I have fought with him, however, side by side, and witnessed his greatest moments myself. Kenichi comforted Naoko's arm by rubbing it, feeling his wife tense at what was being said to them. Fought. He really is something of a knight in that world of yours. Kenichi muttered in disbelief, looking back at Otto and then towards Crush. You have much to be proud of. Crush nodded her head and gave another bow. Forgive us for not being able to take care of him as much as we should have. What a cruel thing to blame yourselves for. Naoko shook her head with a small smile, forgetting her worry for a moment. He's just as much trouble, believe me. Ain't that the truth? Kenichi chuckled and looked at his son's sleeping form with a bit of warmth. He's a dumbass. Captain S the best, no matter what anyone says. A voice shouted from the far end of the room, which had Kenichi smile towards the others in the room, hand on his hip. Now, which of you would say that about someone so lame like my son? You're fanboying over a man who doesn't eat his vegetables, sir. That makes him even more my captain. The shout sounded even more genuine than before, which had Kenichi and Naoko start chuckling and giggling respectfully. They marveled when a muscled, blond young man stood in his chair to be seen by them, giving them a smirk that revealed his abnormally sharp teeth. Name's Garfield Tinsel. I am Captain S. Shield. The young man pointed his thumb towards his half-naked chest with his grin growing more wild. The parents found themselves marveling at his teeth, but they both felt more warmth from the words he spoke alone. We sure are thankful he's had you to protect him, sir. Naoko chuckled under her breath, feeling very awkward but liking Garfield's enthusiasm toward her son. I didn't know my son still made such strange friends. Let's be honest, everyone in this room is strange, I suppose. A small girl with drill twin tails walked up to them with her arms crossed. My name is Betty, I suppose. I am Subaru's contracted spirit, in fact. The two parents looked down at the stern girl with shocked expressions for a moment, before Kenichi knelt to face Beatrice. May I spring your drills? He asked with seriousness that could give cancer patients some shame. No, in fact. Beatrice huffed and turned her head from him, showing off her long hair. I'm his father. Kenichi bargained immediately and without shame. It doesn't mean anything to Betty, I suppose. Beatrice snorted, looking the man dead in his eyes. Kenichi looked at Beatrice for another moment longer before he hid his face behind his arm, sobbing into it. Beatrice was immediately alarmed at this and held her hands out defensively. What? Stop crying, in fact. Betty didn't mean it. In fact, she just wanted to play hard to get, as Subaru taught her whenever she met with you. In fact. Kenichi stopped his fake crying and pointed at her with a charming grin, filled with smugness. So it was my son who taught you that's under a charade. I knew it. He gave his son a proud smile as he stood up before Beatrice. My son is a corrupting piece of shit. I am afraid that Beatrice-sama has always been like that. Otto rubbed the back of his head as he witnessed the spirit girl glaring towards Subaru's dad with such annoyance. She's been like this all her years as a spirit. Hard to imagine such a young child to be anything other than human, Naoko said while inspecting Beatrice with fascination. You must feel so lonely being the only spirit in this room. Or so Otto told us. Sorry if I got it wrong. Beatrice ruffled her dress to straighten it before looking at Naoko emotionlessly. Betty has Subaru. That's all there is to what she needs in this world, in fact. Naoko found herself feeling more struck by that answer to the point her jaw hung. Yeesh, my son means that much to you? I wonder how he treated such an adorable-looking princess. Those butterfly eyes are unreal. Kenichi gave his usual grin, the light returning more into it than it had in the past year. But of course, Beatrice's smile turned into one of warmth as she glanced at Subaru with love and care. He's Betty's contractor because she chose him. And he begged her to choose him. It's Betty who must treat him well, in fact. Kenichi paused at how heartfelt the girl was when talking about his son. You've been through a lot with him. More like he's been through a lot without Betty, in fact. The blonde spirit girl frowned with guilt, but shook her head to stop herself from any self-blame. Well then, I suppose we can make it up by both being there for him? Kenichi smirked at the widening of her eyes as she looked up at him. What do you say? This boy won't live without our adorable faces in his world. Beatrice had a small smile on her face as she nodded her head. Betty would like this, in fact. No snarky comment. She must really like me then. Kenichi wiggled his eyes towards his wife, who smiled warmly at the two while Otto walked closer to pat the man's shoulder. I think it's best we sit you down over in the back with Natsuki-san. There's much to discuss with the others, and I wouldn't want to make things uncomfortable for you two. They can take my seat. A sweet voice broke through the crowd, putting the eyes of the parents directly towards the person who had been standing the second closest to Subaru. Finally, you're talking. Otto grumbled under his breath, looking at the woman with silver hair as she stepped forward with a most nervous expression before Subaru's parents. I was beginning to think you're going to let Crush Sama win this meeting in her favor. You're very pretty. Naoko found herself expressing to the nervous girl before her, holding a hand to her cheek from the surprise. Thank you. I think you're pretty too. The young lady stuttered while fiddling with her robes, trying to step closer to Subaru for comfort, which was noticed by both parents, much to their joy and surprise. Not as much as you are, my dear. You don't have to be nervous around us. Naoko said softly, admiring the girl's beautiful look some more before settling her eyes on Subaru, her one and only son who somehow managed to make friends with these people. I appreciate your comfort. The girl said politely, trying to lose her flusteredness as she shook her head. I didn't expect to ever meet you, she said truthfully, finding herself sighing out of breathlessness. His parents? Naoko said knowingly, smiling at the girl who seemed close to her son. What would your name be, pretty one? My name is Amelia, just Amelia. The girl told Naoko and Kenichi, finding herself more pushed to hide her frown, so she ended up bowing her head to them out of respect. Please know that your son's been nothing but a wonderful person for his whole stay at my camp. Ah, you're the one Subaru became a knight for. Kenichi looked between the beautiful girl and Otto, who was nodding his head with confidence. How the hell did he do that? I must humble my son, or else he will think that he can marry better than I can. I thought you said no one can ever do that, dear. Naoko looked slightly offended by this, but Kenichi was too busy giving a very slow and dignified fist bump in the air after looking more at Emilia's slightly visible need to be near Subaru's side. Emilia found herself smiling at Subaru's father, remembering how silly Subaru actually was and how it relates to his father now that she sees it. Subaru's. My knight. Emilia felt the breath of relief that Rim gave from behind her, probably due to gratitude, and I am more than happy with that. If you can find it in your heart to forgive me for saying this, but I do not regret having him with me, by my side. Otto facepalmed as Naoko and Kenichi widened their eyes collectively at the girl's audacity. Emilia had a serious face that itched with nervousness, but her resolve was clear in her eyes. I appreciate your honesty, Emilia-sama. Naoko replied cordially, not being able to take the girl's words as anything but a warning about a bigger issue no one wanted to talk about at this moment. Can you show us to the seat, please? I would like to have some more time to think about all I've been told before we start with any discussions like this one. Emilia's face contorted to one of dismay, seeing how low the mood had gotten after she started speaking. Yes. Please follow me, miss. Emilia paused as she reflected on a painful reminder of just how easily she screwed a new relationship with Subaru's parents without even knowing their names. Naoko gave a small comforting chuckle, trying to help the girl calm down a little. My name is Naoko, dear. A pleasure to meet you. Emilia shook her head. The pleasure is all mine. Please come. Emilia took Naoko down toward the front row. Before the discussions begin, a Western-styled voice was heard from the second row. I'd like an introduction from each of us to the new couple in town. I find it to be a waste of time, to be honest. Oni Isan's folks are not that special. A little girl with blue hair sang from the back, sitting away from everyone in Priscilla's row, right above Petra and Frederica. That's enough. Please take your seats. Otto firmly stopped Anastasia from achieving anything by pushing for Emilia to move the parents. Rim slowly moved behind her, unable to speak or show her face to the two as they reached the usual seats of the theater. Otto slowly helped Kenichi put Subaru back in the middle seat of row 1, with Naoko immediately taking the right seat next to him while Emilia sat next to her. Beatrice couldn't sit on Subaru's lap with his parents around, so she sat beside Emilia, next to Otto's seat. On the left side, Kenichi sat down next to Subaru while Crush took the seat next to him, beside Felt and Reinhardt. Thank you. Otto reveled in the glare that Anastasia shot toward him as he took the lead. I suppose you want to know where we ended up, me and Petrash-sama. The dragoness herself screeches to fill the room with notice that she is now sitting at the feet of Subaru, on the ground, where no one can disturb her. Yeah, you're the greatest indeed, Otto said with a sweat drop appearing on his forehead as Petrash nodded in approval, permitting him to continue. The minister coughed, being encouraged by Naoko's awaiting smile and Frederica's sweet nodding to continue his leading of the discussions with all those present in the room. It didn't matter what he had to say next because the screen above them stopped its flashing of the deformed pictures that no one could see properly to start an active showing of a scene that widened many eyes in the room. Another viewing? Tybee said with a small growl, unable to believe what he was seeing as the screen began fading to black. Otto glared upwards at the screen, giving a thoughtful expression towards the parents as they looked on in utter confusion. You told us that this place would be weird, but all we see is a cinema room. What did you watch in here? Naoko asked this in innocence, but she noticed Emilia grew more tense beside her. The mother paused and looked back to Subaru's sleeping face. Her hand brushed his as she remembered the long walk past the hell of bodies that she saw him go through. Please just tell me if he ever faced such a scene. Naoko asked Emilia with more emotion showing than she wanted. If that scene we've watched was not the truth. It isn't as simple as that. Emilia spoke deliberately without showing her own emotions openly. It's all because of the woman Subaru was about to meet on top of the hill. She likes to toy with others. Beatrice glared at Emilia for a moment before ignoring the conversation happening next to her, focusing on what was playing on the screen. I think we can believe what she says, honey, Kenichi whispered to his wife over his son's sleeping body. She was one of those who were in the corpse pile. Remember? His hand clenched hers at the memory. Naoko's eyes widened when she remembered that Emilia was also dead at Subaru's feet during the vision she saw on the screen. Oh. If she's fine right now. Then that means Subaru really didn't go through such a horrific sight. Thank goodness. Emilia stayed silent, not looking at anyone as she felt some stare at her from behind, especially Anastasia and Remington. All the while Naoko gave a small sigh of relief, nuzzling her son's cheek lovingly. Kenichi had a small, content smile, unable to see the pitying face Crush was giving to both of them from his side. This ain't gonna end well for Big Bro's parents. Felt groaned while putting her hand on her temple. I can't fucking deal with how shitty this is gonna be. Felt-sama. I think we can live without telling them for now. Reinhard whispered to his lady with a small frown. Subaru's been through the worst of his adventure already. I can't say he is known for much after this other than contracting with Beatrice-sama. Felt sighed and shook her head. Don't be an idiot, Rain. This fucking window won't be showing us anything good. The knight appeared apprehensive to that statement, but he somewhat agreed with his lady. Otto. The merchant turned from the screen to find Julius leaning behind him with a little bit of a curious expression on the knight's face. Yes? Julius-san, did you tell the parents about the last viewing we've seen? The one with the fields? Julius asked seriously, giving the merchant a judging gaze. Otto shook his head, surprising Tivy and Garfield. I did not. They had their own window where they watched that viewing. Much smaller than ours, but it did the job, I guess. Otto rubbed the back of his head. I know what you're thinking, Julius-san. It was a safe bet for me as well, but I asked them a few questions, and from what you saw with them meeting everyone, they've only seen the latest viewing rather than everything that happened to Subaru from the very start. Julius concluded the dangerous thought with a certain look on his face. What's with the face? Garfield asked the knight curiously, lounging in his chair. Can't tell if you want to be happy or pull someone and beat them up. Julius didn't have anything to say to Garfield, only a sigh and his head leaning back in his chair to look up at the screen above them. He was scared they saw him beat Natsuki-san at the royal castle. Otto's eyes widened in realization as he and Garfield both looked at Julius with widened eyes. Afraid you may never be able to talk to the parents of your lover, Julius? Ricardo joked from beside the triplets in the same row as Julius, which made the whole group laugh at the knight sitting with his arms crossed and pulling a straight face. I had to make sure there weren't any misunderstandings between us before I got to know the people responsible for such a piece of work as Natsuki Subaru, Julius said in a little bit of a defensive manner, but clearly trying to hide his anxiety. It only made the giggles and chuckles continue. You're not fooling anyone, Julius. Anastasia giggled from his side, hearing this conversation and very much agreeing with the group who were against her knight. Oh, those who served betrayal to his heart. Slowly, the room began to brighten as the first scene played, as if anticipating the ease everyone was in and requiring them to be ready for what they were about to watch. Season 2, Episode 1. Begin. The scene starts with panning across the blue sky. It slowly reveals a large caravan of carriages driven by large ground dragons. Naoko and Kenichi looked at the creatures with absolute fascination, their eyes wandering downward toward Patrash as they noticed her on the screen. These are dinosaurs, right? Kenichi asked Crush, looking lost as he admired the large reptiles and the carriages they pulled with them. Those things are acting like horses. This is really making me feel disappointed with Jurassic World right now. Can't say a horse would break down a wall for someone they love. Naoko smiles nervously while eyeing Patrash as the dragoness scratches her snout against her leg like a cat would. Beside them, Crush gave the two a small amused smile. Those are called ground dragons where we come from. I see. So they are called dragons. Kenichi found himself smirking with increased fascination as he eyed the creatures on the screen. I wonder if you got that name from our world. He whispered to himself, earning a small curious look from Crush. Pardon. Kenichi shook his head and gave a bold grin to the royal lady. The line of carriages was long, almost never-ending as the dragon sped through the lifeless highway plains. Otto is shown driving two ground dragons with a small smile as the scene zooms in on the people sitting behind him. A group of children were sleeping peacefully inside the cart he was leading. It's showing Otto-kun. Naoko smiled towards the merchant boy, who was surprised to see himself in the window. You should smile like that more, you know? I do agree. Frederica found herself looking at the boy with amusement. It's a good look on you, Otto-sama. Otto blushed at the warmth within her gaze toward him, rubbing the back of his head. I didn't expect the events to begin with me driving everyone back towards the capital. The capital? Naoko tilted her head in confusion. This is the drive back towards the Karsten estate, where Natsuki-san had finished his liberation of Arlem village from the White Whale and the Great Menace, Sloth, Otto told her with a look of honesty and admiration clear for his brother. Faced with the serious faces of all the others behind him, Naoko looked to her husband for some comfort. I don't know what to say. I hope our son hasn't caused himself any harm. These things sound very spooky. Kenichi narrowed his eyes at the slight hitch in Crush's breath, noticing the usually poised and confident woman beside him falter. Something about his wife's words had unsettled her. I hope so too, he said with a little bit of worry showing in his tone when Crush didn't meet his eyes. Behind the parents, Rem watched the screen with a mix of curiosity and unease, torn between anticipation and apprehension for what would come next. I wonder if they will see me fight for him, if they will forgive me for what I did to him. She murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. A quiet longing stirred within her, wishing Subaru's parents could look at her, acknowledge her, and grant her the absolution she desperately sought for her sins, for the torment and suffering she had inflicted upon their son. But she remained silent, keeping her thoughts to herself as the unfolding scene deepened their confusion, raising questions far weightier than her selfish yearning to be accepted by those who had shaped the man she cherished. Also inside of his cart, the group of children were being looked over with warm smiles by a couple that sat in the very back of the moving carriage. Ah, Anastasia's eyes widened as she hummed, glancing between the parents and the screen with a renewed spark of excitement. Not only are they going to watch this continuation with us, but they've got no clue what they missed. Are you suggesting we proceed with your plan against the Margrave, my lady? Julius murmured near her ear, his voice smooth and measured as he leaned in. Anastasia hummed again, casting a thoughtful glance first at Subaru's parents, then at Subaru himself, the gears in her mind turning. We gotta save them too, of course. Surely they don't expect to just go home after finding their sonny. Are you sure you wouldn't just want to leave our world and return home? Tivy whispered, joining the conversation, his curiosity piquing Hitaro's interest as well. Anastasia chuckled lightly, careful to keep her voice low. Taivi-chan, I'd like you to respect your own intelligence more and not ask such questions. Julius leaned back, his brows furrowing. He wasn't sure what to make of his lady's intentions, but the idea of involving Subaru's parents in their schemes unsettled him. He stole another glance at them, so lost, so unaware of what had played out before their arrival. His fingers curled into a fist. The thought of them witnessing something painful, something they weren't prepared for, filled him with an unfamiliar sense of dread. I pray that whatever comes next spares your parents a cruelty we could never escape, Subaru, Julius whispered, his heart tightening as he braced himself for what lay ahead. This couple was sitting close to one another, but with little space between them. The girl of the two gave a small smile of comfort, making a little noise of happiness as she sat beside the boy. I see. Naoko smiled warmly towards Emilia, who wept at the sudden gaze from Subaru's mother, having her eyes focused on the children for a moment before. You two must have been through a lot before this. Emilia looked at the woman with surprise, her eyes feeling tired and her heart almost exploding with every beat as she recalled that moment in the carriage, how it made her feel to be close to him, how much she misses his warmth in their current seating position. He saved me. Emilia whispered to Naoko with a deep frown of guilt. Saved me 1,000 times over with every stubborn grunt he gave. It's so annoying. But I'll love him for doing it. Naoko was taken aback by Emilia's stuttering confession, while Kenichi bumped a fist in the air with light reflecting on his glasses. He must have been smitten with you. Naoko smiled, eyeing her son mischievously. I didn't know he would grow up so soon. You should be proud of him. Emilia nodded her head seriously, giving the woman nothing but her wholehearted feelings. I am. Naoko's smile turned sad for a moment before she shook her head and rubbed her son's cheek. You have no idea how much I missed him. How many times I've died inside waiting for him to arrive back home. Emilia gave the woman a look of pity and heartbreak, seeing this coming from a mile away, but her heart still gave a gut punch when the mother told Emilia what was always known by the rest of the cast but ignored how horrible it was. You've been waiting for him, this whole time, Emilia said in a matter-of-fact tone, showing her pity and sadness at such a cruel thought. I'm sorry for it taking so long to see him, Naoko-san. Call me Naoko, dear. The woman gave her a smile of understanding and emotion. Please just call me Naoko and help me try to understand what I've missed from my son's absence. I know it makes me sound like a helicopter parent, but You love your son. Emilia nodded her head, giving the woman a smile with something hidden beneath it. I wish nothing but to help you reconnect with Subaru. It is the right thing to do. And it will mean so much for him. Thank you, dear. Naoko held Emilia's hand in a firm yet kind gesture, giving the half-elf something to be shocked by. I am sorry. Am I not allowed to touch a royal in your world? Not at all, Naoko-san. Emilia shook her head, giving the lady a small smile of comfort. I'm just surprised. Not everyone would touch me like this back home. So swiftly and with such heart. Are you ostracized because you're a royal back home? You seem a little bit sheltered. Emilia had to shake her head firmly, not at all expecting Naoko to begin dotting on her like a child. It's not because I'm a royal. Just, people don't take too kindly to someone who looks like me. That's horrible. Naoko found herself frowning in anger at the very thought. It's a loss to make someone so pretty and kind like you feel the need to be sad. Thank you. Emilia said quietly, not sure how to respond to the woman's warmth and kindness. Thank you very much. Out of nowhere, a small girl intruded on the couple and sat herself right next to the boy, latching onto his arm with both of hers. The girl in question had to push her face into her palms, hiding her head in shame at the way she seemed so jealous and childish. No. Not in front of Subaru's parents. No. Petra whined drastically, receiving a head pat from Frederica beside her. But behind, there was a different form of support being given to the little maid. As in no form at all. Meili's giggles filled the room at the sight of Petra trying to latch onto Subaru's side, having long been aware of the orange-haired girl's crush on the knight. Maybe having Oni-san's parents here is gonna be fun after all. Hee. Meili shifted on her feet from side to side and moved on the edge of her seat, ready to collect and use whatever embarrassing thing Petra was going to do next. Petra. Subaru, the boy who was looking ahead with a stupefied expression, talked to the girl. Aren't you, a bit close? Petra responded resentfully, giving a side-eyed look towards the lady beside him as she held onto his arm protectively. Well, she had you all to herself earlier. It wasn't fair. You don't mind, do you? She asked the lady with a bit more spite than needed. Emilia, suddenly being the center of attention, had her arms raised in panic as she stuttered to respond. It's not like that, Petra-chan. Subaru and I were just. Emilia replaced her alarmed expression with a confident smile suddenly. Right. We had important things to talk about. Petra responded with utmost maturity and respect towards the royal candidate, by pushing her tongue out and blowing it aggressively. I'm not going to lose to you. You hear me? Many were laughing at such a scene within the theater, but none were laughing more than Meili herself as she watched Petra's embarrassment grow. Not going to lose, eh? Ricardo commented with a chuckle as Mimi laughed wholeheartedly. I don't see what is so funny. Taivi sighed at the immaturity, looking at Subaru with annoyance. That's a little bit sweet, I must admit, Hitaro commented with a small smile, watching the feud between the candidate and Petra grow. Mayan, Where did all the be mature for your age teachings go there? Petra-chan. Meili giggled while kicking her legs around in glee. I didn't even get to meet with them, and they are seeing me like this. Petra sank into her knees, hiding her head with a dark cloud of depression hanging above her. Subaru's parents will take the others more seriously because of this. They don't know what everyone's done to Subaru. I have to do more to impress them and help warn them. Petra-chan, are you okay? Frederica leaned over to the small girl, unable to hear what she was saying in the balled-up position she was in. Would you like it if I didn't watch this? You look adorable. Petra sank deeper into her depression as the screen continued to show everyone how jealous she truly was of Emilia as a kid. Both Subaru and Emilia look at the little girl with surprised faces. Emilia-tan. Subaru turned his head to Emilia with an awkward smile. She's only a kid. You just have to smile and laugh off what kids say. He puts his fingers on his cheeks and imitates a smile for her. That's what's so wonderful about you, Subaru-kun. Rem whispered to herself, unwilling to say it out loud enough for the parents to hear her and start asking her who she was. I can't stop my heart from beating faster, knowing that I'll no longer be involved with your story soon. I'm sorry. As if I ever was a part of it with your return by death, removing my sins and failures at your will. Checking on her sister with her eyes, Ram huffed dryly from her seat at the top and brought a small hand to dust her shoulder, frowning at the fact that she could see Rim being a lot quieter around his parents. Don't hide yourself, sister. It will only make things more terrible for Barusu in the long run. Ram whispered to herself with a shake of her head, enlightening the person next to her to speak after such a long silence. You only doom Rim to have false hope. The man said eccentrically from beside her, making Ram look at the speaker apprehensively. Roswell-sama. The man himself sat back with his eyes more focused on the screen than the parents in the front row. What does it matter if she tells them anything, Ram? Having Rim's heart shatter 1,000 times shouldn't seem so appealing to her dearest sister. Ram's hands clenched her skirt tight, glaring at the floor while listening to his cruel words. Rim's about to see the moment where Gluttony's about to remove her existence from this world. A moment that Natsuki Subaru himself couldn't redo after everything we've seen. Roswell's eye glints when he turns it to Ram. I believe you're smart enough to realize that after everything, Subaru-kun will die for Remington. Ram's eyes met his as she kept her silence. I wonder what he's done to give up on saving Rem. What his parents are going to watch with us once he finds her in that condition. Roswell's voice was more deadly than gleeful at these words. I wonder how many times Rem's heart can break in just a simple moment. Why? Ram's voice cracked, unable to match his coldness to her sister as she gave the man a small tearful look, trying to keep her strength. You need to focus on what's important, unlike Subaru-kun and Rem. I can see when life's throwing a distraction meant to harm me when I'm on my path. Roswell muttered to her, giving her a deadly glare. You need to stop letting her heart lead her to ruin, Ram. She needs to stop getting attached to anything that has to do with Barusu. Ram's teary-eyed face suddenly turned cold with resentfulness and disinterest, making the man lean back a slight inch as she leaned forward with a deadpan glare. Roswell-sama, please make sure to drink more water next time we have a break. You seem to be speaking words of nonsense that disinterest even the most boring of people like Otto. Ram said diligently, actively crushing the power in the Lord's eyes with her complete nonchalance to his behavior and words. Have you no care for Rim, you cruel MAAID of mine? Roswell's gleeful voice returned, trying to replace his surprise as he stared at Ram. Barusu's parents would make for good in-laws. Ram mused to herself, crossing her legs while leaning back in her chair. My sister will charm them fully and they will be able to stay by her side when Barusu is too trash to be there for her. You're a lunatic. Roswell spat after a second of his speech being frozen by the sheer absurdity of Ram as a character. The audacity to be so greedy and selfish. I wouldn't want to hear this coming from you, Roswell-sama. Ram can hear you speak for days on end, but the hypocrisy would make her puke if this was the line you feel most disgusted with her crossing. Ram tilted her head with a sweet smile that unnerved the clownish lord in his seat, waving a foot in place as she leaned further into her seat. No way. Emilia responds firmly, making him look shocked. Even if she's a child, I can't take such a lackadaisical attitude. Lackadaisical? Who says that in this day and age? Subaru looked overwhelmed by her serious stance on the matter, so he just smiled sheepishly. But Emilia only pouts in anger. You're teasing me again. I'm not a kid. Petra growled from the side as she gave a pout of anger towards Subaru. Stuck in between each monster, Subaru could only keep the peace by apologizing like a weakling. Okay, sorry. I need to thank you, Petra. He patted her head, which turned the little girl into a smiling angel suddenly. You kept your promise to not leave Emilia-tan alone. This guy's keeping women of all ages fighting over him, huh? Heikel snorted with annoyance, painting his face at the scene in general. What a load of bull. This kid's living a fantasy for one moment and then having life crush him suddenly in the next. I think I understand why he owns so many hearts, Heikel-sama. Schultz gave a small smile at the scene. This is after the defeat of Sloth and the White Whale after all. He saved them after so much. We didn't even get to see the worst of it. Apparently, Heikel commented with a bit of gratefulness in his voice. I don't think I'd have liked to see more self-righteousness gone to waste. He glared at his father and son, both sitting at the front and watching the scene with smiles on their faces, ones that could be seen at least in the case of Reinhardt. Towards the front row, Emilia was frowning at Petra's behavior and ignoring her own childishness at the moment. "I do apologize that you had to see me being so stern," she said softly to Naoko beside her, being completely serious. "This wasn't Petra's brightest moment, and I had to say something to keep such childish impulses in check." Naoko could only puff her cheeks to keep a short and sweet giggle from becoming as loud as a laugh. Emilia ends up looking at the woman with confusion and patience, waiting for Naoko to stop her giggles. Beatrice spoke from the side of Emilia with a glance of annoyance aimed at her. "You were the one who looked childish in that situation, I suppose. It was you who argued with Petra when you had all the cards, in fact." Emilia immediately patted Beatrice on the head, seemingly ignoring the spirit. "Shush, stop taking the side of Petra just because you play with her from time to time. She needs to be called out when she does something wrong." Beatrice glared at Emilia with disgust as Naoko placed her soft hands over her mouth and trembled in place to hide her giggles. Kenichi looked at Crush with a bit of a playful expression. Seeing his wife being busy with Emilia, he had to speak to the nearest person he knew. "Crush-sama, if I may be so bold to ask," he struck up a conversation instantly, which surprised Crush pleasantly as she blinked and turned to him with a small smile. "Please do so. I hope to answer your questions to the best of my ability, Sir Natsuki." "Please, that's what my son likes to be called when he's dreaming of maid cafes." Kenichi waved a hand, not hearing the slight squeak coming from the blue-haired girl behind him because of what he said. "Mr. Natsuki-sama, the mighty, or boss, are fine." "Thank you for the correction." Crush nods her head politely. "So how can I help you, Sir Natsuki?" Kenichi clicked his teeth playfully at the innocent look Crush gave, but he shook his head. "I was wondering just how many people he's been helping?" The man's voice turned soft as he eyed the screen with a bit of pride in his voice. "I want to know, so I can understand why all these girls suddenly see him like I do. You hold your son in such deep affection, similar to a woman?" Crush raised an amused eyebrow as the man pushed a fist before him and flexed a bicep with a grin. "The level of affection that I have for my son is supreme to that of 1,000 women." Crush's lips pursed at that notion, staring at him more seriously. "Doesn't seem like you were lying to me. So that means such a statement is spoken with complete conviction by you." She wishes that the Natsuki family could stop making her disbelieve her own divine protection sometimes. "That ain't much," Rem whispered behind them, being only heard by the Duchess. "Big Bro's dad is just as much of a weirdo, yeesh." Felt snorted while watching the man in amusement, chin on her knuckle. To answer that question, Crush had to take a moment to look back and smile at everyone. "I believe you needn't look far for that answer about your son." Kenichi nodded his head firmly. I see. My son could only save a small number of people because he sucks. He's been the most accomplished hero of this generation before gaining any lands or titles in just a year of him being in Ligunica." Crush continued her statement with a peaceful smile, happily contradicting his. "Sucks at being lame, I mean." Kenichi coughed playfully, earning a chuckle out of her as he turned with a proud grin on his face, aiming for his son on the screen. "Man, you grew up too fast for me to be there and catch you when you need it. He has people already waiting to help whenever he needs." Crush interjects on his moment of pride and happiness with a kind smile of her own. "Believe in the fact that his actions will not be forgotten by us. I'll make sure of that myself on my honor as a Karsten." "I see." Kenichi smiled more forward as he turned to face the Duchess with his arms folded across his chest. "Thank you very much." He received a nod from Crush as she turned back to the screen with a determined smile on her lips. "Man, this son of mine became a harem protagonist in a matter of a year. I need to work overtime to get a bigger place." Kenichi thought to himself while eyeing Crush and Emilia with a bit of sweat appearing on his forehead. Subaru smiled sincerely as he closed his eyes. "There are so many people I need to thank when things calm down." He looks up as the screen shifts to showcase memories from the past. It showcases Wilhelm's fierce strike downward at a great white whale with sharp teeth that struck the skies with its form. What the Kenichi found himself losing grip on his expression at the mere sight of the creature above him on the screen. Naoko herself was more shocked by Wilhelm's acrobatics than the beast he was attacking. "Otto-kun, is that the white whale?" Naoko asked the boy with a trembling finger. The merchant had his hat put over his face, unable to speak as the image of the whale passed by above him. "Sorry, Captain Mom." Garfield sighed and patted his friend's back. "That thing's dealt its damage pretty deep into Autobro." His voice shows a hint of the wrath he feels against the monster. "I'm very sorry, Otto-kun," Naoko muttered as she saw the faces of Julius, Ricardo, and even Emilia as they all sat protectively over Otto while glaring upwards toward the creature. From now on, that's how it must be remembered. She turned her head back to see the same old man who was slaying the beast on the screen. It's nothing but justice for it to remain a memory and nothing more. Wilhelm glared at the beast with no hint of regret in his blue eyes. "Did it hurt you as well?" Naoko asked with a little frown of hesitation, not sure if she could ask such a question from someone who looked so beyond her in terms of years. Ironically, Wilhelm refused to look at her for the same reason as he closed his eyes whimsically. "It's not me the beast has hurt. That was my doing towards myself and my family." At his words, Naoko noticed the red-haired men in the room adopting a frown of guilt and a scowl of something beyond dark and twisted. As if Wilhelm was the conduit of a deeply rooted negativity between them. She frowned deeper, holding her hand closer toward her son as she saw the people he was around more clearly. Her eyes brushed past a little maid girl with blue hair who was trying to move away from her eyesight for some reason. Naoko didn't know what to say to her, so she turned back around to look at the front, trying to learn more from Subaru with her worry increasing. I'm grateful to Crush-san and her gang. You're being mentioned, Kenichi smirked to look over at Crush. The Duchess held a small look of pride within her heart, nodding to the screen with satisfaction. Crush-sama. Felix muttered from behind her, watching the interactions between her and Subaru's father increase the more she was mentioned and clenching his skirt at every interaction. Don't forget, he couldn't save you. His heart hurt when he said this. Please tell me that he tried to help using whatever he could at least. I'll forgive him if he tried hard enough and still failed. After everything, I just want to know why his death didn't help Crush-sama when she needed it most. The healer was silent after that last whisper aimed toward the screen, increasingly more agitated and focused on what mattered the most to him. His lady, not the parents of his friend, who were undoubtedly going to be more crushed than Felix when they learn about return by death being used the way he wanted it to be used. I want to know if my hatred is justified for you. Natsuki Subaru-kun, Felix whispered as the scene moved on without caring for him. It showcases him in a room with a lot of people and a purple-haired lady winking toward him, as images of demi-humans and wizards fighting the great white beast played. And Anastasia-san and her people helped a lot, too. Immediately anticipating the gazes of both parents, who turned around to look at Anastasia with gratefulness in their eyes, the merchant queen waved at them warmly. Natsuki-kun is a lot more crafty when he's backed against the wall, I'll let you know that. It was fun making a splash on the map with him. You're a royal candidate too, correct? Naoko found herself bowing politely to the lady before her. Your accent seems familiar to me, but I thank you for the help you've offered my son. Kenichi did the same bow but with a more confident grin. Anastasia was surprised by this attitude from the parents. Ah, you two sure are flattering this lady with too much credit. It was Natsuki-kun's idea to get me tea help in the first place, you know. It showed Subaru standing confidently beside a radiant knight as they prepared a strike of striking proportion using magical arts. And I hate to admit it, but the same goes for Julius and those guys. The knight didn't show how affected he was at being thanked, simply giving a cordial nod towards the thumbs up given to him by Subaru's father. He still thanks me when I helped end his life with that same blade. Don't think over it too much. Anastasia firmly nudged his shoulder as he muttered under his breath. She gave him an affectionate smile, letting him bask in the gratefulness shown to him on the screen. Don't throw away Natsuki-kun's hard work and nice words. Julius kept his frown and clenched a fist on his knee. Subaru opened his eyes again and turned to the front of the carriage with a smile. I'm even indebted to Otto. The man in green stuck at the front of the carriage to lead their ground dragons turned at the mention of his name. Did you say something, Natsuki-san? Nah, nothing. Just that I'm super grateful to you too. Subaru gave a thumbs up. Gosh, what brought that on? Otto looked taken aback with a small redness appearing on his cheeks. You're making me blush. Yeah, I can see that they're friends from this scene alone. Kenichi whispered to his wife over their son's sleeping form, giving her a charming grin. Naoko herself was nodding and giving her son a small smile of comfort and protectiveness. I guess he was doing better than I thought. With responsible people like Otto-kun by his side. The merchant being spoken about did not look at the screen for long, finding the need to frown and glare at the floor far more compelling than the laughter of Garfield or the triplets behind him. Everyone's just gonna act cheery with the fucker after he pushed the kid off a damn cart so the whale can get him. Nice. Heikel snorted in disgust, looking away from Otto and the people around the merchant who were chuckling at his interaction on the screen. Otto had his fists clenched on his knees just like Julius as he thought the same thing Heikel did about himself. Even if all of you choose to forget. I never will. Otto whispered, lips trembling as the screen moved on from his face to Subaru's. Subaru turned to the small kids with his smile becoming more warm. The screen played the image of a blue-haired maid with tears at the corners of her eyes. It was Rem's turn to frown deeply, already seeing Naoko's eyes turning from the screen and land on her immediately. The maid gulped to herself, unable to meet the woman's eyes for more than a second. Even though Naoko weakly waved to her, even though the distance wasn't at all significant between them considering Rem was sitting behind Subaru in the second row. The maid just couldn't keep contact for long. And Kiki. He chuckled as he looked to the floor of the carriage with his small smile. What's wrong, Subaru? Emilia asked from the side, looking interested. This caused Subaru to suddenly end up a blushing mess as he stuttered. Oh, just Emilia-tan. He calmed himself and looked at her with a serious glare that took Emilia aback. There's something really important I need to tell you. Naoko tilted her head with interest as she turned back to watch with curiosity. Why is he acting like that one time I caught him with cookies under his pillow? Kenichi, meanwhile, was sitting with his mouth agape at the conclusion he'd come to on his own. How many is there? Son. Emilia, realizing how important this was, sat herself straight in preparation and nodded. Okay, what is it? This is really hard for me to say, but please hear me out. Subaru looked to the side for a moment. Oh, and of course, I'm prepared to be knocked out by Ram when I tell her. It wouldn't be pleasant if you're prepared for it, idiot Barusu. Ram huffed above everyone, keeping a cold expression as she prepared for what was to come. Fascinating how she can sound so endearing to someone she's insulting at the same time. El rolled his eyes inside of his helmet and turned from Ram and Roswell to watch the screen some more. He looked back at Amelia. But I want you to hear it first. Amelia nods. Okay, giving him her ears and attention. It's actually about Remington. Subaru toyed with his fingers like a Chad as he began. Rem said that He also stuttered like a complete Chad. A vision played of Rem talking to him with tears in her eyes. You'll still keep me by your side from now on? It returned to Subaru's desperate, pleading face. Rem's heartbeat increased at the way the screen portrayed her. She wanted to hide her face and have no one acknowledge her existence forever until the blood stopped rushing to her cheeks. Rem couldn't help but close her eyes as soon as Naoko's widened ones turned to her in a whiplash. The mother of Subaru looked at Rem with clear shock as her lips formed an "oh," while Kenichi was watching with his glasses reflecting the light from the window above, silently letting the scene continue before he made any judgments. This moment. Amelia whispered with a frown, unable to explain the dark feelings inside of herself as she watched and remembered what happened right after. I wonder if you did anything, Subaru. Knowing you. Why you see what I'm getting at, right? Subaru said with a great struggle. I mean, well, Rem said some nice things to me. Seeing him in this state, Amelia holds her hands up in a calming manner. Subaru, just calm down for a second. I'm not sure what you're trying to say, but I can tell you're trying your hardest to say it, okay? So just take it slow, like a good boy. Kenichi had to chuckle a little bit, breaking his stern facade for only a moment. It's like a badly written mangaka. Heiko glared down at Kenichi specifically. This guy's enjoying his son's torment or something. He's disgusting. She calls him a good boy? Hitaro commented with a little bit of guilt on his face. Isn't that humiliating? It very much is, but he's used to it. Taivi nodded his head alongside Julius, making Hitaro sweat. Subaru's face fell with a small tear running down his cheek. Like a good boy? That's not exactly encouraging. But, okay. He tapped his cheeks and collected more power as he let his feelings be known. I'm just gonna come out and say it, like a man. How responsible of him. Ram sighed in annoyance, already at odds with the scene. My sister shouldn't be relegated to number 2 so easily. What is it he wants to tell her? Naoko finds herself invested in the private moment between Subaru and Amelia, having a look like the one she has when she watches soap operas back home, which Kenichi notices. Even your mother is treating you like a trash MC, son. Kenichi chuckled as he told Subaru under his arm with a smirk. I'm proud of you for being so respectful, even if it was an asshole thing to do without your parents being asked for their blessing. The thing is, Rem said she loves me, the same way I told you that I love you. So, there was a blush on his face after blurting this out, but his eyes slowly opened as he waited for a reaction to his confession. Meili turned her head sideways while wobbling from side to side, inspecting Rem and Subaru more closely. Mother didn't tell us about her at ALL. Yet she was so important to Oniai-san in the end. A grin spread across her face as she kept a dark thought. Interesting. Naoko gasped with her hands on her mouth immediately. Love. He has 2 girls that said they loved him. Rem closed her eyes, waiting for the judgment call upon her fate with Subaru directly from the woman who bore her beloved. She couldn't help but think of the worst-case scenario of rejection and condemnation from Naoko, even if the woman knew nothing of what Rem had done. But to Rem's surprise, the woman was far too airhead for such a judgment to be made so soon. How can we feed so many mouths once we get home? We will need a bigger room for them to stay in. And the kids? Kenichi. Rem looked stupefied at the airheaded woman in front of her, unable to say anything from the shock of how quickly Naoko accepted Subaru's feelings as fact. Did she just accept her son having 2 partners? Julius snorted in equal disbelief beside Anastasia and Remington. I wonder if his father feels the same way. Julius and Rem both looked over at Kenichi, the maid fiddling with her skirt nervously. The husband in question was slowly doing a fist bump in the air with his eyes hidden behind his glasses reflecting the light and the darkness of the theater, having the most serious expression a man could have. These are his parents, all right? Julius sighed in resignation and wiped his hand through his hair elegantly. Why would I expect a respectable dialogue? Rem's heart was beating so much she could feel it echo in her ear as she stared at the 2 from behind. Amelia's face is uncovered slowly by the camera from behind Subaru's head, showing a baffled expression on her face that wasn't at all what he was expecting. Many in the theater began turning the smile away from their expressions as they realized how abnormal it was for Amelia to react like this. Those more experienced across the crowd already knew exactly when this moment happened. Autobro, Garfield tried to nudge Otto as his eyes scanned the theater's window for his own answers. Before Otto nodded his head after receiving the touch from his friend, keeping his head down. Yes, Garfield-san. This might be how he found out the truth. Shit. Ah, shit man. Garfield sighed and slammed his palms into his face. How does it always keep getting fucking worse for my captain? The hell's going on? Michael hummed to himself, looking down at the crowds for an answer. That ain't a normal reaction at all. That half-elf bitch is on something. She's a respected candidate for the throne, Michael-sama. Please have some more respect. Schultz glared at the man beside him, but he heard a small sigh of boredom from his other side in the same row. Can you be a little bit less of a wussy? The NKS. Meili glared at the boy and returned her cheerful expression towards Subaru and Rim as she continued thinking about her own plans, leaving Schultz to stammer and blush furiously in humiliation. Heikel didn't care what was going on between the kids as he continued to look for an answer from the people below them. After a moment of silence, Emilia spoke with a soft, curious, and unbothered voice. Subaru. Yes, he asked with his expression showing readiness for whatever might be her decree about his and Rim's feelings. But Emilia's face only fell as she gave him a small tilt of her head. With a dejected expression and an even more guilty tone, Emilia spoke softly to help satisfy her confusion. Who is Rim? Subaru's face lost all blood instantly, shown by his blush disappearing as his confident expression turned. Slowly, without any moment of hesitation, it turned into one of terror. Emilia sat frozen, her violet eyes widening as her own voice from the scene echoed in the theater. Her lips trembled. I didn't mean to say it like that. I must have crushed him with those words. She whispered, feeling the weight of Subaru's horror and having her heart break apart at his expression. You did, I suppose, Beatrice muttered, clutching her dress tightly. She crossed her arms, her usual snark absent for once. This is beyond cruel, I suppose. She glanced at Subaru, then at Rim, fidgeting. Even I don't know what to say. Do you? Don't know who this Rim girl is? Naoko looked at Emilia with a frown on her face. Why would Subaru talk to you as if you knew who Rim-chan was? Kenichi asked from the side of Subaru, glancing between the girls and his son. Being faced with the confusion of both parents, Emilia couldn't help but purse her lips and glance behind Naoko and Kenichi, where she locked eyes with Rim. The maid cried as she met Emilia's gaze. Rim's lips parted slightly, and her hands curled into her lap as she watched Subaru's expression crumble. The air felt tight and suffocating. Subaru. She whispered, her heart break. You really haven't forgotten who I am. At Rim's words, Emilia seemed more crushed and guilt-ridden, which made the parents glance between each other and then toward the lonely girl sitting in the back. I'm sorry, miss. But I don't like how sad you're looking. Kenichi turned his confused and worried expression to one of slight warmth as he moved a hand to push Rim's hair away from her eye. Please don't look that way after hearing my son confess his love to you. Rim looked at the man with widened eyes. I don't. Sir, please don't speak to me. She shakes her head and pushes his hand away. Kenichi frowned at the girl's coldness, moving back so he could give her more space. He looked at his wife and found that Naoko was glancing between Rim and Emilia with even more curiosity and confusion than he did. My best chance to understand what's going on with my son and that girl is to ask you, Crush-sama. Kenichi glanced at Crush, hoping for an answer to all of this. The military-clad woman exhaled after a moment of observation. I fear whatever explanation I can give you would hinder the true horror of it all. So something really is wrong then. Kenichi looked at her more seriously. Crush herself couldn't reply, finding her grip on the armrest tighter than usual as she looked at the floor, away from Subaru's father as he begged her for any information she could give. Arms engulfed her from behind, giving the Duchess warmth that expelled a lot of tension from within. Ferris. Crush whispered as she felt his cheek nuzzling the side of her neck. You must be dealing with it right now. Please don't deal with this alone, Crush-sama, Naya. Felix whispered his plea into her ear. Crush moved her head to place a reverent kiss on his forehead, pressing her nose with his in a gesture of trust and love while patting his hand. Thank you, Ferris. Kenichi pulled back with a small frown, thinking to himself as he watched the two interact. Whatever's going on with Rim and my son. This Crush girl is going to be hurt. Or was she already hurt and this lady with cat ears came to comfort Crush? The father of Subaru stared at his son's sleeping form with an increase in his heartbeats. A purple showing of multiple memories starts rolling with the center of all the images and scenes being ones where Rim and Subaru were talking and leaning on one another with happy smiles. I don't understand. Brother. Hitaro looked at his sibling for more information, but he noticed that Taivi was holding on to Mimi as she trembled in fear. Sister. The little boy looked around the room and noticed the purple glare on the screen was making everyone appear more agitated. Even Anastasia, beside Julius, was giving the screen above a glare too heated to be ignored. What a misfortune to fall upon. He hasn't been hurt for it to show this, Julius muttered, ignoring Rim beside his lady as he glared at the window above. This is just a precursor, Otto whispered to him, earning looks from Anastasia and Hitaro as he glared at them. Otto bro. Is this the moment Captain realizes what happened to Rim? Garfield asked his brother seriously and hesitantly, giving his usual roughness in the question but appearing more aware of how tragic it really was. Otto nodded his head, giving the maid a small look of pity. Seems so. Garfield looked at the carpet with his eyes widening in horror. Shit. Come on. Seriously? He was just about to confess to her. Felt sighed and glared directly at the taunting screen. What's more fucking pretty is this playback of happy memories to make it clear what Rim's lost. Gee, thanks for nothing, you damn bastard. Reinhard gave his own grimace at the entire scene. What a cruel concept to be in. He couldn't find anyone who remembered Rim in the entire year she was in her sleep, Petra whispered to the night under her breath. It was just. Petra-chan. Reinhard looked back to the little maid, worrying over her voice breaking. I'm sorry. It just. She wiped her small tears while watching the cruel playback above. Rem deserves retribution for her torture of Subaru, but this only crushes him for no good reason. Why would he get put through something like this? Petra's sobs were muffled so she didn't reach the parents in the middle of Reinhardt's row. The knight looked at the maid for a moment and then at the floor where his anger could shine most through his blue eyes. SHHHH. Frederica frowned as she patted Petra's head, moving her head to look up where her colleague was sitting by the lord of the estate they served. How do you think Rem's family feels watching this? You have to be stronger, Petra-chan. Ram wasn't aware of Frederica's gaze. She wasn't feeling like being focused and observant as she stood up from her seat and walked down the aisle, passing her master on her way. Make sure she's hugged well, Roswell muttered before falling to silence as Ram moved on her own. Once she was standing next to her sister, Ram quietly sat down on the empty seat between Rim and Felix, taking her sister in a hug. Barusa made sure you were not forgotten. He reminded my heart of why it was broken when you were gone. Ram whispered in her sister's ears, bringing the blue-haired maid more tears to wipe from her cheeks. It all stops as the wheel of a moving carriage invades through the memories, making them disappear. The screen shows the Life-is Highway once again, with a smaller line of carriages being operated on the road. In the middle of this smaller caravan, the giant carcass of a whale's head was being transported among them. Otto grimaced once he saw the sight of the corpse, finding it hard to contain the tremble in his hands as he stared and kept his lips frowning in disgust at the creature. That's all this creature will ever be. A carcass. Reinhardt's voice spoke through the theater, glaring at it as did most in the room. Naoko and Kenichi looked with more rapid interest at the head of the creature as they noticed the sudden change in perspective. These visions are operating like an anime. Kenichi whispered to his wife over their son's sleeping form, earning a nod from her as she glanced between Subaru and the screen above with a frown. Why is it centered around Subaru? Naoko asked, receiving her husband's silence as he stared at the floor the same way she did at Subaru. Can't we just have someone respond to our questions? Kenichi held on to his wife's hand as she shivered. You've been staying strong all this time. Ever since I got him back. I can't help but want more and more. Naoko's lips quivered as tears suddenly showed at the corner of her eyes. He's just a boy. And he dealt with that beast whose head is being carried by an army before us. Kenichi's frown deepened, his eyes hidden away by his glasses some more as his wife sunk her face into the neck of the sleeping young man sitting between them. I feel so bad for his family. Schultz said as he watched the couple with interest from above everyone. They've done nothing to deserve being left behind in such darkness. Don't pretend to know what's going on either, kid, Heikel grunted, also watching Subaru's parents and glaring at the whale's head with hatred. Good riddance. How come such a wonderful puppy's been defeated? Oh, that's the white whale Sama, isn't it? Meili found herself chuckling in amusement, completely the opposite of everyone in the room. Even the opposite of the new arrivals like Heikel, Schultz, Hitaro, or Subaru's parents. It looked so pretty. But it mustn't have been that scary if it got beaten by such a measly number of people. The girl dared to pout in disappointment at the carcass on the screen. I was expecting a lot more out of something that killed the last sword saint. Oi, shut your fucking mouth, kid. Heikel's shout pierced the theater without a wait for Reinhardt's frowning expression or Wilhelm's furious eyes to turn on Meili. Can't you see we're watching something here? Give us a break from your trap, yeah. The small girl hummed to herself as she looked at Heikel with unsettling gleefulness. How come, angry redhead Sama? I can't understand what I said to bother you. You didn't say anything to bother me, kid. Heikel snorted, not giving in to her game so easily, which surprised Wilhelm and Schultz specifically. I just don't like it when you speak near me. You're a freak. What a cruel thing to say to a child. Naoko muttered under her breath as she watched the exchange with her husband, both frowning at the drunkard at the back row with distaste covering their expressions. Heikel rolled his eyes when he locked gazes with the parents again. Meili simply giggled and kept humming to herself as she watched with more interest. Wonder why Oni-san's still asleep until now. I kinda miss him. The inside of a carriage is shown, with injured and beaten men laughing together as they lean back and rest. Rem is sitting at the end of their cart, looking out of it towards the sky with a thoughtful look. Emilia's mouth hung open and her eyes widened in realization of what she was seeing. What's wrong with you, I suppose? Beatrice asked, noticing the sudden tension in Emilia's hand. Naoko kept an eye on the two as Emilia was demanded to answer. It was the others around her who provided cover for the half-elf to remain in her stupefied state. We get to see what happened on that day. Anastasia was at the edge of her seat suddenly, giving the most serious look she's had since entering the theater. This is something a gal must see for herself. Otto bro. Garfield called from the far end of his row, looking nervous but ready for anything. Otto simply nodded, looking defeated at the very idea of the scene continuing to show them what he realized as well. This will not be pretty. But I must understand what happened myself. You don't look very happy, Remington. A voice speaks from the maid's side, filled with steel as she looks to the speaker with surprise. Are you still worried? Crush Sama. Rem says with a soft startle. The screen shows an armored Crush sitting back opposite Rem's place in the cart, giving the maid an elegant grin. Felix's eyes are glassy with sorrow as the scene continues. He can barely contain his anguish any longer. His voice, trembling with both grief and longing, murmured, Fairy-chan is sorry he wasn't there, my lady. Crush leans into his embrace, giving him a face of calm determination. While she refrains from divulging any details of the unfolding tragedy, her tone is a gentle whisper meant only for him. Ferris. I'm here, even if we can't change what's been done. Beside them, Wilhelm placed a hand on Felix's shoulder. His eyes filled with a mixture of regret and solidarity as they met Felix's pained gaze. Crush Shama may not have come out unscathed, yet she still holds your hand right here and now, Ferris Dano, he offers quietly. His gesture is simple and supportive. It speaks volumes as the trio braces for the revelation of what Crush has endured during the attack. Right beside the trio, Rem's expression is one of desolation. Her body trembles as she clutches Ram close to her chest. Ram, ever the steady presence, presses her arms tighter around Remington. You're not forgotten, she assures her softly. I'm here, sissy. Ram won't leave. Ferris and Wilhelm, and all the volunteers fighting alongside us, are the best of the best. Ricardo and the Iron Fong are lending us their aid, too. Such an assembly cannot lose. Crush said with confidence to the maid. The Beastman himself seemed less interested in giving a charming reply, as was usual of his character. He assumed a deep sigh instead and looked at the screen with deep annoyance. It looking so cheerful there, bro, Al said, leaning his helmet on his knuckle. You're being praised, by an opponent's camp leader no less. That should be a stamp of honor, no? Just who are you kidding with that? Ricardo snorted and eyed Al. Can't say I find the honor in being praised when I've been asleep for most of my fighting duty. Al shrugged, unwilling to lean more into arguing with the Beastman as he turned back to the screen. You saved me. Ricardo looked down at the voice who spoke to him. Huh? What you say? Otto turned to the Beastman with a small frown on his face. You've done me a mercy and saved me from the witch cult back then. I'd say some of that praise is worth it. Ricardo's eyes widened and his active mouth paused for a moment. Not enough to help you, bro. The Beastman said with a frown as he turned back to the screen above. Otto looked at the ground with an empty, tired gaze. Is it selfish of me to worry despite all that? Rem said with a small frown, receiving no change in reaction from the armored candidate before her. It's as Natsuki Subaru said. Rem's eyes widened with interest as Crush pauses for effect. You look best when you're smiling. Crush's grin stretched as she tilted her head to the maid, making Rem look down. A small stretch of every laugh and smile Subaru gave to her played over her words as she whispered. Honestly, that Subaru-kun is such a troublemaker. She smiled and closed her eyes. Most were giving the maid a look of pity within the theater, to the point where Naoko had to pause her watching to glance back where Rem was sitting, directly behind her sleeping son. He gets that trait from me, unfortunately, Kenichi snorted with a smile showing his pride in no small margin. But why? Naoko asked Rem, earning the eyes of both the maid and her sister. Why would you be so sad like that when you have my son's heart so firmly in your grasp? Naoko's words made Rem choke on something invisible. Beside her, Emilia looked away from them and frowned at the floor beneath her boot in reaction to what the mother was revealing. I'm a mother, dear, Naoko said softly to the tearful maid. I can sense that you two have something unlike any other in this room. Why are you so sad about that? I can never be sad that Subaru-kun has feelings for me. Rem winced slightly at her sudden tone towards the woman. I'm sorry. Please. Just. Naoko frowned deeply at the tremble in Rem's shoulders, seeing a great tension within her that even her sister couldn't rub away as she hugged her side. Please, Rem bowed her head, whimpering to the woman. Just don't give me a chance. What? Naoko asked, glancing at her husband for some support, but Kenichi was just as confused as she was. Rem. Emilia whispered harshly towards the maid, showing great shock by the widening of her eyes. Don't. Naoko glanced back at Rem with this added context, even more confused as the maid wilted in on herself. Naoko-sama. I'm undeserving of being Subaru's wife. Rem whispered, her tone broken and ghostly as she looked away from the mother to hug the neck of Ram. Naoko could only lean away from her seat, her expression one of heartbreak at the scene. Kenichi immediately leaned to hold his wife's hand over Subaru's sleeping form, giving her a nudge to let it go for now. Let's see what happens next and we can understand from someone else later. Okay, we still need to know why we are watching this stuff surrounding our son. Why didn't it give us the beginning from the very moment he was taken away? He held her hand and gave her a slightly better version of his charming grin that had lost its light long ago when the first search party came back empty-handed with no trace of Subaru. Suddenly, Rem's eyes opened and she turned her head to the lady sitting before her. I'm sure you would also look quite different with a smile since you always carry yourself with such dignity. I believe you would look lovely if you smiled. Crush's face fell into a confused pause for a moment before an uncertain look took over her. Yes, well, I'm not very good at smiling. It is something I still regret, even now. She did give the maid a small sheepish smile of her own, however, to which Rem delivered one of her own. Crush-sama. Felix whispered while nuzzling her cheek. It's the most beautiful smile in the world, Crush-sama. Emilia frowned to herself as she watched Crush slowly pat Felix's head, a soft upward tilt visible on her lips as she shushed him. Crush. Rem isn't saying all of that to be nice, you know. It's known, big sis. Felt interjected firmly, giving Emilia a small gesture with her hand to signal the half-elf not to interrupt the mistress and knight from their private moment. They've been fighting with each other for the past couple of viewings, and it's gotten cranky sitting near him. Emilia felt an understanding smile that still held a hint of apology. She doesn't look that bad, Heikel muttered under his breath, making Schult nod his head. She's super pretty, but I think Lady Priscilla's smile beats everyone in the room. The boy looked happy with his effort to compliment his lady from the bottom of his heart, only to receive an unimpressed snort from the Baroness. Keep your wits about you, Schult, Priscilla spoke with authority and displeasure, swinging a leg while keeping her eyes on the screen. You've made the mistake of assuming a divine can't be the prettiest in the whole world, not just within these meager walls. Sorry, Priscilla-sama. Schult bowed his head with tears of remorse appearing underneath his eyes, something that made Meili glance at Priscilla curiously. Feeling the need to admire a divine's looks from afar, child? Priscilla's voice only reached Meili and the men of her camp in the same row as her, but her eyes never looked in the assassin's direction, as if Meili wasn't worth the acknowledgement. Meili found herself more reserved as she leaned back and observed the arrogant beauty sitting in the same row with her. Not really, she teased childishly while moving from side to side. Oni-san's adventures are getting a lot more boring, Meili whined while stretching her little legs and kicking them about. I couldn't help but focus on someone who spoke like mama. Be clear to stop such notions, Priscilla blows her nose without giving Meili the time of day. 'Tis a blessing in disguise that you've chosen to sit next to perfection in that seat. Your wretched mother, or whatever else made you to be the waste of space you now represent, should stay far away from mine image. Meili smiled coldly at the orange-haired lady with the ruby-red eyes. The two ladies enjoyed the moment together for a few more seconds before a loud burst sent their attention askew. The screen showed the front carriage of the transport line blowing up into smithereens with blood splatters. The ground dragon, the passengers inside, the cart itself, everything was lost in a mist of chaos that refused to stop showing their silhouettes as they were torn apart. Crush's grip tightened around Felix's arms, keeping him from seeing the scene of carnage as she tightened the muscles on her neck to keep the healer's cheek in place. It was enough to surprise the boy into silence as the Duchess closed her eyes to listen instead of watch. What the hell? Kenichi whispered under his breath, his eyes widened and his hands clenching the armrest of his seat. Naoko's jaw hung in place at the sight, unable to comprehend what was happening to the people in the scene. Those poor people. That's how the attack happened. Otto questioned incredulously, looking more enraged than even Garfield, who was glaring with alarm. They didn't even see it coming. Did you expect the cowards of the cult to do anything less? Ram hissed with hatred, hugging her sister harder. Sissy. Rem's voice was cut short as the scene continued. Enemy attack. Crush's roar across the sea of moving carts forced those able to move and ready their swords. Even Rem stood with her morning star at the ready. The caravan moved forward as one, overlooking their fallen brethren, dragon, and men alike as they turned to head to the person responsible for such carnage. A man with white hair stood alone, ahead of the swarming dragons coming toward him. Is he responsible for this? Kenichi looked at the man with a face full of disbelief. What? Just watch what's going to happen, old guy. Felt glared at Kenichi, and then glared harder towards the white-haired person on the screen. Rain. He is the cause of the attack, Felt-sama, Reinhard muttered, face serious. There's no one left standing but him on that road. Julius, Garfield, and even Ricardo leaned more forward to get a better look at the white-robed man. Such chaos. Who is this man? Frederica asked while holding the hand of a paralyzed Petra. The little maid had a white face as she looked on at the scene. This isn't fair. Petra whispered under her breath. Whoa. That's such a cool hit, Meili cheered from the background, ignored by the entire room as everyone was busy trying to figure out what was happening. Run him over. Crush commanded from her carriage as she glared at the man. Crush-sama. Rem quickly took hold of the candidate by the waist and jumped in the air, taking Crush with her. Why jump? Schult looked beyond frightened, but he pushed through because of his worry. Don't get hurt, please. Priscilla gave the little boy a look of pity before rolling her eyes and glaring at the screen with annoyance. A mere displeasure. One would hope the Karsten girl fulfills her role as mind-stepping stone to the throne and kills this disgusting character. Don't talk about them like they are characters in some story, princess. Al spoke without a hint of remorse towards the people dying around Crush and Remington. It's not pretty when they are serving to fight an enemy you dislike as well. You should have more of a fucking heart. Heikel glared at Al. This bullshit attack is killing men like you and I. Al was led to snort at the very notion. Come on, pal. We would never be alike on that field. I would give you a few seconds before you run away and then piss yourself. The drunkard didn't say anything to that, but he glared with such hate towards the knight that Schult shuffled a little bit further from him. Besides, Al continued while resting the cheek of his helmet on his open palm. I can see you taking it out on me and not princess. I don't think it's fair for me to take the anger you have against our employer. If only you were after such a notion of employment and contracts. Heikel's turn to snort was one he took with pleasure as he leaned back with a malicious grin. But you're too busy going after some toast to care, ain't ya? Heikel's face was immediately pushed to the floor with such speed that his red hair left a blurring trail in the air. Know your place, dog of Astria's clan, Priscilla commanded with a wrath that began unleashing behind her red eyes. Sorry, pal. Al shrugged his shoulders, not even glancing towards the man struggling to remove his face from the carpeted floor at Priscilla's shoes. I guess the princess doesn't like it when I'm insulted. Fuck you, Heikel muttered through the carpet, keeping a fist clenched beside his head as he tried to get up slowly, softly mending the burn marks that trailed his soft flesh. As they both flew into the sky, the cart that Rem left behind only spun a second before, and without warning, the ground dragon carriage was consumed by an unthinkable force. One moment, it creaks along the dusty trail, its iron-bound wheels grinding against the earth, and the next, an invisible hand of destruction strikes with terrifying precision. Eyes went wide all over the room at the sight of the destruction and gore. Those people. Felix tried to force Crush's hands to lessen their tight hold on him, trying to see more of the bloodshed through his tearful eyes. I was treating them on the fields. Their conditions were treatable before this attack. Kenichi and Naoko looked at Felix with a bit of pity at the tragedy. I couldn't. Felix's tears began flowing down without a chance of stopping. I couldn't put them back together. Because of this sick monster. His voice took a darker turn as he glared with hate through the waterworks. My God, honey. Kenichi whispered with full remorse, capturing his wife's hand and squeezing it to cease the beating of his heart. What a poor girl. Those people were being so happy. They were innocent. Naoko spoke with a hand on her mouth, looking at the screen and not blinking for a moment. It almost got Rim-san. At those whispers, the half-elf sitting by the mother's side seemed to grip the robes on her arms with precision. Subaru's been imagining how this attack looked since the moment you were found, Rim. Emilia spoke in a haunted voice, her tone showing the depth of realization she'd come to as she watched. This is what he could never see but wanted the most. He wanted to help her more than watch what happened to her. In fact, the spirit of Subaru said from Emilia's side, giving Rem a look of pity and understanding before looking away. This situation is not even unfortunate, I suppose. It's cruel. The girl had just survived the white whale and all of those run-ins with geese. It's cowardly, Hitaro muttered from behind the spirit girl, making Emilia wince as she looked at the white-haired man. Coward. Emilia's eyes remained on the man for more than a second, striking a hint of familiarity with him before she shook her head. He's far less than that. The half-elf's voice broke at the end as she continued watching. I have seen this man before. But he's so unfamiliar it's really bothering me. A soundless pulse emanates from nowhere and everywhere at once, warping the air like ripples across a glassy pond. Then, in an instant, the carriage erupts. Shards of wood and metal scatter like autumn leaves caught in a storm, while each dragon and human who were caught by the trajectories of the invisible pulses turned into scatters of meat and blood splatters across the grass. In the middle of it all, broken wood and disrupted grass blades from the dirt, the white-haired man spoke undeterred by the bloody hand that splattered near him. Naoko's eyes were stretched at the sight, unable to give any indication of how shocked she was. Shit, that power. Felt grunted in alarm and distaste. It's different from the unseen hands, Reinhard muttered under his breath, shaking his head while analyzing the scene sharply. This is no doubt the Archbishop of Greed. Rem glared at the screen, her tears still falling steadily. That monster. Kenichi winced at the poison that came through Rem's voice, but he moved his attention to Crush and Felix to better understand how it affected them as well. Crush was holding onto her hand very suspiciously as if trying to rub something away from it, trying to feel it in place, which confused Kenichi, to the point of making the father glare upwards at the white-haired villain responsible for such trauma. I wish you wouldn't do that. Ordering them to run me over when I'm not doing anything? That's not something any decent human being would do. His voice was uncaring and without remorse. How dare you do such a brutal thing to my retainers? Crush stepped forward as she and Rem landed in the middle of the massacre site. Just who are you? Rem got ready beside her. I see. The man speaks with a small smile that appears to be his extent of being charming. You don't know who I am, but I know who you are. You're a candidate to be the next ruler of this nation. You talk too much. Crush valiantly rejects him from his self-satisfied reverie as she puts a hand on her sword. Answer my question. She unsheathes her blade and points it at him, its light shining through the highway from its reflective surface. Next time, I will kill you. And no, don't fight him. Naoko found herself stuttering while holding her hands to her open mouth. Please just run. The fear in the woman's eyes for the well-being of the two girls was transferred to Emilia sitting beside her. I should have been much quicker trying to reconcile with Subaru and get to the capital. Emilia bit her lip and shrank in her seat, watching the tense scene with equal worry for Crush and Rem. That's unrealistic. In fact, Beatrice shook her head and glared at the man on the screen. If it was up to Subaru, there would be a quicker push to get to the capital. In fact, Emilia didn't realize that Beatrice was looking at her deeply until a few seconds later. Huh? What do you need? I'm more worried about Crush-sama and Rem. So Subaru didn't know about Rem's condition before you had returned to the capital? Beatrice asked with her eyebrow raised. Emilia's lip was bitten again as she turned to look at her knight. I was just asking the same question myself. Her frown showed her sadness as she observed him some more. He must have known something. Must have used that curse. If he did return by death, Beatrice said, that name required both girls to gasp and breathe more heavily as their hearts felt heavier for a moment. If he's done this, I suppose. What are we watching then? Emilia's heartbroken expression moved her to look up at the scene with more questions in her mind. She grasped her hand around some of her robes, trying to imitate the feeling of his hand in her tightening grip, wishing for the same comfort. Instead of respecting her threatening command, the white-robed man looked as if he was dejected from the party's entrance. Now that's just mean. But I suppose one could never hope to rule a country without some degree of arrogance. I can't comprehend that sensibility myself, but… Does he ever shut his trap? Felt growled with disgust. It seems like this man's too confident in his abilities. Another archbishop that doesn't act like sloth. Anastasia muttered with her chin being covered in her blue scarf as she watched in deep thought. Natsuki-kun will have to meet with him personally to know anything useful for the rest of us. Subaru wouldn't last against this man. Julius cut with a firm glare toward the villain on the screen. He will be hurt. Wouldn't it be stupid to fight against such a person? Meili asked from above the room of watchers, her smile sweet and playful as she swayed from side to side. It's not like that guy's gonna need to be close to hurt the green-haired lady, right? Why not give up and go home? While most of the theater glared towards Meili with their own versions of dislike and hatred, Kenichi was the only one who wasn't focused on the little girl as he looked at the Duchess once again to better understand what was happening. Hey, you okay? The father asked, making the steel-faced lady glance from the screen dim. Her hand was on Felix's head as she gave a court nod. This is something I've already lived through, Crush revealed in a soft voice, patting Felix more and more as he glared at the armrest of her seat. Kenichi's eyes widened. I am sorry. This. You went through seeing your men get killed again then. It must suck for you. I'm their commander. It's my duty to carry the fight until the end. Crush spoke without emotion showing in her voice other than the monotone, depressing firmness that made Kenichi grimace. I told you there would be no second chances. Crush shouted as her blade's glow turned green with her strike finalizing a magical attack that leaped throughout the highway plains and broken carriages and struck the man to cut him in the same manner he cut the bodies at his feet. Whoa. Kenichi's eyes went wide when he turned back to the screen to see this. Is that? No way. It's magic, Crush affirmed still without any emotion. I know that your home doesn't have the concept worked out like ours. Then you can hit him from afar. That's splendid. Naoko clapped her hands, giving herself a moment to be happy as the hit got closer to the villain. Crush looked away and closed her eyes, controlling her breathing while feeling Felix tighten his hold around her shoulder blades from behind. I don't think that attack will be damaging enough, Schult whispered to Heinkel as he bit his lip nervously. I'm scared for them. You don't even know, kid. Heinkel had to swallow, his legs shaking out of habit as he recalled something. Greed. He's much more than just a guy with a plain face like this. He's a monster. And those two should count themselves lucky they survived this attack. That's true. They survived this attack, didn't they? Schultz's eyes widened in realization. Priscilla-sama did receive such reports a year or two ago. The boy rubbed his temple, trying to recall more. I can't remember how they survived, though. Why do that when we can watch what happened to them? Al asked softly from Priscilla's side, making Heinkel grunt with distaste. As if that's going to be important once the kid finds out his girl is being attacked. Heinkel's words put a stroke of fear into Schultz's heart as he gasped in reaction. No. He's not going to return. Please. Schult became teary-eyed at the notion as he turned to the screen more slowly than before. But the strike impacted an invisible bubble that surrounded him, causing the attack to become null and void. Crush was awestruck. Not a single scratch. Tivy spoke in an analytical voice, not surprised as were many around him like Anastasia, Julius, and Otto. As expected, one can't assume an archbishop will be easily done away with. Not one as infamous as Greed, the destroyer of fortified city of Garkla. Otto whispered with dread, earning a nod from a deadly serious Anastasia above him. Karsten-san is in a heap of shit. Anastasia grumbled, while keeping her eyes on her green-haired friend with clear worry showing beneath the facade she keeps up. Damn, Garfield slapped his armrest and growled. This guy's got cheating powers like that Patelgee's fucker. The parents didn't have time to ask what he meant by that, considering he was the only one they could hear from the group. They were as nervous and fearful after the failure of the attack as the children minus Meili were, so they kept watching. Now look here. The man glared at her, looking insulted. Who taught you that it was acceptable to swing a sword at someone when they're happily talking? I do believe that's a violation of my right to speak. Rem's glare intensified towards the man, with her hatred unceasing nor her anger. He speaks about himself as if nothing else is important. Kenichi started to look angry the more he watched the man and observed his actions. What a douche. All of those lives. And he's talking about something so insignificant. Hitaro, the only one also out of the loop as much as the parents in the room, was glaring at the man from his seat too. This is an archbishop, all right. Thankfully you had fled the fight before any harm could come to you. Tivy whispered to his brother, reminding Hitaro just how close he was to this encounter. Huh, hang on a sec. Garfield whiplashed to look at the pearl-tongued triplets with his teeth bared. You were there during this attack and didn't help the Green Princess and Rem. A lot of eyes moved to Hitaro with shock and anger, aiming at the small boy. Hitaro looked hurt by what was being aimed at him from everyone except the Anastasia camp. He couldn't wait to speak when he noticed the slight look of focus Felix was shooting toward him. It was as if the healer was going to tackle him to the floor at a moment's notice. I was there, yes. I had been tired out after the white whale's subjugation and needed treatment like the other soldiers who went with me. Hitaro received nods of support from his two siblings. He appreciated Mimi not calling him weak like she always does when he retells this part of his story. My boss already knows what happened to me when the attack happened. Just say that you ran away and refused to help my sister. Ram growled, glaring at the boy, but not as intensely as she wanted to seem. It was probably because Rem was holding her hand and shaking her head from the side. Sister, you don't understand what we Crush-sama and we're trying to do. Hitaro continued explaining as he felt the heated glares continue to pressure him. I fled the scene with other members of the Iron Fong, while Remsan and Crush-sama spoke with the Archbishop. I didn't know it was an Archbishop when I ran, or else I'd have stayed to do something. I promise. Wait. Otto's eyes widened, and he too turned to meet the boy's scared face with a look of scrutiny. Were you the one that reported the attack on the convoy? Hitaro nodded his head frantically. I reported what was happening as soon as I could, so backup could arrive to the aid of Crush-sama, but it was too late. Otto turned to Garfield with a stern look, patting the blonde's shoulder. Garf, without that report, no one would have come to check the highway. They wouldn't have been able to save Crush-sama or any survivors at all if it wasn't for him reporting the attack. Garfield's whole body language softened instantly as he rubbed the back of his head. Is that right? I'm sorry, lil fella. I am not that young. Hitaro tried to laugh while breathing heavily from the panic that settled him. I'm only 15 this year. Right. Garfield had a weird face as he looked down at Hitaro before shaking his head and sitting back down in his seat. Sorry again. Mine amazing self doesn't want to throw accusations like that. Feeling the people of the theater starting to accept his explanation, Hitaro breathed a sigh of relief when Felix stopped looking at him with those cold eyes of his. The healer gripped on Crush harsher when he felt her hand move away from his head and rub her arm at a certain area. Kenichi also noticed the same move of her hand as Felix and looked at the screen with more curiosity than fear. Before any movement could be done by her body, Crush shouted in pain as her arm went flying from her body and into the grassy plains. Crush-sama. Rem held the armored lady as she fell and quickly applied healing magic on her amputated arm. Ferris. Crush struggled in pain, hanging on to her stump and closing her eyes. No. Frederica gasped first, wincing at the painful amputation done to the beautiful warrior. Ain't this asshole moving or something? Ricardo growled with his blue eyes squinting to catch any detail he could. There's got to be a way to fuck with his attacks somehow. Sister. Ram held on to her twin with her eyes glaring harsher than before. Her hands trembled in fear as she realized that Rem was essentially all alone now. Crush-sama. Felix hung his head low to keep her close to him. I'm sorry I couldn't be there, even though you called for me. The tremble in his hands refused to cease as he held on to her. I'm sorry. Naya. It's all right, Ferris, Crush whispered to her knight, giving his head a gentle push so she could hug him tighter in his position. You got to me, eventually. Not fast enough, Felix wailed, his tears staining her neck and shirt. I wasn't there fast enough. I shouldn't be a knight or a healer. I'm nothing without you, Crush-sama. Ferris. Crush didn't know what to say as she held on to him, looking down at the boy with a confused, overwhelmed look. The healer didn't care what he was putting his lady through with his confessions as he held on to her. I'm sorry. I know I promised to not be as obsessed as I've always been, but it's true, Crush-sama. Felix showed no remorse after everything that happened between the two throughout the viewings in the theater. I will always and forever only exist for you. Please accept me as I am. I can't give up on what I've always known. Crush could only close her eyes and pat his head, not willing to answer such a pathetic wish from the one she trusted the most in the room. TCK. Priscilla glanced from the screen towards Felix and Crush with a glare filled with disappointment. How displeasing. She didn't even put up a worthy fight. Priscilla deliberately ignored Felix's existence. How can she do that when the opponent is a fucking monster? Heinkel asked his lady with his most ludicrous glare, running defense for Crush's sake uncharacteristically. This is beyond unfair to all of these men. Arg, what a fucking bullshit situation. He held his head in his hands and rubbed his hair furiously, earning an eye roll from Priscilla. Beside Crush, another person was looking at the pair of healers and candidates with widened eyes. Holy, that's why she was holding on to her arm. Kenichi muttered to himself, looking in between the screen and the green-haired lady who was dealing with Felix breaking down. I can't help but be scared of her for dealing with such an ordeal and still looks so professional. His eyes turned to glare at the situation above him as Rem faced the white-haired man alone. This absolute douchebag. There was more than just anger showing on the man's expression. His whole body was showing signs of worry for the girls on the screen and even fear from what they were facing. A guy like that can just destroy them without a second to waste. Kenichi whispered desperately, glancing over at his son's sleeping face. What would you even do to deal with this? What can you do against such a bastard? Son, he whispered to no one, simply talking to himself as he dealt with the flare of his nerves alone. Please don't try to do anything stupid. Kenichi whispered some more, feeling how hopeless his wish was. Her arm, Naoko, still watching with her jaw hung open, looked heartbroken at the deformity that Crush had been inflicted with by the monster. It's been cut like that? Just mercilessly. Amelia was wincing at the sight and holding on to her arm out of instinct. She looked towards Felix and Crush in the theater with a look of pity and guilt showing on her face because of her instant relief that she wasn't in the same situation as Crush or Rem. "I'm sorry," she whispered, knowing no one would hear what she was saying regardless of her guilt. Rem growled and applied as much concentration as possible as a new voice came up from behind. "I keep eating and eating, but it's never enough." At the sound of the new person behind Rem, many were widening their eyes in curiosity and confusion, but one person had a different reaction to most in the room. "He comes at such an unfair moment." Roswell's voice was unheard by the rest of the room as he had taken to whisper his thoughts without Ram being near him to judge. "This wasn't displayed in my gospel. My teacher." His eyes roamed to Rem and Crush, seeing the different, yet similar terror that filled them both as they tensed in the arms of their caretakers respectively. "My teacher refused to give any meaning to Rem's life." Roswell stated this, as if it was a fact he could just admit aloud and move on from with as little emotion as possible, ignoring the shaking of his fists. "Huh." Rem stopped looking at Crush's wound and turned her head slowly to see what was happening behind her. Rem's arms held on to her sister tighter. "Who's this now?" Heinkel almost sounded like he was whining, but his expression was one of pure outrage for what the girls were going through. "Can't these two have a damn break? They just helped the kid beat the white whale." "Calm down, Deputy Commander Istria," Julius commanded sternly from the front, seeming more serious than he anticipated due to his cool being long lost. "Julius Kun," Anastasia warned from the side, but the knight had already been infested by an underlying cause to guilt himself. "If I was more reliable, Subaru wouldn't have needed to take the sloth front with all of the manpower available." Julius put his shaking fist on his knee once again, trying to steady his hands. Hitaro found himself looking at the screen with more guilt than expected from a child like him. "I never saw what happened past this point. I ran as fast as I could." He couldn't help but show his curiosity and fear for what was about to happen to the maid. A small man in tattered rags and long hair walked amongst a sea of corpses that lay at his bare feet. Men, the ones who were alive behind Rem and Crush just a moment ago, were now bleeding on the grass, harmed by the small man as he grinned while looking at his long wrist blades. "I eat, I devour, I chew, I bite, I gorge, I gnaw, I munch, I crunch." He kicked a man's corpse in the face as he blabbered on and on. "Pure gluttony. Ah, thank you for this feast." Rem's face showed unease as she watched the small man walk toward her, with Crush grunting in pain as her arm created a pool of blood in the grass. "What misery." Amelia looked on with her jaw hanging and her eyes in disbelief at the monster with all the death surrounding him. "These witch cultists." Her voice broke from the desperation she felt at the scene. "These fucking scumbags." Garfield cursed from the side, looking with his hurt expression as if he could do nothing to help the people around the barefooted evil. "That's him, ain't he? Otto bro." Otto nodded his head, taking one look at Rem in the theater and turning back to the screen so he could answer emotionlessly. "That's him all right. The one responsible for Rem-san and not Suki-san's year-long divorce." Garfield growled with his teeth bared at the screen, fire spewing from his emerald eyes almost. Listening to Otto's words, Ram could feel her sister's hands lose their grip as the maid looked completely paralyzed by the figure on the screen. Ram didn't pay more attention to her collapsing sister than she should have. Instead, the pink-haired Oni found it more appropriate to memorize every fiber of the being that stood before her inside the window. "Tell me if that's him," Ram asked her sister, clenching the terrified Rem as much as she could from the waist before moving her hand and handling Rem's chin so she could look into Ram's eyes. "Sister, tell me if that's him." Rem refused to answer as she looked at the man with something akin to extreme hate and understandable fear. "I'm sorry, sister," Rem whispered. "You were right when you told me." Ram's eyes widened as she understood immediately what her little sister was meaning to say. Her gaze moved up towards the screen immediately. "You too are." Rem spat with hate as both the white-haired man and the small wrist-bladed monster grinned sadistically. "You faced them alone." Ram's face contorted to one of horror at the sight of her sweet sister being surrounded. "Not only did you do it with Patel Geese and the witches cult back then, you've done this with the white whale and these monsters again." Ram's tone turned to that of fury towards her sister as she glared at Rem. The blue-haired maid couldn't help but wince and look down at the ground. "I wanted to help. You're just hurting yourself without caring about me or Barusu's feelings." Ram shouted at her hunched sister as the scene continued. San Archbishop of the witches cult, representing gluttony, Lai Batankatos. The monster now known as Lai introduced himself with a gleeful grin as he continued his trot towards Rem and Crush. Felix stopped his shaking and wheezing against Crush's neck at the introduction, finding himself frozen in place and glancing upward toward the man on the screen instantly. "Who did he say he was?" "That's him, Felix," Wilhelm said from the side, glaring at the two men himself with his hands clenched. "Those are the ones responsible for what happened to Crush-sama and..." He didn't continue what he was about to say as he looked at the healer who was staring deeply at Lei's face. Wilhelm shook his head, unwilling to sink Felix further. Gluttony, Felix whispered with his eyes emotionlessly scanning the small man with such intensity that felt needed to lean away from him and crush. The guy's imagining 1,000 ways he hurt him. Not sure if I don't want to join, to be honest. Felt rolled her eyes at the intense reaction from the healer, giving him room for understanding as she looked back at the screen. She's all alone. Petra found herself stopping her hatred towards Rem, remembering all of the sacrifices the maid had made for Subaru against Sloth and the White Whale. This isn't at all how it should be ending for them. Those who do good must have a happy ending in the end. This is too much for a punishment. As the small village girl was going through multiple states of emotion, the little girl sitting behind her, unlike the others in the room, was looking at the screen with more excitement than fear. Mama can use this information to get some go-OD ideas against Oni-san. Meili giggled while swaying from side to side, noting down everything she could mentally about the two men and the maid. And the Sin Archbishop of the Witches' cult, representing greed, Regulus Corneus. The white-haired man introduces himself elegantly as well, watching on as life finally reaches a good distance between him and Rem. What a collection of asshats, Heinkel insulted with a disgusted look, giving the men around Lei's feet one more glance of pity before giving a nasty glare to the two. Betty doesn't believe for a second that the girl managed to come out alive from this. In fact, Beatrice looked beyond impressed by Rem's glare. These people are meant to be the allies of geese, yet they act so much more selfish yet stable. Her voice turned low with anger as she clenched her dress between her small fingers. Why did it have to be geese alone that suffers the fate of insanity? In fact, Emilia heard what was being said and put more focus on the man with the white hair standing over Remington Geese. She whispered while clenching her hand tight, wishing to have the comfort of her night for this one moment only to get her past the confusion and heartbreak she felt. It was Reinhard who reminded Emilia about the one she should be thinking about the most instead of herself. Rem-san, you faced these two because of my incompetence to be there at the subjugation of the White Whale. I am deeply sorry. The red-haired knight seemed more guilt-ridden than Emilia remembers seeing him. It ain't just you. Felt looked bothered by herself as she looked down at the ground. I'm the one who told you to leave MB and focus on something else. Remember? Fuck. Felt shook her head with a miserable expression overcoming her, slamming her fist on the chair handle beside Crush. We came here because we heard our pet had been slain, and look at this bounty. He opened his arms and moaned in pleasure. I expected them to be a good, ripe bunch, considering they managed to kill a beast that had been rampaging unchecked for 400 years. But this is beyond my expectations. Pet. Schultz looked shocked as he registered what he was saying before anyone. Did he just call the White Whale? The monster? His pet? The boy looked beyond fearful, but his eyes wandered over toward his side, where the man most affected by the beast was sitting. Heinkel-sama. TCKH. Heinkel's gripping strength showed as his armrests creaked from the pressure the man was putting into his fingers around them. His glare was true with hatred and fire that couldn't stop burning. Guess that solves it, dear Pops. The sober drunkard glared at his father. The cult bastards worked together to take Mom out. What the hell are you going to do about that, huh? Wilhelm refused to meet Heinkel's eyes or words head-on. He kept watching with his hardened expression, trained on gluttony. A giggle sounded from the side of Heinkel's row, bringing the man to glance at the one laughing. Sounds like you're too cowardly to take them on yourself, or me. Meili giggled childishly, calling him out and finding his antics more amusing than pathetic, opposite to everyone else in the room. You little. Heinkel stopped himself when Priscilla gave him a side-eyed look. As the monster rambled on, Rem slowly placed Crush on the ground and stood on her 2 feet. Nice. Good. Great. Excellent. Fine. Perfect. Fantastic. Stupendous. How long it has been since our hunger was so thoroughly sated. Rem's morning star is revealed at the ready. No, Ram whispered, looking between the screen and her own sister with widened eyes. She's not going to take them on all alone, will she? Hitaro voiced his disbelief, trying to look for anyone else who might find this sacrifice unneeded. She can't take them down on her own. He looked around, but most of the people in the room were wincing as if knowing what was about to happen could not be reverted. Brother? She's done this more times than we can count, Oni-chan. Taivi was glaring at the maid's back while putting his monocle back in place, surprising Hitaro at how heartless he sounded. What's about to happen is just senseless stupidity. You can relax. I'm nothing like that guy there. Regulus waved his hand carelessly when Rem eyed him with a dangerous glint. I hate fighting and stuff. All that hunger and thirst nonsense. Such petty self-indulgences are beneath me. The air around Rem became visible as it paved the way for mana crystals to manifest into reality above her and Crush. All of the crystals were frozen in the air, Rem, pointing directly in both directions where the Archbishop stood. Please, just run away. Naoko whispered with more sadness because of the people on the ground. Subaru's waiting for you with Emilia-sama. Please. It's already been done, honey. Kenichi moved over to hold the hand of his wife over their son's sleeping form. His lips didn't stop frowning in anger at the situation. That brave girl is doing her best to save a royal candidate in their world. That's not enough for her to throw away her life. Naoko shook her head in rejection at such a notion. Why are those bad men attacking her and those people? Both refused to question the fact that magic has been used by Rem for the 4th time, already getting used to that fact being normal within this world. Were you even listening? Regulus looked annoyed. Did I not just say that I hate fighting? He narrowed his eyes at her, but Rem gave no acknowledgement with her eyes. The maid kept her head pointing towards Crush, having her morning star at the ready as she prepared her mana attacks. Is that all you wish to say? She turned her head to give him a glare of hate. Which cultist? Maid-sen seems really brave. Meili clapped her hands with something akin to admiration in her eyes. Though I wonder if such a cool stance will hold. She put a finger on her lower lip and bit into it worryingly like a child would do for a character in crisis, not as a human being worried about another. Don't egg them on. Schult tried his best to keep his voice low, but the intense scene got to him far more than his little heart could take. Please. You've grown tiresome, Schult. Keep quiet. Priscilla didn't need to glance at the boy to earn his immediate compliance with her words. She kept her eyes locked on the situation above with an expression of disgust. Gluttony walks forward ever closer as Rem stands between the two. Soon enough, a hero will appear and rid us of all of you. The one and only hero whom I love. As her voice softened in belief, losing its sharp edge, Gluttony's amused and sadistic one filled the air from the side. Rem couldn't help but look away as the parents looked at her with widened eyes full of shock. She felt the guilt increase when she noticed how far her sister's hands had been folded from her. You think Subaru can take these people on? Kenichi looked at the maid as he asked whisperingly. Young lady, that's ridiculous. This isn't a level of attraction anymore. You're obsessed. Rem closed her eyes and accepted the words like a strike to her heart as Kenichi looked back at the screen with more worry clear in his eyes for the girl. She's delusional. Heinkel grunted from above, thinking the same thing as Kenichi as he saw the difference in power between someone like Subaru and those two. Except he knew something Kenichi didn't about Subaru, which made Heinkel more opposed to having the child anywhere near the archbishops. Oh, a hero? I look forward to that. And who are you? He asked her, grin so wide it reached his eyes. The head maid of the mansion of Margrave Roswell L. Mathers. Rem shook her head, both hands on her battle chains. And currently, the caretaker of my one and only love, my beloved Natsuki Subaru, who will one day be that hero. Rem. Her Oni horn appeared, glowing above her forehead with power that could be felt even by those who saw its light from afar. Roswell moved his eyes away from the screen to close them and rest his temple in his gloved hand. Freakish man. Anastasia grumbled under her breath, stopping her observation of the Margrave so she could watch what would happen to Crush next. Why have so much faith in my son? You put him in danger by giving out his name like that, young Rem. Naoko looked more confused than emotional as she realized what was being said didn't make sense. He's a boy just like you. He can't even use the amazing magic or jump as high as you did. Please, Naoko-sama. This is hard on all of us. Emilia tried to come to Rem's rescue, succeeding when Naoko gave the half-elf a certain glance before looking over toward her sleeping son. What do they know about you, Subaru? Naoko patted his cheek and continued watching, not noticing the sheer relief Rem was going through due to Emilia's interjection behind her. You'd better be ready, Sin Archbishop, she proclaimed fiercely. I promise you my hero will soon be here to bring you to justice. With that, Rem unleashed her crystals forward towards both men. The first strike on Regulus ended up being blocked by his invisible bubble instantly, while the second attack on Lei was dodged and weaved as the small man began running towards Rem with great speed. That's a valiant effort, Frederica winced, earning a glare from none other than Meili. If you want to lose, boo, the little assassin sounded from above, earning glares from those who were tense enough watching the situation. Beside Rem was gripping her dress tightly to the point it wrinkled from the rage. What the hell was the point of these attacks even? Why? Sister. Rem sounded more heartbroken as Ram glared at the screen with such anger. Glared at Rem on the screen like she wasn't even worthy of being listened to. Glared at the her that was in the past and caused Ram so much pain. Why did you do this to us? Ram whispered accusingly, breaking Rem's heart. She brought her morning star forward to attack the oncoming archbishop, but he slapped it away with his wrist blade. Ah, what metal! Lei shouted in malicious glee as he kept clashing with her battle chains in the air. I am most certainly going to enjoy this feast. Rem kept her attacks coming with monstrous velocity and without break, but even so, he kept clashing with each attack and getting closer and closer. From the sidelines, Regulus watched with a smirk as Rem began losing her footing. Subaru's face was shown for a moment. Rem continued to increase her attacks to keep Gluttony from coming closer to her, until she was attacked from behind by an invisible pulse, the same one that caused all of the carriages to become mere wrecks all around her. Regulus chuckled as her body let go of the chains that kept Lay in his place, leading to him finally finding room for a counterattack against Rem. Dirty fucking bastard. Garfield roared and slammed both fists on his chair handles repeatedly. Most in the theater represented a tone of extreme anger and hatred for the two men on the screen. None beat the Rams as the pink-haired maid had her eyes shine through the tears while the screen continued playing Rem's last stand. How does he do it? Felix asks as the scene slows down, having his stone expression still in place. How does he take away their memories? His sharp teeth were shown biting down as flashes began playing. Ferris. Crush held on to her healer, not wanting to watch the scene herself, so she used him as an excuse. The healer backtracked into his seat, with his face resembling a wince of disgust, his hands shaking in fear. He literally ate their memories? Julius whispered with a disturbed expression. What a fucking ability, yuck. Ricardo put his head in his hand, overwhelmed by the possibilities of the ugly ability. Stealing someone's soul is like removing a bit of nature's life force from the world. Feeling like Yuri a poet now of all times, Ricardo? Anastasia didn't want an answer to that as she watched the dire scene with her glare intensifying. With one last image to flash before Rem's eyes, she only saw darkness. The image was that of her as an adult, with blue hair as long as her elbows, as she sat in Japanese-style clothing. Subaru was sitting by her side, with another person standing as he looked at them both. A child with blue hair that was styled exactly like Subaru's. In Rem's arms was an infant of black hair no stranger to its mother's features as Rem hugged it with kindness. Thank you for the feast. Lay moaned in pleasure as her vision faded into white flames that burned each corner of her existence. He could have had those any time he wanted to be had he listened to my teacher's commands. Roswell spoke coldly, looking at the darkness within the screen like his existence was fading away. Was that? Amelia's gasp shook the theater at the realization as she saw the vision end without mercy. No, that's too cruel. No, please. The half-elf could only beg because of her disbelief, looking over to check on Rem with tears slowly running from her eyes. Beatrice also looked over with a face that resembled shock and pity mixed into one. She didn't hesitate to give her sympathy to the maid, even though she had been one of the most vocal against her. I'm sorry you had to relive through that again, in fact. Those children. Oh no, Petra whispered with a gut-wrenching squeak, not believing what she was seeing. And Rem's been asleep ever since this moment. Her tears began falling out of the sheer brutality of the idea. Does this cult know anything but their collection of atrocities and disgust to share with this world? Julius was the most furious among the knights as he slammed his fist on his knee and turned his elegant expression into a snare. I will stop at nothing until I've seen gluttony pay for this. Reinhard couldn't but nod his head in silence, the guilt overwhelming him from getting far more involved than he should be. Rain, I need you to find this guy as soon as we're out of this fucking prison. Felt looked at her knight with her red eyes showing rage never seen on her before. We gotta take him out, by all means necessary. Did he eat her? Meili asked with a bit of apprehensiveness. I don't understand what happened. The girl showed no issue about Rem's loss, only disappointment and whining about how it ended. He so obviously didn't. Schult growled at the girl by Heinkel's side, glaring at the screen with his innocent eyes. Oh my god, those children looked like. Naoko gasped, looking at her husband with a tearful face. They were Subarus. They had his lame attributes from head to toe. Kenichi, who was staring at the dark screen with an emotional expression, couldn't help but crack a joke in the middle of a small sniffle. A joke that was answered from behind them. My sister's cute features were the only saving grace for Barusu's children. Ram's voice was more toned down, but her usual snark and bite were missing completely, as if she said those words without any energy in her soul. Sister, Rem whispered to her twin, trying to reach out for her, but Ram's hands were far out of reach when she leaned away. Please, I don't want you to be angry at me. For once in my life I refuse to blame Barusu's disgusting qualities for your behavior, Remington. Ram admonished with a firmness that made people pause around her. He's capable of giving you the most beautiful children I've ever seen. You can only think of how I feel now after making me live a year without knowing who you even were. How do you think I feel? Rem's tears made her wail like a child as she was faced with the hardened glare of her older sister. I can't escape this nightmare no matter how many times I get myself back together. Rem. Amelia tried to stop the maid from going further, but Rem's heart was too damaged to hear. I can't keep going on like this every time. She held her head, her maid's sleeves sticking to her hair as she rubbed her fingers throughout the strands. What I've done to Subaru when he first came to our world. You think I wanted to see myself doing any of that to my beloved? Naoko and Kenichi looked at the maid with widened eyes. What did she do to Subaru? Kenichi asked, looking at Crush for an answer, but the Duchess watched Rem with a pained look on her face. Or the amount of times I failed to save him from danger. Rem screamed at the top of her lungs, remembering each memory as she'd lived through them. Or the times I failed to save you. Sister, Ram tried to speak, but Rem's face reddened from the rage as she balled herself up in her seat. I just saw my children for the first time, and I can't even hold them for a moment before they get taken away. Rem's voice pierced the walls of the room as she screamed at the top of her lungs. Ram was immediately hugging the maid from the side, letting her sister settle into her grasp. Sister, please, I'm sorry for what I said. You're going to forget me. Rem sniffled and wheezed as she cried like a child, unable to control herself anymore after everything had fallen in front of her. Everyone's going to forget me. I have no one to blame me or care. Ram couldn't say anything as she glanced at Roswell from her seat, begging for his guidance at a time like this. But the Lord was looking away from the two maids, a shadow hanging over his head and his hands trembling. Naoko looked at the two sisters with heartbreak. I don't understand anything. Why do you speak of such cruel delusions that might not happen to you? What did that monster do other than injure you like Crush-sama? He did it to both of them. Felix surprised the small theater with his voice, growling and pointing at the screen above Naoko and Kenichi. Exactly what did he do? Schultz asked Priscilla that question since he couldn't tell himself. The Red Lady only patted his head as she started speaking, aiming her voice below towards Subaru's parents. You there, commoner and his wife. She commanded, earning Kenichi's attention. I don't know why you're talking to me so sharply, but, yeah, kind of trying to figure this out right now. Kenichi waved a hand at the twins holding on to each other and crushed with her knight. Priscilla rolled her eyes at him. Your stupidity is a plague that's been copied to the next generation of thy bloodline. I applaud the poison. Wow, you're a mean one. Kenichi glared and put his hand on his hip while facing her fully. What do you want? To know what happened and why you and your wife are lonesome in your confusion. Priscilla huffs as she points above the man and his confused wife. Then keep watching what shall become of your son once he finds what remains of this pathetic maid. My sister isn't pathetic. Ram shouted over everyone's outrage. Where do you get off, I suppose? Beatrice growled at Priscilla from beside a glaring Emilia. The Red Baroness refused to acknowledge any of them as she reserved her beautiful eyes only for the two parents opposite her on the front row. Watch your son and be entertained by the bloodshed. She sat down and crossed her legs as she began fanning herself, leaving Kenichi to look at Naoko alone. What the heck is going on? He asked under his breath. I don't know, honey. She glanced at Subaru's sleeping face and seemed more worried than ever. My heart feels heavy and I don't know what to do or say. This is too much. Do you think you can continue watching this? Kenichi sounded a lot more serious as he whispered to her. She looked at her son, feeling his hand in hers as she observed his features. I don't know what happened to Ram in the first place, so I want to see if she's all right after such terrible men attacked her. What if our son's not the same after that? Kenichi whispered, giving her a gentle squeeze on the shoulder. Naoko nuzzled her cheek to his knuckle and brought her own hand on Subaru's cheek. Isn't it about time we became more involved then? Her words seemed to make the man think as he too looked toward his one and only child with emotions overwhelming him. I didn't think he'd need us. Let's see if he does, Naoko whispered to her husband, revealing their insecurity towards their amazing child open and center. They both held on to each other and looked on as the darkness above became light and a new scene played over them. I know you said what you wanted just to scare them all, princess. Al mused from beside Priscilla as the screen played once more. It's really evil of you to remind them of Pal's ability and that he might use it once he sees. 'Tis not the job of an animal like you to read the thoughts and intentions of a divine. Priscilla harshly shut him down, swinging a foot to kick him in the shin. Not in a talkative mood. Al winced while rubbing his foot. Priscilla's eyes narrowed on the parents as she answered. Absolutely not. The scene opened once again during the nighttime. It stretched across the mansion of the Karsten estate, showing several ground dragon carriages all over the front yard of the property. Many healers were hard at work attending to the injured and unmoving on the grass of the yard, having fires to light their way above them. It was a scene from a massacre as everyone was either unconscious and bleeding out from a missing limb or a dangerous wound, or they were screaming in pain as they were attended to by a healer. How awful! Emilia gasped as she and Subaru stood in the middle of the desperate scene, overlooking the healers' and medical professionals' efforts to treat the victims. Beatrice moved her eyes to see the half-elf beside her and inspect her reaction. He's about to find her, sooner or later, I suppose. She whispered to Emilia. I don't know what you want from me. Emilia gripped her ropes tightly, wishing to be closer to her beloved knight as the pressure increased. You know exactly what Betty wants, I suppose. The spirit looked at the half-elf with a miffed glare. I don't have the nerve to act with you, in fact. Please tell Betty if he's done it. Emilia didn't answer her immediately, only keeping her eyes on the screen with a quivering lip. What if it did? What? Beatrice looked at her with a raised brow. Shouldn't he try to protect her the same way she protected him? Emilia's voice was low, more scared of what she was saying like a child who was looking over their shoulder after hiding their lunch from a bully. If he hadn't wasted his time trying to save me, he wouldn't have lost those children. Betty needs to slap the sense back into that brain of yours, in fact. The spirit all but spat towards Emilia out of sheer disgust, making the half-elf flinch on herself. Feel shame for the amount of time Subaru had to face Geese alone. Emilia looked away from Beatrice, unable to take the glare from the spirit. Subaru had his eyes scanning the entire yard. What happened here? He asked in a growl, but a scream forced both of them to look at another grim scene. Felix held on to Crush's unconscious body as he cried, with Wilhelm putting a hand of comfort on the healer's shoulder. Subaru's entire body trembled at the sight of Crush as he watched Felix cry over her. Crush looked at Subaru's reaction with something akin to surprise, seeing the boy show her more pain than she was worth in her eyes. Go on and find her, Crush whispered, looking over towards Rem. Beside her, the healer who was crying on the screen gave no similar reaction to her unconscious form this time. Please try to do it just once, Subaru-kyun, Felix whispered under his breath, his eyes empty and tired from all the crying and desperation. Please just try to help Crush-sama for once in your damn life. He whispered. Please. Where's Rem? He whispered after looking around Crush's unconscious form. Where's Rem? He shouted one more time before starting to run in a mad dash of uncertainty through the lines of corpses and despaired healers alike. My poor boy, Naoko whispered under her hand, watching with her chest tightening around her heart. I've never thought he'd see something so horrific. At such a young age, too. Kenichi handled his wife's arm with care, giving her a small comfort as they watched together. I can't say I'm not proud that he's not breaking down at the first sign of trouble and blood. Our son's been through a lot we still don't know about. What could possibly be wrong with that other world for Subaru to look so? Naoko paused and looked between her sleeping son and the one going through the crowd of corpses on the screen above her. So, unbothered by all this death and horror, Kenichi's lips thinned and his eyes roamed his son's face one more time, feeling his heart beating faster in his chest. I don't know, he whispered desperately, showing hurt in his eyes as he concentrated on Subaru. I don't know, honey. It's just like before. Subaru spoke in his mind as he recalled a memory of Otto on a dragon carriage. Who is Rem? I have no younger sister. Ram would tell him with an unimpressed face in another. Rem. Emilia tilted her head at him in another. Subaru ran forward with a terrified expression that forced his sharp eyes to show the intensity of his concentration. Just like the time when the white whale got Rem. But I know we defeated the white whale. So why? He doesn't know about gluttony's power, Otto muttered, earning a look of attention from Hitaro above him. When exactly did the white whale get Rem-san? The little boy asked, trying to remember the white whale's war on his comrades. If she was attacked during our fight with the whale, shouldn't she have been forgotten by all of us before the attack by the witch cult? Hitaro pointed at Crush and looked at the rest of the people in the room. But no one answered him as Kenichi asked something far more curious to him. Excuse me. Why did her own sister ask who she was? Kenichi pointed at the flashback of Ram above him. And why is it that people are acting like Rem's been forgotten? Especially Subaru. I'm just as confused too. Meili sounded her weight with the parents and Hitaro as the theater failed to answer each one. That's because you weren't here when these things were shown to us. Schultz seemed a little curious as to what the assassin was thinking about things so far. I wonder if you want to help them. I don't know who you are, miss. But people seem to dislike you because of your weird personality. Is that what you think, Meili hummed to herself with her expression turning from a mischievous one to one of thoughtfulness. People are unusually mean to me, you know. Priscilla-sama seems to like you. Schultz looked at her with a small frown, maybe trying to help her feel better. Not that Meili needed it as she ignored him and continued to watch. I'm sorry, sir. Otto bowed his head to Kenichi, taking his eyes off Emilia and Ram for a moment. Please could you watch the following event before we explain what exactly happened to Rem-san? The merchant eyed the maid still huddling in her sister's grasp. I can't tell you anything that can explain this accurately. Kenichi seemed upset at this for a moment, but he shook his head and sat back down, giving Hitaro a small shrug when they locked eyes. Hitaro himself looked towards his brother, who wasn't giving him anything to go by. I'm sorry, but the next event will surely show you a great deal that I can't explain, Taivi whispered to his triplet, but that put Hitaro into even more confusion than before. This is really not fun, Mimi whined beside the both of them, not caring what the two were talking about. He continued to run across the laid victims of the carnage, shouting with all his might. Rem, where are you? If you hear me, say something, Rem. Across healers who were doing their best and patients who only wanted to rest, Subaru ran and screamed over them without stopping until he noticed something to the side. Rem, he found a blue-haired person being treated by two people, so he knelt down and quickly turned them over. Not her. He glared forward and continued to run as the screen showed the blue-haired person to be a guy. Rem, he continued running. Rem, pushing apart bodies and corpses that had been placed in carriages to make space in the yard. Rem, he sprinted through more lines of unconscious and barely alive victims. Rem, he pushed a healer out of the way to see who they were treating, but kept running when it wasn't her. The screen followed him from the back, showing his arms shooting forward and backward as he sprints. Rem, Watching him run around like a headless chicken is horrific enough, minus everything else we've seen. Frederica voiced what all the others were thinking as they watched the scene with various expressions of pity and sympathy. What we've seen points to one conclusion: that ain't gonna be pretty for them parents watching with us. Anastasia whispered with a shake of her head as the scene continued to show her how Subaru was panicking over every healer he was meeting. Boy's too delusional not to do anything stupid. I'd disagree if I had the honor to say that Subaru has people he can rely on at that horrible moment. Julius grits his white teeth and shows the pain he feels within him for what is about to happen. But I cannot. You think he'll make it painless on himself? Anastasia asked humorlessly. Or you think he's going to do it fast and nothing else matters in terms of pain? My lady. Julius showed disappointment as he glared at Anastasia for the first time in a while, only for the woman to wave him off. A gal's gotta cope with this shit fest somehow. Julius. Anastasia didn't look at all in the mood to be joking, so Julius believed her when she said that. I'm worried about a lot of things happening around this troublesome guy, just as much as you. Though I can't be as in love with him as you've been, my dear knight. Julius immediately glared at her once again, disregarding his earlier conclusion. Never mind, she's still joking. Reem, he screamed with all his might as he reached the end of the Karsten Estate Gardens, breathing heavily and hunched on his knees. Rem, he panted in despair. Where did you go, Rem? The blue-haired girl received looks of sympathy from Emilia, Felt, and even Subaru's parents as she was held by her older sister. Rem moved her head to stop hiding behind her knees and looked up where the screen showed her a nightmare she's always had. I'm right here, she whispered, but no one could hear as she looked at him. Don't shed tears for me. Why do you do this to yourself when I'm ungrateful for everything you've given? I just threw away our future, and now you have to deal with the consequence of that. Didn't you ever wonder? Ram asked her, as the scene paused for them to finish speaking. Ever since you've returned to me in this prison, did you not wonder what it was like for Barusu to be the only one who remembered and looked for you? Rem's eyes teared more than they already were. Sister, Ram continued, whispering in her ear as the scene continued above them, sensing the conclusion of their conversation. The primary victim of your low self-worth is dealing with the consequences all alone. I couldn't even help this man, even though I want to with all my heart, because he's always on his own. You? Rem looked at her sister, unable to register the cruel words she was stabbing into her guilty heart. You think I need to hear this now? You decide not to insult his existence at this moment specifically. Her voice showed anger steaming within her at the absurdity. Ram gave her sister a tired look and gave a small nod. If he's dealt with everything and stayed by your side for a year when even I couldn't, I'll do my best to make you understand how painful he had it. I already. Ram put a finger on her lips, stopping the outburst as she pointed at the screen with her head. No, you do not understand. He looked to the side and paused for a moment. Then a small smile of relief filled his expression as he ran toward what he saw. Rem. He ran until he was right above the lying body of a blue-haired maid. The healer who was attending to Rem was pushed to the side as Subaru took her by the shoulders. Come on, Rem, wake up. It's me. Hey, Rem. Rem. She's all right. Naoko breathed in relief, holding her son's hand and giving a small hopeful smile. She looks all right. Not even a scratch. Kenichi also showed some hope in his expression as he leaned forward, though his face was missing the smile his wife was displaying. Then why are all of these people behind us acting so depressed? He asked himself as he watched, more curious than ever. You know this girl? The healer asked from behind, earning a glare from Subaru. Yes, she's Rem. She's alive, right? Why won't she wake up? Subaru asked pleadingly, but the healer only turned his eyes away solemnly. Unfortunately, she's beyond help. Nothing I can do will wake her. Subaru caught the man by the collar with a furious expression and began shouting. Why? And you call yourself a healer? If you're a healer, then heal her. Wake her up with magic. Right now. Subaru's eyes had tears in the corners, which led to the healer's understanding expression as he allowed his body to be pushed by Subaru. Naoko put her hands on her mouth at the heartbreaking scene, feeling her tears come forth because of the pain her son was displaying. Kenichi quickly put a hand on his wife's shoulder, bringing a sympathetic nod towards Felix, who was also watching with a great deal of sympathy and depression for Subaru. I apologize for what my son is saying. I'm sure he doesn't mean to insult healers like yourself, young lady. Kenichi said and turned to his wife so they could hold each other while looking over their son. Felix blinked but shook his head, unable to correct the man after he had turned towards his family. His focus was sharply placed back on Subaru, feeling the need to grip his skirt as hard as he could to calm his nerves. Do it. Help her the only way you can. This is your only power after all. Subaru-kyun. He whispered with tears still appearing beneath his eyes, making sure that Crush or Felt wouldn't hear him. Come on. Subaru let go of the man's collar, begging him in a whisper. Please. He fell to his knees before the man. Come on. The healer only shook his head and began walking away silently, leaving Subaru with Rem's unconscious body. I passed out before the backup party could pick me up with them to the highway, Hitaro muttered as he watched with guilt filling him to a larger extent than necessary. I couldn't even remember seeing her by the time the bodies arrived. Taivi and Mimi frowned at this, seeing a new side to their usually shy brother. No need to feel like it's on you, kiddo. Ricardo patted Hitaro's head, not seeming as cheerful as he usually is. Ugh. Meili nodded her head with an expression of understanding. Then that's why she was always asleep when me and Elsa came. But why didn't Mama's contract include her as a resident in the mansion? Meili swayed from side to side, earning a nod of attention from Schult. Isn't there something more to this? Will he get Rimsan to wake up? Schult asked himself, looking at Heinkel for any sort of answer. But the red-haired man was stuck, glaring at the screen with his teeth gritted in hate. Luana, how many people out there have this sickness because of monsters and bastards from the cult? Yet you had to get it in the most frustrating way. Fuck. Schult could only look at the depressed man with sympathy, reeling his confusion back as he looked to others for help. What more do you need than this? A voice whispered from the very back, unable to keep to himself as he watched everything happening inside of the theater and on the screen. Tell me, Subaru-kun, how much did I need to push you more? If this didn't break you as my teacher had transcribed? Roswell growled with such hate that his multicolored irises had a red shine to them from the lights on the screen reflecting upon his unblinking orbs. Why did you not use that power and quit trying to be a hero? Subaru's head moved to the side, where a broken blade was discarded on the grassy floor beside Rem. Roswell, Beatrice, Otto, Anastasia, Amelia, and even Petra all stopped breathing as soon as the scene centered around the broken weapon. Ah shit. Felt whispered while closing her eyes. Big bro, I can't blame you for trying, but this shit's really not gonna fly when I get ya out of that fucking sleep of yours. No, Reinhard grunted in disbelief. He wouldn't. Not like this. He held on to the blade's hilt, bringing it closer to his teary face. What is he? Naoko's tears dried and her face went white at the image being displayed. She held on to her husband's hands and looked like she was waiting for her lungs to work on their own since she had forgotten how to breathe. What is he doing? Son. Kenichi seemed more flabbergasted than scared or afraid. Why? What are you doing? I don't understand. What is happening? Meili focused her interest back on her Oni-san, which was her only target in this room as far as she was concerned. What is Oni-san doing with that? She asked childishly, pointing at Subaru and his broken blade. Hitaro also seemed just as confused as the others, but his attention was more so aimed at the ones who've been inside of this theater far longer than him. Why? Are they all looking like they expect something tragic to happen? Ain't this fucker lucky? Heinkel growled under his breath, pushing the worried Schult off of his arm as he glared at Subaru. At least he has the power to bring his own lover back to the waking world, while I have to break my back begging for a chance so I can get a cure that might not even work. You're so obviously jealous of Pao, you're forgetting the most important defect of his ability. Ow. The only one in the theater with an offishly calm exterior, as even Priscilla showed some disdain with the scene, had his head resting on his knuckle while crossing his legs and watching. He gulped while eyeing the broken weapon, and then looked off to the side. Every single victim of the carnage was shown before him as he stayed kneeling on the grass. Don't use them to go through with this, Subaru Natsuki. Crush whispered with her gloved hand turning into a fist, wishing for the comfort of having his hand in hers. I want nothing more than to make you understand the fault of what you're doing now. Kenichi looked at her, hearing every word she said, and looked back towards the screen, more confused, more dumbfounded. Behind Crush, Felix was the only one near to give Subaru a silent nod. Please do it. Show me why you didn't help Crush-sama if Rim had to be stuck in a coma for such a long time. Why did you give up on her? If I return by death now, Subaru whispered as he slowly touched the blade's handle, pointing its broken edge toward his neck. Return by what? Hitaro widened his eyes. What is he doing? He looked around for an answer from the others, but even his siblings didn't show as much emotion to what was happening as he was. The parents, on the other hand. What are you doing? Kenichi's shout rang through the theater, giving everyone a first impression of the man's first instance of anger since he'd been abducted into their viewing party. Naoko looked like she was on the verge of collapse as she turned away from the screen, begging Amelia or Beatrice for help. Why is he doing this? His hands trembled. I'll have to fight Betelgeuse again. He whispered with fear, bringing the blade further into his neck, drawing blood as he pressed it against him. But I don't care. Hitaro noticed the angry looks on Otto and Garfield's faces. Seeing them sit there and watch this madness without being able to do anything to help must be crushing. Yet, I can't see any signs of fear. Hitaro hissed as he watched them. Why aren't you all more angry with him, more confused? He looked at Julius to get an answer, but the knight simply refused to meet the boy's eyes. It's what I'm asking after watching this decision being made by Subaru again and again. Julius whispered the answer, not letting the boy hear it as his angry glare aimed at Subaru on the screen. His trembling got worse as he steeled himself further and further. I'll fight him as many times as it takes. Please stop, I suppose. Beatrice held on to her twin tails, folding her small legs so she could feel safer without his warmth. Please. As many as it takes. Roswell's eyes widened, and he leaned forward with more interest. Even his frown was removed from his expression, and a sharp, focused face replaced it. He gasped and breathed heavily as he forced himself to stop trembling. Beat him as many times as it takes. Priscilla's glare intensified on him, showing anger in the way she kicked the chair directly in front of her seat. All over again. Petra started to cry at the very idea. You just saved us. You went through so much. How can you want more? She held on to Frederica, but the older maid herself was leaning away to hide her expression of disappointment. The screen finally panned over his endangered neck and trembling hands to show his face as he growled with an expression made of hell itself. To save both Amelia and Remington. But everything you've done was exactly how I remember it. Felix, bringing his disturbed expression to light, found no better time to sound his confusion than now. What stopped you from pushing through with this? Are you a coward? Just stab it in and save them, Naya. Ferris. Crush looked back at him with great shock and horror at what he was saying. He needs to save you. He didn't save you. Felix glared at her through his tears, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. This isn't the way for young Subaru Dano, Felix. Wilhelm spoke in deep disappointment, but the healer didn't care. Then why did it not work? He shouted, earning Felt's glare as well as Reinhardt's surprised expression. You want this, whatever it is, to be Subaru's solution to this situation? Reinhardt asked, beyond mortified at the prospect. How could you agree to such a thing? It worked for everyone else. Felix growled at him, showing the knight no reverence. For Rem the most too. Pal's gonna make this guy lose it soon, Al muttered jokingly, the echo of his helmet making his words louder than they needed to be, which added more fire to the situation. Can you please shut up for one second? Meili said above everyone, having a small pout on her face. I'm trying super hard to understand what's going on with Oni-san and why he's doing this to himself before he met with me and Elsa-san. Let me understand. She glared at them with anger, but went back to watching the screen with a cold look. Schultz couldn't help but notice the slight grip Meili had on the seat she was leaning over as she watched. His eye shed a tear as he gave one last unconscious growl. I won't let either of them die. How's he gonna save them with this? Hitaro asked, beyond tired of waiting for an answer, unable to take the expression Subaru was showing. Please, someone answer me if he's going to be okay after this. Just watch this shit and stop your worrying. Heinkel glared at the small boy. He ain't gonna be hurt. This is what he needs to do. If it'll save both of you. The screen showed his point of view as he held the blade to his neck, struggling to stop blinking. I'll. As many times as it takes. Amelia couldn't believe what she was hearing and seeing as it happened on the screen. Her hand moved to the front of her chest, trying to ease the pain that filled her heart. Her jaw was hung as she observed her knight at one of the most terrifying moments she'd seen anyone be in. Subaru. Amelia whispered, unable to speak any words that could do him any justice. She had nothing to say to him, yet needed to say too much at this moment specifically. All she could do was look away to spare herself the painful look on her knight's face. Not another time, please. She closed her eyes and let her tears drop, breathing heavily and forcing her hands to cover her ears. I can't see you do this. I'm sorry, she sobbed. He drove the blade into his neck, watching his arms plunge it deeper and earning darkness with the final blink. No. Naoko's scream filled the entire room as expected from the mother of the one who had just killed himself. Her eyes were wide open, desperate as she lunged at her own sleeping son. Kenichi's face was pale, his body stiff with shock. His hands trembled, yet he didn't let go of Naoko, even as his own voice choked in his throat. He had seen the worst in life, as much as a man like him could, but nothing had prepared him for this. He wasn't quick enough to hold her back, but he kept a hold on her shoulder as she dove towards Subaru. In a second, she had slapped Subaru's face as hard as she could. Naoko, let me wake him up. Please. I need to see him open his eyes. The mother didn't see anything else. Only her son's lifeless body lying there, so still, so impossibly silent. She shook Subaru violently, her hands gripping his shoulders as though sheer force could drag him back from death. He's not dead, in fact. Beatrice tried to speak over the parents from her seat, watching the scene with increasing worry. He's asleep, in fact. Subaru, wake up, please, baby, please. Naoko sobbed, her voice breaking into raw, animalistic wails. Tears streamed down her face, falling onto her son's skin. She shook him again, harder this time, her nails digging into his flesh. You can't do this to me, Subaru. You can't. Kenichi swallowed hard, his own hands shaking. He wanted to pull her away, but how could he? How could he tell a mother to stop trying to wake her son in a place where they understand so little? But Subaru wouldn't wake up. His body only rocked lifelessly under her desperate touch. Why? Naoko whispered, her breath catching. Why would you leave me like this? Her forehead pressed against Subaru's as she trembled, rocking back and forth. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for this. Kenichi closed his eyes, inhaling sharply. The moment pressured him into suffocating levels. This was too much. Naoko's sobs quieted, but the shaking didn't stop. Her hands trailed over Subaru's face, her fingers brushing against his eyelids, as though willing them to open. Her voice came out in a hoarse whisper. I can't lose him again. Emilia and Rem could only flinch out of shame and guilt at the hurt in the mother's words. Please don't let me lose you again, Subaru. Naoko sobbed, fighting off Kenichi's hands as he stood over them. I can't keep looking for you this time. Please. I say it. She cried until her lungs could no longer carry air and the need to breathe won over her emotions. Kenichi could only look away from his wife's pitiful sight, unable to form any of his emotions together after what he had seen. All he had was the tears running down so smoothly from his eyes and streams that mirrored his son's when killed himself in front of everyone. What did he gain from such a thing? He asked himself, looking at his son's sleeping face with something akin to confusion and desperation. Tell me you had a plan other than losing your hope. Son, you're not weak enough to break so easy. He's not. A firm voice came as his saving grace. He looked at Crush as she refused to meet his eyes and glared at the floor. Then what the hell was he thinking? Kenichi begged for an answer, his tiredness beating his manners as he spoke to the candidate. Please. Crush kept her lips thin, dealing with the death of his son like one would expect from a candidate for the throne of a country. But this wasn't the reaction he would expect from someone who liked his son the way Crush did. And she seemed to agree with him as she met his eyes bravely, not hiding herself. If you wish to know why the death of Natsuki Subaru was not a surprise to most in this room, just like Hitaro and the assassin girl, Kenichi could feel the eyes of the tearful Hitaro who seemed to respect his son enough to care about his death, even through his confusion. And those curious wide eyes from the small bluinette in the back of the theater, though he could feel them coldly scanning his son specifically. Who are you people? Kenichi asked with a little bit of disgust showing through his overwhelming emotions. Crush took the words on the chin and closed her eyes for a moment as she pointed her nose towards the darkened screen above. We are the people who couldn't save your son from death, she answered him, truthfully, bluntly, coldly, and emotionally all at the same time in a most paradoxical manner that made Crush's voice command the different personalities of the entire room. And this happened more than once, not Suki-sama. Kenichi could feel his wife stop struggling in his grasp and quieten her sobbing almost instantly at the words. What do you mean? Naoko asked in a hoarse, tired, and broken voice, keeping hold of her son but trying to face the green-haired woman by her husband's side nonetheless. The Duchess gave them no answer but looked at the screen as it lit according to Crush's commanding glare, starting the process of another scene yet again before the entire silent theater. Faint noises, flashing images, purple glow. And suddenly, he woke up gasping and in pain. Are you all right? Emilia asked from his side, showing the screen that he was gasping inside the moving dragon carriage that Otto was driving. Subaru, what's the matter? Subaru stopped his panting and closed his eyes to calm himself. Where's Rem? He turned to Emilia with a desperate face. What happened to Rem? Only silence was his answer for a moment as he waited in the carriage filled with children who were asleep. Petra and Emilia looked at him with worry. Emilia tilted her head with a frown of concern. Subaru. His eyes widened in instant realization before Emilia could even continue. Who? They might as well have popped out by a certain point as the world slowed around him when she spoke. Is Rem? And then it turned dark. At the top of the room, Roswell was forced to lean back and put a hand to cover his eyes as he crossed his legs. He elegantly removed his interest from the screen and aimed his face elsewhere. I keep forgetting, Subaru-kun. Ah, how cruel that is. He chuckled dryly at the humor of it all. Or the irony. Or the depression. The man didn't know or care. He ain't got control on the points where he returns. Fuck. Heinkel winced in absolute displeasure, his anger disappearing immediately. This actually fucking sucks more than having the kid win and save his girl. The drunkard looked guilty for a moment before hiding his expression behind a glare towards the floor. Shit, man. Beside him, Schult hugged his arm and continued to shed silent tears at the cruelty Subaru had been served. Told you. Al sighed in his helmet, leaning further back into his seat. What a shit defect of this ability. And he still killed himself after everything he's learned? Pal's a professional self-hater. I find this more distasteful than before. Beside the knight, his mistress showed great disgust with a snarl. That beautiful face doesn't deserve such an expression, princess. Al humored her casually. Ain't no one gonna marry you if you look like this. Priscilla ignored her knight's jesting and aimed her sharp glare directly towards the sleeping person in Naoko's grasp. A knight without heart is a joke that needn't be heard or acknowledged. She whispered with hate, keeping her thoughts to herself for the first time since she had entered the theater. Kenichi felt himself holding on to his wife for his own comfort now, not believing what he was seeing. I don't understand. Naoko stuttered and quivered her lips as her tears renewed when her son was shown to be alive once again. Why? Is he? Did he just go back in time? Kenichi whispered desperately to Crush, finding a little bit of air in his lungs to speak after the gut punch he had to endure emotionally. Please tell me he just went back in time. Please. That. Crush's lips quivered with emotion. She was professional enough to stop from overtaking her as she steeled herself. That is the ability Natsuki Subaru has been cursed with. The two parents were looking at the woman with their jaws hung and their tears never stopping. Big bro needs to die to go back into the past. Felt said from Crush's side, looking at the ground and away from the parents in what Kenichi assumed was guilt. We couldn't know because he didn't tell us anything about it. His ability? Naoko whispered, looking between Crush and Felt for a moment, not blinking or even breathing. A voice spoke from her other side that showed as much guilt and pain as Crush held back. He didn't have control for when exactly he could return. Emilia whispered in horror, holding her hand to cover her mouth as her tears spilled. What I said to him. PK killed himself to try and save her, and spirits. It's going to haunt him worse than any death, I suppose. Beatrice couldn't hide her tears at the prospect. No one blames you but yourself, half-elf. I'm sorry. Emilia whispered, unable to look at anyone as she tried to hide her face in her hands. I shouldn't have said that. So that's what happened? Ram whispered from behind Naoko's seat, looking at the screen with her own tears drying and having an expression of forced acceptance. Even your sacrifice couldn't save my sister from this fate. I was right not to judge you, Barusu. Of course you can't judge this buffoon. Anastasia glared at the maid sitting by her side. He always gives his all no matter how distasteful it is. She softened her eyes when they roamed on Subaru's sleeping face. Ain't like he received anything worthy of his sacrifice so far. Julius couldn't look anymore as he put his head in his hand and leaned down to rest his eyes. How does this keep getting worse for you? He whispered in anguish, earning a small pat on the back from Mimi. He turns back time itself. Is that how he beat the white whale? Hitaro looked as shocked as the parents as he asked his brother. What do you think, Oniai-chan? Taivi sounded more tired than ever and answered with a depressed face. What do you think one at the center like Natsuki Subaru would do if he had such a power? Then that means. You've been in here watching his use of that ability. Hitaro's eyes widened in sudden realization. This is why none of you showed humanity in your reactions. That's a stretch to say, ain't it? Ricardo grimaced at the boy's words, but the boy wasn't deterred. We're all grieving, kiddo. It's just. You keep seeing him die. Hitaro's eyes were wide as dinner plates as he noticed how the wind was knocked out of most of the theater. Everyone looked away from his gaze, cowardly from the notion. He didn't know what to say as he looked back at Subaru with a tearful gaze, the water beginning to fall from his eyes and down his cheeks. Taivi moved over to hug his brother tight, similar to how Ram was doing to Rem. Capin's never been given a break before we got meet, him, and I. Garfield muttered to himself, looking at the floor with his eyes devoid of emotion. He just kept going, and it's scaring me what might happen if I ever. The blonde found himself shedding a tear from one of his eyes. Quickly wiping it away, he shook his head to regain the tough facade he'd kept for so long. He ain't gonna take this loss well. He never did. Otto held his face in his hands and muttered his interjection. Rimsan's condition was the one thing he couldn't save with his utmost ultimate ability. What terrible luck. You say luck. A voice interrupted the monotone grieving of the right side of the room, bringing the parents to look over behind Crush on the left row. This is not luck by any margin of logic, Naya. Felix grit his teeth and growled with hate as his tears fill. Subaru-kyan. I'm sorry for ever misjudging you. He held onto Crush's chair and kept his tearful face slammed against the headrest. You've done what a weak person like us could do. You sacrificed your life to try when I couldn't do anything. Then, who do you blame, Felix? Reinhard asked with a guilt-ridden face. You don't seem like yourself. Please. It's that witch of envy. The healer shouted at the top of his lungs in the room, earning the eyes of everyone in the room. It's her and her alone that I should have blamed from the start. His lips quivered as new tears replaced the old. I'm so sorry for thinking the worst of you, Subaru-kyan. He cried harder and gripped the edges of Crush's seat so harshly he began to bruise his fingers. Wilhelm had nothing to say about what happened with Subaru, feeling as close to the young boy as he ever was with this tragedy. They seal their doom by harming our loved ones, Felix. He offered the young healer some encouragement to the best of his ability. How could I forget this moment? Petra muttered under her breath, earning the attention of the old knight since she was closer to him. I remember being in the carriage and seeing him suddenly fall into a fit of rambles about Rem. How did I forget that it didn't happen? You didn't know that he would do this. Frederica tried to be as comforting as she could, but the young maid shook her head, refusing to help. I always knew he would, Frederica-sama, Petra growled with her tears streaming down more than anyone else. It's always going to end up this way since he stayed with us. Behind Petra, a more cheerful voice spoke up their own thoughts, not to anyone in particular, just talking to themselves. So that's how he does it. Meili leaned back and masked her shock with a look of childish curiosity. Oni-san's power is so cool. She giggled and kicked her little legs in the air while lying on her back. This ability will make Mama so interested in Oni-san. I think she might even bring back Elsa as a doggy if I demanded it as a reward. The assassin wasn't heard by anyone important, only Schultz glared at her lying form in her seat after hearing what she had to say. Before long, the mansion of the Karsten estate was shown again, and the camera quickly skipped to Subaru sitting inside a lavish guest room with Rem lying on the bed before him. He kept looking down at her with a frown. Now that I think about it, I never really saw you sleeping before. You always woke up before me. He chuckled to himself as he looked at Rem once again. Before I knew it, you were already in my room, watching me sleep. He placed his hand on her cheek and whispered softly, "Remington." The girl he whispered to on the screen showed nothing but heartbreak and an amount of grief that couldn't be rivaled by even the parents sitting in front of her. "Subaru-kun." She whispered back to him, her tears long dried on her face. "Subaru-kun. I'm here." Kenichi looked at the broken girl behind him with a glance of pity, his arms comforting his wife as they watched with confusion what was happening to their son. "I'm right here, Subaru-kun." They listened to Rem whisper hauntingly, as if she was in another world altogether, removed from them in the theater itself. "I'll always be here for you. I promise. If what everyone is saying is the truth, honey." Kenichi whispered to Naoko as they glanced at the maid behind them. "Our son. He's died for her before, Kenichi," Naoko whispered back to him, desperately hugging Subaru's shoulders and putting her cheek against his head, getting poked by his spiky hair. "I can't believe this. He's too young to just pick a blade and—" The woman couldn't do anything but sob against her only son's hair. He just did it. So easily. So fast. Kenichi felt his heart break into 1,000 pieces, not only because of the defeated look on his son's face as he sat by his loved one, but also because he realized how much this ability of his had put him through. How can he grow to hate his own life when he hasn't even lived it yet? Naoko sobbed, disregarding Rim's troubles for her own as she held on to her son. Kenichi was grateful for the people around them once he noticed that they were all looking away from the couple out of respect. All except Emilia, who was taking a guilty expression that tore his heart when he noticed it. Above him, the screen continued. "I'm sorry, Remington." His voice broke as he held onto her skin, his eyes catching the sight of a fruit knife reserved for the apple basket on top of the bedside table. "Don't do it again." Petra bit her lip and glared through her tears, immediately noticing the detail before anyone else could. Rem widened her eyes through her catatonic state, removing herself from the love-drunk rambles and bringing more worry into her expression as she leaned forward. "Please don't," she begged, holding on to Ram's hands. "I tried to sound all brave, saying I'd die as many times as it would take to save you. But I guess no matter how many times I die, I'll never make it in time." His face trembled to keep his tears from overflowing once again, showing the heartache he felt for her as he sat there. "How?" Garfield blinked a few times, showing his confusion and horror at the prospect he thought about. How many times has Captain died to say it like that? For Rem's sake, I mean. Don't put it on Rem. Emilia glanced at Garfield instantly, giving him a disapproving frown, but the blonde looked to Otto for an answer. Otto himself couldn't do anything but grip his fists and sit quietly, looking at the floor. "What more do you need, T? Know that we haven't gotten from this shit show already." Anastasia sighed, shaking her head at Otto's silent acceptance of the conclusion she'd come to. "There's nothing he can do." Garfield's eyes widened in the same realization. He leaned back in his seat and looked at the ground in silence. "He's lost for the first time." In fact, Beatrice whispered the conclusion for all to hear, giving a small sniffle, wishing to be closer to his sleeping form. "He can't save her. Subaru will never forgive himself. In fact." Emilia grimaced and closed her eyes to deal with the pain of those words silently. "Fuck, big bro." Felt wind into her hands as she rubbed her face in anger. "He's blaming himself too. This guy's worse than you are, Rain." The knight couldn't but look away from his lady, glancing at the scene as it continued without him. "Every time you try, I can't help but feel like a part of me is being torn out of its place inside my soul," Rem whispered while holding on to her sister, bringing a fresh stream of tears as she watched her hero sit by her bedside. "I left you because I didn't care about how it would make you feel." "No, that's a lie. I wanted you to care, to feel, to miss and dot on my body." She covered her face with her hands. "I wanted you to show me how much you loved me, Subaru-kun." She sobbed into her palms, earning angry glares and glances full of pity from the people around her. "I didn't know that it would hurt like this." Rem sobbed, unable to watch anymore as she sunk away into her knees, despite Ram holding on to her. "I didn't want to see you do the same. Should have thought better then, you stupid girl," Anastasia muttered with a bit of distaste showing in her expression towards the maid. Out of nowhere, the air around him began to glow and a gray cat appeared, floating above him and Rem. "Oh, it's just you, Puck," Subaru said as he leaned away from Rem, retracting his hand from her cheek. "Just me? I don't think that was necessary. You're so mean." Puck held his hands in offense, but Subaru turned away from him to look back at Rem. Kenichi seemed surprised for a moment by the flying creature, yet he had no energy to give a reaction. "Had this happened a few moments ago, I'd say that's the most adorable thing I've ever seen." Kenichi gave a dry statement, not meant to be replied to. "That is my spirit." "Puck," Emilia whispered to the man with her eyes focused on the screen. Kenichi noticed the slight downturn of the half-elf's eyebrows, foretelling a glare aimed at the cat. He didn't ask, since it wasn't his place to. "So what brings you all the way out here?" "I have a connection with this girl too, remember? So what's wrong with me dropping by to check in on her?" Puck crossed his paws and kept floating near the two. "That's never been your style, Bubby." Beatrice shook her head, giving her old friend a deep frown of disappointment. "Just say what you need without giving Subaru hope." In fact, Subaru's eyes lightened up suddenly. "Puck, couldn't you?" "Sorry, but not even my power can wake her from the sleep she's in." Puck cut any hope out of Subaru's tone and forced a depressed look back on the boy's face. "It might not do much to make up for that, but I could tell you a bit about gluttony." "Gluttony?" Subaru asked the spirit. The one who devoured her name and memories. Puck reveals with a smile as Subaru listens with a serious expression. Put simply, the authority of gluttony is a power for eating. He can eat someone's name and make everyone forget about them, or make that person lose their own memories by eating them. If both your name and your memories are taken, there'll be nothing left of you but an empty shell. That's what happened to this girl. Puck pointed at Rem while Subaru looked at her with gritted teeth. Disgusting fucks. Heikel spat the insult with venom filling his tone. These bastards are making other people go through this shit. And on purpose. He slammed a fist on his knee, thinking about his wife and gritting his teeth. He slammed his knee, again and again. Oh, that's why she's not on Mama's list. Meili flicked her fingers with a bright smile and pointed at the screen. Thanks, it was really annoying when I and Elsa showed up and had a side mission to go through with her. She was promptly ignored when people focused on the parents and their reactions. So that is what happened to you? Kenichi asked the girl without looking behind him to meet her eyes. He kept staring at her sleeping form on the screen, seeing the resemblance between her on the screen and his sleeping son in Naoko's arms. I'm sorry, Remchan. The maid shook her head, refusing his words. Please don't apologize, she rejected in a small voice. I'm undeserving of it. I at least can remember my son. Every memory we've had. Every tear I shed for him, in private of course. Kenichi's smile was weakened, beaten, disturbed, and unworthy to be there on his face at that moment. But Rem could see that strong spirit Subaru had imitated to an impossible degree. Kenichi was giving her a comforting smile even though he was far more clueless about what was happening and more deeply damaged by the developments happening to his family. Thank you, sir. Rem nodded and kept her frown aiming to the floor of the room in silence. I'm sorry too. Naoko whispered, keeping her eyes closed and hugging Subaru tighter. I can't imagine being forgotten by everyone I love. It's a mercy that at least you can't wake up to live the nightmare. It's a mercy that Subaru remembers you. Even if I don't understand why he's the one able to remember, I guess it's because he's not from your world and can't use magic or whatnot. Kenichi rubbed the back of his head, trying to get a feel of his old self through the pain in his heart. What was more important to him was to remind Rem that Subaru cared enough that he died for her. Unlike what his wife was carelessly saying. Ram's eyes stopped their glare toward Naoko and gave a silent nod of thanks to the man for what he'd done to comfort her sister. Subaru. Puck called out with a smile, but Subaru was still glaring at Rem's condition to care. What? I hate to ask a favor of you when you've already got so much on your mind. Puck's words earned him Subaru's gaze as they faced one another. But I'm counting on you to take care of Leah. With a smile, the spirit disappeared with a burst of light, leaving Subaru all alone with an unconscious Rem. All he cares about. Emilia glared with heat behind the tears, shaking her head and closing her eyes. He's given far more than you could, you liar. Good riddance. What an asshole. Felt snorted, giving the middle finger to the screen which earned a nod from Garfield and even Otto. Subaru is shown closing a door as he walks through the hallway of the mansion until a voice stops him. So this is where you were. How is she? A cordial, polite, and feminine voice spoke, being revealed to be that of Crush as she stood in the hallway in front of him. Subaru gave a soft smile as he responded. No changes at all. It's not as if there's anything I can even do. I know I'm weak and pathetic, and yet. That's not true at all. I believe you made her quite happy, in fact. Crush's words make him look away with a small frown on his face. I'm sorry. That was crossing a line. I've made you upset, haven't I? Crush spoke softly with her hands up to her chest from nervousness. At least you're okay. Kenichi gave a small smile of relief. Why are you acting so shy around my son all of a sudden? He tried to tease weakly, sensing a moment he could use to get his friendship with the lady back after their last confrontation. But Crush shook her head, unwilling to speak with the man and looking away from the screen and the crowd of watchers to hide her expression. Kenichi thought it was because of his last interaction with her and that she was upset, so he frowned and looked back at the screen, allowing her the space she needed. Subaru shook his head. No. Anyway, were you looking for me because you needed something? Yes. She nodded. Everyone is gathered in the lounge to discuss things. And well? Crush took a moment to say more, but her words failed her as she appeared more confused. He gave her a small smile and spoke to continue for her. It's Natsuki Subaru. I'm sorry. Of course, you're Natsuki Subaru-sama. I've been told that I owe you a great deal, and yet I've been nothing but rude. Please forgive me. Crush gave a bow of deep apology, but Subaru immediately waved her off. Nah, you can't help it. I know you have a lot to remember right now. It doesn't bother me, Crush-san. Crush could be shown with a small frown on her face as Subaru took her with him towards the lounge. Oh, Naoko whispered weakly, opening her eyes in the realization of what she noticed. Kenichi nodded his head in realization, giving Crush a look of sympathy. She lost her memories, Petra whispered with widened eyes, wiping her tears and giving the Duchess a glance of pity. How cruel. Everything about this ability is cruel. There's no point in it but to inflict such pain on people. Crush-sama, I'm sorry for making you deliver that message, Felix said from his seat as everyone began settling in. No, it's quite all right, Ferris-san. That sounds so unnatural. Yuck. Felt shook her head in disgust, glaring at Crush. At least she's still awake, Heikel muttered under his breath while glancing between the screen Crush and Rem in the theater. I'm glad it was you who managed to get out of the curse with the least damage, Crush-sama, Rem whispered to the Duchess, earning a shake of the head from the silent lady. Seeing this provides me no comfort or pleasure. Remington, make no mistake of that. Crush's voice was cold, not giving any respect to the emotions playing across the theater because of her condition. It's just Ferris. The catboy corrected his lady firmly. You and I have known each other for ages. It makes me sad when you talk to me like you don't know me. I'm sorry. Crush bowed to him in apology. I know it won't be like before, but I'll try my best, Ferris. There's no need to rush. I'll always be on your side, Crush-sama. Felix held his hands to his cheeks while eyeing his lady. Besides, it's like I'm seeing a whole new side to you now. His tail wiggled and wagged with excitement. The pervert. Does he have to say it like that? Felt snorted at Felix as they continued the showing of Crush's condition. Felix is grieving my lady, Reinhard muttered, bringing a new perspective to Felt as she widened her eyes in realization. Wait, are you thinking about what you would do if it was me who was attacked, Rain? Felt asked softly, aiming a frown at her knight who was thinning his lips in response. I don't think I could take it with as much grace as Subaru or Felix, Felt-sama. Emilia, who was sitting next to Subaru in the lounge, looked at him with a worried frown. Subaru. He looked surprised for a second before plastering a smile on his face. It's okay. I've calmed down now, Emilia-tan. I'm fine. Well, now that Subaru-dano and Crush-sama have returned, let us talk, Wilhelm announced from the middle seat between each pair. Felix took the lead. Let's start by reviewing where we currently stand. By the time the Iron Fang members who got away brought back reinforcements from the capital, the only ones left were the casualties in. He struggled to turn to his lady, but Crush continued for him. I'm sorry. Hitaro, who had been silent since the suicide of Subaru, still unable to comprehend what everyone else had watched without him, could only shake his head and bow it to the parents, Rem and Crush. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to do more than that for you. We only managed to get away and send backup. We already talked about this, kid. Guy. Garfield shook his head, not looking back at Hitaro, and pointed his nose upward. Just watch in silence, okay? Hitaro didn't understand why Garfield was so weird about his age in particular, but his sister nudged him from the side, giggling a little bit. I think Tiger-san is angry that you're the same age as him. Mimi smiled to comfort her brother, wishing he would find it as funny as she did. But Hitaro only frowned and looked at Garfield more deeply. Something else is bothering him, Mimi. Those in situations similar to mine. Crush-san's memories were eaten, and Rem lost both her name and her memories. Subaru muttered under his breath with a harsh look. Felix would continue. The capital has also many cases of memory loss that no healer could fix, like Crush-sama, and an unexplained malady they've dubbed the Sleeping Beauty disease. He leaned back as he spoke after a pause. But now all of that should be considered the work of the witch's cult, Wilhelm said with a piercing glance towards Crush, startling her. Oh, I meant nothing against you, Crush-sama. Wilhelm backtracked and bowed his head. I do apologize for frightening you. Sleeping Beauty. Heikel-sama's wife has that, doesn't she? Schultz looked at the man next to him, earning a grunt from the deputy commander. Is it the fault of that monster lay as well? Did they hurt your wife, Heikel-sama? Schultz's words grew more angry as he demanded an answer. Calm down, kid. Heikel's rough features softened into a small sigh. A defeated one. Just calm down. It ain't about the cult what happened to Luana. Maybe they could be the ones to heal her if you join up with them, mister. Meili sang from the side with a mischievous glance that spoke all sorts of evil to Schultz as he glared at her. Heikel's arm tensed at the prospect before he shook his head and glanced at Subaru. Go fuck yourself, kid, Heikel grunted with finality, still looking at Subaru but aiming his words at Meili. Oi, that's still an elementary student you're cursing at. Al whistled at the audacity of the man's ill manners. No, I apologize for being such a hopeless master. Crush bowed her head. I've been trying my hardest to remember you, as well, but... From beside her, Felix sighed after seeing this scene play out. We finally took care of Sloth, and now there's another Sin Archbishop? This really sucks. Sloth. Naoko whispered, feeling something strangely familiar from that word alone. Why does it feel so painful hearing that? Subarus. Beaten Sloth before those two attacked us. Crush muttered to the parents, earning widened eyes from them both. Even Meili looked somewhat surprised by this news, finding this more interesting than what was happening on the screen. Oni Isan really fought and won with someone like that? Well. Was he as dangerous as them? Naoko asked, her heart beating for her son. Please tell me. He was far more cruel in his personality, Crush whispered with a look of pain as she recalled the various loops Subaru went through. And as if she was being read easily by them, Kenichi asked her the question his heart was breaking to hear an answer for. Did he die? The father asked with his arms tightening around his tense wife, both looking at Crush with pleading gazes that the Duchess couldn't handle on her own. I'm sorry, Crush whispered with sincere care and compassion, even if her current condition is downtrodden. I don't want to put myself in the position of revealing to you what was sacrificed by him. I cannot. She turned away, bringing a painful tug on the hearts of both Naoko and Kenichi as they looked at their son with fear on their faces. Son. Naoko called once again, trying to get any reaction out of him as he slept soundlessly in her arms. Son, please. He leaned his head back with his cat ears moving downward without much effort to inscribe his mood. Of course, the moment Emilia-sama became a candidate in the royal selection, we knew the witch's cult would get involved. Hearing this, Emilia looked down and thought, maybe it really is my fault. Subaru looked at her with a troubled look, but Felix started talking. Well, that's true, Subaru growled at him, but Felix continued speaking. They're fixated on getting rid of Emilia-sama, the half-elf. What's going on now is just a tiny part of. Cut it out. That's ridiculous. Subaru interjects loudly with a glare towards Felix. Give a little more thought to what you say. He stands up and slams a black book on the table before them. The only ones at fault here are those scumbags. Don't put all the blame on the wrong person. Hurting your own allies with misdirected blame isn't going to help. Felix only leaned forward with a bright smile and a cute voice full of condescendence to match. Coming from you, Subaru-kyan, that's so much more convincing. I guess it's the difference in experience. I know it's not my finest moment. Felix whimpered under the glares of Petra and Garfield. I'm deeply sorry, Emilia-sama. He bowed his head to the half-elf, earning a small wave from her. It's all right. There's more truth to your words now than I realized back then. Emilia's voice was low and her head was hung as she took the blame on herself. Why are people blaming you for being a half-elf? Naoko asked, giving the girl a once-over. Is this why you said people don't come near you? I never noticed your ears. Emilia looked like she wanted the world to eat her name and have everyone forget about her when she was faced with such a question from the mother of her knight. I'm a half-elf. The reason for a lot of bad omens in my world, Naoko-sama. You poor girl, Naoko whispered, still holding Subaru close to her. You absolutely don't deserve such a life. It's no wonder Subaru fell in love with someone like you. I'm afraid that you'll change your mind once you realize what being in love with someone like Emilia-sama could entail for your son and his family. Anastasia's interjection was as cruel as her cold look being sent Emilia's way when she said this to Naoko. The mother could only see Emilia looking away with a pained expression, obviously dealing with a great deal of memories and pain that Naoko could not understand or dig deeper into. She could only sigh and turn away from the girl, wishing to speak about this more with Subaru being awake. I want to tease you about how much she resembles your toys back home, Subaru, Naoko whispered, smiling at him as she nudged his cheek with a finger. Please wake up soon. Subaru gritted his teeth at the healer, but a voice interjects on their spat. Ferris, Crush speaks sternly, making Subaru lean back in surprise. I cannot ignore the comment you just made. Apologize. She commands him with such firmness that Felix is backtracked immediately. Natsuki Subaru-sama is right. It is crystal clear where the blame should fall. Plus, you do not have the right to ridicule someone who has made a correct statement. Crush further reprimanded the healer as he wilted under the pressure. Why yes, Crush-sama. He turned to Subaru and Emilia with his head bowing to each of them. Emilia-sama, I apologize. To you too, Subaru-kyan. Don't worry about it. Let's just get to it. Subaru put a hand up in forgiveness. But Felix wasn't done as he pulled himself up. But just let me say this. About the alliance we spoke of. Can we just scrap that idea? What the hell's the matter with Garfield shook his head, stopping himself. Never mind. I understand how you feel. This is surprising coming from you, Garf. Otto smiled at his brother with a bit of pride. You seem more understanding now. The blonde grunted and side-eyed Felix from his seat. Can't you see how guilty the guy looks? He's going through the ringer right now. How come there's an alliance between you two when you're supposed to be rivals to the throne of the kingdom? Kenichi asked Crush, trying to uplift both of their moods. It was hard won by Subaru. She told him, earning a look of surprise from the man. He's the one to set it up from the start. I didn't expect him to be a political guy. Kenichi rubbed the back of his head, humbled by his son's doings while he was away from him. I can't see him as a member of parliament, though. Crush gave him a curious look which Kenichi waved at, shaking his head. Now's not the time. I'll explain later when we have better moods. One could say that's what you've been striving to get since this viewing started. The Duchess turned away from the man with a small smile of her own. Kenichi found the will to nod with a little bit more comfort as he watched. The silence was deafening as everyone looked at him with wide eyes. What do you mean by that? Subaru asked dryly. How did all this lead to the subject of dissolving the alliance? An alliance is formed when it benefits all parties involved. Felix responds harshly while having his hands folded on his thighs. You expect us to ally ourselves with Emilia-sama, the witch cult's target? Can you promise that Crush-sama won't be hurt again if we do that? Subaru seemed struck by this. Well, he had nothing and instead, he had to bite his words and look down. I'm opposed to that opinion, Wilhelm announced from his place at the table. Why would you be opposed? Old man Will. Felix cried from the side in betrayal. Look what's happened to Crush-sama. What point is there in continuing to assist Emilia-sama and her friends? I hope you can give me more credit than that, Felix. Wilhelm bowed his head to the healer. Everything's forgiven so long as you know who our true allies are. Felix found himself letting go of Crush's seat and bowing back to the old knight. I'm sorry, old man Will. I really am. The healer gripped his skirt harder because of the shameful behavior being displayed by him. I'm sorry. Wilhelm nodded his head, patting Felix on the shoulder. With regard to this gluttony, the one who attacked Crush-sama, we may be given an opportunity for revenge. Wilhelm explained coolly, making Felix more outraged. Is that more important than Crush-sama's life? Ferris. Crush calls from his side, but he ignores her. I know this is hard on Crush-sama too. She has no idea what's going on, she can't remember anything. So how can you expect her to fight? Felix looked around the room and then smiled at his lady. Isn't that right? Isn't it? I'm sure I can do something about your memories. Even if it's not enough right now, I'll fix this with my magic. So please don't put yourself in any more danger. Nothing I've tried worked, Felix whispered with increased isolation as he rubbed his cat ears with the end of his wrist. I couldn't achieve the one thing I promised you, Crush-sama. And I blame Subaru-kyan for my deficiencies instead. I'm sorry, Naya. Ferris. Crush quickly patted the young healer on his head, bringing him closer to her seat so she could hug him. It's all right. I'm here now. You should not fear your guild anymore. I shouldn't have failed. Felix cried while hugging his mistress tighter than he ever had. I'm so sorry. Crush received all this pleading with a small smile as she looked at him. Ferris. Thank you for worrying about me, she said softly before turning to Subaru and Amelia. Right now, there is simply too much I don't understand. I can't remember a single detail about who I used to be. I'm sure all of you are perplexed as to how you should interact with me, too. But to everyone who still retains their respect for me despite all this, she bows deeply once more to everyone in the room. I must express my thanks. Everyone looked at Crush with surprise as she rose again. Ferris, I know that your concern for me is genuine and that you are trying to guide me. I could do as you say and walk the path that is safest. But I loathe the thought of going on with my life, knowing nothing. If I have a choice, I would rather choose for myself than simply do as someone says. Crush's amber eyes shone with such conviction and confidence in herself that it made Felix cry at the small hint of his old master appearing once again. Crush-sama. She took his trembling fists in her hands and made him face her. Ferris. No more words were needed as the waterworks for the healer began and Crush allowed him to nudge her head with his as they held on to one another. The two seemed to quieten their words as they watched the scene together. Crush had her greater strength push Felix away from his chair and made him sit beside her on the front seat of the first row. Thank you for always believing in me, Crush whispered to the trembling and traumatized healer, letting him sob into her shoulder. I promise to stop your obsession where you can be happy, Ferris. I am okay if it's obsession, Crush-sama. The cat-eared healer spoke through his sniffles. I'm okay if it's your boot I'm under, no matter what happens. Crush shook her head. This only shows the extent to which I need to work, Ferris. Wilhelm could only look at the two with a frown as the scene above continued. When did you set your sights so low, Felix Dano? The old knight asked himself in a whisper unheard by anyone except for Petra. While looking at the two with a smile, Wilhelm nodded and turned to Subaru and Amelia. If this is Crush-sama's will, surely no one would be in favor of dissolving the alliance. Right, Crush affirmed with a smile, keeping a crying Felix under hand. I know I will be a great deal of trouble to you, Amelia-sama and Natsuki Subaru-sama. Amelia shook her head. No, it's all right. We can't exactly say we're on the same page either. She smiled at Crush. We need to rejoin Ram and everyone else who's at the sanctuary, and we need to talk it over with Roswell, too. While Amelia was speaking, Subaru was busy glaring at the floor of the room. Meeting the Margrave, huh? Anastasia's glare was brief, unwilling to turn around and see the man's reaction to the scene above. But she focused more on reading what the rest of Amelia's camp was thinking about that. From Beatrice and Amelia's worried glances to the furious glares that Otto and Garfield sent each other, she could notice a lot of stories being told between those camp members that would surely be exposed to her soon. This place is a real fickle deal, ain't it? Anastasia bites her lip, not sure if she likes it or not. Whether it's distasteful or not, this ain't the time to respect your privacies to protect someone's plans. My lady. Julius looked at her with confusion, seeing the anger behind her eyes. That clown has planned something for Natsuki-kun, she muttered with conviction that turned the knight's blood cold. It ain't a coincidence that Karsten was taken down either. This whole thing is a damn ploy. Julius could only look at the floor to digest what was said to him by his master. The screen cuts to the fruit knife and the apple basket near Rim's bed once again. Subaru was shown staring at it once more, deeply concentrating on it. You said I was strong, but without you, he smiled tiredly as he turned to Remington. I can't even find the Subaru who could put on that tough guy act, Remington. Most of the people in the room looked personally insulted by the he talked about himself. I can't even recognize him anymore. Kenichi, Naoko spoke tearfully to her husband. Watching her son degrade himself with depression she wished to take away from him. I wish I could take away all of his pain right here. So he can smile again. Do you see how he keeps staring at every knife that's in front of him? Kenichi whispered with his hands trembling around Naoko's shoulders. I can't even tell if he can see it as a tool for the fruit or to activate that. I can't even call it a power. He moved his forehead closer to Subaru's head, beside his wife. Just what have you been through without us, son? He sobbed as a tear was shed, breaking away the facade he tried to build for a long time inside the room. Naoko moved her hands to hug his waist. Seeing the parents of her beloved react this way, Rim's heart could shatter into a million parts, and it still would be more merciful to her fragile sanity from the guilt. I'm sorry, Subaru-kun. I caused your parents so much grief because of what I made you do. I'm sorry. You had no way of knowing about the witch's curse. Ram shook her head, refusing to let her sister take all of the blame alone. You're at fault for thinking your life is unimportant to those who love you. Rim closed her eyes and nodded her head. I'm sorry to you too, sister. The door opens and a soft voice speaks. I knew you'd be here. Subaru turned suddenly to see who it was. Oh, Emilia, did you need something? The half-elf smiled and stepped into the room after closing the door behind her. Am I not allowed to be here if I don't? She looked down at the sleeping girl. I know this girl. Remsan, too, don't I? Remsan, huh? Subaru said with a depressed face, not turning to face Emilia, which made her look between him and Rem. Oh, right. I just called her Rem before. Well, you're basically Roswell's guest. I don't need to explain that she's Ram's sister, right? Emilia gives a small hum. Yes, I can tell. She looks just like her. There's no mistaking it. Rem. I'm sorry, Emilia apologized, earning a look of attention from the parents. When the maid accepted the apology with a shake of the head, Kenichi's tearful eyes widened in realization. Wait. That means you still remember each other. He moved his gaze toward crush and more realization. And you got your memory back before we could meet. Yes. When we got imprisoned here, the owner cured the diseases from gluttony. Otto answered the man's hopeful words with his monotone explanation. Natsuki-san's yet to meet with Rem being awakened, unfortunately. Otto's words settled a depression of heartbreak on the faces of the parents along with making Emilia and Rem wince with hurt and dissatisfaction. She turned to Subaru with a worried gaze. Subaru, you haven't slept at all, have you? You should rest for a while. He stared at Rem without blinking for a few seconds. It's not like I'm doing anything that'd make me tired. He whispered more to himself than to her. It's not like I can do anything. But it's true that you want to do something, right? Emilia stepped closer to him pleadingly. If your spirit keeps trying so hard for so long, your body will wear out first. So, please. Subaru could only reply with a soft chuckle. I'm so pathetic. He sang it softly while Emilia shook her head. No, you're not. You've helped me so much, Subaru. She leaned down to be at the same height as the sitting position. I really mean it. He looked at her smile as she looked between him and Rem. Stop saying that, Naoko demanded with a hurt look, bringing her head closer to her husband's chest. Keep saying this stuff, over and over again, Schult muttered into Henkel's arm, giving Subaru a look of pity. Ain't it annoying, Dot? Henkel grunted, trying to push Schult away, but the boy was stronger than he let out to be. I don't like that he keeps saying these terrible things about himself, Emilia whispered forlornly. It's like his talk when he tried to run away with Remington. At least you're there to help him, I suppose. Beatrice glared at her legs, feeling worthless. It'll all be fine. Not that I have any right to talk as if I know that. She shakes her head. I want to understand how you feel, but since I don't remember anything about this girl, I know anything I say will just hurt you. His exhausted eyes moved from Emilia to Rem constantly as she kept talking. But just know this, please. Emilia leans forward again with an adoring smile. Don't burden yourself with carrying the weight of Rem alone. Let me carry your burdens with you. Emilia. Subaru speaks huskily as if half dead. But you don't even remember anything about Remington. Is it wrong to want to do something if I don't remember her? She's important enough to you that it's made you this sad, right? Is it so strange that it makes me want to help her, too? They both looked down at Rem, and then back at each other. Rem's eyes filled with new tears that she couldn't explain immediately. Thank you, Emilia-sama. She whispered from the bottom of her heart, tearing a painful tug on everyone who heard her desperate yet grateful squeak. Thank you for standing over me with him. For being there as two people who care. You're welcome, Remington. You're a good girl, and I know you'd do the same if it was me in your place. Emilia accepted the subservient gratitude with grace and humbleness. Just like you saved me, I want to save you this time, Emilia affirmed with conviction as she glared at him. If you're in pain, I want to do something for you. Seeing the look of fire in her amethyst eyes, Subaru could only stare slack-jawed for several seconds. Emilia Tan is amazing, he had to say dryly as he closed his unblinking eyes for the first time since she'd entered. Really? I think you're much more amazing than me. No, I'm really not. Subaru rejected her tiredly. He is. Why do you keep looking at me? Emilia found herself blushing at the intense stares from the two parents hugging Subaru. The half-elf didn't know why she had the sudden attention of everyone in the room. But Naoko smiled softly toward her, with a knowing look and eyes filled with satisfaction that made Emilia feel a little proud of herself. I knew you were a good person from the moment I saw you. She whispered to her with her expression changing into one of gratitude. Thank you for holding our son accountable to his own shortcomings about his self-respect. The kid's a handful, Kenichi smiled softly at Emilia. But I can tell that he's head over heels for an amazing person. People, if I'm going to be honest. His eyes roamed towards Rim and a little bit to Crush. The half-elf found herself unable to accept such praise, as her blush faded away slowly and her frown came to replace any smile she could have from such compliments. Please, don't misjudge me if I say this. But Emilia's voice broke when she glanced at Subaru in their arms. I'm not that good of a person. Not when Subaru's suffering to the point he is all on his own. The parents blinked with surprise as she turned away from them. I'm glad it was you. He said to no one in particular. Rem grimaced, feeling the hurt from that one comment alone and leaning closer to her sister. Most in the theater also showed similar pained reactions to his words, feeling the heat and the cruelty behind them. If that is what you choose, Subaru-kun, Rem said with tears rolling down her cheeks once more. I accept that. Emilia-sama over me has always been the deal. He smiled to himself. Emilia, I have a favor to ask. She tilted her head at him. What is it? Could you turn around? I'm going to cry. Subaru held himself together, but his voice broke at the end of his sentence, leading to Emilia nodding her head and complying with his wish. Rem's tearful eyes widened in surprise, feeling hope finally settle back into her heart. Captain. Garfield looked away with a deep discomfort showing on his face. You can't make me cry too, man. This ain't fair. Felt and Otto could only chuckle sadly, finding humor in Garfield's words and how Subaru was affecting them personally. All right, she says softly as she steps away. Before long, he allowed himself to finally break down. His tears fell relentlessly, cascading in 4 thin streams down his cheeks, pooling into his palms before dripping onto the wooden floor. His shoulders shook with each sob, his breaths coming in ragged gasps that broke into hiccuping cries. Mucus ran freely from his nose, unchecked, adding to the raw, unfiltered grief that consumed him. Naoko's breath hitched as she stared at the screen, her fingers digging into Kenichi's hand like a lifeline. The image of Subaru's crumpled body, shaking with sobs, seared itself into her mind. It was unbearable. How can I deal with seeing him like this? She whispered, her voice barely audible over the soft hum of the theater's sound. Kenichi's eyes remained fixed on the screen, but his grip tightened over hers. His throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. I don't know. His voice was rough, thick with something he was trying to hold back. Naoko let out a bitter, trembling laugh. I am his mother. I should have been there with him. If I went with him that night, her nails bit into the skin of her palm as she fought the shaking in her hands. But she sucked in a sharp breath. I thought he was fine. He always said he was fine. Kenichi finally turned to her. His face was pale, his jaw clenched so tightly it looked painful. He smiled. Naoko, he murmured. He laughed. He joked. And I let myself believe it. He exhaled shakily, his eyes dark with something deep and suffocating. I let myself believe my son was okay. The silence between them stretched, filled only by the fading echoes of Subaru's grief on the screen. Naoko looked down at their intertwined hands, her voice breaking. How could we not see? Kenichi shut his eyes for a long moment before shaking his head. Maybe we didn't want to. Naoko flinched. It was the truth, wasn't it? She had wanted to believe Subaru was strong, that he was happy, that his struggles were just passing storms, nothing more. I would have done anything, she whispered. Her shoulders curled inward as if she could shrink away from the weight of it all. If he had just told me. He did. Kenichi's voice was almost too soft to hear. She snapped her head toward him, confusion flickering through her tear-stained face. Kenichi's gaze remained on the screen, his expression blank, no, hollow. He did tell us, Naoko. His fingers twitched around hers. Just not in words. Naoko's breath shuddered out of her lungs. The sleepless nights. The quiet moments of hesitation before answering, the way his eyes lingered on them like he wanted to say something but never did. The way he laughed a little too brightly like he was trying to convince himself as much as them. Oh God. She brought a trembling hand to her mouth. He did. Kenichi let out a slow, shuddering sigh, finally turning away from the screen. And we didn't listen. Naoko squeezed her eyes shut. Her whole body shook. It wasn't supposed to be like this, she choked out. Kenichi nodded, his voice hoarse, barely above a whisper. No, he said. It wasn't. From behind, Emilia approached quietly, without a word, her arms wrapped themselves around his shoulder blades, with one hand silently patting his spiky hair with love and compassion. Subaru looked back at her in shock for a few seconds, allowing her to hold on to him and pat his head over and over again. Naoko and Kenichi bowed to Emilia gratefully, holding on to each other and their son. Thank you, Emilia-sama, Naoko said to the girl with utmost gratitude, not caring if the half-elf took it positively or not. Please accept it. Please. Emilia's lips were thin with hesitation, her fingers trembling on her lap as the parents presented themselves before her humbly. You're welcome. I must be by his side. Emilia answered hoarsely, giving them what they wanted without knowing what else to do. They looked like they needed more of a lifeline from her than anyone else in the room. Before his eyes settled back to Rem with a glare of defiance. I swear. I will get you back. I swear it. Subaru's hand reached to grab Emilia's. I'm going to. Your hero is going to come for you. With Emilia hanging on to him from behind, and him holding on to her from the front, Subaru glared through his tears and made his oath to Rem. I swear it. Rem's sleeping face is the last shot. Please wait for me, he begged. Remington. Title card. Each one's promise. Season 2, Episode 1. End. As the screen faded to black, Rem sat motionless, her hands clasped together in her lap. The weight of Subaru's words echoed in her chest, settling deep, like a promise meant for her heart alone. She should have been happy. She should have felt warmth from his unwavering determination, from the fire in his eyes as he vowed to bring her back. And yet, why does it hurt so much? Her fingers curled slightly, pressing against her palm. The name he called out in the end, her name, lingered in the air even after the sound had faded. Subaru. She whispered, her voice barely more than breath after everything she's been through. You haven't given up on me. Even after everything. She trembled in Ram's grasp. I can't reach out to you. I can't answer you. Because he was still asleep. Her chest ached with something she couldn't define. If she could move, if she could speak, if she could just, but there was nothing. The final image of Subaru's desperate, tear-filled eyes burned into her soul, a tether pulling her toward him, even though she remained trapped in an endless nightmare where she kept failing him, over and over again. Somewhere, deep inside her slumbering heart, a whisper stirred with soul-filled determination. "I'll wait for you, Subaru-kun." And the rest of the theater were left to react in their own ways. That got so boring. Meili sighed and dropped her head back on her seat, not caring for the glare she received. Next up, Episode 2. Arc 4's continuation. Author note. Hello guys. Sorry for the long wait on this one. I had focused on my studies right after Chapter 16 to get a grip on how I should study medicine. I didn't think I was made for it and it caused me a lot of trouble. Luckily, I managed to get good enough grades to be considered in the top 10 of my class. Thank God for everything. But I want to thank you for all the support you've sent my way, especially the ones who have donated to me and still continue to support me with DMS and love. I'll be trying my best to update more frequently as I have gotten a good grip on how to study for this semester's subjects. Please keep commenting and talking to me about what you'd like to see. I plan on making an Arcane React FIC. Let me know what you lot think of that idea.